I loved her for 7 years, and when I decided to propose to her one last time, she still rejected me. Everyone was waiting to see me break down, waiting for me to bow my head and apologize like before, but this time, I only coldly replied with one word: let's break up. Tomorrow, I will personally go to their door to annul the engagement. She was stunned on the spot, because she didn't know that just now, I had awakened my past life memories. In my previous life, I knelt down and begged her to love me, handing over all of the Su family's resources, shares, and connections to the Lin family, only to have my entire family die a tragic death in return. She and Chu Feng climbed to power by stepping on the Su family, then turned around and wiped out my entire family, all while claiming it was an act of divine retribution. In this life, I will no longer pursue love. I will annul the engagement, withdraw my investment, sever all cooperation, and make the Lin family return everything they've taken with interest. I publicly announced that from this day forward, the Su family and the Lin family have no further connection. All investments, resources, and contracts are to be liquidated. The playground fell silent instantly. Everyone knows that the Lin family's rise to prominence among the elite families of Kyoto is entirely due to the Su family's financial support over the years. Lin Panchi panicked at first, then feigned a relieved smile, forcing me to promise not to bother her again. I almost burst out laughing. She thought that my cessation of contact meant she was free, but little did she know that the real reckoning had only just begun. I told her to leave behind all the black card, share agreement, and family keepsakes that the Su family had given her. She frowned and said, "There's no reason to take back things that have been given away." I looked at her coldly and told her that I wasn't negotiating. The onlookers finally realized what was happening and began to mock her, saying that she complained about the Su family but was more eager than anyone else to accept benefits. Lin Panchi's eyes reddened, but she clung tightly to those things, refusing to let go. Just then, an ordinary-looking young man squeezed through the crowd and immediately accused me of bullying others. Hearing everyone call out Chu Feng's name, I smiled inwardly. This chosen one who rose to power by stepping on the Su family in his previous life had finally appeared. Chu Feng said that once a gift is given, it shouldn't be taken back. I only asked him what his relationship with Lin Panchi was. He said they were just friends. I told him on the spot that since he was an outsider, he had no right to interfere in my affairs with my fiancée, let alone take over the Su family's resources for her. Unable to bear the ridicule around her, Lin Panchi, her eyes red, threw the black card and keepsake at me. Chu Feng stared at those things, his face ashen, as if his future had been stolen away. Lin Panchi immediately comforted him in a low voice, saying that she would ask her father to give him a better chance. Only then did everyone realize that she was reluctant to return the things because she wanted to use them to curry favor with Chu Feng. In my past life, these resources should have fallen into Chu Feng's hands, helping him achieve fame in one battle. Now, I have personally cut them off. A system notification popped up in my mind. I changed the plot to aid the enemy and received my first reward. At that moment, I was absolutely certain that by taking Chu Feng's opportunity, I could become stronger. The next day at noon, I entered the Lin family's main hall. Lin Hao sat at the head of the table, Lin Panchi stood beside him with red eyes, and Chu Feng was also there. I don't need to guess to know that Lin Panchi thought she would be praised for taking the initiative to break off the engagement last night. But when she got home, Lin Hao slapped her hard. Lin Hao was well aware of what losing the Su family meant. But Lin Panchi said, "I'm just relying on my family's playboy lifestyle. The real investment is in Chu Feng." She also said that the Lin family has already established a firm foothold and will soon be able to secure new projects, at which point they will no longer need to be beholden to the Su family. Lin Hao was swayed by her. He decided to wait for me to come to his door, force me to apologize first, and then turn the annulment of the engagement into the Lin family getting rid of the Su family. The father and daughter had just begun to smile when my voice rang out in the hall. "Master Lin, how do you want me to apologize?" I walked in slowly, not even bothering with formalities, and asked immediately, "Have the Su family's contracts, shares, and investment list been prepared?" Lin Hao put on airs like an elder and said that it was fine to annul the engagement, but I had to apologize first for humiliating Lin Panchi yesterday. He even threatened me that if I didn't apologize, he would personally go to the Su family to demand an explanation and show everyone how ill-mannered the young master of the Su family was. I laughed on the spot. A mere late-stage, 7th-rank cultivator dares to use the Su family to intimidate me? Lin Hao was furious, his grandmaster-level aura crashing down like a mountain, trying to force me to kneel. But I remained seated, unmoved, only asking him in return. Grandmasters are worthy of respect, but what gives you the right to intimidate me? The Lin family immediately jumped out and berated me, saying that this was the Lin family, and even if I came to annul the engagement, I had to abide by the Lin family's rules. Over the years, I had humbled myself too much in the Lin family, and they had long forgotten who I was. A family that didn't even have an 8th-rank member dared to treat the young master of a martial saint family like a pushover. Chu Feng stood beside Lin Panchi, feigning righteousness, saying I disrespected my elders and was unworthy of liking her. Lin Panchi tore up the engagement contract and threw it on the ground, declaring that we had nothing to do with each other anymore. I ignored her and only asked Lin Hao if he felt the same way. Lin Hao nodded, saying that getting rid of me was a favor from the Lin family. I smiled, saying that since the engagement was called off, all the betrothal gifts from the Su family should be returned. 8th grade origin essence, a grade weapons, and resource shares, not a single one could be missing. That's what you call proper conduct. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Hao's expression changed completely. Those things were the lifeblood of the Lin family. If they were really taken out, the Lin family would shrink by at least 70%. But Lin Panchi and Chu Feng jumped out, saying that they were the ones who broke off the engagement, so why should they return the betrothal gifts? My eyes turned cold, and I asked them if they weren't planning to return it. Lin Hao sneered and said he wouldn't return it and told me to get lost. He added that he wouldn't hold me accountable for disrespecting a master. I sat down, crossed my legs, looked at him, and asked a 7th-rank martial artist, "Who gave you the audacity to talk to me like that?" Lin Hao was furious. He immediately attacked, intending to capture me and take me to the Su family for questioning. He flashed, his grandmaster aura filling the hall, and everyone waited to see me kneel down. I only uttered 2 words, "Slap him." The next second, a palm print appeared out of thin air and slammed into Lin Hao's face. With a loud bang, Lin Hao was slammed into the floor, his mouth full of broken teeth, blood spraying everywhere. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Only when the figure slowly appeared did the Lin family member shout in a trembling voice, "An 8th-grade golden body expert." Lin Hao struggled to his feet, his face filled with fear, finally realizing the difference in power. "Fifth uncle," said coldly, "a mere 7th-rank official dares to touch the young master of the Su family? He's practically courting death." Lin Hao tried to intimidate me with rules, saying that a higher-ranking person shouldn't attack a lower-ranking one. I calmly replied, "Killing you isn't necessary, but making you kneel is." As soon as I finished speaking, my imposing aura descended. Lin Hao's knees buckled, and he knelt before me in front of everyone. Lin Panchi screamed at me to release him, saying she would never forgive me if I didn't stop. I just found it laughable. Even at a point like this, she still thought she had the right to talk about forgiveness. Chu Feng finally couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to challenge me in public, saying that I would accept if I were a man. He thought that the rules of sparring protected him, that an 8th-rank cultivator couldn't interfere in a fight between people of the same realm. But he didn't know that I was waiting for him to come to me willingly. I looked at him and immediately agreed. Chu Feng's blood surged, and he charged forward like a cheetah. Lin Panchi cheered for him from the side, her eyes full of anticipation, as if she could already see me being trampled to the ground. I merely raised my eyelids and struck down with my palm. He was initially overjoyed, thinking I was being arrogant. But the next second, his expression changed drastically, and it was too late for him to retreat. With a loud bang, Chu Feng was sent flying by my palm strike, crashing heavily to the ground. This so-called commoner genius couldn't even withstand a single move from me. The entire arena fell silent, save for him uttering with difficulty, "6th-rank martial artist." I remained seated, watching him calmly. "There's a lot you don't understand. Your martial arts skills probably contain a bit of spiritual energy, don't they?" These words were even more ruthless than the slap, shattering Chu Feng's pride. His eyes red, he scrambled to his feet, roaring in defiance, saying, "I must have used some underhanded methods. I couldn't possibly be a genuine 6th-rank cultivator." A notification suddenly popped into my mind. Chu Feng's mental state fluctuated violently, and I directly received 1,000 villain points. Only then did I realize that this chosen one was more valuable than I had imagined. As long as I continued to trample on him, he would be my ATM. Chu Feng refused to admit defeat and charged forward again, his punches even more ferocious, shouting Bajiquan, as if he were desperately trying to turn the tide. Seeing his crazed state, I just found it annoying, so I raised my hand and struck again, shattering all his momentum. With a loud bang, Chu Feng crashed through the wall and landed outside, completely still. The Lin family members even held their breath. They finally understood that I was not a worthless sycophant who would let them humiliate me. I looked at the unconscious Chu Feng and said calmly, "Don't take it seriously. Your strength is only good for bullying kids." The system beeped again, and I received another 1,000 villain points and a Guiyuan pill. Harvesting was even more satisfying than fighting. Chu Feng is finished. Next up is the Lin family. I stared at Lin Hao kneeling on the ground and asked him if he was willing to return the betrothal gifts. In the original book, this old man was two-faced, consuming the Su family's resources while also trying to help Chu Feng turn against the Su family. Now I'm not leaving him any room for maneuver. Either he pays back, or the Lin family's reputation and foundation will crumble today. Lin Hao's face turned ashen, but he dared not be defiant any longer. Just then, Lin Panchi rushed forward, raising her hand to slap me. She called me a bastard, accused me of bullying others. I didn't even lift my eyelids. My mental energy directly immobilized her wrist. Her hand froze in midair, and she panicked instantly, ordering me to let go, saying that if I didn't obey, she would never forgive me. I almost burst out laughing. Even at this point, she still thought she was the center of my world. She continued to yell, demanding that I let the people out of the Lin family, and that she would report my injury to Chu Feng to the school. A purple glint flashed in my eyes, and my mental energy locked onto her throat, instantly silencing her. Her face flushed red, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. The Lin family members were all terrified, but none of them dared to step forward. Lin Hao finally broke down and shouted that he was willing to return all the betrothal gifts when Lin Panchi was about to collapse. The system notification sounded again, and I instantly received 3,000 villain points, along with an S-grade Heavenly Abyss sword. I was shocked. Even a 9th-grade grandmaster would be tempted to fight over a weapon of this caliber. I sheathed the Heavenly Abyss sword and sneered at Lin Hao. That's more like it. Anyone who takes something from the Su family is spitting it out. Lin Hao's face was extremely ugly, but he could only grit his teeth and admit defeat, throwing out a storage ring full of resources. I scanned them with my mental energy, confirmed there were no problems, and turned to leave. Lin Panchi lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes filled with fear for the first time. I could have killed them now, but their value hadn't been fully exploited yet. Dying too soon would be a waste. As I reached the door, I suddenly stopped, flipped my palm, and took out a piece of 9th-grade source marrow the size of a human head. Lin Hao's pupils constricted sharply, and his whole body trembled. Because this thing was enough for him to break through to the 8th-grade golden body. I tossed it casually and said indifferently, "I originally intended to give it to the Lin family, but unfortunately, you are not worthy." After saying that, I directly retrieved the source essence, laughed loudly, and left, leaving Lin Hao standing there regretting it to the point of madness. Stepping out of the Lin family residence, I publicly announced that the Su family was severing all ties with the Lin family, and all business collaborations were terminated. The spies lurking in the shadows immediately dispersed. I knew they would spread the news throughout Kyoto. Sure enough, the next day, the whole city was in an uproar. Various powerful families launched a massive attack on the Lin family, demanding the settlement of debts and compensation. Lin Hao stood in the crowd, his face deathly pale, finally realizing that he had personally cut off the Lin family's lifeline. He roared my name to the sky, while I sat in the Su family's living room. Hearing the system notification again, I'd earned 2,000 villain points for free. As I was pondering how to use my villainous points, a familiar, yet powerful aura suddenly pressed down upon me. I looked up and saw a middle-aged man walk into the hall. He was the head of the Su family, and also my father, Su Long. In the original book, he was a 9th-rank grandmaster, yet he was killed by Chu Feng and Lin Hao in an attempt to protect me. The thought of that ending chilled me to the bone. In this life, I will never allow the Su family to perish again. After Su Long sat down, he casually reminded me not to waste my talent on Lin Panchi, adding that he would soon be heading to the outer battlefield. I knew that once he left, Chu Feng's true backer would be revealed, and the Su family's crisis would officially begin. He urged me to hurry up with the graduation exam in 2 weeks, saying that all the family resources would be available to me. I calmly agreed, but my heart had already made up my mind. In this life, I could only be number 1 in the graduation exam. In the original story, Chu Feng swept through the competition with the Lin family's resources and spiritual power, but now, he had no chance. There's another key figure in the assessment that I must secure beforehand. If I succeed, Chu Feng's destiny will be completely shattered. Su Long didn't ask any further questions, nodded, and left. I watched his figure disappear, then turned and went back to my room. I sat cross-legged on the futon, forcibly suppressing my internal energy and blood, allowing my state to enter its most stable rhythm. The light screen in my mind unfolded, revealing my cultivation level as the early stage of the 6th rank, and my villain value had reached 7,000. In my inventory lay the Heavenly Abyss Sword, 100 caddies of 9th grade source marrow, and the Golden Body 9 forging technique. This was my true strength. The main quest is more direct, to make me the chosen villain who reigns supreme over all the heavens. Staring at those words, I became even more excited. I opened the system shop, and the next second, cultivation techniques, weapons, and resources filled the entire light screen. The martial god cultivation method was priced at 100,000 villain points, the SSS level Heavenly Blade at 200,000, and the Shattered Star Realm cultivation method at a whopping 500,000. My breath hitched slightly. I couldn't access these things yet, but I could already see the future. In 1,000 years, only one martial god has emerged on Earth. That person disappeared after suppressing the outer realms, and no one has reached that level since. But now, this path lies before me. As long as my villain value is high enough, I can climb to the top by stepping on Chu Feng. I know very well that I can't protect these treasures now. Even if my grandfather is a martial saint, I can't be careless. Once the news leaks out, people from all over the planet will stop at nothing to kill me and seize the treasures. But I'm not in a hurry. Yesterday, I only stepped on Chu Feng a few times and earned nearly 10,000 villain points. Once I've snatched all his opportunities little by little, everything in the shop will eventually fall into my hands. I exited the shop, my gaze even colder. The Su family was considered top tier on Blue Star, but they were still far from enough in the face of the system. Therefore, this leak, Chu Feng, had to be squeezed dry. Not a single bit of luck could be left for him. I picked up the communicator and immediately began disseminating the news of the annulment of the engagement. But the focus wasn't on me. It was on the relationship between Lin Panchi and Chu Feng. I wanted the entire capital to amplify this story for me. I also had someone expose the fact that the Lin family was secretly supporting Chu Feng. I'm all too familiar with the media tactics from my past life. I didn't need to get involved in this myself. Just light a fire, and the rest will catch fire on their own. In less than 6 hours, the entire capital was in an uproar. Headlines flooded the internet, all topping the trending charts. Some said the Lin family was keeping a gigolo, others said the school beauty had betrayed her fiancé, and still others directly accused Chu Feng of being a kept man. The comments section was filled with insults, with many people feeling sorry for me, saying that I provided resources to the Lin family, but was ultimately humiliated in public. Students from Kyoto University of Technology also came forward to testify, making the story seem more and more real and increasing its popularity. Lin Panchi went from being a campus beauty to a laughingstock, a stain she couldn't erase. The more silent she remained, the harsher the criticism from the outside world became. After Chu Feng woke up, he left the Lin family immediately, vowing to defeat me in the graduation assessment. The more he hates me, the more satisfied I am, because his growth is the source of my villain points. The Lin family was the one that truly collapsed, with major partners terminating their contracts one after another. With the supply chain disrupted, they couldn't even last 6 months, finally realizing that the Su family was not one they could afford to offend. A few days later, the school notified me to return to campus. I arrived at the school gate by car, and as soon as I got out, there was a commotion all around. Everyone was staring at me. The next second, a hateful gaze locked onto me. Lin Panchi rushed in front of me, her eyes red and her voice trembling as she questioned me, asking what right I had to slander her and Chu Feng. Lin Panchi blocked the school gate, her eyes red, demanding an explanation from me. I was surrounded as soon as I got out of the car. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen. She looked like she was going to fight to the death, but I felt nothing at all. She's no longer worth mentioning in my eyes. The original female lead, whom I raised, has ridiculously mediocre talent. I didn't say anything, but she immediately exploded, questioning me on the spot about ruining her reputation. That's when I remembered the public opinion. I've been so busy suppressing Chu Feng lately that I almost forgot about how the outside world has been making headlines about her relationship with Chu Feng. The more she tries to explain her innocence, the more suspicious people around her seem. I spoke calmly, stating 2 points. First, she has no evidence to prove that I spread the rumors. Second, she was so close to Chu Feng every day when she had a fiancé. Who's to blame now that something's happened? When I cornered her, all she did was repeat her innocence. I couldn't be bothered to look anymore, so I just told her we were over. She had no right to stand in front of me and question me, and told her to get lost. As soon as I finished speaking, I released a burst of pressure. She was forced back 2 steps, her face instantly turning deathly pale, but her eyes reddened even more. She cursed me, saying that if she couldn't have me, she would destroy me, and that she would never forgive me for the rest of her life. An uninformed person might believe it, but everyone present knew the resources the Su family had provided to the Lin family over the years. Her feigning victim had only made her seem more like a joke. I only replied with 3 words, "Oh, goodbye," and then turned and left. She was left standing there, all eyes on her, and a murmur of gossip instantly erupted. Some people criticized her for being greedy and having her cake and eating it too, while others said she relied on the Su family and still looked down on them. I could hear her rebuttals even from a distance, but they only made her voice sound more grating. She finally couldn't hold back and yelled at the crowd, but was quickly met with a retort. A pink-haired girl stepped forward and directly asked her if she wanted a duel, which immediately shut her up. The girl had a powerful background, and she didn't dare to offend her, so she could only slink away. I didn't turn back, but I knew that this blow had already pierced her heart. Soon, the school entered the pre-graduation phase. The principal announced that the assessment would be held in 9 days, with the first-place winner receiving a 9th-grade source marrow, an A-grade weapon, and personal guidance from a 9th-grade expert. The entire audience erupted in cheers, but I remained unmoved. I've heard too many of these empty promises. What I was truly interested in was Chu Feng in the crowd. I probed him with my spiritual power, and my heart sank. In just a few days, he had reached the mid-stage of the 5th rank, directly leaping across a major realm. This was the growth speed of a chosen one. I instantly understood why those powerful figures in the original book all met their demise. They gave Chu Feng time, and he was able to turn the tables and crush everything. My gaze turned cold. I couldn't let him develop any further. I had to seize his opportunity as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he matured, even if I had an advantage, I would be dragged down and killed. For the next 3 days, the school held intensive closed-door training. Resources were allocated, mentors provided guidance, and many people made breakthroughs. But I knew that there was only one real threat. Chu Feng locked himself in his cultivation room and stopped looking for Lin Panchi. His goal was clear, to be number 1 on the heavenly ranking, because that was his springboard to reach higher levels. 3 days before the rankings were finalized, he emerged from seclusion. His aura was refined, his eyes sharp as knives. He was a late-stage 5th-rank cultivator, with over 5,000 units of blood energy and 3,000 hertz of spiritual power, already capable of holding his own against a 6th-rank cultivator. He whispered my name, his hatred almost tangible. He wanted to trample me for revenge, while I calculated in my mind how much villain points he could still give me. The rankings were updated that day, and Chu Feng broke into the top 50. The next day, he directly defeated the 9th-ranked player, causing an uproar throughout the entire Kyoto Martial Arts University. Someone exclaimed his name in shock, saying, "Isn't this Lin Panchi's kept gigolo?" At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on him again. Chu Feng's breakthrough into 9th place on the heavenly ranking after 2 battles sent shockwaves through the school. Everyone was stunned by the sudden rise of a mid-tier student to defeat a genius. But what was even more ironic was that he was the pretty boy by Lin Panchi's side. With these 2 labels combined, he became an overnight sensation. The school's higher-ups couldn't sit still. A group of experts at the 7th rank or above went through his files in the conference room, but couldn't find a trace of genius. They guessed he was hiding his strength, or that he had gotten lucky, but whatever the reason, he was already being watched. More importantly, the principal was choosing a successor, and Chu Feng had already entered the fray this year. I sneered inwardly. This step was exactly the same as the original plot. Han Shuang spoke up for him, saying that she would be Chu Feng's master in the future, and that she had once crippled me with a single palm strike. The meeting hadn't even ended when someone rushed in with news. Chu Feng had defeated the 3rd-ranked player on the heavenly ranking and jumped straight into the top 3. The entire room fell silent for a second, then everyone realized that this dark horse was about to spiral out of control. The arena was packed in the afternoon as Chu Feng faced off against Yi Qing, the number 1 ranked fighter on the heavenly ranking. Their clash shattered the ground with their combined energy. Yi Qing, though bleeding from the corner of his mouth, refused to back down, while Chu Feng's momentum grew ever stronger. He created distance, then slashed down with his sword, the crimson blade so intense it was almost blinding. A few seconds later, the referee announced the result. Chu Feng was the winner. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted in jubilation. He stood in the center of the arena, his aura weak, yet no one dared to underestimate him. He spoke with a powerful voice, declaring that everyone looked down on him, but he would not explain. He would only prove himself with his strength. Then, he called me out in front of everyone. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., Suyu, do you dare to fight? He wanted me and everyone else to see clearly that he was worthy of Lin Panchi, and I wasn't. The entire arena erupted, everyone chanting my name. Even the scions of powerful families wore expressions of schadenfreude. In their eyes, I was still only at the early stage of the 5th rank, and winning or losing this battle would be a disgrace. The atmosphere was completely ignited. If I didn't respond, I would be a coward. Chu Feng stood in the center, smiling confidently. He knew he had cornered me with no way out. But I was still in the cultivation room. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Yi Lianxing called out that something terrible had happened. I opened the door, and she looked at me, her expression clearly startled. She noticed that my aura had changed, and I knew that she was Yi Qing's sister, and in the original story, she had always had feelings for me. It's just that in the past, I treated her like she didn't exist. She told me about the arena incident, saying that Chu Feng defeated her brother and even publicly declared war on me. I just laughed it off. This kind of provocation was exactly what I was waiting for. I took her to the arena. Things had already started to turn sour there. Some said I was scared, some said I was faking my death, and some even started mocking the Su family. Chu Feng grew increasingly smug upon hearing these words. He accused me of abusing my power, saying that despite my inferior background, I refused to bow down. His words ignited the emotions of the ordinary students. They saw me as a representative of oppression by powerful families, and him as a hero who had risen against all odds. A chorus of insults swept through the entire area, and even the scions of powerful families dared not utter a word in rebuttal. Lin Panchi stood in the crowd, looking at him with eyes full of emotion. This was the kind of person she had been waiting for, someone who would stand up for her, not someone like me who humiliated her. Just as Chu Feng was about to announce that we would wait until tomorrow, my voice interrupted him. I stood at the entrance and said calmly, "There's no need to wait until tomorrow, let's fight now." The entire arena fell silent instantly. I looked at Chu Feng and said only one sentence. "If you can withstand even one of my moves, I, Suyu, will leave the Su family." The next second, a chorus of curses erupted. Ordinary people called me arrogant, while scions of powerful families sneered. They all thought I was crazy. A good-for-nothing young master relying on his family dared to challenge Chu Feng, who had just reached the top of the heavenly ranking. They believed I had wasted 7 years of cultivation, only knowing how to confess my feelings and flatter others. They thought that even if I broke through to the 6th rank, it would just be a joke built on resources. Chu Feng, on the other hand, was a ruthless person who climbed to the top by stepping on Yi Qing, who was in the mid-stage of the 6th rank. I couldn't be bothered to explain. I swooped down and landed in front of him. I only asked one question. "Want a bet? Take my move." I didn't care about winning or losing. I just wanted to crush his reputation on the spot. Chu Feng stared at me, thinking I was going to use Lin Panchi as a wager. He adopted a protective stance, like a hero. I just laughed and said that I had long since given up on that woman. I told him, "I made you gamble not because I wanted you to make any sacrifices, but because you're completely worthless. I just thought you were too noisy and wanted you to shut up." That sentence completely ignited him. He erupted in anger, roaring as he stormed onto the stage. The entire audience chanted, "Fight," the atmosphere reaching its peak. Everyone was waiting for him to trample me down, but I stood there, completely unmoved. He swallowed the pill, and his aura returned to its peak. The days of relentless fighting had spurred his confidence to new heights. He believed that if he could defeat a 6th-rank cultivator, he could crush me, the young master of the Su family. The referee announced the start. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing mid-air. A black longsword pointed at me, killing intent pressing down, and he roared as he brought the sword down. The starry sky sword technique erupted, its sword energy falling like a galaxy. The entire arena paled. Many dared not even look directly at it. The overwhelming sword intent of a mastered mastery made this strike a threat even to a late-stage 6th-rank cultivator. They thought I was doomed to lose. Yi Lianxing clenched her fists, while Lin Panchi's eyes were filled with excitement, waiting to see me get trampled. Chu Feng was even more confident, saying that I couldn't block this sword strike. I didn't explain, I just raised my hand. A blood-red longsword fell into my palm. I looked up at him, and the corners of my mouth slowly curled up. What I hate most is having someone standing above me. He was still saying that mental attacks were hidden within sword energy, and nothing below 3,000 hertz could withstand them. I only replied with 2 words, "Noisy," and then unleashed a slash. The blade light tore through space like a blood-red line, directly colliding with the sword energy. The next instant, his sword energy shattered, and even the hidden mental attack was destroyed by my single strike. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand how I, who had been looked down upon just 2 weeks ago, could so easily block this attack. I looked at him and said only one sentence, "You're too slow." Then I raised my long sword, and the atmosphere of the entire arena changed drastically. Even the instructor in the shadows paled. I stared at him in midair, my tone calm. I've said it before, I don't like anyone standing above me. As the words left my lips, I slashed at him with my sword. The moment the blade struck, space shattered. The world darkened, the air froze. I took a step forward, my voice as cold as if from the abyss. Heavenly slaughter. As my blade fell, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone felt a chill seep into their bones, forgetting even to breathe. For the first time, they realized that I was not the trash they had described. The crimson blade light tore through the air, its force causing space itself to crack. Those who had initially thought I was only a 6th-rank cultivator were now all silent, for even a 7th-rank cultivator dared not take this attack head-on. Chu Feng stood at the center of the blade's momentum, his expression completely changing. Before the blade even landed, blood was already seeping from his skin. He finally understood that the gap between him and him couldn't be bridged by mere words. Unwilling to accept defeat, he desperately unleashed the Starry Sky sword technique. The sword light shone as brilliantly as a meteor, but the next second, his perfected sword intent shattered on the spot, unable to withstand even a breath, and was crushed by my blade. He was locked in a state of stagnation, unable to move or retreat, forced to watch helplessly as death approached. Just as the blade was about to strike, a hand appeared out of thin air, crushing his attack. The entire arena erupted in uproar. Standing before him was Han Shuang, an 8th-rank golden body expert. Chu Feng, having escaped death, called her teacher in a trembling voice. Only then did everyone realize that she had been paving the way for him all along. She comforted Chu Feng, saying it wasn't his fault, but her gaze towards me was already icy. She was protective of her own. I had shattered her disciple's invincible path with a single strike, so naturally, she wanted to get revenge. She immediately accused me of using lethal force in the heavenly ranking challenge. I sheathed my long sword and countered by asking her which rule I had broken. The entire arena fell silent. The heavenly ranking encouraged all-out attacks, with referees protecting the participants and the mentors controlling life and death. What was wrong with my all-out effort? Just because he's your disciple, should I let him win? I stood suspended in mid-air, staring directly at her, my voice calm yet sharp. If you want to label me, then report it to the Martial Arts Administration. If you want to use your cultivation to intimidate me, then be prepared to pay the price. My voice hardened as I said that if she dared to touch me, she should be prepared to face the wrath of the Su family. Her face turned cold instantly, clearly not expecting me to contradict her in public. She tried to use her seniority to intimidate me, but I found it laughable. Elders should act like elders, not bully others with their power. I had no reason to bow down to such a person. I know her true nature. In the original story, she took advantage of the Su family's weakness and crippled my cultivation with a single blow, without even bothering to explain. I never intended to let someone like her go from the very beginning. Enraged by my words, she raised her hand to strike. The entire room tensed to the extreme, but I didn't even blink, simply saying, "If you dare touch me, be prepared to die." She sneered, "So what if I'm killed?" She thought she was in the right, forgetting that some social classes were not to be trampled upon. I simply laughed. I said to everyone, "If I am guilty, you can kill me, I will accept it. But if you act without evidence, the Su family will mobilize all its forces, and even if we lose the battlefield, they will destroy your Han family." My words fell silent. The ordinary students turned pale. For the first time, they realized that behind the Su family was a family of martial saints. Lin Panchi stood in the corner, completely frozen. She finally realized that what she had rejected back then was not just me, but a family standing at the pinnacle of power. Han Shuang was stunned, but still tried to put on a brave face. She asked me what gave me the right to represent the Su family. I didn't explain, but turned to the Su family members and asked them directly, what if the Su family members were innocently slaughtered? The next second, everyone responded in unison, blood for blood, with the entire clan's blood. This is the Su family. They have guarded the outer realms for 1,000 years. They are not to be trampled upon at will. As soon as I finished speaking, a figure appeared beside me, my protector. Fifth uncle appeared, his imposing presence commanding attention. He looked at Han Shuang, demanding she explain my crimes clearly, or the Su family wouldn't hesitate to seek justice for me. At this moment, Han Shuang's expression finally changed. She realized that no matter how useless I seemed, I was still the young master of the Su family. If she touched me, it was equivalent to touching the entire Su family. She suppressed her anger and changed her tune, saying it was a matter of school rules. I smiled and stared at her, asking which rule I had broken. The heavenly ranking allows for all-out attacks. How can challenging the number one be considered bullying the weak? She couldn't say it, and everyone in the audience finally understood that she had lost this round. I deliberately amplified my voice so everyone could hear me clearly. She wanted to pin a label on me? Fine, I'd tear it to shreds in front of everyone. No sooner had I finished speaking than Principal Wang Tianming appeared out of nowhere and immediately ruled that I hadn't violated any rules. I immediately fixed my gaze on Han Shuang, my tone turning cold. Since I was innocent, what right did she have to lecture me? Su Jinyuan's killing intent locked onto her simultaneously. If she remained defiant, she wouldn't be leaving today. Her face turned completely ugly. I had cornered her. Finally, she gritted her teeth and admitted her misjudgment, apologizing publicly. I only replied with 3 words, "I don't accept it," and then directly ordered my men to attack. The next second, a slap resounded throughout the entire arena. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and the pressure of a 9th rank expert descended instantly, preventing any of the students from even lifting their heads. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her voice trembled. A 9th rank grandmaster. Standing before her was my second uncle, Su Zhanhuang, a powerful expert in the late stage of the 9th rank. I gave him a slight bow, but I knew in my heart that I had already planned this all along. She dared to use her cultivation to suppress me, so I would send someone stronger to suppress her. Second uncle laughed loudly, saying that this is how the Su family should be. No one can pin the blame on us if we haven't done anything wrong. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on us will pay the price. I looked at Han Shuang, who was bent over under the weight, and asked her if she submitted. Her face was full of humiliation, but she could only lower her head and say, "I submit." With that lowered head, everyone understood that she had lost today. Chu Feng's expression completely changed. He stared at me, gritted his teeth, and said fiercely, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and I will definitely trample on you in the future. I just smiled and said, "Then you'd better work hard." I won't give him 30 years. Right now, he's just a pawn with some value, and I'm going to squeeze every last drop of opportunity out of him. I already know what I'm doing. I'm going to take all his relics, his legacy, and his martial arts techniques. I'm keeping him alive just so he can continue to supply me with resources. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Wang Tianming immediately declared himself the winner and then announced the news of the 9th grade inheritance, drawing everyone's attention back to the heavenly ranking. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The 9th grade inheritance represented the pinnacle of the future, and no one wanted to miss it. The atmosphere at the entire Jingwu Academy instantly ignited. My second and fifth uncles left quickly. I didn't linger either, turning to leave. 2 murderous gazes were fixed on me from behind, but I didn't even bother to turn back. Once they enter the extraterritorial battlefield, they'll die sooner or later. Especially Han Shuang. Keeping her around is a threat, and I've already sentenced her to death. Back at the villa, I had just opened the system when notifications started blaring. A barrage of rewards rained down, slapping Chu Feng and his master in the face. My villain value skyrocketed by 15,000. I gained 10 strands of heaven and earth power, along with the heavenly origin pill and the soul forging scripture. I almost burst out laughing. This harvest was even more ruthless than I had anticipated. 10 strands of heaven and earth power allowed me to reach the threshold of the 7th rank ahead of schedule. The soul forging scripture is an even more crucial resource. With it, my spiritual power will far surpass that of everyone else. I know very well that as long as I am strong enough, Chu Feng will never be able to turn the tables. He hasn't exhausted all his opportunities yet, especially the ruins in the outer battlefield, a martial god-level treasure, which will fall into my hands sooner or later. But before that, I need to get the key from his master. I cleared my mind, opened my attribute panel, cultivation level, late stage of 6th rank, villain value, 22,000. His chi and blood were nearing their limits, and his mental strength was approaching the threshold of a grandmaster. He had relied on resources to force his way up these past few days, so his realm was a bit weak, but as long as he had villain points, this was no problem at all. I took out the heavenly origin pill, its golden light swirling in my palm. This thing can dramatically increase my success rate when breaking through to the 7th rank. Once my heavenly soul is formed, my future will be smooth sailing. Without hesitation, I immediately activated the system to increase my control over my chi and blood. The villain value was deducted, and my control instantly reached its maximum. My chi and blood surged violently within me, like an angry dragon churning. A few minutes later, I exhaled a mouthful of blood mist, feeling clearer and more radiant than ever before. My power flowed freely, far surpassing what I had experienced before. This feeling of complete control is addictive. I know very well that if I were to unleash that strike again now, Chu Feng wouldn't even have the right to live. Without further delay, I swallowed the heavenly origin pill, gathered spiritual herbs around myself, sat cross-legged, and began circulating my cultivation technique, directly attempting to break through to the 7th grade grandmaster realm. Energy exploded within my body, and my blood and chi gathered in my dantian. Only the final step remained. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth began to converge upon me, the commotion growing ever stronger. The sky above Kyoto darkened rapidly, tribulation clouds gathered, and thunder roared. A terrifying pressure descended, alarming the entire capital, and countless powerful figures looked up simultaneously. They were guessing who was breaking through to the heavenly soul grandmaster level, because ordinary grandmasters couldn't possibly summon tribulation clouds. Only a true prodigy could command such a spectacle. The tribulation clouds pressed lower and lower, forming a sea of lightning. Everyone realized that if this tribulation was successful, it almost certainly guaranteed a future 9th rank. And at the very center of the calamity clouds was my villa. This fact was so absurd that they couldn't believe it. Lin Panchi stood at a distance, watching this scene, her expression shifting from shock to resentment. She refused to admit that I had already reached a position she could never reach. Han Shuang stood in the air, her eyes cold. She knew she had offended me and understood that I wouldn't let her go, so she had only one thought in her mind, to kill me beforehand. Wang Tianming was both surprised and delighted. He knew very well what a heavenly soul grandmaster meant, but he was also afraid that if he hadn't had a powerful background, the school might have crushed him. Just as everyone was speculating, I soared into the sky. Surrounded by the power of heaven and earth, I charged directly into the center of the tribulation clouds. The sea of lightning instantly erupted, unleashing a torrent of destructive power. Lightning strong enough to shatter an ordinary grandmaster struck me, yet I didn't even flinch. I stood in the center of the sea of lightning, letting the lightning engulf my body. At that very moment, I grabbed a bolt of lightning and probed into it with my spiritual power. The next second, my eyes lit up. Deep within the thunder, a glimmer of life was hidden. This was not mere destruction. It was the power of life and death intertwined. I instantly understood that this was the opportunity. Others feared the lightning tribulation, but I could use it to directly elevate my body to a higher level. Without hesitation, I dispelled my defenses, allowing the lightning to strike directly into my body. The excruciating pain tore through my meridians, yet I couldn't help but laugh. I focused on that glimmer of life and dragged it directly into my blood and chi. The next second, green light shone from the shattered meridians, the injuries began to heal frantically, and my body began to be reborn from destruction. The repaired meridians were wider and stronger, and even the rudiments of immortal substances appeared in the blood and chi. I was shocked. That was something that only an 8th rank cultivator could touch, yet I had already reached the threshold. I could no longer contain my elation. I looked up at the sky filled with lightning and roared, "Come here, all of you." The next moment, I reached out and grabbed, forcibly dragging the lightning into my body like an angry dragon. The powerful figures below all paled. Wang Tianming's face turned ashen, and his second uncle frowned as well. They thought I had gone mad. If I could withstand 49 bolts of lightning, I could have easily reached the 7th rank. But I deliberately drew lightning into my body. If I couldn't withstand it, my foundation would be completely destroyed. The crowd gasped in shock. Some said I was courting death, and some couldn't even bear to look anymore. Lin Panchi, however, was filled with excitement. She couldn't wait for me to die in the lightning tribulation. I ignored her, repeatedly swallowing the lightning into my body, forcibly seizing life from destruction. A dozen minutes later, my breath was extremely weak, like a candle flame that might be extinguished at any moment. The 49 bolts of lightning had passed, but the tribulation clouds still hadn't dissipated. My second uncle finally couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed his inner energy, trying to tear through space to save me, but Wang Tianming stopped him. Outsiders interfering would only make the tribulation more terrifying. Just when everyone thought I was about to give up, two forces suddenly erupted from within me. One was destructive, and the other was vital, both soaring into the sky at the same time. With a deafening boom, the tribulation clouds were shattered. As the setting sun shone down, I stood in the void, my power surging within me, distorting even the space itself. I opened my eyes, and a bolt of black lightning flashed past. With a casual punch, the void shattered like a mirror, and I finally stepped into the 7th rank, becoming a heavenly soul grandmaster. Destruction and rebirth coexist within me. This body has been transformed. I murmured to myself, this power is called the body of destruction. I know Chu Feng's tactics well. The more desperate the situation, the more explosive his power. But this time, I am the one who will experience this transformation first. I opened the panel. My health was 27,000. My mental strength was approaching the late stage of the 7th rank, and my villain value was also rising. Now, I could suppress ordinary 7th rank cultivators. After accumulating another batch of villain value and exchanging it for resources, once I entered the extraterritorial battlefield, I could take care of Han Shuang single-handedly. But the real key was that inheritance key. My second great uncle came over and patted me on the shoulder, saying that I had a solid foundation and would definitely reach the 9th rank within the next 20 years, and had a chance to become a martial saint within 50 years. I smiled, but in my heart I felt it was too slow. Becoming a martial saint was just the beginning. The road ahead was much longer. Wang Tianming reminded me to stabilize my qi and blood, and to meet at the nursing home tomorrow night. I nodded in agreement. This was just the beginning, and the real opportunities were yet to come. Meanwhile, Kyoto was in an uproar. The news of the Su family's young master's advancement to the heavenly soul grandmaster spread, and all the aristocratic families were on edge. In the Lin family hall, Lin Hao's face turned deathly pale upon hearing the news. He finally understood that what he had rejected wasn't just a person, but a path to the heavens. He frantically contacted Lin Panchi, hoping she would beg him, thinking he might come back. But he didn't know, he no longer needed her. The following night, all 20 trainees gathered at the nursing home. Wang Tianming told everyone to stay close, while Chu Feng, at the back of the group, stared intently ahead. He had only one thought in his mind, the 9th grade inheritance. He had to get his hands on it. I followed Wang Tianming into the nursing home, and as soon as I stepped inside, I sensed something was wrong. This place didn't feel like a place for retirement. It felt more like a silent battlefield, making my heart tighten with unease. A group of disabled old men sat in the pavilion. Some had missing arms, some had missing legs, and some were blind, yet their aura remained terrifying. They had all once been powerful figures of the 7th rank or higher. These people weren't retired. They fought until they could no longer fight before being sent back here. But if an enemy comes, they will still stand up and become the last line of defense. The once arrogant students on the heavenly ranking have all restrained their aura, even walking with a softer gait. Looking at these people, I know in my heart that these are the true strongmen. Several elderly people glanced at us and immediately discerned our cultivation levels. When it was my turn, someone laughed and said that the Su family's young man was indeed extraordinary. A heavenly soul grandmaster coming from the Su family was truly enviable. Wang Tianming exchanged a few pleasantries, but his expression turned serious when he mentioned Elder Zhao. The 9th grade grandmaster was nearing the end of his life. This inheritance was his final legacy. We were led to the villa, where Wang Tianming had us line up. One by one we went in, and one by one we came out, all with excited expressions. Even 10 minutes of instruction was enough for them. Yi Qing went in and came out quickly, his expression complicated. I could tell at a glance that he had been scolded. Next was Chu Feng's turn, and I opened my eyes, already guessing the outcome. 20 minutes later, he emerged, outwardly calm, but the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. He had indeed been chosen. This inheritance had belonged to him from the very beginning. Soon it was my turn. Everyone stared at me, eager to see if I could claim the inheritance. I nodded, walked directly into the villa, and closed the door behind me. The room reeked of medicine and had a musty, decaying smell. I didn't look around much, went straight to the old man, cupped my hands in greeting, and said, "Greetings, headmaster." He was so thin he was just a skeleton. He opened his eyes to look at me and asked me to sit down. I sat down and met his gaze. He scrutinized me for a long time, then said he never expected that the Jingwu Martial Arts Academy would produce a heavenly soul grandmaster. But he was very direct, saying that this inheritance wasn't suitable for me and that someone else had already been chosen. However, he could offer me some guidance and ask what I wanted. I wasn't surprised at all, because I knew that this inheritance originally belonged to Chu Feng. I didn't come here for it from the beginning. I looked at him and slowly spoke. What I want isn't the inheritance. He was taken aback and asked what I wanted. I stared at him and said, I want the key. As soon as those two words fell, his aura surged, and a 9th grade pressure instantly erupted. He stared intently at me, asking if I knew the secret of that thing. I nodded, without backing down. The powerful figures outside had all sensed it, yet he blocked them all. I knew that with this step, I had stepped into his obsession. He spent his entire life obsessed with that ruin, believing it to be the treasure of the martial god, exhausting his resources for it. I told him directly that it wasn't the martial god's ruin. The light in his eyes dimmed instantly, as if his belief had been shattered. He smiled bitterly and said that it might just be the ruin of a martial saint, or even a trap set by an alien race. I didn't explain much, only saying that the things inside suited me and could help me reach a higher level. This place was never meant for them. He remained silent for a long time before finally producing a bronze key. He said he could give it to me, but I had to agree to one condition. He mentioned the 19th city beyond the realm, where there was the son of an old friend. That person had saved him years ago, but he had never been able to protect the child. He wanted me to use the power of the Su family to protect that person for 100 years. After saying this, his voice was weary, as if he were resolving his final obsession. Upon hearing Elder Zhao's request, I instantly understood. I knew this plot all too well. In the original book, Chu Feng used this very incident to find a hidden genius in the 19th city. That person appeared ordinary, but in reality, he possessed an extraordinary physique. It was just that no one had noticed. Chu Feng used his special abilities to uncover him, and within 3 years, he had reached the 8th rank, becoming Chu Feng's strongest ally. I almost burst out laughing. This wasn't a request, it was practically handing me a protagonist's destiny. I agreed on the spot, guaranteeing with the reputation of the Su family that I would nurture the person. Old Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and handed me the bronze key. I took it, my mood instantly brightening. This trip had been incredibly profitable. Just as I was about to leave, he handed me the storage ring, saying it was useless to a dying man like himself. I took the ring, my smile widening. This haul had exceeded my expectations. I had just stepped out of the villa when a system notification exploded. I'd stolen the protagonist's opportunity, received 20,000 villain points, a 9th grade cultivation card, and the Void Blade technique. My heart skipped a beat. The 9th grade cultivation card would allow me to reach the top in a short time, and the Void Blade technique was a star-level martial art, something even a martial saint might not have seen. Before I could even process the reward, I saw Chu Feng's smug expression. Having been chosen as the successor, his future was clearly written all over his face. People surrounded him to congratulate him. He was modest, but his eyes couldn't hide his pride. He even glanced at me, as if showing off his connections and status. I just smiled. Friendships are meaningless on foreign battlefields. Only those who survive will have the right to talk about relationships. Seeing that I wasn't angry, he became even more annoyed. But since Principal Wang had already given the order to let him in, he had no choice but to suppress his emotions and enter the villa. Soon, the successor was chosen. Principal Wang announced that they would be heading to the outer battlefield in 7 days, and all trainees would have to participate in the final assessment. The news caused an uproar on campus. Many were incredibly excited, thinking it was an honor, but I knew that place was a meat grinder for selecting the living. I walked through the campus, watching their smiling faces. The moment they saw me, their smiles vanished, replaced by wariness and disgust. They believed Chu Feng's words, mistaking me for a spoiled young master from a powerful family. I didn't care, because my true battlefield was never here. The mortality rate for this year's assessment will exceed 70%. Only those who return alive will be considered true martial artists. I couldn't be bothered to look at them anymore and left with the Su family disciples. Many people kept their distance along the way, avoiding them like the plague. The disciples behind me laughed, saying the Su family now seemed like a cannibal. I laughed too. Reputation is worthless in the face of strength. I told them, if you act uprightly, what is there to fear from rumors? The Su family's roots have never been in the capital, but on the battlefields beyond the borders. We had barely walked a distance when a barrage of insults began behind us. They said all martial arts families were the same, bullying others with their power, and even threatened that we would be isolated on the battlefield beyond the borders. Some were more direct, saying they wanted to join Chu Feng's cause. They felt that a genius from a humble background was more real, and that following him would be more meaningful than getting close to a powerful family. They might even be able to turn their lives around together. The rumors grew increasingly outrageous, and major martial arts universities began to ostracize scions of aristocratic families. Chu Feng, on the other hand, was elevated to a pedestal, becoming a symbol of resistance against power, and his prestige skyrocketed. On the 6th day, the atmosphere in the Lin family's main hall was tense. While preparing for the assessment, they also planned to have Lin Hao go into seclusion to break through to the 8th rank in an attempt to turn the tide. Just then, a disciple reported that Chu Feng had emerged from seclusion and was requesting an audience outside the gate. The Lin family was instantly overjoyed, with Lin Hao personally going to greet him. He laughed heartily, saying that he had made the right bet back then. The elders also changed their tune, praising his sharp eye and, incidentally, extolling Chu Feng to the skies. Chu Feng entered the hall, his demeanor completely transformed. He bowed to everyone, then looked at Lin Panchi, his tone gentle, and announced his return. He publicly promised to protect her for the rest of his life. Lin Panchi responded, fighting back tears, while the Lin family members watched with expressions of relief, as if they had already grasped their future. Lin Hao immediately lowered his stance, asking Chu Feng to take good care of the Lin family on the battlefield outside the domain. Chu Feng readily agreed, adding that he would never forget the Lin family's kindness to him. But his real purpose was to use the Lin family to gather second- and third-rate families. He wanted to form an alliance to fight against the first-rate families on the battlefield outside the region. Lin Hao agreed without hesitation. This was a chance for the Lin family to turn their fortunes around. As long as Chu Feng became a leader of the younger generation, they could rise to prominence as well. After making the arrangements, Lin Hao let the two of them go out for a walk. Walking side by side on the street, Lin Panchi couldn't help but ask, "Will my breakthrough to grandmaster put pressure on him?" Chu Feng, however, was very confident, saying that he had already reached the mid-stage of the 6th rank and would even condense a heavenly soul. His tone was resolute, as if he could already see the future. She was completely at ease, even feeling that she hadn't chosen the wrong person. One day, he would trample her underfoot. I completely ignored all of that. After returning to the Su family, I secluded myself in the cultivation room to stabilize my realm and focus on cultivating the void blade technique. The Su family's training room possessed astonishing resources. One day there was equivalent to a month outside. I immersed myself in it for 7 days, until the morning of the 7th day, when my sword intent soared into the sky. At that moment, all the Su family's swords and blades rang out in unison, as if submitting to a higher being. All the powerful figures rushed over, their eyes fixed intently on the training room's door. I stepped out in a white robe, my sword intent still sharp and menacing. Everyone immediately recognized that I had reached the great perfection of sword intent. After a brief silence, everyone bowed in unison, their voices resounding throughout the surrounding area. "Young Master Su, your strength has advanced once more." I looked into the distance and said only one sentence. "Let's set off." The battlefield beyond the borders, it's time for everyone to understand the Su family's significance. On graduation day, 3,000 students gathered on the training ground. Everyone was excited, believing they were about to become famous throughout the world. But I knew very well that most of them wouldn't even survive the first battle. The group quickly split. The scions of powerful families formed one side, while those from humble backgrounds and smaller clans rallied into a larger camp, with Chu Feng standing at the very front. Behind him stood over 2,000 people who called themselves the New Era Alliance, claiming they would break the rules of the powerful families and establish a new order. They were all hot-blooded and thought they were fighting against injustice, but to me they were all a joke. They didn't even understand the rules, yet they dared to talk about changing the world. The Dragon Kingdom has never closed the path for ordinary people. As long as you have the strength and make contributions, the military resources and official channels will give you opportunities. No one can stop you. The top-tier families of today also fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It's just that after they succeeded, they were later cursed as evil dragons. The real resources are all on the battlefields beyond the borders. Alien races, ferocious beasts, and ruins are all there. If you want them, you have to fight for them with your life. There are no shortcuts. Those who accuse powerful families of monopolizing resources never consider that they haven't even reached the threshold themselves, yet they blame others for blocking their way. You haven't even reached the 6th rank, yet you're eyeing 9th rank resources. This isn't being suppressed, it's overestimating your abilities. If you have the strength, resources will naturally be delivered to you. Without the strength, shouting slogans is useless. I've seen far too many people who disguise incompetence as righteousness. Wang Tianming stood on the stage and silenced the entire audience with a single sentence. He said, "You are geniuses in school, but on the battlefield, you are nothing." He said the people there had seen blood and killed enemies. If you go there with pride, 9 out of 10 will die. The playground fell silent instantly. Many people turned pale, realizing that this wasn't a competition, but a life or death struggle. He smiled again, saying that as long as you survive, you will naturally become stronger in 4 years. Some will become grandmasters, some will become pillars of society. His last words were, "I hope that when I see you all again, you will all be alive." Those words carried more weight than any grand declaration. The bell rang, and 3,000 people set off in unison. The procession moved outwards, and Chu Feng and I met again at the exit. He looked at me, as if he had already won. He said the battlefield was just beginning, and he would show me what it meant to have the hearts of the people. He also said that a young master from a powerful family like me would never win the hearts of the people. After saying that, he led the alliance away with his head held high. Someone behind me whispered, "Why do they always feel like they're isolating us?" I stared at Chu Feng's retreating figure, my smile deepening. Because they truly believed they were on the right side. Perhaps they thought they were invincible again. But they forgot that the battlefields beyond the realms were the true home ground for us aristocratic families. The teleportation array activated, and we entered the extraterrestrial battlefield. This is not a training ground. It's a battlefield where lives are at stake. Every year, out of tens of millions of graduates, 2 million die here. Yet no one retreats, because this is a war of annihilation. We walked along the cleared road, lined with ordinary people on both sides. All the trainees stood tall and proud, unaware of what they were about to face. The Dragon Kingdom has 36 teleportation arrays, each corresponding to a stronghold. Each one is guarded by a martial saint, and these are territories that the human race defended with their lives. Upon arriving at the military base, I found it heavily guarded by 100,000 soldiers, their presence imposing. Ahead lay a 500-meter-long spatial rift, seemingly capable of swallowing everything. Stepping inside, everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, a colossal city appeared before me, its walls scarred by countless battles. Laughter echoed from the city walls. Qin Tua, the general of the 9 cities, was in charge of receiving us. He said we were the last batch of trainees. The city gates opened, and everyone rushed into the city, excitement written all over their faces, but no one knew what would tear that excitement apart. After arranging our accommodations, Chu Feng and his men blocked our way downstairs and kicked us out, saying the place belonged to them. I didn't argue and left with my men. They, however, thought we were scared and laughed even more arrogantly. People from humble backgrounds and minor families joined in the commotion, as if sheer numbers could overcome everything. When it was time to gather, they continued to drive them away. Chu Feng even publicly shouted that they were afraid of the powerful families and told them to get lost. Those around me immediately chimed in, accusing us of bullying others and saying they didn't want to team up with us. The people behind me held their anger in silence. Chu Feng became even more smug, believing he had won over people's hearts. At that moment, the military academy troops entered the field, their steps precise and their presence imposing. Chu Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward. He introduced himself, speaking sincerely, trying to draw them into his scheme. He appeared humble, but in reality, he was using them as a pawn. He started talking about me, portraying himself as the victim and me as the villain, trying to steer the military academy to take sides. He said I used my power to force him into marriage, that I broke off the engagement and assaulted someone, erasing all the key details and leaving only the most offensive parts. Lin Panshi also stepped forward, feigning grievance, saying she was forced into the engagement and humiliated by me, forced to swallow her anger. The people around her grew angrier, and the cursing resumed. But I had never laid a finger on any of these people. They were simply afraid of the powerful families and wanted to stick together for mutual support, so they were willing to believe anything that could give them a sense of security. Fang Ting remained silent until they finished shouting. Then he only asked one question. Which of you has truly been bullied by him? As soon as those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Those who had been shouting the loudest earlier all lowered their heads, and not one of them could recount their personal experience, because they hadn't been touched by me at all. They were only afraid of the word aristocratic family and greedy for the sense of security that banding together brought, which was why they desperately chose sides, not caring whether it was true or not. Chu Feng's face stiffened, and he still wanted to salvage the situation. He continued to remind Fang Ting that aristocratic families were domineering and that he should be careful of him, his tone full of deliberately crafted righteousness. Lin Panshi echoed her sentiments, feigning victimhood and saying that the Su family was the worst at bullying people, as if the more pitiful she sounded, the more believable it seemed. But the next second, Fang Ting abruptly pulled his hand back, turned to look at me, and his voice suddenly grew louder. Young Master Su, are these the pretty boy and the woman? His tone was smiling, but his words were like knives. The military academy erupted in laughter, wave after wave of laughter completely drowning out Chu Feng and the others. Some people mocked her on the spot, saying that this kind of woman dared to look down on young Master Su, while others laughed at them for not even recognizing the person and daring to stir up trouble. Chu Feng's group was completely stunned. They had originally thought they could win over the military academy, but in the blink of an eye, They had become the laughing stock of the entire room, and their faces were all looking increasingly grim. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and questioned Fong Ting about his meaning. Fong Ting's smile vanished, and he replied coldly, "Nothing. I just find you all laughable." The next moment, he turned sharply and shouted, "Brothers, do you believe him or young Master Su?" A unified roar rose into the sky. "Believe young Master Su." The sound wave made the faces of the Jingwu members turn pale, and even Chu Feng was stunned. I slowly stepped forward, looking at his blank face, and said in a low but sharp voice, "You frog in a well, do you really think you can fool everyone with just a few words?" I approached him step by step, his eyes hardening as he demanded to know what tricks I had played. He didn't understand why the military academy wasn't on his side, because he had never seen a real battlefield. These people at the military academy had seen blood, death, and what the Su family had done on the front lines. Fong Ting stood beside me, deliberately half a step behind. He looked at Chu Feng and sneered, saying that they had already investigated everything, but were too lazy to talk about it. He said that if it weren't for the battlefield outside the region, someone would have already come after Chu Feng. His tone was relaxed, but his eyes were chillingly cold, and Chu Feng fell silent. He finally realized that the phrase, "from a poor family," was not a foolproof shield. Those who had truly risen from the bottom had the utmost contempt for those who feigned helplessness. I turned to the military academy cadets, my voice calm yet clear. "Do you believe me, or are you just a bunch of bullies relying on your power?" 3,000 people responded in unison, "No." This single shout froze the atmosphere. I continued, "Do you believe me alone, or do you believe these 2,000 plus people?" The response was even louder. "Believe young Master Su." I asked again, "I come from a family of martial arts masters, are you afraid?" They answered without hesitation, "No." I asked one last time, "Who guards this land?" They roared in unison, "The martial saint." I swept my gaze over the Jingwu group, my voice turning cold. None of them come from aristocratic families. They all climbed their way up from the very bottom. They had fewer resources, a lower starting point, yet they are stronger than you. You call them geniuses, so what are they? Each word felt like a slap in the face. Those so-called geniuses all lowered their heads, none daring to refute. I sneered, hiding in the rear crying injustice, yet unaware of who's risking their lives on the front lines. If you truly want fairness, go fight on the battlefield. Fong Ting picked up the conversation, immediately cursing, "You're such a jerk." He stared at Chu Feng and said, "They trust me, never because of my status." I said, "Back in military school, I challenged 3,000 people of the same level and remained undefeated." These words struck like a thunderbolt. Everyone at Jingwu High School looked up abruptly, their faces filled with shock. They couldn't believe it because they had only seen me in my martial arts form at Jingwu, never witnessed my true strength. Fong Ting continued, saying that he had given them earth rank and profound rank martial arts techniques, allowing them to shed their inferior skills. He said his martial saint status was earned through countless battles, not through resources. Finally, he looked at Lin Panchi with disgust, saying that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have wasted several years of his life. He roared, ordering everyone in the military academy to stand on his side. The next second, everyone marched forward in unison, as orderly as iron. The square instantly split in two. One side was deathly still, the other brimming with youthful vigor. The difference was immediately apparent. Chu Feng whirled around, realizing his so-called alliance was beginning to crumble. His expression changed drastically. A system notification popped into my mind, villain points credited. My smile deepened. I'd squeezed another benefit out of him. People like Chu Feng need to be nurtured. Once his luck improves, a final, decisive strike will be much more painful. This is an extraterritorial battlefield, my territory. He wants to rise again. He'll only be crushed step by me. Soon, another group entered. Yi Qing arrived with the martial arts administration personnel, and upon seeing the standoff, he was clearly stunned. Before he could figure out what was going on, Chu Feng had already rushed over, a smile on his face, ready to pull this group into his camp. Yi Qing merely greeted him politely as Brother Chu, his attitude lukewarm. Yi Lianxing was even more direct. She didn't even bother to glance at Chu Feng, rolled her eyes, and turned to walk towards me. As she walked, she called out to Yi Qing, saying she would come to my side first. Chu Feng's face instantly froze, and he couldn't suppress the anger in his eyes. He couldn't understand why Yi Lianxing, such a proud and talented woman, would be so close to him. He outwardly expressed his affection for Lin Panchi, but inwardly, he also harbored feelings for other beautiful women. Yi Lianxing possessed stunning beauty, exceptional talent, and a privileged family background. Naturally, he also desired to be close to such a woman. Unfortunately, Yi Lianxing never liked him from the beginning. In her original destiny, she only had me in her heart. Later, when I was killed by Chu Feng and Han Shuang, she went almost crazy and wanted revenge. However, the Yi family suppressed her, and in the end, heartbroken, she ventured alone into the depths of the alien race, slaying several 8th-rank golden body experts before perishing herself. Thinking of this, my gaze towards her darkened slightly. Seeing his sister run to my side, Yi Qing could only shake his head with a wry smile. He was about to follow when Chu Feng hurriedly stopped him. Chu Feng told him that the other side was a powerful family alliance led by me, and the people from Jingwu were all on his side. Yi Qing was stunned and asked what this alliance was all about. Chu Feng immediately and patiently explained, trying to portray me as a despised playboy from a powerful family, hoping to get Yi Qing to side with him. But after he finished speaking, Yi Qing's gaze towards him changed. He only politely thanked him, and then, leading several geniuses from the martial arts administration, walked towards me without hesitation. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. In his mind, Yi Qing should be on his side. After all, he also had the background of the martial arts administration. But reality was like a slap in the face. The geniuses from humble backgrounds in the New Era Alliance also fell silent. They had thought I was a spoiled brat rejected by everyone. But then Yi Qing came, and even the people from the martial arts administration stood by my side. Chu Feng's face darkened completely, especially when he saw Yi Qing smiling at me. The jealousy and hatred in his eyes were almost impossible to hide. He had cursed me countless times in his mind, wishing he could find an opportunity to kill me immediately. The sky darkened quickly, and before 5 o'clock, the sky over the outer battlefield was already dyed orange-red by the sunset. Major General Qin Tuo also arrived at the square with Han Shuang and the head instructor of Jingwu. Qin Tuo stood in front of everyone, his voice cold and hard. He told us that this was the waste area of the human race's position, and there was no need to worry about safety for the time being. But from today onwards, the 4-year graduation assessment would officially begin. To graduate, you need to survive and earn points. Battle merits, resources, beast cores, alien heads, and mineral vein clues can all be exchanged for points. It doesn't matter if you don't hand over resources, that's just one way to earn points. Qin Tuo then announced that there were 2 more tasks before the free time. Tomorrow, everyone would enter the primeval forest beyond the domain for 10 days of training, slaying as many ferocious beasts as possible to obtain beast cores, which would determine their points and rankings. The top 10 will travel to the first city in half a month to participate in the All-Star Martial Arts Exchange Tournament, and the winners will receive generous rewards. After saying this, he asked everyone to come forward and receive their identity cards. The ID card is our identification card in the extraterritorial battlefield, and we must keep it safe. When it was my turn to receive it, Major General Qin Tuo suddenly spoke up, saying that General Su Long had sent a message asking me to go with him in a little while. I took the ID card, raising an eyebrow slightly. Why was my cheapskate father contacting me at this time? After receiving the ID card, I followed Major General Qin Tuo out of the square and flew directly into the 9th City military base. Qin Tuo was a major general in the military, promoted by the Su family, so he was considered one of their own. Therefore, I didn't ask any questions and just followed him into the conference room. He pressed the button, and a virtual figure quickly appeared. I looked up and saw it was my father, Su Long. My father looked at me and said calmly, "Once you get to 9th City, familiarize yourself with it. I called you here today because I have something to tell you." I nodded and asked him what it was. The smile on his face vanished instantly, his fingers tapped lightly on the table, and the atmosphere turned cold. He said that he didn't need to participate in tomorrow's ferocious beast assessment, and could stay at the base to cultivate. His real task was the Global Martial Arts University exchange competition. A thought struck me, and my father continued, instructing me to focus on probing the martial arts students in Japan and the Philippines. According to intelligence gathered by the Dragon Kingdom, these 2 places were suspected of having sided with a foreign race, and might even have undergone foreign modifications. If it was confirmed that they were problematic, the father's voice turned completely somber, and he uttered only 4 words: "Kill them all." At that moment, the murderous intent in the conference room pressed down like a knife. Betraying humanity was a capital offense. Once confirmed, each nation would send a martial saint to jointly exterminate the entire race, leaving no one alive. Without the slightest hesitation, I agreed immediately, because I knew very well that in the original storyline, they did indeed side with the alien race. If they hadn't discovered it early, Neon and Black Fae would have almost led a 9th-rank grandmaster, or even a martial saint-level alien, into Blue Star. In the original book, it was Chu Feng who noticed something amiss when he fought them, then reported it, and personally killed them. which greatly increased his reputation. But things are different now. This task has fallen into my hands, and the credit that Chu Feng wanted should be given to someone else. My father seemed surprised by my calm demeanor. He frowned and asked me if I didn't want to ask more questions. He said that this time he wasn't ordering me to kill 1 or 2 people, but a whole group, and it might even affect the survival of 2 regions. I stroked the storage ring on my hand, smiled faintly, and said that I trusted my father's judgment and despised those who betrayed humanity. If they dared to bow down to other races, I wouldn't hesitate to kill a few students, or even personally exterminate their entire race. My father gave me a deep look, as if he were seeing me for the first time, and finally said, "If you have the guts, then go for it." I laughed when I heard that a martial arts master was backing me up. With that in mind, I had even less to worry about when I made my move. Then I remembered something else and told my father that after the assessment, I wanted to go to the front lines to see Grandpa. In the original book, Grandpa Su Zhantian would perish a year later. He had guarded the human race for 100 years, and I absolutely couldn't let that happen. More importantly, I have a great opportunity that might allow the Su family to create a true demigod. My father did not object, only saying that my grandfather had also wanted to see me all these years, but he was being closely watched by the alien martial saints at the front lines and could not get away. After giving these instructions, the father prepared to make arrangements for the counterattack against the alien army the next day and quickly ended the communication. After the communication was disconnected, I looked at Chen Tua, smiled, and cupped my hands to congratulate him on his upcoming breakthrough to the 9th grade grandmaster. Chen Tua is a member of the Su family faction. The stronger he becomes, the more beneficial it is to the Su family. It's only a matter of time before he is promoted to lieutenant general. He smiled and said a few modest words, then invited me to eat beast meat at the base, saying that I hadn't been here for many years and was afraid I had almost forgotten the taste. The next day, outside the 9th city, all the students from the various martial arts schools gathered, listened to the rules, received their equipment, and then rushed into the forest. Some team up, some go it alone. Everyone wants to compete for a spot in the global exchange competition. I had already been pre-selected to participate in the competition, so I didn't need to take any assessments. I just stayed in the training room at the military base to cultivate in seclusion. Chu Feng had originally planned to sabotage me during the assessment so I wouldn't get a good ranking, but he discovered I hadn't even entered the arena. He could only suppress his anger and turned to team up with Lin Panchi to hunt ferocious beasts, feeling extremely frustrated. 10 days passed quickly. All students submitted their beast cores, the points were tallied, and the list of participants from 9th City was officially released. Chu Feng emerged victorious with a record of 20 level 7 ferocious beasts, 93 level 6 ferocious beasts, and 227 level 5 ferocious beasts. His total score reached 7,280 points, making him the undisputed first place in the 9th City Martial Arts Academy assessment. Second place went to Yiqing with 3,190 points, and third place went to Fongting from the Military Academy with 3,150 points. With that, the spots for 9th City in the Global Martial Arts Exchange Tournament were finalized, and on the same day, I ended my 10-day seclusion. When I opened my eyes, my internal energy surged like a torrent, and my cultivation level had steadily reached the mid-stage of the 7th rank. After swallowing the Heavenly Origin pill, I didn't rush to leave seclusion. Instead, I spent several more days in the secret chamber, suppressing my internal energy until I had completely stabilized at the mid-stage of the 7th rank, before finally pushing open the door and stepping out. In these 10 days, my cultivation level has improved, and my Void Blade technique has progressed from beginner to minor mastery. Although it is not yet considered mastery, this strike is enough to be my trump card. If I were to encounter someone like Lin Hao, who is at the peak of the late stage of the 7th rank, I would be confident that I could kill him with a single strike. Even if someone at the early stage of the 8th rank stood in front of me, I might not dare to take the blow head on. On the day of departure, I arrived at the meeting point. Major General Chen Tua and the 10 geniuses who were participating had already arrived. I went up to greet them and said that my seclusion had delayed me for a while. Chen Tua smiled and said it was just right. Everyone else looked somewhat surprised when they saw me, but Lin Panchi's expression changed immediately. She had managed to get 10th place thanks to Chu Feng's help, and she thought I wouldn't be in this exchange competition. But when she saw me, she immediately questioned Chen Tua, asking why I was allowed to go when I hadn't participated in the hunting competition. Chen Tuo's smile vanished instantly, and he coldly told her, "I am a Heavenly Soul Grandmaster, a 7th rank martial artist. I have an extra spot available. Do you have any other opinions?" Lin Panchi was speechless and could only glare at me with resentment. I ignored her and followed the others into the ninth city teleportation point. After the identity tokens were issued, the teleportation array lit up, and in the blink of an eye, we arrived at the first city martial arts arena, which was already filled with geniuses from martial arts universities all over the world. People of all skin colors stood in the arena exchanging ideas, and when they saw the markings on our name tags, they immediately knew that we came from the ninth city of the Dragon Kingdom. After Qin Tua led us to the ninth city area, he went to the city lord's mansion to report. The others quickly dispersed to chat with acquaintances. It was Lin Panchi and Xu Feng's first time participating in such a global exchange competition, and everything was new and exciting. But soon, several dark-skinned, bald men set their sights on her. They pointed and whispered at Lin Panchi, their eyes lewd as if they wanted to strip her naked. Lin Panchi couldn't help but get angry and scolded them for being impolite. Instead, those people laughed and praised her beauty in broken Mandarin. Lin Panchi's expression had just calmed down when their next words completely broke her down. They mocked her for being only at the early stage of the 5th rank, questioning how she could be worthy of participating in the exchange competition. They even said they would find a quiet place to drink tonight and have a long chat with her all night long. Lin Panchi's eyes reddened with anger, and she wanted to rush over and make a move, but Chu Feng grabbed her and whispered that she should not cause trouble and that they should pay the price when the competition started. She nodded, but felt incredibly wronged. Everyone around her was watching the spectacle. She glanced at me instinctively, only to find me sitting cross-legged with my eyes closed, showing no reaction whatsoever. Her anger intensified, as if I had once said I would protect her, and now it was my turn to stand up for her. But she forgot that everything had ended the moment she betrayed me. Seeing that no one was making a move, the bald men became even more audacious, mocking her for her low cultivation level and saying that Chu Feng was like a coward. Lin Panchi bit her lip, but was stopped by Chu Feng. Just then, the teleportation array lit up again, and a figure emerged from the light, seemingly silencing all other sounds in the arena. The woman had long, flowing black hair, a tall and slender figure, long, straight legs, and an exquisitely beautiful face. Her aloof demeanor made her seem like a fairy from a painting, captivating all the men who stared at her. The dark-skinned bald men stared wide-eyed, and one of them immediately spoke up, saying he wanted to be friends with her and invited her to his house that night to chat about martial arts. A cold glint flashed in the woman's eyes, and she uttered only one word: "Get lost." The bald man's face darkened. She dared to threaten him, saying it wasn't a discussion, but an order, and that sleeping with them would be the honor of her life. Before he could finish speaking, a foot slammed down, stomping his head into the floor. With a bang, the entire place fell silent. I looked coldly at the person at my feet and said in a low voice, "If you can't speak, then you might as well die." At the Global Martial Arts Exchange Competition, there were top geniuses from martial arts universities around the world. The atmosphere was already tense. However, the black-haired genius, Adebayo, publicly humiliated a girl from China. I glanced at him and stomped his head into the floor. The moment the kick landed, the entire arena fell silent. The next second, the foreign geniuses had smiles on their faces as they watched the show, while the Chinese side had strange expressions, because they all recognized me, Suyu, the person who stirred up the elite family circle during the college entrance examination back then. Adebayo lay on the ground, struggling frantically, shouting that he was the son of the chieftain of the top tribe of Black Fly, and that his father was a 9th-rank grandmaster. He said that daring to touch him would be an insult to the entire Black Fly tribe. But his head was being stepped on by me, and he couldn't lift it at all. Several martial arts geniuses who came with him immediately stepped forward, unleashing their 6th-grade aura. They pointed at me and roared, demanding that I release their noble young master, Odibio, and threatening that the Dragon Kingdom must give them an explanation. I looked down at the person at my feet, a cold glint in my eyes. I slowly increased the pressure on my feet, and Odibio's skull made a faint cracking sound. He was finally afraid, and his voice changed. Those black-clad geniuses were completely enraged. They rolled up their sleeves, revealing their muscles, and charged at me, relying on their physical strength. The air seemed to be tearing apart as they ran, clearly intending to cripple me off the field. Unfortunately, they cultivate brute force, and in my eyes, they are not as threatening as Chu Feng. I raised my hand and took out the 9-hell blade from my storage ring. The moment the blade entered my palm, my aura suddenly became domineering and fierce. I slashed forward with a single strike, the crimson blade light tearing through the void, the terrifying blade intent like a churning sea of blood. Before the black-clad geniuses who rushed over could even touch me, they all screamed and flew backward. When the bloodstains faded, Only a pool of blood remained on the ground. Each of them had a pair of severed legs beside them, and screams echoed through the arena. The foreign geniuses who had just wanted to see a joke on the field instantly changed their expressions. The people from the Dragon Kingdom were also shocked. Everyone knew that there was no trouble outside the competition arena, but I deliberately crippled several black Philippine geniuses in front of everyone. I sheathed the 9 prisons blade, my face expressionless. I came here to make a big scene, and since they ran into me beforehand, they can only blame their bad luck. The aloof girl who had been harassed by Audrey looked at me with a change in her expression. She probably thought I was standing up for her, but I didn't even glance at her once. I just couldn't stand this bunch of trash. On the other side, Lin Panchi was so angry that she almost lost control. When she was provoked before, I didn't even give her a second glance. Now that other women are being humiliated, I directly cut off the legs of several people. The more she thought about it, the more resentful she became. She felt that I had clearly said I would treat her well for the rest of my life, but now that I was no longer around her, she thought I was petty and not a man. At this moment, Odbo, whom I was trampling underfoot, was still roaring, saying that he would complain to the Dragon Kingdom's officials and that he would make my whole family die. As soon as he said this, the expressions of all the geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom changed. They seemed to be lighting a candle for him at the same time, because everyone knew that what I couldn't tolerate the most was someone threatening me with my family. I narrowed my eyes and asked him in a low voice, "You want my whole family to die? Then why don't you die first?" As soon as I finished speaking, spiritual energy surged beneath my feet, and an aura of death instantly enveloped Audebio. Audebio finally came to his senses and screamed in terror, "No!" But I just coldly uttered, "Die, trash." Just as I was about to crush his head, the oppressive aura of an 8th grade golden body expert suddenly descended. The next instant, a figure wrapped in golden light rushed into the arena at supersonic speed, raised his hand and launched an attack straight at me, roaring, "You little bastard, stop right there." A golden light descended from the sky, and a burly, bald man with dark skin rushed into the arena, his eyes filled with murderous intent. When he saw Audebio lying at my feet, he nearly went mad. He roared that he wanted to kill me, because Audebio was no ordinary genius, but a descendant of a 9th grade grandmaster, and also the heir favored by the Black Fairy Saint. If he really died, his whole family would be buried with him. But as soon as he rushed to within 3 meters of me, his body was frozen in midair, unable to move even a finger. He immediately realized that the one who made the move was Yang Zhen, a 9th rank grandmaster. The next second, Yang Zhen arrived, his military uniform crisp and his face smiling. He looked at the bald General Nasabi and said calmly, "Killing someone on the field is against the rules." Nazab was furious and cursed, saying that I wanted to crush Odbo, that the Dragon Kingdom was openly provoking the Blue Star Martial Arts Convention, and that I wanted to label the Dragon Kingdom as an enemy of the whole world. Yang Zhen smiled and looked at the generals of various countries, asking them if they thought the same way. The generals did not hesitate at all, and said that the Dragon Kingdom had always abided by the rules and had not violated them at all. This is the confidence of the Dragon Kingdom, 12 martial saints in charge, and the world's only demigod powerhouse. Who would dare to offend the Dragon Kingdom for the sake of a few black-haired geniuses? Nazabi's face was extremely ugly, but he could only grit his teeth and admit defeat. Finally, he managed to say, "Let me release Audebio." Yang Zhen then gave me a look. I immediately understood, withdrew the spiritual power from my feet, and kicked Audebio in the chest, sending him flying to Nazabi's feet. Nazabi was trembling with anger, but Yang Zhen held him down, so he dared not move. The farce was suppressed, and no one dared to hold anyone accountable. Hei Fei could only swallow her anger, but I knew they were seething with hatred inside. I returned to the 9th city rest area, and sat down next to the 8th city representative. The aloof girl was only 3 meters away from me. She was one of the most popular female characters in the original story. I didn't initiate a conversation. I simply nodded and closed my eyes to rest. I knew very well that the more proactive I was, the more likely I was to fall into a passive position, which would be detrimental to my strategy. Right now, I'm just a prodigy, which is far from enough. I must quickly earn villain points, break through to the 8th ranked golden body, and even reach the 9th rank before I can truly control the chessboard. More importantly, Chu Feng is not the only chosen one in this world. If one dies, a second or third will emerge. My progress is still too slow. On the other side, Chu Feng felt a tightness in his chest when he saw me stealing the spotlight and being protected by Yang Zhen. He originally wanted to wait until Hei Fei made a big fuss before making his appearance to kill her, but I beat him to it. He cursed me inwardly for being all show-offs. but he also sensed something was wrong. Those few black-haired geniuses had a wild, beast-like aura about them, like the presence of ferocious beasts. This exchange competition was definitely not going to be simple. Soon, the draw began, with 52 teams participating. After 4 rounds of elimination, the team that made it to the end would be the champion of this year's exchange competition and would receive official resource rewards. In name, it's an exchange, but in reality, it's a test of the strength of the younger generation from various martial arts nations. Who is strong and who is weak, and who has the right to speak, will all be determined on the arena. After the draw, Yang Zhen began to announce the order of the matches, but the first match made the atmosphere of the entire room subtle. The representative of the 9th city versus the 36th city. I slowly opened my eyes and looked at Yang Zhen, a smile appearing on my lips. General Yang Zhen really knows how to arrange things. This round is clearly a way to make me kill a black-haired bastard as a sacrifice. I glanced at the representatives of the 36 cities, a flash of murderous intent crossing my eyes. Since they still wanted to cripple the Dragon Kingdom contestants on the stage, then don't blame me for making the first move and starting trouble. The martial arts in the Black Philippines have always been weak. They haven't produced a martial saint in hundreds of years. The only saint they ever held was someone they managed to snatch up 200 years ago when the martial saint of Australia was ambushed and killed by alien races. Unfortunately, that person's foundation was too weak. He relied on his physical strength and talent to get ahead. In a one-on-one fight with other martial saints, he was no match for them. But I know that he has a dirty past. In the original storyline, Black Fae, the martial saint, had sided with the alien race 100 years ago, using their resources to build his power. He also secretly eyed the positions of other martial saints on Blue Star, intending to pull off a switcheroo. However, before his plan could be fully implemented, it was discovered by the Chosen One, Chu Feng. In the end, Black Fae Martial Saint and Neon Martial Saint were surrounded and killed, and the vacant saintly position was taken by someone close to Chu Feng. It was precisely because of this that Chu Feng only truly gained momentum after arriving at the extraterritorial battlefield. With 2 newly promoted martial saints standing behind him, he dared to confront my Su family head-on. But things are different now. Now that I know this part of the story in advance, how could this opportunity possibly fall to Chu Feng? My father, Su Long, is currently at the peak of the 9th rank grandmaster level, only lacking the sainthood fruit. If I push this matter forward, the Su family can directly possess 2 martial saints. I was just figuring out how to trigger the plot ahead of time when the exchange matches started. America versus Canada, Russia versus Gaul, and the matches were fierce right from the start. The United States and Russia have been locked in a power struggle for over 1,000 years, even before the spiritual energy revival. Now, each side has 8 martial saints in charge, making them the 2 strongest forces outside of China. The prodigies they sent out were indeed talented. Each side had a 7th grade grandmaster, but they had only just condensed a wisp of the power of heaven and earth and were not yet truly mature. Russian martial artists specialize in ice and snow martial arts, which allows them to significantly increase their combat power in extremely cold environments. It's not an exaggeration to say that someone with 10,000 health points can unleash 13,000 power. The 2 matches ended quickly, with the United States and Russia winning without any suspense. Their opponents were not weak, but they were still completely crushed by the 7th grade grandmasters. Next up was the 8th city versus the 19th city. The 19th city was a combination of Korea and Rome, while on the 8th city side, the most dazzling person was a cool and beautiful girl. Her moves were terrifyingly clean. If she could defeat an enemy in one move, she would never use a second. The foreign female geniuses in the audience watched with shining eyes and faces full of admiration. Lin Panchi felt a pang of sadness watching this. She stared at the girl on stage and muttered to herself that if she had that kind of ability, she could do the same. Chu Feng immediately reached out and rubbed her head, comforting her affectionately, saying that she was just one opportunity away from becoming a female martial saint who would attract the world's attention. I sat in the back, watching the 2 of them sticking together, and couldn't help but clap my hands in praise, laughing and saying that they truly deserved to be the number 1 and number 10 in 9th city. Their relationship was so sweet. Fang Ting, standing behind me, grinned and asked me deliberately how strong this monstrous talent, who could suppress more than 20 late-stage 6th rank geniuses and take 10th place, really was. I smiled faintly and said that she must have the appearance of a female saint. Otherwise, how could a 5th rank early-stage genius slay so many ferocious beasts and step on a group of 6th rank geniuses to enter the top 10? Fang Ting burst into laughter, saying that he was narrow-minded. With such talent, 9th city was sure to win this assessment. Several people in the top 10 around couldn't help but laugh. Everyone knew how dirty Lin Ponchi's spot was, but she still dared to stand here and take up a place. Lin Ponchi's face instantly darkened, her eyes seeming to want to devour me whole. Chu Feng, suppressing his murderous intent, coldly told me not to use sarcasm, as he would make me kneel and apologize to her later. I looked at him, a playful smile playing on my lips, and softly replied, "Fine, I'd like to see how you die then." Just then, the referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. 8th City had won. Next match, 9th City versus 36th City. I lazily got up, my gaze sweeping over the representative from Black Philippines Martial Arts University across the field. After all this fuss, it was time for me to shine. As soon as the people from the 9th City and the 36th City stepped onto the challenge platform, ODBO from Blackfee's side turned red in the eyes and stared at me intently, as if he wanted to devour me alive on the spot. Just now, backstage, I stepped on his head, and that humiliation was worse than death for him. Now that we're facing each other again, he immediately started threatening, saying he'd kill me this time. I just glanced at him and smiled, replying with a simple, "Okay." But that's assuming he really has the ability. Does someone who relies on a body modified by a different race even deserve to swagger in front of me? Oddbo flew into a rage, cursing the Chinese and his eyes practically spitting fire. After the referee announced the start of the melee, he immediately flew off the field, leaving the battlefield to us. In the stands, military leaders from various cities were watching the match. General Mike from the United States looked at Yang Jun and said with a smile that the arrangement was really coincidental, setting up a rival team for the first match. Yang Jun laughed and said it was all a fair draw, just a coincidence. But everyone knew that there were underhanded dealings behind this so-called fairness. After the match began, neither side rushed in recklessly. Both were 6th-rank martial artists, and the arena was too small. If a chaotic battle broke out, the destructive power would instantly spiral out of control, and whoever made the first move would expose their weakness. Seeing that no one was making a move, Chu Feng immediately stepped forward to arrange the tactics. He said that He Fei's side was physically strong, so they couldn't fight them head-on. It would be best to wear them down first. He could hold off 2 of them, while the others could choose their own opponents. Although Yi Qing didn't like his bossy attitude, there really wasn't a better solution at the moment, so he nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the others also prepared to follow his plan. Seeing that no one objected, Chu Feng felt smug, especially seeing me standing silently to the side. He felt even more certain that he would ultimately have to control the situation, but he was overthinking it. In my eyes, even if 10 more of these 6th-rank cultivators came, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from a grandmaster. I didn't speak up simply because I was too lazy to steal the limelight. At that moment, Fong Ting suddenly glanced at me. I secretly sent him a telepathic message, and his eyes lit up. He walked directly from the edge of the line, stroking his buzz cut and grinning at the person opposite him. He immediately launched into a tirade against the opposing ape men, telling them to kneel and call him father if they dared not fight. The entire arena fell silent instantly, everyone's expressions turning strange. That mouth was truly venomous. General Nasabi in the stands, enraged, crushed the armrest of his chair, roaring that the Chinese were disrespectful. Yang Jun, however, remained unperturbed, saying it was just a child's foul mouth. No need to get angry. The other representatives appeared calm on the surface, but their eyes were filled with scrutiny and mockery. Nasabi saw it all clearly, and his killing intent surged wildly. He wished he could attack on the spot. On the challenge stage, the geniuses from Black were completely blown away by Fong Ting's words. They hated being addressed that way, especially Otabio, the son of a tribal chief, who was utterly humiliated. He roared as he wanted to tear Fong Ting's mouth apart with his own hands. The aura of a peak 6th-grade expert suddenly erupted, his leg muscles bulged, and his thick veins stretched his skin as if he was about to explode at any moment. Immediately afterwards, all 11 black-haired geniuses grabbed sticks and spears and charged forward, sonic booms exploding one after another, their physical speed soaring to several times the speed of sound, and their power increasing wildly. Otabio was supposed to rush towards Fong Ting, but Fong Ting's positioning was too cunning. After cursing, he dodged to the side, and the first person Otabio saw was Chu Feng, who was still at the front of the group. The next second, Otabio raised his thick stick and slammed it down on Chu Feng with terrifying wind pressure, roaring that the monkey from the Dragon Kingdom should die. His killing intent almost crushed the air. Chu Feng felt the sonic boom behind him, his expression instantly changing drastically. His spine felt like it was about to be crushed by the force. He glared at Fong Ting, who had fled, his eyes filled with shame, anger, and murderous intent. He finally realized that he had just assumed a commanding stance, only to be used as a shield by Fong Ting. Only one thought remained in his mind. How dare they try to ambush me? Chapter 41 Provocative Words. Chu Feng's Hidden Thoughts. A strong gust of wind came from behind. Although Chu Feng was furious about Fong Ting's actions, now was not the time to curse. He took out his weapon from his storage ring, turned around, and stabbed at Odbo. Star Sword Technique, Second Form, Falling Star. Chu Feng thrust out his sword, unleashing a burst of sharp sword intent. At the tip of the sword, it was as if a star had been plucked from the Milky Way. Buzz! The sword tip collided with the skull club, and the seemingly soft sword only trembled a few times before exerting force again. Click! A small piece of the skull club was pierced. The force rebounded, and Odbo pulled back his club, took a few steps back, and stared at Chu Feng with a crazed look in his eyes. Snap, snap, snap. On the floor where he landed, specially made bluestone bricks, hard enough to withstand artillery bombardment, shattered with a crash. Skinny monkey, get out of my way. You're not my target. As a martial artist at the peak of the 6th rank, Odbo could naturally sense the powerful blood and qi within Chu Feng's body. Although the opponent was at the peak of the late stage of the 5th rank of martial arts. However, the opponent's mental strength and control over qi and blood are far superior to his own. If you really want to take him down, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's face twitched involuntarily. Grass. That idiot black guy. You told me to get out of the way. Why didn't you just use your voice? Why did you have to shout it out? Chu Feng was absolutely furious. If you wanted to kill Fong Ting, then you should have just gone and killed him directly. Why the hell did you come and fight me? Now look what's happened. They're telling me to get out of the way in front of everyone. If I really step aside, what will others think of me? Chu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and contempt for Odbo, and said coldly, Enough nonsense. In a battle, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. Let's fight. Before Audrey could get angry, Chu Feng quickly transmitted his voice to him. Don't hold back in the battle later. Tell your men to stop me, then you can charge in. He was really afraid that this idiot would really hold a grudge against him. In this chaotic situation, the best course of action is for him to fight Fong Ting and sue you to the death, so that he can reap the benefits. Upon hearing the telepathic message, Audrey's angry gaze subsided slightly. He also understood what Chu Feng meant. This is an attempt to use oneself to eliminate competitors. However, he didn't care. Then go die. Odbo swung his club, a black light covering it, and then he activated his blood and energy to strengthen it. He did not use any martial arts techniques. For the people of Hefei, as long as their physical strength is strong enough, martial arts techniques are all just fancy stuff. They only focus on training physical strength. Buzz. The blow carried a subtle force that seemed to tear through the air. Wherever it passed, even space itself began to distort. If this stick were to hit a small hill, they could probably grind it down completely. Chu Feng also seemed somewhat serious about this attack from Odbo. He held his B-grade long sword horizontally in front of him, gritted his teeth, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Star Sword Technique, Slay the Stars. The blood and qi within his body surged wildly, unleashing a powerful force of blood and qi. Relying on the sword intent he had comprehended in advance and the high-level Earth-rank Star Sword Technique, he unleashed super combat power comparable to the peak of the 6th rank of martial arts with the blood and qi of a 5th rank martial artist. This is already a combat power that has crossed a whole new level. 5th rank warriors can initially mobilize the energy of heaven and earth to fight, while 6th rank warriors have the advantage of being able to fully utilize the energy of heaven and earth to amplify their qi and blood value. Under normal circumstances, it is very difficult for a martial artist at the peak of the 5th rank to defeat a martial artist at the early stage of the 6th rank. But in this situation, Chu Feng, with a martial arts realm of the 5th rank, has unleashed a combat power comparable to that of a peak 6th rank. This scene drew the attention of everyone present. Prodigy level. This is absolutely a monstrous genius. Everyone present was a prodigy, none of them older than 25. Yet their cultivation was countless times stronger than that of most ordinary people. But they boasted that they could defeat ordinary martial artists who were 1 or 2 minor realms higher than themselves. But he dared not say that he could fight against fellow geniuses who were of higher levels. Especially someone like Chu Feng, who not only fights beyond his level, but also across an entire major realm. Rumble. The clash between the two created an invisible force that forced the surrounding fighters to a halt, and everyone stared intently at Chu Feng. Dust billowed up and centered on the two men. The bluestone bricks beneath their feet shattered one by one until they were completely destroyed. Boom. After the force of the collision reached its limit, both of them took several steps back. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. As he retreated, Audrey also held back 3/10 of his strength, as instructed by Chu Feng's telepathic message. Using his backward momentum, he steadied himself with the large stick, then landed on the ground with his legs bent and veins bulging. Call out. Using his extreme physical strength, he actually launched himself out of the spot. And the target was Fong Ting. Upon seeing this, Chu Feng feigned a drastic change in expression and was about to step forward to stop them when he was blocked by two black-haired men. Upon seeing this, the other black-clad men followed Odbio without hesitation. Their purpose is clear. Fong Ting. When Yi Qing and the others saw their opponent decisively break free from their entanglement and follow Odbio to attack Fong Ting, they secretly realized that something was wrong. Stop them quickly, Yi Qing shouted. Without delay, the group rushed forward decisively. If it were just Odbio alone, Fong Ting would definitely not back down from him. But what if there were 5 more late-stage 6th-rank martial artists? That would have only one consequence. Fong Ting is doomed. Audrey had no time to care about the people chasing after him. At that moment, his bloodshot eyes were fixed on Fong Ting alone. This person must be killed first. Thinking of this, Odbio's heart stirred, and then his already unusually bulging muscles changed again. The body's chi and blood surged. At this moment, he was even stronger than when he fought Chu Feng before. You damned monkey, how dare you humiliate my noble Blackfire race? At this moment, Odbio went all out, pushing his blood and physical strength to the limit. In an instant, even the surrounding space was distorted by the surging and roaring blood and chi within his body. The power emanating from his chi and blood alone distorted the air. This power was almost 30% stronger than before. Fong Ting watched him approach without making a move, even mocking him. A gorilla is a gorilla. All you have is brute force? Hiss. Everyone heard what Fong Ting said, and they all gasped in shock. Is this guy still just talking big? Aren't you afraid the other side will go all out and kill you? Sure enough, upon hearing this, the murderous intent in Audrey's bloodshot eyes was revealed without any attempt to conceal it. You're asking for it. At that moment, he slammed the big stick down with all his might. This time, even space itself began to crack. Seeing this, everyone was stunned, and the martial arts geniuses from various countries were all astonished. 7th rank. Under such a terrifying attack, would Fong Ting still have a chance to fight back? What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? They're still not going to fight back? Just as the big stick was about to smash down on Fong Ting's head, suddenly, a slender arm reached out and effortlessly caught the terrifying blow, which was filled with anger and murderous intent. The strength is still acceptable. However, this weapon is not even as good as a toy for the children of my Su family. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, this weapon, made from the hardest bone of the strange beast, was mercilessly crushed. Chapter 42. Su Yu makes his move, continuously humiliating them, a shocking change. 2 more chapters to be released at midnight. Gentlemen, go to sleep now and read them tomorrow. Click click. A piercing sound rang out, and then Su Yu used his powerful blood and chi to shatter the large bone club into pieces. Bone meal floated in the air along with dust. The ferocious look on Audrey's face froze, making him look quite comical. He released his empty hand and stared at the bone powder flying everywhere, momentarily stunned. Yuria Grandmaster? After regaining his senses, Odbio's voice became shrill, with shock and bewilderment. Grandmaster. Moreover, he is not just an ordinary Grandmaster. He is at least a mid-stage 7th-rank martial arts Grandmaster. The power of heaven and earth cultivated must be at least 3 or more. The other foreign prodigies gasped in shock upon hearing his scream. 7th-rank Grandmaster. And he was a recent graduate of Wuhan University. For a moment, everyone present fell silent, except for the martial arts students from the Dragon Kingdom, because the news of Su Yu's advancement to Heavenly Soul Grandmaster had already spread far and wide. Fong Ting stood behind Su Yu, his eyes filled with deep respect, and asked, Young Master Su, what should we do next? As he spoke, he glanced again at the black-clad Fei Wu genius who was frozen in the air. The murderous intent in his eyes was equally undisguised. They are all traitors to the human race. He deserves to die? Yi Qing and the others naturally sensed the killing intent in Fong Ting's eyes, but they were somewhat surprised and puzzled. This is a martial arts exchange competition. Killing is forbidden. However, they also realized that Fong Ting's actions were at Su Yu's behest. Yi Qing and the other 2 people from aristocratic families, along with 2 prodigies from the military academy, did not ask any questions and consciously came to stand behind Su Yu. As for the other few talented individuals from humble backgrounds who followed Chu Feng, they looked at each other, unsure of what to do, seeing Chu Feng's unpredictable expression. Suyu chuckled softly, withdrew his hand, and said calmly, "You can just watch from the sidelines. Leave the rest to me." This is the moment when the protagonist in the original book shines. Having discovered the clues about Hei Fei and Neon, he decisively killed them, which forced Hei Fei and Neon to join forces ahead of time and reveal their alien martial arts. It was because of this battle that Chu Feng gained a very high reputation among the generation of human prodigies. Even many of the old-fashioned people have a good opinion of him. Such a coincidence. He didn't want to give it up. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. Since Suyu wants to solve this alone, then they can just watch. In any case, the competition is a team reward, so there is no difference between one person winning and the whole team winning together. None of the geniuses in the ninth city had any objections. Only Chu Feng and Lin Panshi were unhappy. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Suyu, the two men's jealousy intensified. Especially Lin Panshi. She now only feels that Suyu stole the light that belonged to Chu Feng. This person is really annoying, Lin Panshi thought to herself through gritted teeth. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you're a 7th grade grandmaster. After a brief moment of shock, Audrey calmed down and his face darkened when he heard Suyu's arrogant words. "You dare to crush my big bone club? You'll pay with your life." With a loud shout, Adebayo unleashed his physical power, his burly body slicing through the air like a bullet, heading straight for Suyu. Black light emanated from his fist. This time, Adebayo didn't hold back. He activated his internal secret technique, burning his blood and chi to increase his physical strength. Wherever the fist passed, even the space itself trembled uncontrollably. Rumble. A sonic boom sounded. Faced with his attack, Suyu didn't even blink, raising his hand to strike from a distance. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was mobilized, forming an invisible giant hand that landed directly on Adebayo's black, reflective head. Bang! Adebayo's body was knocked to the ground, creating a deep crater. Too weak. Suyu shook his head. Damn it! Inside the pit, Adebayo slammed his fist on the ground, spat out a mouthful of saliva, and jumped out of the pit. He stood dozens of meters away from Suyu, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. "If this is all the strength you have, then die." Suyu's handsome face held a slight smile. To Audrey, that smile looked exactly like a mockery. At this point, Audrey had lost all reason. His head was spinning, and he roared, "Come here, everyone. Kill him together." Upon hearing this, the remaining 10 prodigies from the Black Philippines Martial Arts Academy quickly gathered together. They took out their own weapons, either spears or bone clubs. They had no other weapons. It seems these weapons are still popular among the Blackfi tribe. As soon as they finished speaking, the group simultaneously activated their physical strength, burning and compressing their internal energy and blood. The resulting overwhelming pressure would frighten even a 7th grade grandmaster. The power unleashed by several peak 6th rank cultivators and other mid to late 6th rank physical experts is far beyond what a 7th rank grandmaster can match. The quality of this year's Black Filipino athletes impressed the generals from various countries in the stands, who couldn't help but admire them. It is only slightly weaker than that of major powers. However, facing the attack from several people, Suyu calmly took out the 9 prisons blade and casually slashed at the void in front of him. Click! Space shattered, revealing a pitch-black void, but it healed in less than a second. But that's enough. To create a void rift, you need at least 50,000 health points. A domineering and destructive sword intent swept across the entire area. Some of the nearby late-stage 6th rank prodigies turned pale with fright after sensing the sweeping sword intent. Puff! The destructive blade strike moved with unstoppable force, its illusory blade light sending Adebayo and his companions flying. Blood mist sprayed into the air, and Adebayo and his companions turned deathly pale before crashing heavily to the floor. Suyu glanced at his 9 prisons blade, then laughed. "You're not even qualified to make me use my martial arts techniques if you're not strong enough." Black Fei, a physical martial artist, is weaker than a toddler. As he spoke, Suyu paused for a moment, and then a faint killing intent spread out. "Since you no longer have any stronger power, then I'll send you on your way." Upon hearing his words, everyone's expression changed slightly, but no one dared to speak up to stop him. In the stands, General Nasabi's expression was very unpleasant, but he made no move, as if he was not afraid of Suyu's killing intent. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Chu Feng, who was watching the scene from a distance, had a hint of joy in his eyes. That idiot Suyu actually tried to kill someone.
He really is a spoiled brat who doesn't care about the competition rules at all. If I can take this opportunity to stop him, wouldn't I gain Blackie's support? Even though Suyu ignored the advice and insisted on taking action. But he's already done the favor, so he's guaranteed to make a profit. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up and rebuked, Suyu, are you trying to bring shame to our dragon kingdom? Rules of the exchange competition, no killing allowed. Chu Feng's voice drew everyone's attention back to him, though some of them were puzzled. Isn't this person on Suyu's team? Why did he jump out to stop his teammates? On stage, Yang Zhenyi's impression of him also became somewhat negative. Upon hearing this, Suyu, who was playing with the 9 Hellblade, glanced at him sideways and sneered, idiot. You, Chu Feng's face turned angry, and he was about to accuse him when a sudden change occurred. When Suyu's harsh and humiliating words reached the ears of Ao de Biao and the others on the other side, their eyes immediately turned bloodshot, and killing intent surged within them. What they are most proud of is their physical strength. Now, however, Suyu has belittled him to the point of being worthless. You damned beast, you forced me to do this. Odibio roared. Then, something completely unexpected happened. Adebayo and the other Black Fays underwent a dramatic change in their bodies, with each of their muscles bulging abnormally, almost as if they were about to burst their flesh. A faint, almost imperceptible evil energy surged within them. At the same time, the little humanity left in their pupils vanished completely, replaced by terrifying eyes like those of bloodthirsty beasts. Boom. Their change made everyone stand up, and everyone's face was extremely ugly. The aura of a ferocious beast. They hadn't expected that Adebayo and his companions would have the aura of ferocious beasts on them. At this moment, everyone became serious. There's a traitor. However, before they and Adebayo could react, a whooshing sound suddenly rang out. In an instant, the sky above the entire competition venue was stained crimson, and an indescribable and oppressive atmosphere suddenly pressed down on everyone's hearts. At that moment, they seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Above the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the sky itself seemed to have been cleaved in two. Heavenly slaughter. Chapter 43. How about I send you down to keep them company? This strike, brimming with blood and imbued with spiritual power, caused everyone to hallucinate. Before their eyes lay a terrifying scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a scene of earth-shattering destruction. The surging aura of blood almost made everyone turn pale. They even felt as if blood was swirling around the tip of their noses. What a terrifying slash. Is this an attack that a 7th-grade martial artist can unleash? This is terrifying. Could this be the signature martial technique of the martial Saint Su family, the God-slaying blade? God-slaying blade. This is the sword technique that the first generation of the Su family's martial saint comprehended when he witnessed the duel between the martial gods. The battle of the martial gods nearly shattered the entire spatial battlefield. Even in the far north, the terrifying battle between the martial gods still lingers, and the terrifying killing intent is enough to seriously injure even a 9th-grade grandmaster. The Great Rift Valley in the far north was caused by a single strike from that mysterious martial god. The first generation of the Su family's martial saint had a deep understanding of the sword strike he delivered that day, and in the end, he created this heaven-level martial skill as he fell from grace. God-slaying blade. It has the form, but not the spirit. But that's enough. The God-slaying blade technique is renowned on the battlefields beyond the realms. Even alien martial saints must avoid it. The God-slaying blade has 4 forms. First move, manslaughter. The second move, bloodslaughter. The third move, heavenly slaughter. The fourth move is annihilation of gods. This strike not only caused many martial arts prodigies to change color, but even established 7th-rank grandmasters and martial artists who had just entered the 8th-rank golden body stage showed slight changes in their expressions. If they were to take this attack head-on, I'm afraid they'll be crippled if they don't die. I never expected that this young master of the Su family has cultivated the god-slaying blade technique to such a profound level. It seems that the Su family's fortunes are still at their peak, and it won't be a problem for them to remain stable for hundreds of years. Many powerful individuals were filled with emotion. That's incredible. The previous generation's prodigy was Su Yu's father, Su Long. Although he was not a grandmaster of the Heavenly Soul sect, he was the second most outstanding figure in the Dragon Kingdom of that generation. As for the first person, that generation produced a prodigy like Yi Tao, a demigod. In this generation, the Su family has once again turned the tables, with Su Long's son crushing the son of demigod Yi Tao. On the stands, the military generals looked gloomy, their thoughts unreadable. However, most of them gave up the struggle. After all, Since the rise of martial arts and the decline of firearms, China has always been the dominant force. No matter how strong we are, we must all work together to fight against the alien invasion. But the people from Japan and the Philippines don't think that way. After witnessing Suyu display such powerful talent, they unconsciously lowered their heads. As everyone's attention was focused on Suyu, a crazy killing intent flashed deep in their eyes. This child must not be allowed to live. Thinking of this, the Japanese general and Nasab exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. The next moment, Nasab suddenly stood up and rushed straight to the challenge platform. A flash of light appeared in his storage ring, and he held a black and gold spear in his hand. Nasab's eyes flashed with undisguised murderous intent as he roared, "Dragon Kingdom bastard, you're asking for death." They dared to openly kill someone during an exchange competition. He wanted to kill with one blow. Even if it means death, we must kill Suyu. Otherwise his existence will threaten the great cause planned by the Holy God. This is a battle that will determine Black's future status on Earth. I must stop it. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. Yang Jun abruptly stood up, his expression icy cold. Court death. How dare Emir Nasabi openly kill a prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom? Heifei's overall strength is only slightly stronger than that of a martial arts saint family. In the past, they wouldn't have had the guts to do that. It seems the above guess was correct. Yang Jun unleashed his 9th rank aura, causing even the 8th and 9th rank individuals around him to feel a sense of unease. Mid-stage 9th rank. This burst of pressure is equivalent to at least 4 million health points. However, just as Yang Jun's figure disappeared from the spot, a sinister voice rang out. Then everyone saw that the Japanese general appeared in midair and stopped Yang Jun. General Yang Jun, your Dragon Kingdom has blatantly violated the rules of the exchange competition. Could it be that you want to make enemies of the whole world? Yang Jun stared intently at the short man in front of him and gritted his teeth as he said, Kamishiro Asakura. This is one of the top 9th rank grandmasters in Japan and also a general in the Japanese military. The realm of the 9th grade great perfection. It seems you really do have a problem. Without further ado, Yang Jun produced a long staff in his hand and swung it at the Japanese general, Asakura Kamishiro. Boom. When the US and Russia saw that relations had deteriorated, they didn't just sit idly by and watch. The two men simultaneously drew their weapons and, together with Yang Jun, attacked Kamishiro Asakura. Boom. The group attacked simultaneously. The city commanders who witnessed this sudden scene were taken aback, but they did not hesitate for long. Judging from their reactions, it's clear that China, Russia, and the United States have a scheme in mind. They immediately knew which side to choose. One by one, they took out their weapons and joined the attack. Several 8th rank golden body generals from the Dragon Kingdom wanted to rescue Suyu, but they were stopped by Kamishiro Asakura alone. A bunch of chickens and dogs. None of you are allowed to interfere with our grand plan, came the arrogant laughter of Kamishiro Asakura. This time, they will wipe out all the world's geniuses. By offering their souls and blood as sacrifices, Japan will surely produce another martial saint. In an instant, everyone present sensed a terrifying atmosphere. From midair, Suyu naturally saw the changes that occurred on the viewing platform, but his expression remained calm. He watched as Nasabi attacked him. Suyu's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He glanced at Adebayo and the others, who had been distracted by his blood energy and mental power, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Die! Rumble! At that moment, a deep rumble of thunder echoed through the clear sky. But this is not thunder. Instead, it was the sound of Suyu slicing through the void. Space shattered little by little, revealing a pitch-black void where endless, terrifying blade light poured forth. No, you can't kill me. My father is a 9th rank official. I am the chosen successor of the Holy Spirit. When the attack was locked on, Audrey and his companions snapped back to reality. Seeing the terrifying slash, they were terrified, their faces turning deathly pale. They wanted to turn around and run away. However, once they were locked onto by Tian 2, their feet felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, making it impossible for them to move even half a step. Holy God, just a dog kept by a foreign race. Suyu scoffed upon hearing this. Without the slightest pause in his movements, he unleashed a slash that shattered large sections of space. Burst. In the blink of an eye, the sword intent descended. The cries of Adebayo and his companions for mercy abruptly ceased as the grotesque, beast-like body exploded into a bloody mist. Puff. No. Nasab, who wanted to kill Suyu, roared with bloodshot eyes. When he saw the chief's son die before his eyes, Nasabi's murderous intent reached an unprecedented level. Nasab, his eyes bloodshot, roared, You scum, I'll kill you. Suyu glanced at the now mad Nezabi, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Really? Then how about I send you down with me to keep you company? Chapter 44. Suyu makes his move, a powerful strike, slicing through the void. 8th rank meteor. Even an 8th grade golden body realm expert couldn't stop Suyu's strike in time. This strike is still within the 7th rank. Even so, it still puts a sense of pressure on some early stage 8th rank experts. Since the start of the match, Suyu has only made one move. Even if Audibio and the others activated their secret techniques and became as powerful as ferocious beasts, it would be to no avail. With overwhelming power, all beings are equal. Aowiao and the other 10 physical geniuses from Black Fey Martial Arts University were directly cleaved in two by him, turning into blood mist that dissipated and finally swallowed up by the void rift, disappearing without a trace. Seeing how strong and fierce Suyu was, everyone was stunned. Especially Lin Panchi, who was standing close by, turned deathly pale. She truly felt the terror emanating from that blade's intent. She had a feeling that if she got any closer, the aftershocks of that attack would engulf her. Impossible, impossible. Lin Panchi's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, as she screamed inwardly. How could Suyu be so strong? He's just a spoiled brat. He's nothing but a good-for-nothing who forced me into this marriage. He couldn't possibly be as good as me. In fact, even when she was actually facing Suyu's attack at close range, Lin Panchi still couldn't believe it. That person I usually consider useless. He's incredibly strong. With a single strike, he cleaved the opponent, whom even Chu Feng couldn't defeat, to pieces. Compared to Lin Panchi's fear, Chu Feng, who was protecting her, looked rather unpleasant. These black-haired Filipino trash, and they call themselves geniuses in physical martial arts. He couldn't even withstand a single strike from Suyu. Chu Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. He originally wanted to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, but now, Suyu has chopped him down, giving him so much fame for nothing. I didn't even get a good deal myself. When he spoke up to support He Fei earlier, he knew he had gotten himself into trouble because He Fei and the others had the aura of ferocious beasts. It's quite obvious that the Black Phi people may have joined forces with other races. If this is found out, he will probably suffer some damage to his reputation. This greatly angered and alarmed Chu Feng. However, seeing Suyu provoking an 8th grade golden body realm cultivator now filled him with immense joy. Very good. This idiot really thinks killing a few useless people will allow him to fight against an 8th rank official. That's absolutely stupid. It would be best if he died here, so that I could preserve my reputation. Chu Feng thought fiercely. As he spoke, he glanced subtly at the Japanese genius not far away. Neon lights clearly have a problem too. Once Suyu dies, perhaps these few will be able to turn the tide for me. Let's do it. Fine, fine. A mere 7th rank martial artist dares to speak to me like that? If I don't skin you alive today, where will I, He Fei, put my face? Nezab was clearly amused by Suyu, his face contorted with rage, filled with murderous intent. You little bastard, die. Nesabi roared. The black and gold spear in his hand gleamed, and terrifying destructive power overflowed from the tip of the spear. There was only one force of destruction. However, it is not comparable to the power of heaven and earth of a 7th grade martial artist. This destructive power can annihilate the spiritual power and blood of a 7th grade martial artist. It only takes one strike to kill a peak 7th grade martial artist. You should know that once they reach the 7th rank of martial arts, they can recover even if they lose a hand or a foot. However, the power of destruction can erase this characteristic. An 8th rank expert can kill his opponent with a single blow. When Nasabi charged over, the terrifying pressure emanating from his body and the aura of destruction made people within 100 meters feel a strong sense of death. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger and shock. Of course, there was no fear. They are all martial arts geniuses. If they become fearful because of the aura of a strong person, then their martial arts spirit has come to an end. After that, he would never be able to reach that level again in his entire life. These geniuses are all about unstoppable momentum. Of course, this excludes bowing down to a 9th grade grandmaster or a martial saint. Die. Nasabi raised his spear, as if gathering strength to throw it. This attack method made even those martial arts geniuses gasp for breath. This, attacking without using martial arts skills, relying solely on brute force? As expected of He Fei, who has mastered martial arts through physical prowess. Of course, although they were somewhat puzzled, they dared not underestimate the power of the thrown spear. With the added strength of their powerful bodies, this throw was comparable to the power of a martial arts technique. Not to mention the destructive power contained within the spear. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Qing, Fong Ting, and the others standing behind Su Yu all changed their expressions. Young Master Su, get out of the way. His pressure isn't locking on us. Let's go. Fong Ting shouted urgently. Yi Qing also said anxiously. Yes, there is destructive power above us. We can't withstand it. If the power of destruction were to erupt, even a late-stage 7th-rank martial artist would suffer greatly. Su Yu did not turn around upon hearing this, but his eyes, as bright as stars, sparkled with starlight. His aura returned to calm, but the blood and qi within his body, under his suppression, roared like an angry dragon. It attempts to break free from its constraints and is ready to challenge the heavens. The next moment, under their watchful eyes, Su Yu stepped into space, the 9 prisons blade in his hand ringing out. Buzz. In an instant, everyone seemed to hear the crisp sound of a knife. This unexpected turn of events surprised everyone. They were stunned to see Su Yu standing motionless in the void. Did he intend to take this blow head-on? Su Yu's robes fluttered as he gripped the 9 prisons blade in his hand. Click, click. The space around him shattered with a deafening roar, revealing a pitch-black abyss that was both deep and alluring. Su Yu stood on the void, his eyes also turning pitch-black, and his calm yet domineering tone echoed in everyone's ears. This strike is named Void, and I'll use your early-stage 8th rank as a sacrifice for its birth. Rumble. At that moment, the world changed color. An aura of destruction quietly rose, and countless dark energies surged forth from the void. Dark energy seeped into the 9 Hellblade, making the already eerie blade radiate even more extreme dark power, yet without any evil aura. Upon seeing this scene, everyone, from the geniuses of Wuda University to Yang Zhen and the others who were engaged in a fierce battle in the sky, stopped what they were doing and looked down. Ahead of Su Yu, Nasabi suddenly felt a strong sense of fear. He was immediately horrified. Impossible. He's an 8th rank martial artist. How could he be afraid of a 7th rank martial artist? No, we absolutely cannot let him live. Nazab felt a chill run down his spine. After making up his mind, golden light shone from his arm. However, this intense golden light was accompanied by wisps of black light. At the same time, Nasabi's body suddenly became enormous, and a golden giant with a height of 9 zhang appeared. This is one of the hallmarks of the 8th grade golden body realm. Tempering bones, condensing indestructible matter, refining blood and qi to cultivate the power of destruction, and thus achieving an immortal golden body. When all the bones in one's body turn golden, it signifies entering the late stage of the golden body realm. With the added power of the golden body, Nasabi's spear became even more terrifying, shattering the void bit by bit. Die! Nasabi hurled the black and gold spear in his hand, aiming it directly at Su Yu's brow. At the same time, Su Yu made a move. The 9 Hell blade in his hand gleamed with black light. His pupils were replaced by black, and the smile on his lips was extremely sinister. Void blade technique. First move, slash the void. Crack. Boom. Su Yu unleashed a fierce slash, instantly shattering the space within a radius of several hundred meters. This strike hit the black gold spear directly. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the black gold spear carrying the power of destruction did not even last a second before being shattered into pieces by Su Yu. But this attack is far from over. The endless black blade light shattered the black gold spear and then struck Nasabi's 9 zhang tall golden body. Boom. No. I am an 8th rank expert. You can't possibly know. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the 9 zhang tall golden body was cleaved in two, its body crashing heavily to the ground. Even indestructible matter cannot repair it. Nasabi is dead. A dignified 8th rank martial arts master with a golden body was killed by Su Yu with a single strike. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. There will be 2 more chapters later, please be patient. Chapter 45 Betraying the Human Race. No Mercy. The massive, immortal golden body of martial arts was cleaved in two by an unstoppable blade strike. The 2 halves of the immortal golden body crashed to the ground, raising countless clouds of dust. However, this did not diminish the shock on everyone's faces. Their minds were almost blank at that moment, with only one thought in mind. A 7th rank official defeating an 8th rank official. This is almost impossible. No one could possibly believe it. You should know that even the weakest 8th grade golden body expert still has a combat power of more than 100,000 qi and blood, not to mention the support of the power of destruction and the indestructible matter. Once an 8th grade expert goes all out, the combat power they unleash is comparable to hundreds of thousands of calories of qi and blood. Even a peak 7th rank martial arts expert, who is infinitely close to the 8th rank, is no match for the weakest 8th rank expert in a single exchange. But Suyu did it. At this moment, his cultivation level fluctuations were completely undisguised, revealing him to be at the mid-stage of the 7th rank. Yet he defied the odds and defeated an 8th rank official. Hiss. For a moment, everyone gasped. The way they looked at Suyu was as if they had seen a ghost or a god. The space that had been cleaved into pieces took a long time to slowly heal, but a faint sense of emptiness still lingered in the arena. The deep blackness in Suyu's eyes faded, replaced by the bright, star-like light that had always been there. He was somewhat pleased to find that his blood and energy levels had not dropped significantly. Using a star-level martial skill at the mid-stage of the 7th rank only consumed 3/10 of his vital energy. He was very satisfied with the result. If someone knowledgeable were here, they would probably be astonished. A star-level martial skill. That was created by someone at the Shattered Star realm, above the martial god level. Even just the first move, if unleashed, would drain the life force of an 8th grade golden body martial arts expert. But Suyu only used up 3/10 of his strength? That's absolutely outrageous. However, this result only applies to others. Suyu is different. As a prodigy whose early career was filled with glory, his physique was naturally beyond that of ordinary people. He possessed the rarest physique in the world, capable of holding blood and chi far exceeding the limits that his own cultivation level could withstand. Moreover, due to his special physique, the higher his level, the more methods he can use. Moreover, when Suyu was undergoing the tribulation to become a heavenly soul grandmaster, he used the lightning tribulation to capture destruction and life force, thus elevating his physique to the destruction body. This foundation raised his potential and ceiling, making him incomparable to others. Aside from everyone's shock, on the challenge stage, Chu Feng and Lin Panchi were dumbfounded, and at the same time, a faint sense of fear quietly rose up. Chu Feng stared at Suyu, who stood in mid-air, and clenched his fists involuntarily. He roared with resentment and jealousy in his heart. Why should I? Why is it that no matter how hard I try, I still can't surpass him? He hasn't even cultivated much, so why is he so much stronger than me? How could he possibly defeat an 8th rank official? I originally thought that I had improved my mental strength and blood energy, and that I was already able to contend with the early stage of the 7th rank, or even kill a 7th rank, which was something to be proud of. But after seeing Suyu's overwhelming strength, a crack suddenly appeared in his heart. The other person seems to have been walking ahead of me the whole time. No, even if he can kill an 8th rank cultivator now, I will definitely be stronger than him in the future. I am going to become a martial god. Lin Panchi stared blankly at the ethereal figure above her. At that moment, she suddenly felt a pang of regret. 8th rank. This level is already beyond her reach. Suyu is not even 23 years old, yet he already has the strength to cut through the 8th rank. What if we give him another 10 or 20 years? Could it be? He has already reached the 9th rank? Such a genius was the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of. But why this person I used to look down on? No, I can't go back on my word. If Suyu finds out, he'll probably become even more arrogant. A fleeting look of regret crossed Lin Panchi's eyes, replaced by determination. Chu Feng will definitely be stronger than him. However, if I lower my stance and talk to him, he probably won't hold a grudge against my Lin family anymore. If we can't be friends, at least we shouldn't make him an enemy of the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Panchi's eyes lit up again. She is a confident woman, and Lin Panchi has always firmly believed that she will become a female martial arts saint. So her requirement for herself is that the other person must be worthy of her. It has to be a genius. Otherwise, why would they stand beside me and at the top with me? The Suyu of the past was not worthy, and she disdained him. Only Chu Feng at that time could make Lin Panchi feel that his performance met her inner standard of genius. But now Suyu suddenly has the qualifications again. High in the sky in the distance. The 8th and 9th rank generals watching below were also extremely shocked. As for Yang Zhan, the corners of his mouth were practically turned up in a grin. Ha ha, as expected of the young master of the Su family, you have accomplished such an unbelievable feat. Yang Zhan was originally worried about Su Yu's situation. After all, they did not expect that the other party would have a grandmaster at the 9th rank of perfection. Despite having so many people, not a single one of them managed to break through the encirclement and go to the rescue. Kamishiro Asakura, this perfect 9th rank cultivator, is truly too strong. He single-handedly stopped dozens of 8th rank cultivators and 3 9th rank cultivators. Yang Zhan planned to burn his own life force to create an opening so that someone could go down and rescue Suyu. After all, if Suyu were to die here, the entire Su family would probably go crazy. Fortunately, Suyu gave him a big surprise. reverse slaying an 8th rank official. It also presents an exciting opportunity for China and the world. The human race, there's even a possibility of a war god emerging. With a martial arts level of 7, he was able to reverse the 8th level golden body with a single move. His potential is comparable to that of a martial god. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Yang Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud, then fixed his gaze on Kamishiro Asakura and said coldly, "Your plans, Japan's and Black Philippines, have failed. Next up is your turn, Asakura Kamishiro." Upon hearing this, the other powerful figures also trembled, then stared at Kamishiro Asakura with fierce fighting spirit. Not far away, Kamishiro Asakura's face was extremely grim. He never expected that an 8th grade martial artist would be killed by a 7th grade martial artist. Nasabi and his gang of trash. Blackfy's people are only fit to mingle with ferocious beasts, Kamishiro Asakura said with a grim and gloomy face. However, with me here, you'll never be able to turn the tables. As soon as Kamishiro Asakura finished speaking, he summoned his martial arts golden body and immediately began fighting Yang Jun and the others. The roaring sounds from above and the sound of space shattering were incessant. On the challenge field, all the prodigies were still immersed in the scene of Suyu reversing the order and defeating the 8th ranked expert. Only Suyu shook the 9 prisons blade in his hand, and the blade hummed, but it was not as crisp as before. A great extraordinary alloy weapon is not strong enough to withstand such powerful martial arts techniques. However, it can still be used once more. But before that, let's wipe out the forces from Japan and other countries first. Thinking of this, Suyu slowly raised his hand and lifted the 9 prisons blade, his aura exploding and pulling everyone back to reality. The blade was pointed directly at the direction of the Japanese representative, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. The Japanese have sided with a foreign race, intending to betray humanity. They must be killed without mercy. Boom. At this moment, all the prodigies no longer hesitated, and their bodies instantly disappeared from their original positions. The Targetus, the neon lights. Baka. Chapter 46 collects some interest and use the rank 9 cultivation card. Betray humanity and defect to another race. These words deeply stung everyone's nerves. They were all top geniuses cultivated by Wuhan University, and most of them came from very prestigious families. They naturally knew what different race represented. Those are demons who treat humans as food. If the human race is defeated, all the humans they capture will become food for them. This has been the case for thousands of years. It can be said that this war can only end when one of the 2 races is wiped out. But now, these people from Japan and the Philippines dare to side with a foreign race, and even help them slaughter human prodigies. Absolutely unforgivable. If an ordinary person said these words, they certainly wouldn't believe it. But this is Suyu. Not only was he attacked by the 8th rank Black Fae, but the powerful figures who wanted to come to his rescue were also stopped by the 9th rank expert from Japan. This says it all. Kill. Those who betray humanity shall be executed. Damn it. I've disliked Japan and the Philippines for a long time. Japan has always been rebellious, and that's common knowledge. Those Black Fates aren't even human, so I understand their betrayal. Kill them. Damn it. If young Master Su hadn't killed that 8th rank expert, we'd probably all be slaughtered by him next, right? Kill. Even at this point, none of the prodigies sensed anything amiss. They chose to execute and believe Su Yu's words without hesitation. This already establishes the authority of the strong. After dealing with the 8th ranked enemy, Fong Ting, Yi Qing, and the others were eager to try their luck. Upon hearing Su Yu's command, they all rushed out. The target was the group of Wuhan University representatives in Japan. At this moment, only Lin Panchi and Chu Feng remained standing in place. They were unwilling to obey Su Yu's orders. However, the jealousy in Chu Feng's eyes intensified as everyone obeyed Su Yu's orders. Why should I? Chu Feng's inner thoughts were almost frantic. This honor should have belonged to me. I was the one who discovered Blackfy's abnormality first. Why was Suyu so decisive? He was just causing trouble, but he inadvertently made such a great contribution. Jealousy nearly overwhelmed Chu Feng's heart. His hands were clenched so tightly that his nails were almost digging into his flesh. Clearly, he wanted to wait until the end before resolutely stepping forward to resolve the matter and boost his reputation. But now it has been ruthlessly destroyed. How could he not hate? A pair of bloodshot eyes stared intently at Su Yu's back. He had never felt such a sense of crisis before, and an unknown fear lurked deep within him. He was scared. Heiga, Ming-Na, Ichisu, Hikari, Hibiscus, race kill. The leading Japanese genius, enraged, uttered a string of gibberish. Then, Using his special methods to enhance his martial arts realm, he single-handedly engaged several prodigies. After he stopped concealing his alien aura, the other geniuses from Japan also began to use their own methods. They were all modified by the blood of other races. The alien race has a very special method, which is blood burning. By burning their own blood essence, they can greatly increase their combat power. Sometimes, an alien race member at the early stage of the 8th rank can unleash combat power comparable to that of a mid to late stage 8th rank after burning their blood energy. This is why alien races have always been feared. Moreover, they can kill their opponents and absorb their blood essence to perform the blood-burning secret technique. That's the most terrifying thing. Suyu looked calmly at the people engaged in fierce fighting. The people from Japan this time have all been modified by alien races and are very powerful. However, they won't be able to hold out for long. These are all top martial arts geniuses on the entire planet. If so many people can't even defeat 11 Japanese devils, it would be too embarrassing. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. Those martial arts masters at the pinnacle of their craft were engaged in a fierce battle at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The terrifying aftershocks of the battle washed over him, and even he felt a little pressure. But that's not important. He has more important things to do. Thinking of this, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Chu Feng below, only to see that the other party was taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to Japan. He slowly retreated. Upon seeing this, Suyu's lips curled into a strange smile. Just as I expected. In the original book, Suyu knew everything about Chu Feng's actions, his opportunities, connections, and so on. The reason the other party went to such lengths to bring a weakling like Lin Panchi to participate in the exchange competition was simply to help her get a reward. There's another important point. That is, there is an opportunity in this first city. As detailed in the original book, Han Shuang, the master of the Chosen One, once discovered a ruin here. It contains heaven-level martial arts techniques and earth-level cultivation methods. Chu Feng is currently cultivating the high-level Xian grade cultivation technique that is Su family bestowed upon the Lin family. High-level Xian rank martial artists have a significant advantage among low to mid-level martial artists. However, the higher one goes, especially above the grandmaster level, the lower the level of qi and blood condensation in Xian level techniques. Only by adopting a new cultivation method can he be reborn. He even broke through to the 6th rank of martial arts in one fell swoop. Therefore, Chu Feng would definitely not let this opportunity pass. Moreover, Han Shuang was also waiting here. Suyu knew why Chu Feng didn't wait for the battle to end before setting off, because the ruins were only open until 8 p.m. tonight. It's already 6 o'clock. Given the chaos at the scene, it was inevitable that Chu Feng would sneak out beforehand. After all, once the battle was over, no one would remember that he had slipped away. The little pig couldn't resist after all. A smile appeared on Suyu's lips. Perfect. We can start collecting some interest now. Chu Feng cannot be killed yet. After all, we still need him to find the ruins of the Shattered Star Realm. But that stupid old woman Han Shuang could be killed first to add to the fun. Suyu's gaze swept across the arena. Then he whispered to everyone, I'm going outside to search for spies from Neon and Black Philippines. You guys take care of this. No one responded to the message. They had no objections. After all, those present who had the ability to do this were all besieging that 9th rank grandmaster from the sky. Apart from Suyu, there are no other 8th rank combatants. That concludes the explanation. Suyu then concealed his presence and quietly followed behind Chu Feng. Chu Feng was also cunning. After leaving the competition venue, he took out a special set of clothes from his storage ring and changed into them, instantly changing his aura. Then he took out a mask and put it on his face, sprinkled some special spices on his body, and only then did he feel at ease and leave. After leaving the competition venue, Chu Feng turned left and right, eventually arriving at a hotel. After crushing a jade pendant, he waited quietly in place. Not long after, a figure appeared like a ghost. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Chu Feng bowed slightly and said in a low voice, Teacher. Han Shuang had also changed her clothes. She nodded and said softly, Let's go, before the ruins close. Yes. Soon, the two left the city at full speed and flew south for 100 miles before stopping. Looking at the mountains before him, Chu Feng's body trembled with excitement. Finally, it's time to change my cultivation method. Once I learn a new cultivation technique, Suyu, you will only ever be worthy of being trampled under my feet. Teacher, let's begin. Let's hurry up, Chu Feng said somewhat anxiously. Han Shuang nodded. Okay. As she spoke, she took out a bronze key from her storage ring, then walked to the foot of the mountain, placed her hand on a rock, and a keyhole quietly appeared. Seeing this, Han Shuang decisively inserted the bronze key into it, and then took a few steps back. Rumble. Under their excited gazes, the stone wall suddenly trembled, and a large amount of rubble tumbled down. The two paid no attention to it, their eyes burning as they stared ahead. And behind the two of them, Suyu leaned against the trunk of an ancient tree, watching everything with a meaningful gaze. Until the stone gate opened. Suyu made a move. A large black sword, exuding a strong aura of death, appeared in his hand. Use 9th rank cultivation card. As Suyu uttered his thoughts, a powerful and terrifying aura surged forth from his body like a tidal wave. 9th rank cultivation card successfully used. Remaining experience time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chapter 47. Even ants dare to question me. You who will atone for your sins with your death. The surging, almost tangible pressure swept across the entire forest, causing creatures within dozens of miles to prostrate themselves on the ground, their eyes filled with fear. 9th rank grandmaster at the peak of perfection. When Suyu felt the boundless power within his body at that moment, his eyes were filled with fascination. This is the ultimate power. Without any hesitation, he put on the mortal mask he had bought from the system store. The next moment, the human skin mask was attached to his face, changing his original appearance into that of a simple and weathered middle-aged man. At the same time, his body is also changing. Even the aura emanating from his body transformed from domineering and destructive to the demonic energy of the netherworld. At this moment, even if his closest person stood in front of Suyu, they would not be able to see his original appearance. It cost Suyu a full 1,500 villain points to exchange for the red dust mask. But it's worth it. Aside from those above the Shattered Star realm who can see his true form, martial artists below that level are absolutely unable to discern his true nature. Once the spiritual energy and blood within the body have been completely transformed into the 9 netherworld demonic energy, Suyu raised his eyes, a strong killing intent spreading out, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, and said with a chilling smile, "The troublesome fellows, let's kill them all today. That's all." He also looked up at the battle raging overhead. Asakura Kamishiro of Japan, the future martial saint, is a dangerous individual. He'll have to die here today. Boom. With this in mind, Suyu stopped hiding and unleashed his power as a peak 9th grade grandmaster, causing the energy of heaven and earth to surge violently, directly intimidating all things. Ahead, Chu Feng and his apprentice Han Shuang were in a state of excitement. Han Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "Xiao Feng, let's go in quickly, get the cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, and leave. We can come back for the rest another day." A martial arts saint's ruins, containing countless treasures. However, their purpose was very clear. All I need is the cultivation technique. The remaining treasures are all martial arts inheritances of the martial saint, and it is not appropriate to take them at this stage. The 9th rank grandmasters above are still fighting. After they retrieved the items, they were able to return to the first city without anyone noticing that they had left midway. Chu Feng nodded emphatically, suppressing his excitement, and said solemnly, "Yes, master." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at his master in front of him, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "My master is so good to me. And master seems to still be single." Han Shuang didn't notice his unusual behavior and continued excitedly, "Come on, after today, you will be on the same starting line as those geniuses. With your talent, you will definitely be able to catch up with them, or even surpass them. I'm not even afraid of killing Suyu." With that, Han Shuang took Chu Feng's hand and quickly walked towards the stone cave. Chu Feng remained silent. Kill Suyu. That's exactly what he was thinking. The two walked quickly, and just as they were about to step into the cave, a terrifying demonic aura suddenly erupted behind them, freezing them in place. Boom. The two of them froze on the spot, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. Horror and fear almost filled their eyes. 9th grade Grandmaster Perfection. As a peak 8th grade golden body cultivator with 1 foot in the 9th grade, how could Han Shuang not know the level of the pressure behind her? The aura that made her kneel down was absolutely superior to that of her own father. They have at least 9 million cards of combat power. And I don't even have 1 million calories of chi and blood. The later the game goes, the difference in health and mana, even by just 1 card, becomes enormous. Not to mention the even greater power of origin that amplifies combat strength compared to the 8th rank. A Grandmaster at the 9th rank of perfection has probably already walked 900 meters beyond the origin path. Han Shuang turned around with difficulty, trying to see who was behind her. When she turned around, she saw a middle-aged man she had never seen before leaning against a big tree behind her. Its malevolent aura caused the surrounding trees to wither and die. The seemingly refined, weathered middle-aged man had a slight smile on his lips, his gaze playfully scrutinizing himself. It's like looking at an ant with the eyes of someone scrutinizing it. Seeing this, Han Shuang's heart sank. This person is definitely not a good guy. Senior, I don't know where I have offended you. Han Shuang swallowed, suppressing her fear, and said in a trembling voice. She adopted a very humble attitude. It was almost touching the dust. Seeing this, Suyu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This stupid woman was indeed a bully who preyed on the weak. Even though she was weaker than him, she insisted on teaching him a lesson and even dared to show murderous intent towards him. Now that I'm stronger than her, will she actually bow her head and admit her mistake? What a spineless coward. It's nothing. It's just the ruins I've guarded for decades have been opened by you like this. Your behavior is no different from that of a thief. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Suyu's eyes. Since you don't like to distort the truth, then I'd like to see what Han Shuang, who is as proud as she is, can do. Upon hearing this, Han Shuang felt a chill run down her spine. She could easily tell that this person wanted to seize the ruins. However, despite her immense resentment, she dared not act rashly at this moment. With her head bowed, she said with utmost respect, I'm sorry, I didn't know this was your place, Senior. Please forgive us, Senior, we will leave now. Upon hearing her words, Chu Feng's expression changed drastically, and he whispered, Master, this is what we discovered. Shut up, Han Shuang snapped in a low voice. This foolish apprentice, can't he see that this person is trying to take it by force? In this world, strength is the only true measure of power. If we are weak, we will be beaten. Do you understand? Chu Feng's expression shifted several times. Then he resolutely raised his head and said in a deep voice, Senior, we discovered these ruins, and the key to opening them is ours. Please understand, Senior. Chu Feng maintained a humble, yet assertive attitude. Even when facing a grandmaster at the peak of the 9th rank, he dared to stand tall and look the other person in the eye with pride. Han Shuang's face was extremely ugly. She had never expected Chu Feng to pull such a stunt. This silly boy, can't he see that the current situation is not in their favor? So you turned to look at Chu Feng and sneered, Yours? I have guarded this place for decades, and recently my key was stolen by thieves. Now you show up with the key and openly open my ruins. You still say you are not thieves. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's resolute face turned ashen, as if he had eaten excrement. Senior you. Chu Feng was about to retort, but before he could utter a word, the overwhelming demonic energy that had distorted the space suddenly erupted. Click! Bang! A crisp sound of bones cracking came from the knees of the master and apprentice, and then they both knelt down on the ground. Boom! Kneeling on both knees, with their hands on the floor, heads bowed, and staring blankly at the ground. Chu Feng's mind went blank for a moment. I actually knelt down? Damn it! This man deserves to die? In that instant, Chu Feng's eyes turned bloodshot, and an endless killing intent rose in his heart, almost engulfing him completely. However, before he could even erupt in anger, the middle-aged man, whose body was shrouded in demonic energy, spoke. The flat voice, like a judgment, instantly chilled the hearts of the two. Even ants dare to question me. Who among you will atone for your sins with your death? Chapter 48, A Heart-Piercing Insult. Master and disciple turn against each other. Suyu's question stumped the two of them. Both of them felt as if their hearts had fallen into an ice cellar. After exchanging a glance, they both saw a deep-seated fear in each other's eyes. This person. Kill them. Only now did Chu Feng calm down from the shock of losing his chance, and he realized just how foolish he had been. This is the middle of nowhere. It's not in the city. The other party is a 9th-grade grandmaster with overwhelming demonic energy. No matter how you look at it, the other party does not seem like a kind person. He actually was still thinking of turning the tables? Only at this moment did he feel a pang of regret. Of course, it was only a trace. He hated himself for not being strong enough. If he had the combat power of a 9th-grade cultivator, he would have dared to stand up and fight this person to the death. If he can get him out of here alive, he will definitely kill him in the future. How dare they make him kneel? Chu Feng gripped a handful of soil tightly with both hands, his knuckles clearly visible. He struggled to raise his head and said earnestly, Senior, we are willing to leave this place. Please spare us. My master is the vice principal of Jingwu Martial Arts School, and I am also the second-ranked student on this year's Jingwu Martial Arts School's heavenly ranking. I also hold a position in the martial arts administration. Our direct supervisor is Director Yi Tao. Chu Feng analyzed the current environmental factors in his mind, and then spoke about the person standing behind him. Although he had never met Yi Tao, but he was nominally a member of the martial arts administration. The other party should probably give me that face. Han Shuang nodded repeatedly and said, Senior, my father is Han Xin, the director of the Martial Arts Research Institute, a 9th-rank grandmaster. If you spare us, we will give you everything we have. At that moment, she understood. The other party wanted to kill him to silence him. Since I came here secretly and no one knew about it, it would be extremely difficult to find out the cause of my death. In particular, the perpetrator was a martial arts expert at the peak of the 9th rank. The other party couldn't possibly be without means to erase the traces. Even if the martial saint himself were to arrive at that time, it would probably be difficult to find out. At this moment, all we can do is beg for mercy, praying that the other party will forgive you. Suyu laughed upon hearing this, his arrogant eyes filled with disdain and contempt. He said indifferently, What good stuff could you ants possibly have? That's hilarious. So it turns out that no matter if you're the main character or not, you have to kneel down and submit in the face of absolute power, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It's confirmed. The two paused upon hearing this, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, one of them was penniless, and the other was about to break through to the 9th rank. Both of them were desperately exchanging resources for breakthrough, so where would they have any resources left? Senior Suyu raised his hand, interrupting their desire to continue explaining. In his hand, the black, demonic blade, radiating an aura of death, flashed with light. Suyu calmly said, I'll give you 30 seconds to choose who will die. He wants to see, faced with the threat of death, which of these two men's backbone will endure longer. In the original book, didn't you have a deep master-disciple relationship? Didn't you want to have a love story that transcends ethics? Okay, let's see which of you two will choose to go solo first. As expected, upon hearing Suyu's ultimatum, the two men's expressions changed drastically. All their previous sense of hope vanished, replaced by disbelief in their eyes. Other side, they were determined to kill them. The two exchanged a glance, both realizing that the other did not want to die. In an instant, cracks appeared in the Taoist hearts of the two. Under the threat of death, the master and apprentice, who had only known each other for a little over a month, naturally couldn't possibly have that kind of deep master-apprentice relationship. They all wanted to survive. If it drags on any longer, perhaps we can wait for rescue. Everyone is currently focused on the aftermath of the battle in the sky, so who would notice this sealed-off space? For a moment, Chu Feng and Han Shuang felt a chill in their hearts. Chu Feng was extremely unwilling. His hands gripped the soil so tightly that his teeth were almost ground to dust. This person, he actually forced himself down this path of betraying his family. He deserves to die? 10, 9, 8. As the two were mentally preparing themselves, Su Yu's indifferent and emotionless voice rang out softly. This final countdown is slowly eroding the conscience in their hearts. Chu Feng's eyes flickered violently. He was struggling. He didn't want to betray them. Bullet didn't want to die? I'm destined to become a martial saint. How can I die here like this? Even now, he was still hoping for a miracle, even if the countdown had reached 3 seconds. Beside Chu Feng, Han Shuang's still charming face turned deathly pale. She didn't want to die even more. With such strong talent, she was confident that she could become a 9th-rank cultivator if given a few more years. No matter how strong a disciple is, what use is it if the disciple dies? Did he end up with the reputation of being the teacher of a martial saint? Han Shuang glanced at Chu Feng out of the corner of her eye, who had suddenly become resolute. She saw the reluctance and determination in his eyes as he turned to look at her. At that moment, she also became resolute. It seems he also wants to sacrifice himself to protect me. Han Shuang's conflicted expression immediately softened. My apprentice seems pretty good. He knows to repay me even with his life. Never mind. I'll just let Chu Feng have his way. Perhaps in the future I can truly become the teacher of a martial saint, or the teacher of a demigod. To be passed down through the ages, that doesn't seem so bad. Suyu slowly raised the demonic blade in his hand. The extremely unsettling demonic energy rose up, and under the terrifying pressure, spatial rifts appeared from time to time, and then healed. Dark purple demonic energy flickered in the broken rifts. Time's up. Have you made your choices? Suyu's lips curled into a playful smile. As he finished speaking, the two shouted almost simultaneously. I am willing to sacrifice myself. Please spare my disciple, Senior. I choose my teacher. Please, Senior, act quickly and don't let my teacher suffer. The two spoke at the same time, and when they heard the other's choice, Han Shuang's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with disbelief. He chose to die? What was that reluctance and determination in his eyes just now? Chu Feng's face turned deathly pale instantly. He had never expected that his teacher, whom he had only known for a month, Why would someone choose to sacrifice her to save themselves? At this moment, several cracks appeared in Chu Feng's Dao heart. Han Shuang's eyes widened, and she asked excitedly, why? However, she hadn't finished speaking. An attack containing both primal power and destructive power instantly killed her. Boom. Han Shuang's eyes flashed with confusion and disbelief as she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Chu Feng's mind went blank. My teacher died right in front of me. After delivering the slash, Su Yu's face returned to its refined smile. Alright, now that someone's dead, you can get lost. Haha, what a show. It seems that Tang's personality is similar to that of most novel protagonists. I'd rather die than see my fellow Taoist die. Upon hearing his voice, Chu Feng shakily stood up, tears welling in his eyes, wanting to collect Han Shuang's body, but was frightened away by Su Yu's words. Get out, or you can stay here. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng dared not delay. After giving Su Yu a deep look, he left the forest at full speed. He wants revenge. Master is already dead, he can't die too. As he disappeared, Su Yu's smile grew even brighter. Since this chosen one is so fond of fame, then how about I give you another big gift? He glanced at Han Shuang's intact corpse on the ground, then used his primal power to cut off Han Shuang's right hand with a single stroke. Su Yu raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air, throwing Han Shuang's corpse dozens of miles away. They then stepped into the stone cave. He can't use the opportunities here, but the Su family needs them. Having seized this opportunity, it's time for him to end this turmoil and slay Kamishiro Asakura. Another location, dozens of miles away from the ruins, is atop a mountain in the opposite direction from where Chu Feng fled. Han Shuang's body suddenly trembled slightly. For a long time. Then a faint, weak voice, almost as if it were about to breathe its last, rang out. What a good apprentice. Chapter 49. You answered correctly, and as a reward, you won't die first. The ruins of the martial saint. Su Yu felt no sense of unfamiliarity when he went inside. Knowing the plot well, he naturally knew what treasures were hidden in the ruins. The most important function here is to provide the protagonist with advanced cultivation techniques for transition, allowing him to stand on the same starting line as the geniuses and giving him the ability to overtake them. Without this transition, his cultivation level would have been delayed for a long time in the later stages. Although Han Shuang is at the late stage of the 8th rank and has a father who is a 9th rank grandmaster, the cultivation technique she practices is only at the initial stage of the earth level. Reaching the 9th rank with this kind of cultivation technique is actually quite difficult. Moreover, the later the game progresses, the lower the combat power bonus provided by low-level techniques becomes. To support a chosen one in fighting beyond their level, one must have profound cultivation techniques and advanced martial arts skills. This secret place had already been looted long ago. Some valuable resources have already been moved away. Now, only a stone tablet stands there, which even a 9th rank grandmaster cannot pry open. As long as a martial artist uses their spiritual power to comprehend this stone tablet, they can obtain the high-level earth-grade cultivation technique recorded inside. Of course, that's not important. Inside the cave, Su Yu looked around and saw several oil lamps hanging on the walls. This is made from the grease of a ferocious deep-sea beast, and it can burn for thousands of years without going out. As Su Yu walked deeper into the area, he glanced at the corpse sitting cross-legged at the top. It is unknown how long this corpse has existed, but within its bones, there is still an indestructible substance flowing, giving the entire skeleton a golden luster. Now that I have accepted your martial arts legacy, may you rest in peace once again. Su Yu's eyes were devoid of any emotion as he gently raised his palm and grasped at the boneless void. With his other hand, he swung it towards the ground, creating a deep pit. After doing all this, Su Yu glanced coldly at the skeleton and chuckled. Senior, aren't you going to come out yet? His voice echoed in the empty stone cave. A moment later, a faint voice sounded, as if responding to Su Yu's call. Why? I never thought I, Nanxiong Feng, would fall here. The weak, cold voice carried resentment and frustration. Immediately afterwards, the bones that Su Yu was holding in the air trembled a few times, and a phantom figure appeared. An aged, hunched, illusory spiritual entity appeared out of thin air. He is the owner of the bones. He was once a powerful martial arts master, but now he has been reduced to a mere, extremely weak soul, barely surviving in the world. He could tell that the other party didn't want him to live. The middle-aged man that Su Yu had transformed into smiled faintly and said, It's time to relinquish the holy position that you've occupied for so many years. The position of martial saint is not something that can be achieved simply by reaching a certain level of cultivation. This is subject to limitations. Only by gaining the recognition of the worlds can one become a martial saint. Only when a martial saint dies and his soul ceases to exist can he regain his sainthood. Only those grandmasters at the 9th rank can break through to the martial saint level. Otherwise, even the most amazing person, even if their 9th grade origin path reaches 999.9 meters. Even so, he was unable to break through the final 0.1 meters to become a martial saint. That's the limitation. According to the later descriptions in the original book, Blue Star could accommodate at least 99 martial saints and 1 martial god. The current situation is that there are only 36 martial saints on Earth. Therefore, in some unknown corner of the world, the spiritual entities of 63 martial saints still exist. There is a martial saint's spiritual body that has fallen into an endless slumber due to the Great War. There are also those martial saints whose time is coming to an end, but who do not want to die. This one belongs to the latter category. He didn't want to die, nor did he want to make any sacrifices, nor did he want to relinquish his holy position. They left behind relics and legacies, waiting for suitable bodies to enter and choose which ones to possess. Although one can regain their saintly status after possessing another's body, they can only become the lowest-ranking martial saint. Even some extremely powerful 9th grade martial artists can fight them to a draw. In the original storyline, after Chu Feng and Han Shuang entered this place, the spirit of the martial saint appeared, saying that he wanted to impart the martial arts inheritance of the martial saint to them. The result, however, was an attempt to possess it. However, because his soul was extremely weak, he was ultimately killed by the Chosen One, whose spiritual power far surpassed that of others in the same realm. That's how a legacy was passed down. Upon hearing Su Yu's relaxed words, the martial saint named Nen Xiongfeng became agitated and lost his composure, uttering, "Give it up. Do you know how much effort I put in to become a martial saint? But I had just become a martial saint when I was severely injured by a powerful alien race, and my life was nearing its end in less than 3 years. I haven't lived enough yet. I've only just become a martial saint. Why should I die such a miserable death? Do you know how hard it was for me to get to where I am today? I guarded that old geezer for a full 400 years before he finally died. I killed so many people. I paid a bloody price to become a martial saint. The result was that I was ambushed and killed by alien races the very moment I became a martial saint. How could I accept this?" Nan Xiongfeng's spiritual body fluctuated, and he roared at Su Yu, venting his dissatisfaction. Su Yu remained unmoved in the face of his questioning. "What does it have to do with me?" A single, casual remark extinguished Nan Xiongfeng's desire to continue venting. Meeting his sharp, cold gaze, Nan Xiongfeng, the martial saint, realized that the other party showed no sympathy whatsoever for his plight. There's no point in saying more. Since you won't let me go, I won't let you get away with it either." A resolute look appeared in Nan Xiongfeng's eyes. The person standing right in front of him was a grandmaster at the 9th rank of perfection, so he chose to self-destruct. Even if his spiritual strength is less than 1% of his peak, he can still severely injure his opponent by self-destructing his origin Tao. If you want my holy position, you'll have to pay the price." Nan Xiongfeng laughed wildly, then decisively chose to self-destruct. Behind him, a phantom path appeared and disappeared, and at its end, the primordial path crumbled little by little. The aura of the spiritual entity also gradually expanded. If he were to shatter this 1,000-meter-long primordial path, even a martial saint would be injured. This was his last resort. It's also a means of mutual destruction. Since others don't want to let me go, I'll risk everything to drag them down with me. Let's all die together," Nan Xiongfeng said, seemingly insane, faced with his tendency to self-destruct. Su Yu remained calm, watching as the other party's original Tao crumbled little by little. Seeing how calm the other party was, Nan Xiongfeng suddenly had a bad feeling. As expected, when his original path burned down to just the last meter, Su Yu has made his move. Under the horrified gaze of martial saint Nan Xiongfeng, Su Yu formed hand seals, and a burst of primal power emanating sealing energy erupted. In the blink of an eye, Nan Xiongfeng's self-destruction trend, which had reached its limit, came to an abrupt halt. The space around him gradually collapsed and compressed. Upon sensing this power, Nan Xiongfeng was utterly shocked and exclaimed, "This is the origin seal. How do you know this technique? You're from the Su family." Su Yu returned his smile. "You guessed right. As a reward, you'll be spared for now. Your greatest role is to make way for my father." Instead of killing him immediately, Su Yu used his newly acquired 9th grade Great Perfection cultivation to seal him. Perhaps for Chu Feng and his group, the greatest opportunity here is the heaven-level martial arts technique and the high-level earth-level cultivation method. But for him, the biggest opportunity here is It can create a second martial saint for his Su family. Boom. As the space was completely cut off, Nen Xiongfeng's spiritual body instantly solidified, eventually transforming into a transparent cube the size of a Rubik's Cube. The transparent cube solidified completely, and Suyu raised his hand, grasping the cube that held the opportunity to attain sainthood in his grasp. I'm sure my cheap old man will really like this gift, right? Chapter 50. Creating a School of Three Saints. Suyu's villainous ambition begins to emerge. Playing with the Rubik's Cube formed from solidified space, Suyu glanced at the skeleton, which had lost all its indestructible matter due to the loss of its spiritual body. Suyu casually waved his hand, throwing the remains into the pit to bury them. After all, having taken someone's life and holy position, it's only natural that he should have a place to be buried after his death. He is not like Chu Feng and Han Shuang. After killing the other person, they then extracted his bone marrow. When you compare them like this, Suyu was actually somewhat moved. How could I be so kind as to bury someone else? The greatest opportunity was seized by Suyu. Immediately afterwards, he pulled out the 2 stone tablets from the cave and put them into his storage ring. Without the support of spiritual energy, the stone tablets' own resistance was not strong. So Suyu easily put them away. After completing all this, Suyu received a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting the Chosen One's opportunity. You have received the following rewards: Star Level Weapon Burial Blade, plus 20,000 villain points, and 1 Realm Advancement card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully causing a rift between the protagonist and his disciple. Rewards: plus 20,000 villain points, Star Level Martial Skill Burial Blade Technique, Star Level Cultivation Manual Human Emperor Scripture. Burial Blade, a Star Level weapon, wielded by a late-stage Shattered Star Realm expert. After his death, the whereabouts of the Burial Blade became unknown. Burial Blade Technique, a Star Level martial skill, exclusive to the Shattered Star Realm. Burial Blade Technique consists of 3 forms: burying earth, burying heaven, and burying all living beings. Human Emperor Scripture. Cultivating this technique can condense the aura of the human emperor and step onto the path of the human emperor. When one condenses the will of all living beings and steps into the path of origin, the higher the degree of faith of all living beings, the stronger the realm, and one can break through the planet's upper limit to the Shattered Star Realm. Upon seeing the introduction provided by the system, Suyu perked up immediately. The Burial Heaven Blade Technique and the Burial Heaven Blade are a perfect match. Therefore, it can be seen that he now had another trump card to save his life. The Star-level martial arts techniques are incredibly tempting to Suyu right now. He had previously used the Void Blade technique to kill an 8th-rank martial artist with a single strike. That's incredibly powerful. Now that he has an additional martial arts skill and weapon, it's no exaggeration to say that he's like a tiger with wings. This trip was totally worth it. Suyu's eyes narrowed with a smile. It was easy to tell from the upturned corners of his mouth that he was very happy at that moment. Not only did it cause a rift between the protagonist and his disciple, but it also granted him a qualification for a sainthood and an incredibly generous reward. It was worth it for him to use a grade 9 trial card. Worth. I hope that stupid bitch Han Shuang can be driven to the brink of collapse by Chu Feng, so that my last-minute decision to spare her life won't have been in vain. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the reason Han Shuang didn't die was because he had a backup plan. He suddenly became interested in watching how Chu Feng would be utterly disgraced. The crime of deceiving one's teacher is enough to get him into serious trouble. The best scenario would be master and disciple killing each other. Given that Chu Feng is the chosen one, his cultivation level will definitely improve rapidly after experiencing so much pressure. Even if I can't improve my cultivation level, my combat power will definitely be able to reach at least the 7th rank. By severing Han Shuang's arm, he indirectly destroyed her indestructible essence and permanently obliterated 80% of her vital energy. Han Shuang is now no different from a useless person. Even if he recovers, his combat strength will only be at the mid to late stage of the 7th rank. This is a big gift from me to the little fat pig. I hope he won't be ungrateful and that I'll see a good show, Suyu said with a smile. It's a bit cruel, but he just likes to tease human nature. Ha. Ding. Mission: change the original plot and kill the chosen one Chu Feng. Current progress, 23%. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, plus 18,000 villain points. That feels so good. Hearing the system's reward notifications ring out one after another, Suyu was in a much better mood. He was now much closer to his goal of building a martial arts saint family. His ambitions go far beyond that. Since he wants to be a powerful villain who reigns over all the world, he naturally needs to build up the power behind him. He looked down on the title of martial saint that he already held. He didn't even want the human emperor's scripture that the system offered as a reward. He will obtain the title of martial saint after he reaches the 9th rank and cultivates his own original Tao. He doesn't want to be restricted by Earth. He also didn't want the human emperor's scripture, even though it could be cultivated to the Shattered Star realm through the power of faith. This cultivation technique is too restrictive. After practicing it, the person becomes completely bound to the human race and needs to become a benevolent emperor to advance their cultivation. It's not suitable for him. However, he didn't want to give it to his cheap old man. Given his reputation and prestige in the army, he will likely be able to rapidly advance his strength after breaking through to the martial saint realm. Moreover, cultivating the human emperor scripture allows one to become a saint independently, without needing to obtain a saintly position from the world's will. Then, the holy position he holds can create another martial saint. Suyu stroked his chin, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, and murmured, "It seems that within a month, my Su family will be able to produce 2 martial saints at the same time. 3 saints from one family. This powerful family is barely able to protect itself." It wasn't that Suyu was being self-deprecating, but rather that he was destined to be unable to hide his true self, and he didn't want to. A martial arts master could not deter those petty villains. Then, 3 doors. Then I can do whatever I want without worrying about being targeted. Do you want to bully me? Hee hee, I brought 3 martial saints to your door in person. So let me tell you, aren't you panicking? Thinking of this, Suyu nodded with satisfaction. A huge profit. Once the matter of the first city is settled, I will go to the front line guarded by my Su family to find my cheap old man and help him become a saint. I just happened to get another realm card, which will push my realm to the peak of the 7th rank of martial arts. I'll break through to the 8th rank in that battle. After the battle ends, Chu Feng should also find those confidants, and that ruin once we extract its maximum value. Chu Feng, who has been jumping around for so long, should die. After thinking through his next steps, Suyu no longer hesitated. He turned and left the martial saint ruins. Upon arriving in the outside world, Suyu soared into the air and stood in mid-air, glancing at the unremarkable little mountain peak. Rumble. Suyu slapped his palm down, and instantly, the entire mountain began to crumble and collapse, sending dust flying everywhere. In the end, the martial saint's relics, which had been hidden for hundreds of years, were instantly reduced to a small mound. Before leaving, Suyu did one more good deed. They built a tomb for this unfortunate martial saint on a mountain. This made Suyu feel a little self-satisfied again. After all, this was doing a good deed. As a villain, it was really quite heinous for him to do a good deed. After finishing all this, Suyu gazed into the distance. He glanced at Han Shuang, who was sitting cross-legged recovering from her injuries, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. You'll be the one to start the curtain call for this grand finale. Turning his gaze away, Suyu looked up at the sky again, his brows furrowing slightly as he watched the battle raging overhead. Never mind. He couldn't extinguish the neon lights of his past life. But in this life, he will lead the 3 saints of the Su family to slaughter them with an air of supreme authority, while I still possess the 9th rank cultivation level. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's figure suddenly shot out. The terrifying demonic aura was undisguised, sweeping across an area of hundreds of miles. Let's first kill this Kamishiro Asakura as a sacrifice to the heavens. Chapter 51. When did these Japanese beasts become worthy of shouting? The sky was getting dark. At this moment, 10,000 meters above the first city, dozens of 8th rank and 3 early to mid-9th rank martial arts experts were in a sorry state. Amidst their hostile gazes stood a powerful 9th grade expert whose aura remained perfectly composed. General of the Neon Kingdom, Asakura of the Gods. This person is the most promising successor to the martial saint in the Kamishiro family. Japan has a martial arts master, who also comes from the Kamishiro family. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, when the current martial saint of the Kamishiro family reaches the end of his life, Kamishiro Asakura will inevitably become the next martial saint. His combat power was incredibly strong, and his origin path even extended 800 meters. Under the increase of the original path, he could fight all the people in front of him alone without being at a disadvantage. He could even drag it out until the very end and kill them one by one. Kamishiro Asakura looked at Yang Jun and the others with a mocking expression and sneered. What? Is this all the strength you have? Yang Jun's face darkened, and he rebuked, Kamishiro Asakura, aren't you afraid that my Dragon Kingdom's martial saint and 9th rank perfected experts will come after you for doing this? You dare to commit such a traitorous act against humanity? The entire planet Earth will not tolerate you. Hee hee. Kamishiro Asakura scoffed. Then guess why I dared to make a move? Why has so much time passed, and why haven't the martial saints of your dragon kingdom and other countries come? He dared to expose himself, which means he had made thorough preparations. Meanwhile, riots broke out among the alien races, hindering the human race's progress and preventing them from rushing here to provide support, all to buy them time. He's going to slaughter the entire first city, including the prodigies of this generation. Once he kills them, his mission will be complete. All he needs to do next is evacuate and then arrange for everyone in his country to be transferred to the battlefield outside the region. Upon hearing this answer, Yang Zhen's heart sank. It seems that a fierce battle is inevitable today. If no one comes to their aid, everyone present will die here. Damn it, the Japanese really have no bottom line. Even after 1,000 years, they still can't change their ways. In the past, slaughtering humans could be understood as seizing territory, but now they dare to openly betray us. We should have slaughtered the Japanese first back then. Behind Yang Zhen, powerful figures from other countries began to hurl insults. They were all angry too. Although they were plundering and killing for resources back then, when faced with the life and death of their races, the nations put aside their hatred and joined forces to resist the invasion of foreign races on the battlefields beyond their borders. They finally gained the strength to stand on equal footing with other races. As a result, this hard-won advantage was completely destroyed by the Japanese and the Black Philippines. Every strong person harbors regret. Why didn't they join forces back then to kill those two martial saints, Neon and Black Fae, who achieved sainthood through trickery? If you kill him, they don't have a single martial saint, so even if they rebel, it won't have much impact on them. Unlike now, the two martial saints have directly betrayed us. This is an excruciating pain for the human race. As Kamishiro Asakura listened to the crowd's insults, his face clearly showing disdain, and arrogantly said, "If Japan hadn't started late, would you all have the status you have today? Since you are ostracizing Japan, then we will naturally side with the strong." As he spoke, he raised his arm. What was originally a normal human arm gradually swelled up under everyone's gaze, eventually transforming into a blood-red beast claw. Asakura Kamishiro gazed at his mutated arm, a look of rapture in his eyes. "A bunch of idiots, you have no idea about the power of the strong." Sizzle. No sooner had he finished speaking than the mutated beast claw slammed down. In an instant, claw marks, radiating overwhelming bloodlust, tore through space and attacked Yang Zhen and the others. A terrifying claw strike, if it were to land on a mountain 10,000 meters high, would probably not last even a moment before being cleaved into pieces. Even if dozens of them joined forces, they dared not resist this attack. Their expressions changed drastically, and they then mobilized all their energy and destructive power to resist. Yang Zhen and the other 3 ninth-rank grandmasters also connected with their respective original Daos, drawing on their original power to amplify their chi, blood, and combat strength. "Hold on," Yang Zhen roared, his eyes bloodshot. Faced with a casual attack from Kamishiro Asakura, they had to exert all their strength and join forces to barely resist. Pathetic. Seeing this, Kamishiro Asakura sneered and slashed down with his claws again. Puff. This time, Yang Zhen and the others could no longer resist and were sent flying several miles backwards, coughing up blood, before they could barely regain their footing. Everyone was listless and dispirited. They stared at Kamishiro Asakura in horror, their shock impossible to conceal. The impact of a battle between a 9th-rank martial arts grandmaster is too great. Within a radius of several thousand meters, all space shattered, revealing nothingness. The shattered space healed only to collapse again. That's incredible. This was a completely overwhelming battle. A 9th-grade grandmaster can shatter space with a casual strike, summon an immortal golden body, and then strengthen it with the power of origin. Even a light palm strike is enough to blast a crater 1,000 meters deep into the ground. The saying that a single palm strike can reduce a city with a population of tens of millions to nothingness is no joke. The power unleashed by a 9th-grade grandmaster's attack is no less than that of a magnitude 9 earthquake. I've had enough fun. Now it's time to kill you all, and then go and slaughter the first city. Only then will my mission be complete. Kamishiro Asakura teleported within 100 meters of the group, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. He licked his lips and said cruelly, "You should be glad that Japan has lost a group of geniuses." Yang Zhen and the others looked extremely grim. Everyone was too weak to fight anymore. Even those at the 9th rank were severely injured. Yang Zhen's eyes were filled with resentment and deep hatred as he shouted, "Kamishiro Asakura, don't be so smug. You dare to kill so many of my human race's prodigies. Your Japan will surely be wiped out." "Ha ha ha. extinction of the race. Kamishiro Asakura laughed loudly upon hearing this, arrogantly saying, "Then let's see who goes extinct first. But you won't live to see that day. You all die." After saying that, Kamishiro Asakura suddenly erupted. His martial arts golden body, hundreds of meters tall, stepped on the void. The right arm of that golden body was very strange, blood red, and carrying an aura of curse. Click! The right arm's sharp claws pierced through the void, and the eerie blood energy shattered space as the boundless giant claws crashed down on Yang Jun and other powerful figures from various countries. The eerie blood aura that sent shivers down the spines of countless people filled the sky, almost turning into a sea of blood that swallowed up the space. It's over. Yang Jun and the others stared in despair at the giant crimson claw overhead, their eyes filled with utter despair. This time I'm really going to die. Kamishiro Asakura's attack directly shattered their will to resist. Taking in the despair in everyone's eyes, Asakura Kamishiro's face grew even more crazed. What a perfect blood meal. With so many rank 8 cultivators and 4 rank 9 cultivators, if I were to devour them all, my origin Dao would surely reach 999 meters. He's just one step away from becoming a martial saint. Ha ha ha. All of you will become my food. Kamishiro Asakura's expression was almost crazed. Under his excited, trembling gaze. Suddenly, bang! A blade of light, imbued with overwhelming demonic energy, ripped through space and struck the colossal, blood-red claw that blotted out the sky. Amidst the despairing and stunned expressions of the crowd, the demonic energy of the blade illuminated everyone's faces. Immediately afterwards, a demonic voice, like that of a god from the deepest hell, resounded through the sky. Do these neon-faced beasts even dare to shout? Chapter 52 Fallen Angel. 1/cleaves through a 9th ranking neon. The eerie, demonic voice rang in everyone's ears, causing them all to look up at the sky above them. There, a middle-aged man in a black robe, shrouded in demonic energy, stood in the void. Wherever he went, the space trembled. It was as if they couldn't withstand his pressure and would collapse at any moment. The dense demonic energy made everyone feel suffocated, and their blood energy was completely suppressed by this person. Even at the peak of his power, Kamishiro Asakura felt a faint but palpable pressure. His martial arts senses told him that this person had locked onto him. Moreover, his opponent's strength was far beyond his reach. Who are you? The massive golden martial arts body of Kamishiro Asakura raised its head, its blood-red claws pointing at Suyu, and demanded sharply. The opponent is very strong. It was so powerful that even his mental energy issued a frantic warning. Even this massive martial arts golden body trembled slightly under the pressure of the opponent's demonic energy. Does a beast even dare to point its claws at me? The refined middle-aged demonic cultivator raised an eyebrow. Buzz. The black blade, shrouded in demonic energy, swept lightly. Oh. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Kamishiro Asakura's incomparably powerful martial arts golden body claws were actually severed in one blow. At the wound, immortal matter flowed wildly, but it could not be condensed again. Who are you? Asakura Kamishiro was terrified when he felt the condition of his wounds. As a powerful martial artist at the 9th level of the Great Perfection, and having walked a distance of 851 meters from his origin Dao, he should be someone who could not be killed by anyone other than a martial saint. However, he was injured by a mysterious expert who had reached the peak of the 9th rank. Even if he used his primordial power, the immortal matter could not heal the wound. That's impossible. Yang Jun and the others were shocked to see this scene. Even though the martial saint had severed the claw of the origin Dao martial artist, the latter was unable to heal the wound. This is simply unbelievable. It should be understood that once you reach the 9th rank, you can no longer be considered immortal. Once they reach the 9th rank, they can rebuild their bodies even if they are left with only a piece of flesh. Not to mention minor matters like recovering from injuries. Upon hearing this, the refined middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, and he said indifferently, "You talk too much." The words were spoken. The blade flashed and disappeared in an instant. Ouch! My chin. A scream rang out as Asakura Kamishiro's martial arts golden body chin was neatly sliced off. Immortal matter, imbued with divine power, dripped continuously. But the wound is strangely unable to heal. The enormous golden body of martial arts tumbled in the air, shaking the surrounding space, and causing cracks in the void to appear and heal one after another. This person is strange in every way. Beneath that surface, devoid of any fluctuation of vital energy, only an unsettling demonic aura surged. Under such suffocating pressure, Yang Jun and the others held their breath and dared not make the slightest move. That's terrifying. This strangeness is even more terrifying than facing a martial saint directly. At that moment, Kamishiro Asakura deeply felt the approaching presence of death. Senior, spare my life. I am willing to offer all my treasures to you. I am willing to be your servant. As a representative of treachery and cunning, Kamishiro Asakura immediately begged for mercy and even offered to become a slave. This was quite unbelievable to everyone. The once arrogant and domineering Kamishiro Asakura was now kneeling in the void like a dog. Kamishiro Asakura raised his remaining left hand above his head, as if offering a treasure, and placed a storage ring in his palm. Suyu gazed at him calmly. With a wave of his hand, the storage ring fell into his hand, which he gently grasped. The powerful mental force invaded the storage ring, easily breaking through the barrier set up by the Kamishiro Asakura. Boom! The massive golden body of martial arts trembled violently. At this moment, Kamishiro Asakura finally understood just how terrifying the middle-aged man in black robes standing in front of him truly was. The opponent's mental strength might be even stronger than that of a martial saint. Otherwise, how could one instantly break through one's own soul barrier? He knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, showing none of his previous arrogance. Senior, I am willing to offer my soul imprint and let you enslave me. Please spare my dog's life. Kamishiro Asakura's tone was extremely obsequious. It's as if it's a dog trying to show its loyalty. But, faced with his sincerity, Suyu's dark, demonic eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Really, regardless of which parallel world it is, the people of Japan remain as shameless as ever. Their loyalty is utterly worthless. When weak, it kneels at the feet of the strong. Once given the power to rise again, this vicious dog will immediately turn on its master. This is the disgusting racial characteristic imprinted in their blood. They've shown a lot of sincerity. Suyu nodded indifferently. Upon hearing his words, a hint of joy flashed in Asakura Kamishiro's eyes, along with a bloodthirsty killing intent. The opponent's chi and blood. That's so special. His new bloodline yearns to devour the other's life force. If he could devour this special blood and vital energy, he might be able to become a martial saint immediately. As for branding someone as a slave, his new bloodline also has a special ability to erase all soul imprints. Just give him a chance. He could then swallow this tempting blood food. Thinking of this, a glint of excitement and cruelty flashed in his eyes, which were lowered almost to his crotch. A cluster of souls emerged from the top of his martial arts golden body, and Kamishiro Asakura said respectfully, Senior, this is my soul imprint. Please brand it upon me. However, before Kamishiro Asakura could finish uttering the last word, a torrent of demonic energy suddenly erupted. The space trembled and shattered, and all living things within 100 miles felt it. They looked up at the sky and felt their souls tremble. Awe filled their eyes. The physical body may only tremble, but the soul of all living beings has an impulse to submit. Falling to heaven. The next second, the entire sky changed color, darkness descended, and demonic energy enveloped the entire sky. This feeling made Asakura Kamishiro feel as if the heavens were falling, as if a gate to hell had opened before his eyes, from which countless disgusting and terrifying demons crawled out, creating a scene straight out of hell. Under the desperate gaze of Kamishiro Asakura, the space before him shattered and collapsed completely, and countless spatial forces sliced his martial arts golden body into pieces. No, his eyes were filled with deep resentment and disbelief. The voices of resentment echoed. Behind the martial arts golden body that turned into golden fragments, a fundamental path collapsed completely. Boom. The immortal golden body shattered, and the primordial Tao collapsed. The mournful cry of the great Tao echoed in the minds of all the ninth-rank origin Tao experts on Blue Star. Whether they were in seclusion or in battle, all the ninth-grade origin Tao experts opened their eyes in shock. A martial arts master at the ninth rank has fallen. Yang Jun and the others were stunned, their minds completely blank. A powerful cultivator of the origin Tao has died. Like a chicken being chopped down with a single blow? Along with immortal matter, the primordial Tao all were annihilated. Especially since this person isn't even a martial saint. Martial arts 9th grade great perfection, a primal Tao expert with 851 meters of primal Tao, Kamishiro Asakura. Die? After everyone came to their senses, they looked up at the middle-aged man in black robes in the sky with deep awe and fear in their eyes. At that moment, only one word came to mind to describe it. Peerless beauty. Chapter 53. I've said, get lost so many times. I don't want to repeat myself, understand? Today's 4 chapters are just a little setup to pave the way for the Su family becoming the twin saints, and for the later destruction of the Japanese Black Philippines. Please bear with it, and take a look. If he doesn't become a martial saint, he can still slay a grandmaster of the 9th rank. Such talent is truly unparalleled. Without the saint realm, killing a martial artist of the same realm is as difficult as ascending to heaven. But the refined middle-aged man in front of me has done it. Moreover, they killed the opponent as easily as killing a chicken. Yang Jun and General Mike didn't dare to breathe, their eyes burning with awe as they looked at Suyu. That's incredibly powerful. However, when they noticed Suyu suddenly scanning them, their breath caught in their throats. They were afraid that the other party would be displeased and would also kill them. After all, the other party's aura was really too different from theirs. Chi and blood are like the blazing sun, burning away all gloom. However, instead of sensing the intense heat of blood and chi from the other party, one felt a chilling fear from the depths of their soul. Demonic energy swirled around their entire body, but there was no evil intent in it. Thank you for your help, Senior. May I ask your name? Yang Jun said respectfully to Suyu after recovering somewhat. Suyu glanced at Yang Jun and said in a flat voice devoid of any emotion, no need to know. Forehead. Yang Jun was speechless, but he wisely refrained from pressing the matter further. Okay, Senior. Yang Jingong finished speaking, and then saw the middle-aged man raise his hand, tear open the space, and slip inside. Seeing this, Yang Jun and the others were utterly astonished. One can wield spatial power without the cultivation of a martial saint. This person is even stronger than they imagined. Yang Jun took a deep breath, then looked at the generals from various countries and cities who had reached their limits, and said with a wry smile, let's go too. The battle is over. Go back and report to the martial saint, and see when we can begin the campaign against Neon and Black Philippines. As the story progressed, a fire of hatred burned in the eyes of everyone present. Those who betray humanity. They will never let the other side off the hook. They will not rest until the Neon and Black Fly races are wiped out. Outside the first city, Suyu landed silently in the forest. After removing the effects of the trial card, his cultivation level returned to the mid-stage of the 7th rank. This is his true level. However, he can no longer calculate it according to common sense. His own blood and chi value far exceeds that of others in the same realm, and his spiritual power has a cultivation method that also surpasses others in the same realm. Even an 8th grade golden body martial artist cannot compare with him in terms of spiritual power strength. He tore off the mask of worldly life from his face, revealing his original appearance and physique. Call. Suyu stood there, exhaling a breath of stale air. His eyes held a hint of longing as he clenched his fist and murmured, it's still so much more satisfying to use the power of a strong person. However, why am I so familiar with the cultivation techniques and demonic energy of this 9th grade experience card? He had a misconception when using the trial card. It feels like this technique was created just for him. It is naturally compatible with his physique. It's a really strange feeling. After thinking for a long time, Suyu shook his head and chuckled. I won't think about that too much for now. I'll go back to the city, finish things here, and then go to the 5th city to hand over what I have to my cheap old man. I currently hold the title of Martial Saint, which I can obtain at any time. There is also the Imperial Scripture. Suyu would never cultivate this technique. He would only pass it on to Su Long. With his peak 9th grade martial arts cultivation, Su Long also developed his own origin path, even pushing it to 900 meters. At his stage, he only needs one more opportunity to break through to the Martial Saint realm. Without the Martial Saint Dao fruit, he would be stuck at the 9th rank. But things are different now. Suyu has a Martial Saint Dao fruit and a Human Emperor scripture, which can directly create 2 martial saints. Given Su Long's influence in the 5th city, he might just break through to the Martial Saint realm in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Suyu was in a great mood. Although I only experienced the 9th grade Great Perfection cultivation for one day, it was enough. If he hadn't experienced it before, he might have wanted to cultivate the Human Emperor scripture. But now, he doesn't want to think about it anymore. The 9 Netherworld demonic chi from the trial card is more suitable for him, and he must get his hands on this cultivation technique. Back to the city. After making up his mind, Suyu picked up a Japanese devil and flew towards the 1st city. These are the neon spies he found when he left the city. He was knocked unconscious and thrown out of the city so that it would be easier to return without attracting attention. Upon entering the city, Suyu returned to the Wuhan University exchange competition venue. At this moment, in the exchange arena, geniuses from each city sat in their respective areas, cultivating with their eyes closed, while the energy of heaven and earth in the entire exchange arena was completely snatched up. Everyone was holding their breath. If the fight didn't happen, let's have a contest to see whose team can grab the most energy from heaven and earth. Suyu ignored this situation. Upon arriving in the ninth city area, Suyu immediately spotted Chu Feng sitting in a corner with Lin Panchi. He was seen chatting quietly with Lin Panchi without changing his expression. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. It seems the little pig doesn't really care about his teacher. Seeing you like this makes me feel relieved. Otherwise, wouldn't I have let that stupid woman Han Shuang off for nothing? Upon seeing Suyu return, Fong Ting immediately went to greet him and exclaimed, "Young Master Su, did you bring back a spy?" He glanced at the Japanese man Suyu was dragging in his hand and curled his lip in disgust. Suyu nodded slightly, casually tossed the Japanese soldier aside, and asked, "How is it? No one got hurt?" Upon hearing this, Fong Ting immediately exclaimed excitedly, "No, young Master Su, you don't know? These Japanese devils are really shameless. Some have modified their legs, some have modified their hands, and some have even had their skin peeled off and replaced with that of a different race. Damn, he's really tough. There were so many of us, including several 7th rank officials, and it took us almost half an hour to kill them." After saying that, there was still a hint of regret in his eyes. That's a real rip-off. I didn't stomp on it many times. Seeing his regretful look, Suyu couldn't help but laugh, then said meaningfully, "Don't worry, you'll have your fun soon." Are we going to war with Japan? However, the Neon City Guard is located in the 31st city, while the Su family's territory spans the 5th and 9th cities, which is quite a large span. Upon entering the rest area, Suyu nodded to Yi Qing and the other members of several prominent families as a greeting. As for the group that came with Chu Feng, he had said long ago that he should never regret his choice of whoever he followed, and he wouldn't even glance at them if they died at his feet in the future. Suyu returned to his seat. Just as he nodded to the stunningly beautiful and aloof girl from the 8th city next door, a voice that was both arrogant and seemingly embarrassed suddenly rang out. "Suyu, leave this Japanese guy to me. I haven't done anything to help him this time. You've already made a name for yourself so much, now go and deliver on this. If you give me the credit, I can forgive you, okay? Let's make up." As soon as these words were spoken, the people from the 9th city and the 8th city all turned their gazes toward them. When they could clearly see who was speaking, everyone's eyes turned strange and inexplicable. Suyu stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at Lin Panchi standing in front of him, her pretty face full of a sense of entitlement. At that moment, Suyu suddenly smiled. She really resembles those fairy-like girls from her past life who secretly used their boyfriends' saved-up dowry money to buy concert tickets. Snap. Are you, Lin Panchi, unable to understand human language, or are you just trying to get noticed? I've said get lost so many times, I don't want to repeat myself, understand? Chapter 54 The Invincible Path. Before even reaching the Invincible Realm, he was trampled underfoot by Suyu. Looking at Lin Panchi, who had a proud yet somewhat shy expression, Suyu's eyes remained completely unmoved. Raising his hand, Suyu slapped him across the face. He's been putting up with this stupid female lead for a long time. A truly insane female lead. Completely oblivious to the situation, still thinking he's her old lapdog from the original story? Funny. They've been beaten so many times, and they still haven't learned their lesson. She's exactly like the fairy-like girls he's seen in real life. When she sees a simp get rich, she immediately removes him from her blacklist, and then shamelessly goes up to him demanding he take responsibility. What responsibility are we supposed to take? It's like he's being a jerk. If it weren't for the fact that she could provoke Chu Feng by being near him, Suyu would have wanted to kill her long ago. Suyu's eyes were cold and fierce as he said in a cold voice, "I don't want to hit women, but you idiot, you're practically begging me to hit you. Call. Don't act impulsively." His murderous intent suddenly surged, and he almost couldn't resist smashing her dog brain with a single slap. "Suyu, you son of a bitch, you dare hit Panshi? I'll fucking kill you." At this moment, a furious roar echoed throughout the entire venue. Everyone looked over and saw that Chu Feng had been overwhelmed by anger, his eyes were bloodshot, and his aura was so violent that it was out of control. Chu Feng unleashed his full power, continuously increasing his combat strength. He unleashed a combat power that even a 7th rank cultivator would take notice of, despite being at the peak of the late 5th rank realm. Click. Before he could even make a move, a faint sound came from inside Chu Feng's body. Then, the violent blood and chi around his body suddenly subsided, and after a short while, an even more powerful blood and chi battle force rose from his body. 6th rank. Everyone was astonished. He broke through on the eve of battle, and so quickly at that, without causing any disturbance. Is breaking through a realm the pinnacle? Doesn't he need to stabilize his chi and blood? Fang Ting's expression turned somewhat serious as he rebuked. Chu Feng, do you know what you're doing? That's against the rules. As a peak 6th grade martial arts expert, his strength is beyond doubt. As the top genius of the military academy, Fang Ting, with his peak 6th rank combat strength, once challenged a 7th rank early stage instructor at the military academy, although he was defeated in the end. But he also managed to injure his mentor. Despite possessing the combat strength of a 7th rank warrior, he felt threatened by Chu Feng, a martial artist who had just broken through to the early stage of the 6th rank. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, and said, "What rule are you breaking? Since the generals are all away, the exchange competition can't proceed as planned. What harm is there in me sparring with him?" He is now filled with anger with nowhere to vent it. The teacher was killed while saving him, and he gained nothing, fleeing back like a stray dog. She had been repeatedly humiliated by Suyu before. Now he's slapping the face of the woman he loves. Countless humiliating and infuriating images flashed through his mind, and Chu Feng roared, "Suyu, today I'll make you pay. You dare hit Panchi? I'll make you kneel down and apologize on his behalf. So what if I'm at the mid-stage of the 7th rank? So what if he's a grandmaster of the heavenly soul? Is he really inferior to Suyu? He has a 24-hour automatic cultivation device, and his cultivation techniques and martial arts skills can be mastered even without him actively cultivating them. If you also gain insights at the same time, one day of cultivation is equivalent to several days for others. And he also has a major secret. His meridians and dantian are twice as wide as others, holding more and more refined chi and blood. The later the game goes, the stronger he becomes. Just like now. Kneel down. Chu Feng's body vanished from the spot, leaving behind afterimages that swirled around Suyu, making it impossible to distinguish who was real and who was not. Raging wave fist. The next second, the afterimage disappeared, and a sea blue light emanated from Chu Feng's fist. When it slammed down, the force of the fist exceeded several times the speed of sound, and the air itself seemed to explode. If this attack were delivered to a 6th grade martial artist or a newly initiated 7th grade grandmaster, they might not dare to take it. This can be seen from the expressions on the faces of the people around them. This Chu Feng is quite capable. He can unleash such combat power beyond his level. No wonder he became the top candidate in the 9th city's assessment at the peak of the late 5th grade realm. Now that he's reached the 6th rank, I don't think he used his full strength in that attack, did he? It's very powerful. It even caused ripples in space. If he has more time to consolidate his cultivation, he might be able to create a spatial rift and unleash the true power of a 7th grade cultivator, right? Indeed, but I think he's quite ridiculous. Why? The group chatted amongst themselves, though they looked down on martial artists of lower cultivation levels. However, strength comes first. If Chu Feng can unleash combat power that makes them feel threatened, then they will treat him as an equal genius. But they overestimated their abilities. That means they have no brains. Faced with Chu Feng's attacks, Suyu now only felt somewhat bored. Why are you all so shameless? Snap. Another crisp, resounding slap. With this palm strike, Suyu knocked out several of Chu Feng's teeth. Boom. Just moments ago, Chu Feng was bursting with rage and fierce fighting spirit, but now he collapsed at Suyu's feet. The force of that palm strike was considerable. Several floor tiles were smashed. How could this happen? Chu Feng's mind went blank. Strength. It's impossible for the difference to be so large. Back in Jingwu, when he challenged Suyu to a duel, he was able to get the latter to use weapons and martial arts techniques. Why now? He couldn't even withstand a single slap to his own face. Before he could figure out why, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his head. Oh, Suyu, what do you want to do? Chu Feng instantly regained his senses, and then saw that Suyu had stepped on his head. Chu Feng seemed to have lost his mind, constantly twisting his body in an attempt to break free. No matter how hard he tried, Suyu's feet were like iron clamps, firmly holding his head in place. Fuck your mother, let go of me. I'm going to fucking kill you. Chu Feng roared incessantly, his tone filled with deep fear, a hint of confusion, and trembling. He wanted to prove his Tao by becoming invincible, but he was trampled underfoot. This scene stunned all the geniuses present. This is such humiliation. I'm afraid Chu Feng will be crippled. Lin Panshi, who had been slapped, stared blankly at the scene. When she saw Chu Feng twisting at Suyu's feet, her heart trembled. Suyu, let go of Chu Feng. Lin Panshi rushed over recklessly, screaming. If you have a problem, come at me. Why are you humiliating Chu Feng like this? Isn't it enough that I apologize? Let him go right now. Lin Panshi was going crazy, She knew better than anyone the path Chu Feng wanted to take. The path to invincibility. But before he could even reach the invincible realm, he was trampled underfoot by Su Yu. Will he get better? Lin Panchi tried to walk to Su Yu's side and pull him away, but before she could get within 3 meters, her chi and blood erupted, sending her flying. At the same time, a voice filled with chilling murderous intent rang in her ears. Who do you think you are, daring to question me? Chapter 55. The exchange match has ended, heading to the 5th city. As Lin Panchi was blasted away by the force, her gaze met Su Yu's eyes for a fleeting moment. She trembled when she saw the murderous intent in his eyes. Her pretty face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Those eyes are terrifying. It wasn't that she couldn't understand, but rather that she couldn't believe that Su Yu actually harbored murderous intent towards her. Although that murderous intent disappeared quickly, yet she still managed to capture it. For the first time, she felt so close to death. If Su Yu hadn't been restraining himself, she probably would have died just now. Lin Panchi closed her eyes, and her delicate body fell heavily to the ground. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he immediately fainted. Cheer! Chu Feng's eyes widened in horror at the sight. Hearing his anxious voice, Su Yu frowned, feeling inexplicably irritated. What happened? Why did my murderous intent suddenly become so strong? What went wrong? Thinking of this, Su Yu examined his internal body, and soon the faint bloodshot color in his eyes disappeared. After doing all this, Su Yu's eyes regained their clarity. Su Yu couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse under his breath. Those Japanese devils. I almost fell for their trick. In the original book, the blood of other races amplifies the bloodlust, which is why humans have always been cautious in their battles against other races. It must have been contaminated when I had just recovered to the 7th rank and captured that 5th rank Japanese devil. Damn it. After regaining his senses, Su Yu glanced at Chu Feng, the chosen one whom he had trampled under his feet. But it was pretty fun. Get lost. If you dare to offend me again, I can't guarantee your life will be spared. Su Yu kicked Chu Feng in the stomach, sending him flying a long way. He's not in the mood to humiliate the protagonist right now. This guy is still a little fat pig. Aside from the 10% kill threshold, he still has 67% of his health left to be taken. Killing him so quickly is not a good idea. Chu Feng was so humiliated that even his usually unwavering and invincible heart was in turmoil. Beneath the Tao heart, the faint trace expanded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully interfering with the mindset of the chosen one, Chu Feng, causing it to fluctuate violently. Reward: plus 3,000 villain points, 1 bottle of Qingling pill. Qingling pill, a top-grade healing pill. A martial saint only needs 1 to recover from all injuries, including hidden ailments. Below the level of a martial saint, as long as there is still a breath left, 1 can recover. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully stealing the popularity of the chosen one Chu Feng. Plot progress plus 2%, rewards, plus 4,000 villain points. Immortal Glazed Golden Body Forging Method. The Immortal Glazed Golden Body Forging Method. When forging an 8th grade golden body, a special method can be used to condense immortal matter and strengthen cells into immortal cells, making the combat power far exceed that of martial artists of the same realm. When immortality is perfected, 1 can slay 9th grade warriors. Upon seeing the rewards provided by the system, Su Yu was immediately overjoyed. TSK. Sure enough, it's better to keep the little fat pig and slaughter it slowly, so that it tastes better when slaughtered at the new year. You'll need the little fat pig supplies on your way to leveling up. Well, I'm really looking forward to Chu Feng's future performance. Su Yu watched as Chu Feng carried Lin Panchi back to the rest area to heal her injuries, and shook his head with some regret. What a pity. I'll have to leave after I finish the exchange match, so I won't be able to keep track of Chu Feng's movements. However, Su Yu was not worried that Chu Feng would cause any trouble. As long as I remain stronger than him, he'll always be my little fat pig. I just need to wait until I break through to the 9th rank, then guide him to that Shattered Star Realm ruins. By then, Chu Feng, this little fat pig, will be ready to be slaughtered. Not to mention, he also left Chu Feng a big gift. With such a generous gift, if Chu Feng can still gather popularity, then Su Yu would have to admire him and say amazing. The group of top students from Wuhan University waited until 9 p.m. The sound of air being torn apart came from the sky, and then dozens of figures landed on the competition field. Their condition has improved slightly. When Yang Zhen and the others returned, all the prodigies opened their eyes at the same time and looked towards the viewing platform. Dear participants, I am very sorry that there were some problems with this exchange competition. After taking their seats, Yang Jin spoke first, looking apologetic. Due to the intense fighting on the front lines in various cities, this year's Wuhan University exchange competition has ended ahead of schedule. Of course, the rewards will still be issued. With such a major accident, the cities are worried about the talented individuals being left stranded. Many companies have opted to recall their products. Of course, the prizes for the global Wuhan University exchange competition are jointly funded by the cities, so it's not a big deal to give them away. It's like giving it to one of your own people. After making some official remarks, Yang Jun asked the representatives from each city's martial arts college to line up. Rewards were distributed one by one. When it was Ninth City's turn, Yang Jun looked at Su Yu with admiration and said with a smile, "Student Su Yu, as expected of a descendant of the Su family, you can kill an 8th-rank golden body at such a young age. Given time, surpassing your father, Su Long, will be a piece of cake." Yang Jun is a member of the Yang family, a family of martial arts masters, and the younger brother of the current head of the Yang family. He was a contemporary of Su Yu's adoptive father, Su Long. They were all the pride of their time. Of course, no matter how strong they are no match for Yi Tao, a demigod of the same era. A smile appeared on Su Yu's handsome face as he chuckled and said, "Hee hee, General Yang flatters me. I have merely inherited the family's glory. If I were too weak, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Su family?" Yang Jin deeply agreed and nodded, saying with emotion, "That's right. To inherit the family's glory, one must also bear more responsibility. All right, this is the reward for your 9th City martial arts representative. You can distribute it as you see fit." Okay. With that, Yang Jin left. Standing before Su Yu for so long, even after observing him up close, he still couldn't discover that Su Yu was the mysterious 9th-rank Origin Realm expert who had killed Kamishiro Asakura. The mask of worldly affairs is very useful. It's practically essential for murder and looting. Su Yu, holding the storage ring, turned to look at the geniuses of the 9th City. At this moment, Chu Feng and Lin Panchi had also recovered. They've learned their lesson and no longer dare to come up and make baseless accusations. Splash! Su Yu poured out all the rewards from his storage ring and picked up the extraordinary weapons to distribute them. Each person receives a Grade B extraordinary alloy weapon. Next came the resources. There were 110 spirit stones needed for cultivation, which was exactly 10 stones per person. Besides that, there is a low-level Earth-grade cultivation technique and a low-level Earth-grade martial skill. There are a total of 22 rubbings. After the resources were divided equally, everyone expressed their satisfaction. Of course, there were still some reservations in everyone's hearts. Because of Lin Panchi, a martial arts master at the early stage of the 5th rank received so many good things for no reason, without exerting any effort. This made some exceptionally talented individuals from humble backgrounds feel uncomfortable. Of course, they haven't explicitly stated this yet. We'll have to wait until the moment it's detonated. That was when Lin Panchi's life was about to be taken. Everything's been sorted, right? Pack your things and get ready to return to 9th City. After that, you'll be free to train. At this moment, Major General Chen Tua, whose face was still bearing the marks of his injuries, walked over and said with a somber expression. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Major General Chen Tua no longer hesitated and said, "Return to the city." After the group arrived at the teleportation point, Chen Tua took out an identity card from his storage ring and handed it to Su Yu, saying, "Young Master Su, this is your pass. Keep it safe." Su Yu took the card and said with a smile, "Okay, General Chen, see you in 3 months." With that, Su Yu turned and walked toward the teleportation point of the 5th city. After some conversation, he left with the representative of the 5th city. Seeing this, Fong Ting couldn't help but ask curiously, "General Chen, what is young Master Su doing in the 5th city?" Seeing Fong Ting rub his buzz cut, Chen Tua nodded slightly and said, "Go to the front lines." Hiss. Everyone was taken aback by these words. Are we going to the battlefield so early? Their martial arts students need to train in the outer battlefields for a year before they can go to the battlefield to fight. At the back of the group, Chu Feng kept his head down, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Frontline don't think you're the only one who can make it big. Just wait. When I reappear, it will be the day you, Su Yu, kneel before me. Chapter 56. I want you, Father, to be the emperor of the human race. 5th City Teleportation Portal. The teleportation array lit up, and more than a dozen figures walked out from it. Stepping out of the main hall, Su Yu cupped his hands in greeting to the representative of the 5th City, a slight smile on his face, and said calmly, "General Li, please lead the way." Standing before the martial arts students of the 5th City was a burly man with a long scar on his face, which added to his fierce appearance. Perhaps due to the cultivation method he practiced, General Li was about 2.5 meters tall. He looks like a little giant. General Li waved his hand and said politely, "Young Master Su, you are too kind. Our fifth city is under the jurisdiction of Su Shang, and your father is the city lord of our fifth city. It is my duty to show you the way." General Li's cultivation level is only at the mid-stage of the 8th rank. Therefore, he was somewhat intimidated by Su Yu's strike that killed the black fly General Mezabi. Although Su Yu appears to be only at the mid-stage of the 7th rank. But General Li already regarded Su Yu as a martial arts expert of the same level. If Su Yu were just a spoiled brat, he really wouldn't be so polite. General Li turned his head, looked at the martial arts prodigies he had brought, and shouted, "Go back to your dormitories yourselves. Someone will help you get your entry and exit permits tomorrow. Disband." "Yes." These proud young men stood solemnly upright, responded, and then jogged away in a line. Looking at their school uniforms, Su Yu understood. The vast majority of these are the cream of the crop from military academies. It seems the military academy training system in Fifth City is even more rigorous. "Young Master Su, let's go." After watching the military academy's elite students leave, General Li nodded to Su Yu, indicating that he could leave. Su Yu nodded slightly and followed General Li away. Since it was nighttime, there weren't many people on the streets of Fifth City. Of course, the main reason was the tense situation at the front and the fierce attacks from the alien races, which led to most of the manpower being transferred to the front. On the battlefield outside the region, everything that uses electricity or fuel becomes ineffective. Therefore, there are no tanks, cars, airplanes, etc. This place is more like a primitive society. The front line was thousands of miles away from the city, and it would take a lot of time for ordinary people to cross that distance. Due to the special nature of the front lines, they were also unable to build teleportation points. Fortunately, both of them had high levels of martial arts skill, and it only took them 4 hours to fly to the front lines. Early morning. In the sky, in Su Yu's line of sight, a ball of orange fire approached from afar. Arrive. This is the firelight of the battlefield. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and the moment Su Yu landed, he smelled an extremely strong, acrid odor. He knew what he was doing. Burn your teammate's body. The alien race can extract and devour the blood essence of the dead. If they absorb this blood essence, their strength will definitely surge to a terrifying level. Therefore, in order to prevent the alien races from devouring human corpses, they could only painfully burn their comrades in arms to ashes. Su Yu frowned deeply. It seemed the situation was roughly as he had predicted. In the original book, Su Long was injured after Neon and Black Fae betrayed him, and his arm was cut off by a martial saint. In the end, it was Su Yu's cheap martial arts master grandfather who spent a lot of effort to cure him. The two arrived at the camp, identified themselves, and soldiers immediately came to lead them. Upon arriving at the tent and lifting the curtain, Su Yu saw his adoptive father, Su Long, sitting in the head seat, his face deathly pale. "Father," Su Yu called out. He then noticed Su Long's unusual behavior. His left sleeve was empty, and his military uniform was stained red with blood. His breathing was extremely weak. "Commander, how did you get injured?" General Li, who followed in, changed his expression upon seeing this and asked urgently. When there is no war, Su Long is the city lord. On the battlefield, Su Long is the army group commander. Su Long looked up at the two of them, then smiled and said, "It's all right. A little waste of resources will restore it." Suddenly, Su Long saw Su Yu wink at him. He remained calm and instructed, "Major General Li, now that you're here, go to the 5th Army Group to assist in compiling casualty statistics and take charge of the allocation of medical resources." Upon hearing this, Major General Li immediately straightened up, saluted, and loudly replied, "Yes, Commander." With that, Major General Li turned and left the tent, without the slightest hesitation. After Major General Li left the tent, Su Yu asked his adoptive father, "Father, how many 9th-rank grandmasters are there in our Su family now? Is third uncle here?" Su Yu took out the Azure Spirit pill from his storage ring, walked up to Su Long, and threw the pill directly into his mouth. Su Long shook his head helplessly. "This child, without saying anything, just threw it into my mouth. Including me, there's your 3rd great-uncle, and your 4th great-uncle too." Su Long frowned and asked, "What do you want with your 3rd great-uncle?" His 3rd uncle was a powerful expert at the great perfection of the 9th rank, and his origin path had even stretched 990 meters. He's only one sainthood away from becoming a martial saint, etc. Before Su Long could ask any further questions, a warm and comfortable green light suddenly enveloped him within his body. In the blink of an eye, Su Long's pale face gradually regained its color. "The wound on my severed left arm suddenly started to itch. What happened? Su Long was initially startled, but then calmed down, believing that Su Yu would not harm him. Moreover, the healing light within his body greatly restored his blood and energy, and his left arm felt itchy, as if something was about to grow out. Seeing Su Long's change, Su Yu simply smiled and said, "This is the Azure Spirit Pill. Even if you, Father, were to have only one head left, I could still heal you below the level of a martial saint." Su Long, there's no need to curse me like that. He was becoming increasingly curious about where Su Yu had gotten such a miraculous pill. It can even heal injuries inflicted by a martial saint. Of course, Su Long also knew he couldn't ask too many questions. All he needed to know was that Su Yu wouldn't harm him. Soon, he closed his eyes and became immersed in the comforting sensation of his wound healing. After more than an hour of treatment, Su Long's previously empty left sleeve now has a new arm growing back. Although it is still relatively immature, it can be strengthened to the same level as other bones by being cleansed with immortal substances. A natural arm is much better than a reattached one. After recovering, Su Long opened his eyes, shook his left hand, and asked in a deep voice, "Speak. What do you want to call your third uncle for?" Su Yu glanced at his cheap father, then flipped his hand, and a white light appeared. Then a transparent, crystal-like Rubik's Cube appeared in his hand. Upon seeing the Rubik's Cube, Su Long asked in confusion, "Is this the seal of our Su family's origin? What's inside?" Su Yu smiled without saying anything, gesturing for him to continue exploring inside. Boom. The next moment, Su Long's aura fluctuated violently, his expression extremely excited, and he said in a trembling voice, "What's sealed inside a saintly position?" Seeing that he had discovered the secret, Su Yu didn't hide it anymore and stood up. He also possesses an invisible aura that is domineering and unquestionable. "Yes, Father, the sacred seed inside is reserved for third uncle." Su Yu didn't give him a chance to speak and continued, "As for my father." At this point, Su Yu paused for a moment, his deep, star-like eyes flickering for an instant. "Then I will become the emperor of the human race." Boom. Upon hearing this, Su Long's body trembled violently. Emperor of the human race. Chapter 57 with me here. You can focus on your breakthrough. Seeing his adoptive father's blank and bewildered expression, Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Then, under Su Long's puzzled gaze, Su Yu flipped his left hand, and an ancient book exuding the aura of humankind appeared in his hand. As soon as this book appeared, Su Long felt a strong aura of imperial power surging towards him. What kind of technique is this? Su Long's mouth was dry and his voice was slightly hoarse. When this ancient book appeared, Su Long noticed something was wrong with him. That's something called desire. He wants this. Su Yu gripped the ancient book tightly in his hand, raised his head, his eyes bright, and slowly uttered 3 words. The human emperor's scripture. An existence even stronger than a high-level heaven-rank cultivation technique. Star-level cultivation technique. A top-tier cultivation technique that only a martial god could create at the high-level heavenly realm. What about this one, which is above the high-level heaven rank? What level of skill and understanding is required to create such a thing? Su Long fell silent, but his emotions, like a calm sea, were now turbulent as a storm was brewing. He didn't know what this manual meant, but he only needs to confirm one thing. That is, by cultivating this technique, one will surely become a martial god in time, or even a supreme being above the martial god. Su Long's eyes showed a struggle, but in the end he sighed and said, "This cultivation technique is more suitable for you than for me. I am old, while you are young and have the strongest talent. You shall be the emperor of the human race. Our Su family will dedicate all our efforts to nurturing you." In the end, his desire for his son to succeed shattered his ambition. Compared to cultivating himself, he secretly hoped that his exceptionally talented son would cultivate this technique. The human emperor's scripture. Just from the name, he knew that only one person from each race could become emperor. Hearing Su Long's refusal and reply, Su Yu's smile became even brighter. "No, Father, the path I want to take is different. I cannot be the emperor of the human race." The fact that Su Long could still think of himself despite the temptation of a star-level cultivation technique made Su Yu somewhat emotional. After all, the allure of the human emperor scripture is simply too great. No one can refuse. But Su Long refused. But this also shows that the Su family is reliable and that this family is worth cultivating with all one's might. Besides, he really didn't want to cultivate the human emperor scripture. First, it has great limitations, and second, I personally prefer the cultivation technique in the rank 9 experience card. Otherwise, if one wants to become the chosen villain who reigns supreme over all the heavens, Relying solely on the human emperor scripture would probably require cultivating the human race for countless years. This is not in his interest. He is currently only at the mid-stage of the 7th rank, and even with the help of a realm advancement card, it will still take him some time to advance to the 8th rank. Having cultivated the human emperor scripture, without the support of human fortune, it would be extremely difficult for him to advance his cultivation level. But Su Long was different. After he cultivated, can instantly become a saint. It will be even easier for me to use someone else's power when the time comes. Su Long wanted to refuse. Su Yu didn't give him that chance, stuffing the human emperor scripture into Su Long's hand and saying with a smile, "Father, take it and cultivate it. I have a better choice. Also, Father, go and inform third uncle to come back. The plan to create a family with 3 saints cannot be delayed. Time is running out, and he needs to quickly improve the family's fighting strength. Otherwise, what's the point of being a villain if you have to do everything yourself? Of course, it's more satisfying to cultivate a family and have them act as your henchmen. All right, I'll inform your third uncle right away." Su Long wasn't one to hesitate, and seeing Su Yu's insistence, he nodded emphatically, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Become a saint. Moreover, he is a martial saint who holds the throne of the human emperor. He never dared to dream of such an opportunity before. Originally, it was thought that the Dragon Kingdom's plan to create a human emperor would be realized through Yi Tao, but unexpectedly, this kid of theirs produced the human emperor scripture first. Soon, Su Long's message reached the frontline garrison. Upon receiving the urgent secret order from the Su family, a grandmaster at the peak of the 9th rank who was sitting cross-legged at the front line instantly disappeared from his spot. Half an hour later, outside the tent, an old and somewhat weak voice rang out. "Su Long, what major event has occurred?" The tent curtain was lifted, and a thin old man with white hair and beard walked in. His clothes were tattered and torn, and his aura was much weaker. But the unsettling killing intent was incredibly strong. Su Zhanya. Su Yu's third uncle was also the brother of the Su family's martial arts saint. The Su family has a total of 5 9th-rank grandmasters. Among them, Su Yu's uncles, except for the 5th uncle, are all 9th rank, including Su Yu's adoptive father and his second uncle. That's all the Su family has to offer. As Su Zhanya entered the tent, his brows furrowed slightly. However, when he saw Su Long, whose aura had returned to its peak and whose left arm had also recovered, he was stunned. Yuri completely healed? Su Zhanya was stunned for a moment. Then the seriousness between his brows disappeared, replaced by surprise. Su Long nodded. "I've just recovered." Su Zhanya was about to ask another question when his gaze fell on Su Yu standing to the side. "You boy, what brings you here?" Su Zhanya was a little confused. "Why would my grandnephew be here?" Su Yu bowed slightly to him and said with a smile, "Third uncle, I've come this time to bring you and my father some warmth." Su Zhanya. "Warmth? What kind of warmth should we offer?" Su Zhanya was completely confused. He then quickly walked towards Su Yu and said with a laugh, "You brat, how dare you flirt with your uncle? The situation on the front lines is so tense, and you call me back just for this? You're asking for it." As he spoke, Su Zhanya raised his hand to hit Su Yu on the head. However, his hand had just fallen when it suddenly froze. The gaze gradually shifted from doting to blank, and finally, "The Holy Throne," Su Zhanya exclaimed in disbelief. When Su Yu revealed the transparent Rubik's Cube, Su Zhanya felt his long-dormant realm begin to loosen. This place seals a holy position. Su Yu was quite satisfied with his reaction and smiled meaningfully. "Third uncle, I wonder, are you satisfied with this warmth?" Su Zhanya's eyes gleamed with a brilliant light, and his laughter became excited and frantic. "Ha! Satisfied. Extremely satisfied. I never expected you'd have such an opportunity. That's great. Quickly take this to your father so he can break through to Martial Saint. Our Su family is about to produce its second Martial Saint." "Ha!" The thin old man was so excited he was about to dance with joy, his words tumbling out incoherently, his voice filled with delight. He did not want to become a saint. Instead, he wanted to give this most important opportunity to his nephew. This alone makes it easy to see why the Su family has survived for thousands of years without ever showing any signs of decline. Su Yu smiled slightly and said softly, "Third uncle, this holy position is a gift to you. As for my father, he already has one." As he spoke, Su Long took out the human emperor scripture that he had been carrying in his bosom. The aura emanating from that ancient book, which contained the fortune of the human race, completely stunned Su Zhanya. The aura of the human emperor? Su Zhanya was completely stunned. What exactly did my grandnephew do? This suddenly brought the Su family 2 opportunities to achieve sainthood. Su Zhanya swallowed hard, then said fiercely, "Good job, kid." Su Long, you can focus on your breakthrough here. I'll go and hold the front line. Even if I die, I'll drag this out until you become a saint. He had come to a complete understanding that there were two things that enabled the Su family to produce two martial saints in the shortest amount of time. He felt he was getting old. He wanted to buy time for the Su family's prosperity, even at the cost of his own demise. Su Zhanya turned around and was about to leave the camp to return to the front line to take command. Before he could turn around, Su Yu called out to him. Third uncle, you and father can focus on your breakthroughs here. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, the two looked at Su Yu simultaneously and exclaimed in unison. No. However, before they could finish refusing, a terrifying aura, so oppressive that even these two top-tier 9th rank cultivators felt, rose from Su Yu's body. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, it stirs up towering waves. With me here, you can focus on your breakthroughs. The alien race can't advance an inch. Chapter 58. The countless years to come will be a terrifying era in which I reign supreme over all the heavens. Su Zhanya and Su Long, uncle and nephew, almost popped their eyes out. Disbelief and horror almost filled their eyes. Although the energy emanating from Su Yu was not ordinary, the aura of a 9th grade master was real. And he's even stronger than both of them. You boy, how come you're already at the 9th rank? Su Zhanya asked, stammering. A 9th rank official. This is not a cabbage. When he left the Su family, Su Yu was only a 5th rank official, but now he has suddenly become a 9th rank official. If I didn't have a strong heart, I probably would have fainted from fright. It wasn't just him. Even Su Yu's adoptive father, Su Long, was dumbfounded and stared blankly. When I came to the extraterritorial battlefield, you were only a 6th rank cultivator. How come? He was somewhat bewildered. Some suspect that their son has been possessed by some old monster. But the familiar soul and bloodline told him that he had not been possessed. How could he be a 9th rank official? Su Yu was surrounded by demonic energy, which was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. He smiled and said, I was lucky enough to find a relic. A senior inside gave me some gifts. Before he died, he used a special method to seal his vital energy into my body. It did not damage my foundation, but I could still use his cultivation. Of course, I can still use it for about 10 hours now. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu took out 2 stone tablets from his storage ring, one inscribed with a heaven-level cultivation technique, and the other with a heaven-level martial skill. As for earth-level martial arts techniques, Su Yu did not use them. This is what he plans to use to train Fong Ting and the others. As a villain, a top-tier family background is essential, and how can he be without those lackeys who handle things for him? Gurgle. Su Zhanya and Su Long both swallowed hard, their eyes still filled with shock. At this moment, suddenly, a man burst in, shouting urgently. Commander, the situation at the front is critical. 10 9th rank and dozens of 8th rank alien warriors are leading a large army to press on our border. Upon hearing the report, the shock in their eyes dissipated. Su Yu also immediately concealed his aura, to restore oneself to a harmless state. Su Long looked at the person who came and said in a deep voice, I understand. Go and pass on the order. Those who are not injured should take the pills to restore their chi and blood, and after they recover, they should immediately rush to the battlefield to provide support. Send another messenger to the 4th city to request reinforcements. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the soldier immediately withdrew. Su Long and Su Zhanya exchanged a glance. Then Su Long said, Your third uncle and I will finish this battle first, and then we will break through to the next level. An attack was launched by 10 9th rank officials and dozens of 8th rank officials. This can be considered the most outstanding battle below the level of a martial saint. Their 5th city frontline only has 4 9th rank and less than 28th rank Golden Body Realm experts, so this battle will be very difficult. If we do not receive support from other defenders, they definitely won't last 3 days. However, Su Yu calmly gestured for the two to sit down again. Then Su Yu spent 1,000 villain points from the system space to make 2 copies of the Void Blade technique and handed them to the 2 of them. The Su family has always used knives. The highest level martial art is the God-slaying blade technique, a mid-level heaven rank skill. At this level of martial arts skill, you can still have some fun fighting against other martial artists of the same realm, but to become a prodigy and crush those of the same realm is a different story. Therefore, top-tier martial arts techniques are indispensable. This Void Blade technique is a star-level martial skill. Although it is difficult to learn, father and third uncle will need to learn new martial skills after you break through to Martial Saint. The Void Blade technique is the most suitable. Su Yu was worried sick, just like a mother hen. In order to have a powerful family protecting him on Earth, so he could cause trouble against the protagonist, he kept taking out his treasures one after another. However, The Su family members are sensible and can still be trusted. Su Long and Su Zhanya were stunned and numb, letting Su Yu stuff the rubbing of the cultivation technique into their hands. Su Zhanya felt a bit stifled and said unwillingly, "But those are 10 ninth rank officials." They were able to hold on because they were all grandmasters at the 9th rank of perfection, capable of taking on 2 or even 3 opponents at once. Without those 2 high-end combatants, then all the pressure of this battle will fall on Su Yu. Not to mention, he only had a little over 10 hours of 9th grade combat power. Su Long silently put away the Void Blade technique copy and said solemnly, "Don't be reckless. We are not in a hurry to break through this short period of time." He didn't want Su Yu to take any risks. If anything goes wrong, the Su family will suffer a terrible blow. Su Yu gave them a deep look and said quietly, "Father, you and third uncle can focus on your breakthroughs. 9th rank, I'm still confident." He didn't tell them much. Only he knew just how outrageous this 9th grade cultivation card really was. Su Yu had a kind of confidence. With the boundless power of a 9th rank cultivator, he could kill any 9th rank cultivator. Even if a weaker martial saint were to come, he is also capable of killing his opponent. Below the martial saint, I am invincible. Above the martial saint, 1 for 1. If Su Long knew that the mysterious person who killed the 9th rank neon in the first city that afternoon was him, it would be a disaster. I'm afraid he'll go crazy. Su Zhanya and Su Long remained silent, wondering why Su Yu was so confident. But there's something strange about him. Perhaps there is no problem. Moreover, the fact that he could casually produce the human emperor scripture and give them a saintly position suggests that Su Yu likely had a great opportunity without their knowledge. Could it be? Could it be that a terrifying being, even more powerful than a martial god, descended upon Blue Star and took Su Yu as his disciple? In that case, perhaps it would make sense. Otherwise, how could he possess martial arts techniques that surpass those of a martial god? There might be some powerful figure protecting him. Thinking of this, the two felt a little more at ease. After exchanging a glance, Su Long and his nephew sighed with a slightly helpless expression, and then said, "Since you are confident, we will not stop you. But you must remember this." At this point, Su Long paused, then said seriously, "Never be reckless. Protect yourself so you can get revenge later. I'll hold them off for 2 days, and then I'll emerge from seclusion once I've successfully cultivated the human emperor scripture." Su Zhanya silently rubbed the sealed Rubik's Cube with his wrinkled, age-spotted hands. They all know. Su Yu is creating an opportunity for them to achieve sainthood. Su Yu smiled and nodded, then took out the red dust mask and put the thin, cicada wing-like mask on his face, instantly changing his entire demeanor. The body skeleton, the soul, and everything else all transformed into another person. Under the surprised yet expected gazes of the two, Su Yu's body instantly transformed into one identical to Su Long's. Even Su Long was stunned. Looking at the changed Su Yu, he felt like he was looking in a mirror. Whether it's the soul or the blood essence, it's exactly the same as his. "Xiao Yu," Su Long asked, somewhat puzzled. However, Su Yu's next words warmed his heart. "Father, since you are destined to become the human emperor, I will gather enough human faith for you to help you achieve sainthood. This era still belongs to you." After saying that, Su Yu added another sentence in his mind. "But the countless years to come will be a terrifying era in which I reign supreme over all the heavens." When he attains perfect enlightenment and reigns supreme over all the heavens, he will inevitably lead the entire universe into an era of endless war with rivers of blood flowing. Chapter 59. Stepping into my human territory, are you prepared to die? Su Yu changed his appearance to resemble Su Long in order to avoid diverting the human race's faith. Hundreds of thousands of troops on the battlefield. If he can display invincible prowess in the upcoming battles, then with the instant boost of faith, Su Long might be able to break through to Martial Saint in less than 3 days. Moreover, it's the kind where one directly becomes a top-tier Martial Saint. With proper training, he could become the human emperor or even reach demigod status within a few years. Why? Who understands the desire for one's father to succeed? Su Yu took out a Qingling pill and tossed it to his third uncle, Su Zhanya, and said with a smile, "Third uncle, if you swallow this pill, your depleted qi and blood will be restored to their peak in a short time." Then he crushed the sealing crystal and seized the holy position to become a saint. Su Zhanya nodded emphatically as he accepted the Qingling pill. Good. Unexpectedly, he had given up the idea of becoming a saint in his entire life. As a result, his own grandnephew gave him such a big gift. It's truly a moving experience. Boom. The blood energy altered by the red dust mask erupted instantly, but Su Yu knew that he was still using demonic techniques. "Father, You can focus on your breakthroughs. Leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu tore open a space in front of them and slipped inside. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. In that instant, he became even more certain of his previous thoughts. Suyu has really been accepted as a disciple by a powerful figure. With that in mind, the two immediately headed to the basement where they were in seclusion. The fifth city has been managed by the Su family for hundreds of years, as has the ninth city. Over these centuries, they have made various preparations. This underground training chamber was reinforced by generations of martial arts masters from the Su family. Even a martial saint's full-force attack cannot break through the defense. It would take at least a day to erase it. When they entered the basement, they activated the defensive formation. Two distinct yet awe-inspiring auras began to permeate the entire military camp. One is the power of the sacred realm. The other is the overwhelming imperial pressure that compels humanity to submit. Right now, thousands of miles away from the military camp, on the front lines, an army of hundreds of thousands of low-level warriors is clashing with a foreign race. The sounds of battle echoed across the sky. The flames spread. A chilling and pungent smell of blood lingered in the air for a long time. The stench of the burnt corpse filled the nostrils. Kill. These damned alien races dare to launch a sneak attack under the cover of night. The grandmasters are already blocking the alien powerhouses ahead. We can't fall behind. Kill these beasts. Charge. The fifth city originally had a 1,000,000-strong army stationed there, but they suffered heavy losses due to the attack launched by the alien race yesterday. Although they annihilated the 300,000-strong alien army. But the fifth city also suffered more than 200,000 casualties. Although the alien races are not a threat due to their low in-combat strength, their sheer numbers can overwhelm even the strongest opponents. Battle broke out on the plains stretching for hundreds of miles. This is territory where humans and other races have fought for hundreds of years, and those mountains have long been worn away by the battles of the strong. All that remains is barren, dry land. Boom. At the forefront of the battlefield, dozens of golden martial arts figures stood in the air, while opposite them was a massive blood-red giant. Its aura is eerie and bloodthirsty. Damn it. These alien races are getting more and more terrifying. If you're not careful, you'll be corrupted by their blood energy. Some 8th-ranked golden body martial artists looked on with fear. If blood and chi are allowed to enter their bodies, their will also be affected, turning them into bloodthirsty and murderous monsters. Damn it, I'll kill you. A golden giant with a violent temper raised his axe and slashed fiercely at a blood-red giant. The axe sliced through space, and the force, powerful enough to shatter a 10,000-meter-high stone mountain, crashed down. Rumble. The crimson giant raised his hand to block the attack, and the force of the attack shattered the ground below. The leading crimson giant, blocked the attack, and a voice that disturbed the mind rang out from his mouth, extremely grating and unpleasant. Blood Eaters, today this fifth city of yours, my clan is determined to take it. Upon hearing him speak, a late-stage 9th-rank grandmaster, leading the human camp, coldly snorted, "If you want to take my fifth city, then you'll have to pay with your lives." Those who cultivate to the level of a human grandmaster uphold the greater good of humanity. If they want to take over the territory they are guarding, they would rather die fighting there than back down an inch. For thousands of years, if the human race had not had this determination, it would have been wiped out by other races long ago. Do you really think we can't do anything to you? The crimson giant smiled sinisterly and said disdainfully, "Your city lord had his arms severed by my clan's holy god. Let's see what powerful figures you have left to guard this city." The human 9th-grade grandmaster did not speak, but simply stared coldly at the other party. Suddenly, a scene unfolded before him that sent chills down his spine and filled him with horror. 3 venerables at the 9th grade, great perfection. Upon hearing this, the remaining grandmaster, who was at the late stage of the 9th rank in martial arts, also turned deathly pale. Where are the city lord and General Su? It was already very difficult for these 2 martial arts masters, both at the late stage of the 9th rank, to hold off the 10 alien races at the early to mid-stage of the 9th rank. Now, 3 powerful alien beings at the 9th grade great perfection level have arrived. Moreover, each and every one of them has already entered the origin path. Ha ha ha. I told you, we are determined to take this city. Prepare to die. The crimson giant laughed wildly, and his aura surged even more wildly. Call out. With their feet planted firmly on the void, a slight exertion of force shattered the void beneath their feet. The leading crimson giant launched an attack, and the other crimson golden figures behind him also began to move. Everyone is searching for their own goals. Boom. Damn it. The burly, bald, middle-aged man, a 9th-rank martial artist, endured the attacks of 5 9th-rank alien warriors alone. Instantly, his golden martial arts body dimmed, and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Ha ha ha, tonic. The blood of a 9th-grade human is indeed very nourishing. The blood had just spurted out when it was sucked into his mouth by a powerful suction. After tasting the blood of the golden body containing immortal substances, the Crimson Giant's eyes burned even brighter with bloodlust. Prepare to die. The attacks of the 5 alien 9th-rank experts grew increasingly fierce, and the surrounding space was repeatedly shattered and restored. Although they were only at the early to mid stages of the 9th rank, their numbers were overwhelming, and even the burly bald man, a martial arts grandmaster at the late stage of the 9th rank, could not withstand them. They were attacked and forced to retreat in a short time. Puff! He spat out another mouthful of golden blood, and the golden body of this 9th-rank martial artist completely dimmed. Now, you, a 9th-rank human, can't escape. Die? Blood sacrifice. Upon seeing this scene, a greedy killing intent flashed in the eyes of the alien 9th-grade Great Perfection cultivator standing above the alien race, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. The moment he disappeared, the bald 9th-rank official who had been sent flying felt his hair stand on end. A moment later, a chill rose up in front of him. The alien 9th-grade Great Perfection expert appeared before him, and a fierce claw slammed down on the bald 9th-grade expert's head. Ha ha ha, this blood offering is mine. Upon witnessing this scene, endless despair and a death wish welled up in the eyes of the bald-headed 9th-rank official. In the end, did they fail to hold on? He used all his strength to glance at the hundreds of thousands of human soldiers still fighting behind him, and the despair in his eyes deepened. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you all. Just as he slowly closed his eyes, awaiting death, a cold yet angry voice echoed across the battlefield. Click! Heavenly slaughter. A dense, suffocating crimson hue stained the dark battlefield, and the sounds of space shattering echoed continuously. The next second, the scream of the alien 9th-grade Great Perfection expert rang in the bald 9th-grade expert's ears. Oh! Hearing his scream, bald 9th rank opened his eyes and saw a familiar figure standing in front of him, the silver moon blade in his hand shattering the space in front of him. This is human territory. How dare you set foot here? Are you all prepared to die? Chapter 60 God-Slaying Blade Technique. Final chapter, Annihilation of Gods. A man and a sword stood between the alien race and the human race. The middle-aged man had sharp eyes, and his military uniform, draped over his broad shoulders, fluttered in the powerful energy he exuded. Invincible aura. If we're talking about what it means to be invincible, then at this moment, one man with a single sword is facing 13 9th-rank alien warriors and dozens of 8th-rank warriors. He is invincible. The sky above the battlefield shattered, revealing a deep, dark, endless void. Even as the space desperately tried to heal, it was shattered again by the aftershocks of the blade energy. On the earth, on the battlefield where the human army and the alien army clashed, a deep abyss, a full 100 miles long, was cleaved open. The sword intent permeating the air stung the skin of the alien warriors. This terrified them. City Lord. City Lord. The City Lord is invincible. Welcome back, City Lord. On the battlefield, the entire human army that had stopped to watch the battle experienced a brief moment of shock. A wave of cheers erupted. Every soldier's eyes shone with a burning light, filled with respect and awe. This is their City Lord, Su Long. Greetings, City Lord. At this moment, in the sky, the 8th and 9th rank martial artists of the human race all put away their martial arts golden bodies, came behind Su Long, bowed respectfully, and called out. Su Long nodded slightly and asked, General Qi, are you injured? The bald, 9th rank official, Qi Lianzhao, was pale-faced. He shook his head, but couldn't stop smiling, and said cheerfully, It's nothing, just a minor injury. Lord City Lord, has your hand recovered? He is the head of the Qi family, a first-class family in Kyoto, and also a grandmaster at the late stage of the 9th rank. Their strength is incredibly formidable. He had followed Su Long since childhood, serving as his right-hand man. Well, next, you and the others will work together to kill the 8th rank aliens. As for these 9th rank ones, leave them to me. Su Yu's eyes were cold and devoid of any emotion. Since we're going to create momentum for our cheap dad, then Su Yu has to do his best and create an invincible 9th rank aura for him. They had their faith. I believe Su Long will become a saint within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Qi Lianzhao was immediately alarmed and hurriedly said, City Lord, your injuries have just healed. You cannot take any risks. In addition to the 10 ninth rank masters, the other side also has 3 ninth rank masters at the great perfection level overseeing them. He knew Su Long's combat strength. He was invincible among those of the same realm. Even if he were a grandmaster at the great perfection of the 9th rank, he could fight 2 of them alone without being at a disadvantage. But now he's saying he'll take on 13 ninth rank masters all by himself. Su Yu grinned and said in an unquestionable tone, "Leave it to me, get out of here." This, Qi Lianzhao was dumbfounded. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, your subordinate obeys." Qi Lianzhao led another grandmaster, who was at the late stage of the 9th rank in martial arts, to fly down 1,000 meters and begin organizing the 8th rank cultivators. Seeing this scene, Su Yu was standing opposite him. The 13 alien 9th rank beings gazed at each other from afar, their eyes fixed on Su Yu with murderous intent, and said hatefully, "Su Long, today you will pay for the old and new grudges with your blood. Anyone who dares to be so arrogant as to come and interfere with them, that's simply overestimating themselves." Su Yu, in his Su Long form, sneered and said, "Then we'll see if you have the strength." As a fellow human, Su Yu had just sensed a power of faith gathering in the darkness, and the direction in which the power of faith flows. This is the frontline garrison of the 5th city. With the power of faith, the next step is to amplify the reputation of the cheap old man countless times. Let him prove himself a martial saint in the name of invincibility. Embark on the path of the human emperor. Therefore, the best stepping stone is these 13 ninth grade alien powerhouses right in front of us. Buzz. Thinking of this, Su Yu flicked the silver moon blade in his hand, the sound of the blade resonating and causing ripples to spread through the space. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, the killing intent and hatred in the eyes of the alien race's 9th grade great perfection cultivator, who seemed to have a deep-seated grudge against Su Long, intensified. He shouted, "Attack together. Kill him here, and the rest of the human race will have no power to resist." Bang bang bang. In an instant, the 13 alien 9th rank beings activated their blood-red golden bodies, unleashing a terrifying power so powerful that even the space itself could not withstand it. On the claws and fists of each blood-red golden body, the power to destroy a city surged forth. If such an attack landed on the ground, the hundreds of thousands of human soldiers and millions of alien races below would be wiped out in an instant. A deafening roar erupted. Its speed is so fast that even 10 times the speed of sound cannot compare to it. "Su Long, prepare to die." An angry roar exploded, like a tiger howling in the mountains, shaking the very air. Su Yu gripped the silver moon blade, his eyes gradually sharpening, his blade intent becoming earth-shattering. Even those at the 9th rank of martial arts were finding it difficult to withstand. The final chapter of the god-slaying blade technique. A spiritual force dozens of times stronger than that of a 9th grade cultivator coiled around the silver moon blade, and as blood and chi were injected into it, the blade trembled violently. The space it occupied exploded, and the void could not heal. He raised his silver moon blade, and behind him, a colossal, suffocating phantom appeared. His appearance instilled fear in all living beings within 1,000 miles, and some weaker beings even knelt down in the direction of Su Yu. The appearance of the phantom caused the souls of all living beings to tremble, especially from the great sword held by the phantom. An indescribable, terrifying pressure swept across the heavens and earth. It was as if all it would take was for the knife in his hand to fall. Their souls will also perish. While the human race did not experience much soul pressure, the alien army was in a different situation. Martial artists below the 7th rank all knelt down. His eyes were filled with fear. If they did not kneel down on their own, the oppressive force that almost broke the space would probably shatter their spines. Even after kneeling down, they still felt an extreme sense of oppression. Only by crawling on the ground can one barely breathe. Not good. The alien 9th rank warrior at the forefront had a drastic change in expression. His eyes filled with horror, and he roared frantically, "Retreat." That was a powerful strike. Such a close distance suggests that this person is not a late-stage 9th rank cultivator. They won't survive. But how could Su Long have become so powerful? Wasn't his own clan's holy god who severed his arm and caused his cultivation level to plummet? Why didn't his cultivation level drop, but instead became even stronger than before? If it were the previous Su Long, he could barely hold his own against a one-man fight. But this time it's different. Su Long's slash actually gave him the scent of death. Has he become a saint? Impossible. A terrible and absurd thought arose in his mind and wouldn't go away. But how could that be? The Blue Star Martial Saint position can accommodate a maximum of 99 people. Over the past 1,000 years, their clan has used schemes to reduce the number of Blue Star Saint positions to 36. With the addition of the Black Fae and Neon who were turned against them, there are at most 34 Blue Star Martial Saint positions left. But how did he become a saint if no Martial Saint had died? In an instant, the 13 ninth grade grandmasters of the alien race retreated like madmen, trying to escape the range of this attack. But it was too late. Sulong's lips curled up slightly, then killing intent spread in his eyes. His silver moon blade slashed through space, severing even the void itself. God-slaying blade technique. Buzz. As the silver moon blade fell, the entire space instantly fell silent. Then came an endless series of shattering sounds that echoed through the sky. Click. Final chapter: Annihilation of Gods. Chapter 61 slays a 9th rank official, helping Father step onto the path of the human emperor. This strike caused the heavens and earth to change color. In the eyes of countless living beings, it seemed as if this strike was about to cleave the sky above their heads. With the burst of sword intent, the energy carrying countless spiritual forces struck the alien race. In an instant, among the alien army, countless low-ranking martial artists fell to the ground, their eyes wide open and pupils dilated. It's as if their souls have been shattered. In the vast alien army, nearly half of the warriors who were prostrate on the ground were instantly killed. This scene terrified the entire army. In their quest to plunder Earth, they were naturally fearless and ruthless. But this phenomenon of death is truly bizarre. 10,000 meters above the ground. The phantom behind Suyu followed with a slash, a real strike that shattered space and sliced through the void, sweeping away 13 alien 9th rank beings with invincible force. And this phantom's attack was an illusory blade. It may seem harmless, but it actually targets mental strength. What is the greatest trump card that a high-level martial artist relies on? Imperishable matter, a body of gold, and also possesses formidable mental strength. But if even the soul is severed, what use is this indestructible matter? Isn't this golden body just an empty shell? My blood god golden body. It hurts so much, my head feels like it's going to explode. Stop. The 13 previously imposing 9th rank alien beings were now like drowning dogs, running around in panic with their heads in their hands. They desperately tried to escape from this place, but they discovered that the space had already been cut off, and there was no way to escape. No. In just a few seconds, those alien warriors, who were at the early and middle stages of the 9th rank of martial arts, died amidst their unwilling roars. The golden light faded, and the indestructible matter was completely consumed in the process of destruction and restoration. When the last wisp of spiritual energy was extinguished by the sword intent, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the body shattered into many pieces, which kept falling to the ground, making the earth tremble as if it were an earthquake. Below them lay the territory of the alien army. After the fragments of the golden body fell, they killed a large number of alien warriors. This scene was witnessed by the human army and many 8th rank soldiers. Everyone's body stiffened and trembled, but more than anything, they were excited. Everyone's face was flushed with excitement. Long live the city lord. Long live the city lord. The city lord is invincible. Everyone was shouting Su Long's name with all their might, and the awe and worship in their eyes were much stronger than before. That's incredible. With a single move, he killed several 9th rank grandmasters, and the leak power even killed 1/3 of the alien army. This is their city lord, the true king who slays alien races with a single strike. The martial arts levels of alien races and humans are different. They call the 9th rank of martial arts a true king, the martial saint a holy god, and the martial god a holy king. Qi Lianzhao raised his head and looked up at the figure above him, his eyes filled with even greater excitement and respect. Powerful. No wonder he follows them. Ha ha ha. Our city lord actually possesses invincible talent. The city lord's strength has improved more and more. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the city lord becomes a candidate for martial saint, right? The hundreds of thousands of soldiers present were excitedly discussing the matter. For a moment, they all forgot that the enemy they were facing was a foreign race. But it doesn't matter. The lingering force of the attack still lingered, and they remained prostrate on the ground, not daring to move an inch. Cough cough. In the sky, the blood-red golden body of the 9th grade Great Perfection alien leader dimmed considerably. He clutched his chest and coughed up blood repeatedly, his eyes filled with extreme horror and fear. How is this possible? How could you possibly become so powerful? You're clearly not at the Saint God realm yet. The Crimson Giant appeared to be insane, constantly shaking his head in denial and muttering to himself, looking just like a madman. At this moment, Only 6 pitiful 9th rank officials remained by his side. Apart from the 3 of them who had already entered the origin path and reached the great perfection of the 9th grade, all the other early and mid-stage 9th grade cultivators had died. Only a few slightly stronger mid-stage 9th grade cultivators could barely hold on. The 7 men were filled with fear and had lost all will to fight against Suyu. Is this even a viable fighting style? We can't continue. This strike directly killed 7 9th grade realm cultivators. This combat power is so great that even a martial saint at full power wouldn't be much different, right? Suyu sheathed his silver moon blade and said calmly without expression, I am indeed not a martial saint yet, but killing you bunch of chickens and dogs will not take much effort. What a pity. The Su family's top-tier heaven-level martial arts techniques are still a bit weak. If they were to use the Void Blade technique or the Burial Blade technique, these alien races would be considered powerful if they had even one intact spot on their bodies. Damn it, Sulong, don't be so smug. My clan has gained 2 new holy gods, and they will soon arrive here to destroy your 5th human city. The leading Crimson Giant, clutching his violently ruptured heart, did not forget to make a threat even now. They never expected that Su Long would recover from his injuries. His cultivation level even improved greatly. With a single strike, he severely injured all 13 of their true kings, and even caused the deaths of 7 of them. He was determined to get his revenge. Is that so? Su Long's eyes were deep. Then he smiled and said softly, Then you can go and wait there first. Your Holy Spirit will come looking for you soon. The sound was very soft, but it did not escape the ears of the group. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the several alien true kings grew even more unpleasant. Don't be arrogant. In 2 days, our race's holy god will arrive and slaughter your human race. The threatening words weren't finished yet. An overwhelming pressure, several times more terrifying than the previous attack, swept over them, and at that moment, the chill in their hearts almost froze them. If your clan's holy god comes, then sleep here forever. An utterly indifferent voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. In just a short while, the space that had just been restored showed signs of breaking again. The Milky Way and stars above the dome are all twinkling. In their eyes, the Milky Way seemed to be infinitely magnified, giving the impression that it was about to fall. Void Blade Technique, second form, slicing the galaxy. A calm voice rang in everyone's ears, and the stars shone brightly in the dark night sky. When the several severely wounded 9th rank aliens saw Su Long raise his sword, his imposing figure capable of stirring up the galaxy above, they were all terrified. No! Rumble! As the final strike, slaying the Star River, landed in the underground training room of the army's encampment behind the front lines. Inside the stone gate on the left, a rich aura of the human emperor quietly emerged. Behind the stone gate, behind Su Long, who was sitting cross-legged on a futon, a wide and vast road was faintly visible. The great Tao of origin emerged, and as the aura of the human emperor, which condensed the faith of hundreds of thousands of people, poured in, the chaos that had been covering the way suddenly dissipated several meters at the end of the great Tao. Boom. The original path, 1 kilometer long. When this wide, seemingly endless avenue was expanded to 1,000 meters, it covered the entire outer battlefield, including the entire Earth. The scenes in the 2 places changed drastically in an instant. Countless people looked up, wondering what was going on. Only those familiar with this scene showed expressions of shock on their faces. And in the void deep within the battlefield beyond the domain, a refined and approachable figure suddenly froze on the spot, and the book in his hand fell to the ground. Someone has set foot on the human emperor's path. 5 chapters today. I still need to think about the human emperor's path, but the following chapters are all fast-paced and exciting, so they won't overshadow the main story. Please give me gifts and urge me to update. Chapter 62 within a radius of 3,000 miles. All is the territory of my human race. Deep within the battlefield beyond the realm, in the void, a refined man in a white robe appeared somewhat stiff on the face, but a hint of joy lingered between his brows. Haha, the human race has finally produced an emperor again. In this void where even a martial saint would find it difficult to endure for long, he possessed no trace of powerful aura. He possesses only the qualities expected of a scholar, appearing harmless to humans and animals. However, if any human experts were here, they would surely recognize this person as the prodigy who appeared out of nowhere 30 years ago, currently serving as the director of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Administration. Demigod Yi Tao. Pick up the book that has fallen into the void, close your eyes, and enter the primordial path. Sensing the considerable power of human faith beside his own path, his anxious heart immediately settled down. Ha ha ha, the human emperor has been born. Now it's time to build up the momentum for him. A look of pleasure flashed in Yi Tao's eyes. He had thought that it might be decades before a human emperor appeared, but he never expected that an emperor would be born now. It is unknown which person ascended to the throne based on the destiny of the human race. As the director of the Martial Arts Administration, he believed that the origin path and the human emperor path were complementary educational paths. As long as humanity prospers under his system, his power will also grow stronger. By building momentum for the human emperor, the stronger the human emperor becomes, the stronger he can become. Although this path leads to godhood extremely quickly, its drawbacks are also quite obvious. It relies too much on the luck and faith of the human race. If it weren't for the current invasion by alien races, he would never have chosen the path of education to become a saint. Before Yi Tao could think further, suddenly, the void in front of him churned, and a bloodthirsty aura that could bewitch the mind appeared out of nowhere. Yi Tao, my race is growing stronger every day. I will break through your cage in less than 10 years. That will be the day your human race perishes. A cold and terrifying voice echoed in the void. This voice is very eerie. If a weak person were to hear it by chance, they would probably be controlled by the murderous intent on the spot and become a monster that only knows how to succumb to bloodlust and slaughter. Yi Tao snorted coldly upon hearing this. The Confucian and Taoist aura emanating from his body dispelled this strange aura. The fact that our human ancestors were able to take away your war god proves that our human race's fortune is not yet exhausted. In the future, our human race will surely invade your ancestral star and slaughter you disgusting creatures to the last man. In the void, the voice remained silent for a long time before coldly snorting. A race that is only fit to be blood food. How could it know the true strength of my race? Just wait. Your primordial cage is about to collapse. Ha ha ha. The day I break free of my cage will be the day your human race becomes blood slaves. In the endless void, only this cruel and arrogant voice echoed. You'll see it if you look from afar. The void here was actually shrouded by a large, transparent book that emitted golden light, like a cage, making it impossible for anyone to escape. The fifth city frontline battlefield. The space here was also fragmented and dilapidated, with the aura of emptiness leaking out everywhere within a radius of 100 miles. Even within 10 kilometers of the center of the battle zone, the almost solidified blade light was still pulsating. A boulder was struck by the pulsating blade light, and, without making a sound, it was instantly split in two. With the terrifying force unleashed, the weak had absolutely no chance of survival. The battlefield beneath the sky. Hundreds of thousands of human soldiers raised their heads in unison, and under their fervent gazes, blood-red specks of light fell from the sky. Like a galaxy hanging in the heavens, it was cut down to the mortal world. But they knew all too well that this was not a falling star. It was caused by those ninth-rank aliens who were killed by Su Long, the city lord of the 5th city and commander-in-chief of the 5th Army Group. Their martial arts golden bodies left no fragments. In the hands of their city lord, these ninth-rank officials were cleaved in two with a single strike, turning into stardust that scattered across the land. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the sky, unblinking. After a few breaths, the shattered space healed and returned to normal. When they saw Su Long standing before them like a king, alone with his sword, the impact was undoubtedly the most shocking. The city lord's martial arts are invincible. Long live the city lord. Quickly spread this battle report to the surrounding cities. The crisis in our 5th city has been resolved. The city lord is too strong. He's practically as powerful as the martial saint. Hundreds of thousands of human soldiers cheered wildly, their excited voices echoing across the sky, all thrilled by the victory. Nothing more. The invincible attitude of their commander is the greatest encouragement to them. The morale of the entire 5th Army Group soared. Even though hundreds of thousands of alien troops were lying nearby, they completely ignored them at this moment. They won this battle. High-end combat capabilities determine the outcome of a battle. Clearly, the balance of power in this war has now shifted in favor of their 5th Army. High in the air, Su Yu did not immediately go down to help. Instead, as if sensing something, he turned back to look in the direction of the encampment behind him, where he felt a different kind of imperial aura rising. Humanity's destiny. It seems that Father has already become a saint. Su Yu's face was beaming with joy. He was naturally very satisfied with the result. The Su family, with 3 martial saints presiding over them. Only then can we provide him with the greatest assistance on earth. This includes cleaning up neon lights and black grime, as well as the Nordic temple. Of course, the most important thing is to cultivate martial gods, or even martial arts experts at the Shattered Star realm, for the Su family and the human race. Thinking of this, Su Yu's figure disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it was already on the ground. At the forefront of the human army, the morale and fighting spirit of the alien races collapsed instantly after witnessing the slaying of their own true king. Countless alien races lost all will to fight. They all turned around and retreated. Run! The invincible true king of the human race is here. Quickly go back and ask the clan's holy deity to come and suppress this. Otherwise this place will fall. Run! The alien army scattered and fled, completely lacking the will to fight. However, the speed at which they fled seemed utterly ridiculous to Su Yu. Su Yu swept his silver moon blade forward. A terrifying blade of light, capable of cleaving space into a straight line, burst forth. In an instant, the hundreds of thousands of alien troops were utterly powerless to resist, and were slaughtered until less than 100,000 remained. The city lord is invincible. Upon seeing this, the human soldiers couldn't help but cheer again. Su Yu stood in the air in front of the human race, his silver moon blade pointing forward, and shouted loudly, "All soldiers, listen to my command. Follow me and kill." The sound rang in everyone's ears. Countless people felt their blood boil and raised their weapons in response to Su Yu. Kill, kill, kill. Hearing the voices behind him, Su Yu's smile deepened. That's the momentum. The greater the father's prestige, the stronger his power. Next, I'll give my father another big gift. Advance to the front. Within a radius of 3,000 miles, all of this is the territory of my human race. After saying that, Su Yu tore open space with a single slash, creating a spatial rift, and then entered it. His goal was to take advantage of the fact that his cultivation experience card was still active. Seize all the territory of the fifth city that the alien race previously occupied. Chapter 63. They've all become emperors. They should be able to handle it, right? This battle was undoubtedly the first time since the disappearance of the god of war that the human race had a chance to counterattack the alien races. The human territory was much larger before. However, powerful alien races emerged one after another, and the human race had been struggling to defend their territory. That is, starting 30 years ago, after the rise of the demigod Yi Tao, he was able to hold back the alien demigods and catch his breath. But it only stalled them. Although in recent years, the demigod Yi Tao has simplified the martial arts cultivation method, allowing countless humans to cultivate and greatly strengthening the human race's combat power. But they could only barely hold their own against the alien races. But now, killing more than a dozen martial arts rank 9 experts in a single city is equivalent to cutting off 2 of their high-end combat power. This battle situation is undoubtedly exciting. Buzz. 2,000 miles away from the 5th city's garrison, there was a foreign army's encampment. The crimson blade light stained the sky red. In an instant, the place was shattered into pieces, and countless alien races were slaughtered. The sounds of fighting and roars echoed throughout. This night was destined to be sleepless. Boom. As Su Long slashed the ground from midair, the land within a radius of 50 miles centered on the alien race's encampment was sank. It formed a huge, deep pit. Dust billowed as the 5th City Army group marched to this location, followed by a battle to hunt down the remaining alien forces. 2 hours passed. Su Long sat high in the sky, like a radiant deity, guarding the region. As countless human soldiers raised their heads to look at him, his eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Reporting to the city lord, all the alien races here have been killed, and several thousand caddies of grade 8 origin marrow, several mines, and a large number of rare medicinal resources have been seized. The sky above the battlefield in the outer region was beginning to lighten. The glow of dawn spilled across the earth, illuminating the land that had endured a night of fierce battle. Amidst the smoke of battle, cheers and exclamations of joy from the human race filled the air. Qi Lianzhao approached Su Yu with an air of confidence, bowed respectfully, and asked, "City Lord, what should we do next?" He was now completely impressed by Su Yu's fighting prowess. That's incredible. One man, one sword, and they annihilated the alien stronghold. Even several 9th grade Great Perfection experts from the alien race who came to provide support were killed on the spot. No alien powerhouse could withstand even a single move from him. Such strength is awe-inspiring. Su Yu sat cross-legged in mid-air, with the silver moon blade floating beside him. The pressure emanating from him, belonging to a 9th rank official, had not diminished in the slightest and remained extremely strong. Because he had slaughtered millions of alien races tonight, the blood energy in his body had become extremely concentrated. If an ordinary martial artist were to get within 100 meters of him, they would probably kneel down out of fear. The blood energy is far too strong. Guard this place. Contact the 7th and 9th cities and invite the Su family, the Qi family, and other first-class and martial saint families to come and divide up the mineral veins here. Su Yu glanced at the exhausted army below, which was exhausted from the great battle. He said calmly, "The spoils of war capture tonight will be exchanged for corresponding resources and distributed to all soldiers in the 5th city. The Su family will take 30%. Qi Lianzhao cupped his hands and replied, "Yes." He didn't find the arrangement inappropriate at all. On the contrary, he thought it was quite reasonable. They even made a fortune. After all, with so many resources seized, even if Su Yu wanted to keep them all for himself, no one would dare to say anything. But he still took them out and shared them with everyone. He was deeply impressed by such magnanimity. Certainly, Su Yu made this arrangement because these people were the first source of Su Long's faith power, and at the same time, they were soldiers loyal to the Su family's leadership. To put it bluntly, it's just their own team. Since he wanted to cultivate his family into the #1 family, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. Moreover, this amount of resources is just a drop in the ocean compared to the entire extraterritorial battlefield. When he breaks through to the martial saint level, he also needs to travel to the alien ancestral planet and the demonic plant territory in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Those ones. These are the resources that are truly useful for high-end combat capabilities. After receiving the order, Qi Lianzhao returned to the area below and shouted to the soldiers who were excitedly collecting resources. After everyone has collected all the resources, return to the base to rest. Tomorrow, rewards will be distributed according to merit. Each regiment will record its merits and awards will be given upon returning. The city lord has spoken. Aside from the mineral resources, all the resources seized from the alien races will be distributed among you. As expected, when the news was announced, the soldiers below all raised their weapons and cheered. Their fanaticism was almost comparable to brainwashing. They joined the army to fight, not only to protect humanity, but also to acquire resources to improve themselves. Their role was not fulfilled in this war, but their city lord still rewarded them. This action once again impressed all the army groups in the 5th city. "Thank you, city lord." After doing all this, Su Yu slowly stood up. His cultivation card was already on a countdown. He looked straight ahead. There an aura that would make even a 9th grade great perfection martial artist fear was gathering. He knew. That's a martial saint. As expected, he couldn't hold back anymore. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly as he gripped the silver moon blade floating beside him. Beep. 9th rank cultivation card remaining time. 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 29 seconds. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, a sharp glint appeared in Su Yu's eyes. Void blade technique. First form. Slash through the void. In a flash, Su Yu arrived 100 miles away. Then, under the watchful eyes of the human race, an energy that shook the earth and shattered space erupted with full force. Boom. This strike severed the void. With a full force strike, the earth was cleaved open, creating a deep chasm even more terrifying than the one from last night. The chasm stretched for thousands of miles and was 1,000 meters wide. If it were to be slashed into the void, even the void itself would be severed. The earth shattered, and countless mountains were flattened. Even a martial saint thousands of miles away could sense the terror of this attack. What a powerful blow. At the 5th city front, the terrifying aura that had risen from the alien race's main camp momentarily froze. After doing all this, Su Yu's deep voice echoed throughout the world. "This boundary line belongs to my 5th city. Anyone who dares to set foot within it, even a martial saint, must die." Boom. The white clouds that had finally gathered in the sky were shattered by this voice, filled with bloodlust. Those who heard this remained silent for a long time. The shock in his heart intensified. Just how strong is Su Long, the lord of the 5th city? No one knows. 5th City Army Group. All troops return to the city. With those words, Su Yu cleaved through space with a single slash and disappeared into the void. When he disappeared, countless soldiers were immediately subdued by his domineering aura, and their intense faith power erupted, all flowing into a primordial path. A moment later, in the forest outside the 5th city's military encampment, a space unfolded, and the figure of Su Long emerged from it. Beep. The trial period for the rank 9 cultivation card has ended. As the voice in his mind rang out, Su Yu's invincible aura began to decline, and in an instant, he returned to the state of mid-stage 7th rank martial arts. Feeling his power recede like the tide, Su Yu felt a sense of loss. As expected, I still need to harvest some villain points to strengthen myself. Otherwise, we can't even play in high-level matches. Shaking his head to banish the thought from his mind, Su Yu's smile then turned strange. I wonder if my cheap dad will beat me to death for digging such a big hole. He unleashed tremendous fighting power in that last strike. Even the alien martial saint was intimidated. If the other party wants to kill Su Long, they'll probably need 2 martial saint level experts to come at once, right? They've become emperors, they should be able to handle it, right? At this point, Su Yu felt a little guilty. In the underground training chambers of the encampment. Achoo! Why do I have this feeling of being manipulated? Chapter 64 Purchasing Access, the Scripture of the Free and Unfettered Demon. After the battle ended, news of the battle in the 5th city that night quickly spread to the 18 cities guarded by the Dragon Kingdom. When countless people learned of the outcome of this great battle, everyone was thrilled. Humanity has achieved its first major victory over an alien race. With 1 man and 1 sword, he killed nearly 20 alien 9th rank beings in one night. Among them are several Origin Dao martial artists who have reached the great perfection of the 9th rank. The name of Su Long, the Lord of the 5th city, has spread throughout the entire outer battlefield. Along with the spread of fame, the power of faith among humans is far, far more intense. In the secluded cultivation room, the powerful aura of imperial power grew stronger day by day, increasing almost every second. Ha, that's fucking awesome. Our human race has finally achieved a perfect victory in the war against the alien races. Lord Su Long truly deserves to be called the pillar of our human race. On this day, the most talked about news was that Su Long had killed nearly 29th rank alien beings. Under Su Yu's deliberate manipulation, Su Long left an indelible mark on the hearts of all humankind. Now, inside the Su family's training room at their encampment. After finishing the battle, Su Yu also chose to enter the training room to cultivate. This battle was not only to build momentum for his father, but also to undermine Chu Feng's future opportunities. That was the human emperor. Isn't Chu Feng destined to become emperor? Okay, I'll have my father become emperor now, so you'll have nowhere to go in the future. The reason he could ignore Chu Feng was so that he could snatch away this opportunity to become the human emperor. Even if Chu Feng's progress is incredibly fast, this way, he was still firmly under Su Yu's control. He's beyond saving. In the cultivation room, Su Yu first cultivated for a while, stabilizing his own realm to its peak, and then entered the system interface. As soon as I entered the system, frequent notification sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully seizing the opportunity of the chosen one Chu Feng, the human emperor. Rewards: innate talent demonic descent, plus 90,000 villain value, plus 1 realm advancement card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully changing the cannon fodder fate of the Su family. You have received the following rewards: Star Level Battle Technique, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Force, plus 10,000 villain points, and Nourishing Spirit Pill 1. Ding! You have altered the original plot and killed the chosen one Chu Feng. Current progress, 31%. Rewards, plus 6,000 villain points, and the right to purchase the Heavenly Demon Scripture of Free Transformation. A series of system notifications made Su Yu feel a little dizzy. The rewards for this great battle are simply too generous. Nourishing Spirit Pill nourishes the power of the spirit and soul and strengthens mental strength. Demonic Descent, the original secret technique of the supreme demonic bone. Using this technique, one can summon the phantom of a chaotic god or demon to enter the body, greatly enhancing one's strength. However, there are certain side effects after using it. Note: unlocked after reaching the 8th rank. Star Level Battle Technique, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Force, created by a powerful figure in the starry sky. He was inspired by observing the battle of the heavenly elephant and used his blood and energy to nourish his spirit. When he reached the pinnacle of his skill, he could shatter stars. The Hahua Zizai Tianma Jing, the most powerful demonic art in all heavens, capable of transforming eternity, melting the past and future, cultivating countless true bodies, dominating all ages, and transforming gods and demons, and all heavens with the power of one person. Seeing the system's description, Su Yu finally realized just how much he had gained this time. Faced with the arrival of the demon, neither the star-level battle technique nor the divine elephant-suppressing prison force held any appeal. Not to mention the final Paranormativus of Ardent Sutra. Upon seeing the introduction to the Heavenly Demon Scripture of Transformation, Su Yu suddenly realized what level of boundless magic power he had experienced when using the 9th grade experience card. This is the manual. There was no level description whatsoever, only that suffocating description. One person can evolve through eternity, evolve into the future, evolve through all the heavens, and even become eternal. At this moment, Su Yu's eyes burned with an unprecedented fervor. We absolutely must buy it. No matter how much villain points it costs, this heavenly demon scripture of free transformation must be kept in my own hands. This is the greatest trump card that will truly allow me to rule over all the heavens. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't wait to open the system store. Upon entering the mall, a pop-up window then appeared in front of me. Limited time purchase. The scripture of the free and unfettered demon, rank unknown, requires 150,000 villain points. Upon seeing this, Suyu chose to buy it without hesitation. Ding! Purchase successful. Replacing the host's original cultivation technique progress. 1%. Estimated completion time. 21 hours, 35 minutes, and 11 seconds. Upon seeing this notification, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. My body instantly relaxed. He didn't know why, but he felt that he had to buy this cultivation manual because it was related to his future. Perhaps it's a good match for me? Suyu smiled, his hand unconsciously resting on his chest, feeling the powerful beating of his heart and that imperceptible demonic intent within him. This demonic heart was created for this cultivation technique. Suyu murmured to himself. He originally thought that he, as a transmigrated villain, only had some talent, and that if he wanted to become stronger, he had to rely on villain points to advance his realm and be on par with the protagonist. However, after using the rank 9 cultivation card, he realized he was wrong. My heart is not ordinary. That was a demonic heart. There's also a piece of demonic bone. No matter what my identity is, nothing can stop me from moving forward, nothing can prevent me from being a protagonist. Suyu paused for a moment. Then his handsome face revealed indifference and an incomprehensible determination. Then I'll become a villain destined to strike fear into the hearts of all the heavens. He doesn't care how many chosen ones there are. All he needs to know is that in the entire universe, there can only be one villain himself. The chilling expression gradually melted away. Suyu exited the system space and turned to sense his cheap father's progress. The aura of the human emperor is growing stronger. I'm afraid father is also consolidating his martial saint realm and will be able to emerge from seclusion soon, right? Although there wasn't much noise in the other cultivation room, Suyu could clearly sense that, in this peaceful atmosphere, his third uncle's origin Dao was also advancing towards its highest point. At most, it will only take 1 month for third uncle's origin path to reach a distance of 999.9 meters. Then, he only needs to crush the ceiling cube to immediately seize the position of martial saint and become the third martial saint in the Su family. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood gradually relaxed. The stronger the Su family becomes, the more beneficial it will be for him at this stage. I should break through to the 8th rank soon. The immortal glazed golden body and the immortal glazed cells will take some time to refine. At that time, those old devils who chose to seize the holy positions because of the schemes of the alien races should be settled one by one. The remaining 62 martial saint positions, my Su family alone holds 9/10 of them. With that in mind, Suyu took out the resources and began cultivating, preparing to break through to the late stage of the 7th rank of martial arts. Now, the outside world is in an uproar. Because from that day onwards, the alien races that had launched a war against the 36 cities of the human race withdrew their troops. According to reliable sources, they are gathering manpower and preparing for a full-scale attack on the 5th city. Deep in the western part of the extraterritorial battlefield, in the alien race's stronghold, a cold voice rang out. 3 days from now, launch a full-scale attack on the 5th human city. Chapter 65, A Massive Army. War is coming, and alien martial saints arrive. Upon witnessing the unusual behavior of the alien race, the Dragon Kingdom quickly made adjustments. Each city dispatched 1/3 of its strongest warriors and troops to support the 5th city. Meanwhile, the people mining the new veins were on their way. In just 2 days, the Dragon Kingdom extracted tens of thousands of tons of cultivation resources from the veins that Suyu had seized. This undoubtedly greatly relieved the pressure on the human race. The reason why the alien races are strong is because they control the vast majority of resources in the extraterritorial battlefield. For example, they have occupied the source marrow and energy stones for cultivation. The human race can only improve its overall strength by strengthening its body and increasing its blood volume through physical training, as well as by improving the cultivation techniques developed by Yi Tao. At this time, the 5th city's military encampment, inside the commander's tent. The huge war conference table was surrounded by grandmasters at the peak of the 9th rank, as well as 2 martial saints. The 2 leaders, the old man on the left with several scars on his face, exuded a murderous aura that, even when deliberately suppressed, still made many 9th rank officials present feel oppressed. With a head of gray hair, a well-proportioned physique, and even a robust build, he showed no signs of old age. This person is none other than the current martial saint of the Su family. Su Yu's adoptive grandfather, Su Zhantian. Sitting next to Su Zhantian was Jiang Tianzhong, the previous patriarch of the Jiang family, also from a family of martial saints. The martial saint Jiang Tianzhong suffered a much more tragic fate than Su Zhantian. Half of his face was almost disfigured, and his right eye was gouged out, leaving it completely empty. Becoming a martial saint is not as glamorous as it seems on the surface. When they attained sainthood, they were all attacked by alien martial saints. Although they survived, the terrifying power of their origin still prevented them from recovering from their injuries. This is probably going to be a tough battle. Jiang Tianjin crossed his legs, his only remaining left eye filled with worry. The foreign tribes returned in droves. If we launch a full-scale attack on the fifth city, several martial saints will likely come to stop us. It would be difficult for the two of them alone to stop them. Su Zhantian remained expressionless, tapping his knuckles on the conference table as he said calmly, "No matter how tough it is, we have to fight. This opportunity to become a saint cannot be missed. We must help Su Long become a saint. With a new martial saint joining us, our situation will be much easier." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianjing nodded with a wry smile. Yes. The Jiang and Su families have been allied for a long time, and they always advance and retreat together. When he became a saint, Su Zhantian came to protect him. He had several scars on his face from protecting him. That battle almost killed him. The two exchanged a glance, then asked the crowd, "How many ninth-rank individuals are there currently?" Reporting to the martial saint, a total of 60 ninth-rank cultivators have been gathered this time. Among them, 20 are at the great perfection of the ninth rank who have entered the origin path. The rest are all at the early or middle stage, and another 21 are on their way. 69th rank officials. After a moment of deliberation, the two men shouted, "All right, pass the word down. We're heading to the front lines tonight for deployment." Yes. The numerous ninth rank experts in front of the conference table rose and walked out of the tent in an orderly manner. "Wait until they leave." Su Zhantian sighed and said, "This is the last time I'll protect him." As a martial saint, he could naturally sense the increasingly powerful and terrifying pressure emanating from the training chamber deep underground. That's a martial saint. Moreover, he wasn't just an ordinary martial saint. "My son is something else." Jiang Tianjing nodded, but he couldn't help but frown and said in confusion, "Strange. Why are there two auras of sainthood here? There seems to be another 7th rank cultivator inside." Su Zhantian chuckled and said, "Have you lost your mind? Becoming a martial saint is already an extraordinary achievement. Where did these two martial saints come from? Let's go to the front line first." Jiang Tianjing withdrew his spiritual power, shrugged his shoulders, and said with emotion, "All right, let's see how many martial saint-level experts the alien race can send to stop Su Long from becoming a saint. Ha ha, no matter how many of you come, you'll all have to kneel down before me. If they want to stop my son from becoming a saint, they'll have to step over my corpse first." Su Zhantian's hearty laughter echoed through the camp. The laughter stopped abruptly the next moment, and their presence vanished from the encampment. Only a faint spatial force echoed within the tent. Boom, boom, boom. As evening fell and the sun set over the battlefield beyond the borders, the earth on the front lines began to tremble in the glow of the evening glow. The pebbles bounced on the ground. Looking up into the distance, one could see rows upon rows of orderly lines marching towards the front line battlefield. This scene was shocking. The torrent of tens of millions of human soldiers swept across the entire battlefield. The march of tens of millions of soldiers only came to a halt after they reached the plains. Everyone's face was solemn, and a chilling aura permeated the air. Sensing this scene, the surrounding creatures fled the place, fearing that the battle to come would affect them. "All troops, form ranks." As the commander of this war, Qi Lianzhao flew through the air and summoned a golden body of martial arts that stood 1,000 meters tall on the ground. The sound was deafening. Beside his golden martial arts body were dozens of 9th-rank grandmasters whose auras dominated the space. They gathered together, and the surrounding space seemed unable to bear it, trembling like waves. No unnecessary words. All the powerful figures stared intently ahead. On the other side of the abyss severed by Su Long's sword, as dusk fell and darkness gradually replaced light, a nauseating, strong smell of blood spread. Call out. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's gaze, the earth on the other side of the abyss trembled. An unsettling sense of oppression rose up. Looking up, the clouds in the sky were dispersed by this oppressive feeling, revealing sparse starlight. This scene made the expressions of the millions of soldiers turn solemn. Countless people secretly circulated their qi and blood. Wah! As a strange horn sounded, A vast army of alien races slowly rose from the opposite bank, their aura several times stronger than that of the humans. Moreover, these alien races look extremely strange. It has a human body, but its whole body is red, and it has two small, sharp horns on the sides of its head. They looked no different from ordinary people, but their aura remained completely still. Humans were filled with a bloodthirsty aura, while the alien races were chillingly cold. Seeing this, even the 9th rank grandmasters tensed up, each one looking solemn and wary. Because the hundreds of tall, alien beings leading the group on the other side were all at the 9th rank. The front. Seeing the 109th rank alien beings appear, the expressions of Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianjing, the two martial saints, also darkened. This is a real problem. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying scene unfolded before them. Above the vast alien army, in the endless darkness, space was suddenly torn open with a huge rift. The next second, under the horrified and fearful gazes of the humans. From the torn space, 5 terrifying figures slowly emerged. Their appearance caused the space to collapse instantly, and an incomparably terrifying aura swept across the entire area, with countless blood-red light spots falling. At the same time, an extremely greedy voice came from inside. A feast of blood now, my children, can have a real feast. I want to see a dentist today. It hurts so much, I didn't have time to write. So this is only the 4th update. Sob. Please don't scold me, I'll make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 66. The 5 Sacred Gods of the Alien Race. The Great War begins. I didn't know how to start writing these 4 chapters, so they're a bit disappointing. Please be gentle with your criticism. I'll look up more fight scenes tonight, and try to write something satisfying tomorrow. Sob. Above the alien race, 5 powerful beings with terrifying auras, whose presence caused the space to tremble, emerged. Stepping through the void, he walked step by step to stand in front of Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianjing. The 5 alien holy gods were extremely powerful, their bodies shrouded in a nauseating crimson evil aura. Within the rippling red mist, countless human faces seemed to be roaring in resentment. This is not only a suppression in terms of rank, but also a feeling that one's soul is being pulled out of their body. The human army was thrown into turmoil. When Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianjing saw the 5 alien holy gods appear, they simultaneously released their own blood energy to block the opponent's attack. The 2 men had serious expressions and extremely grim faces. That's quite a feat. All 5 of you actually came to snipe at the same time. On the opposite side, in the void, these 5 blood-red humanoid creatures, each 4 meters tall, were not much different from the alien race below. The only difference is that they have a pair of bone wings on their backs. The 2 horns on either side of its head were sharp and gleamed with a cold light. It's unusually creepy. Such a person of extraordinary talent has appeared among the human race. If we do not kill him on the spot, he may be able to fight against many of our race's holy gods after he becomes a saint. The leading alien god said sinisterly. Back then, we failed to assassinate Yi Tao, but in just a few years, he broke through to the demigod level. Now they have even imprisoned our clan leader in the void. This kind of thing must never happen again. Demigod Yi Tao. This name is not only widely known among humans, but among other races. Yi Tao's name is like that of a demon. Back then, 1 man and 1 book were enough to subdue an army of millions of alien races. It even includes a holy being. Such methods terrified even those of other races. If you humans are sensible enough to hand over the 5th city lord today, we will immediately withdraw our troops and let you prolong your lives for a few more years. Otherwise, I'll slaughter both of you today. With a swift wave of its claws, the alien deity tore through space and chuckled coldly. Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianjing both snorted coldly upon hearing this. Then let's see who's stronger. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the deafening roar of a spatial explosion swept across the entire area, and the figures of the 5 alien gods and Su Zhantian vanished instantly. In an instant, they stepped into the void to fight. Even after the spatial rift closed, the terrifying pressure and explosions still echoed in the sky. Kill them. With the disappearance of the martial saint-level expert, Qi Lianzhao, as the commander-in-chief of a massive army of millions, gave an order from his 1,000-meter-tall golden body, and instantly, countless humans rushed towards the alien race. This level of combat, besides honing lower-level martial artists, also serves as a test of the combat strength of both races. Both are armies of tens of millions. It all comes down to which one is superior. Certainly, once the 2 martial saints have decided the victor, there will be no survivors on the other side. Kill them. The deafening sounds of battle echoed across the battlefield, sparks flying as swords clashed. In the air, Dozens of human 9th rank cultivators also faced off against 100 alien 9th rank cultivators. At this stage, their strength was beyond doubt. Although it lacks the ability to enter the void to fight. Even high in the sky, the battles between these top-tier 9th rank warriors caused the heavens and earth within a radius of thousands of miles to tremble. Even the slightest bit of their strength. That would be enough to obliterate the 100,000 mountains. If it were to fall to the ground, even a tiny bit would be enough to destroy all living things within a radius of dozens of miles. Boom. The military base is located in a training chamber built deep underground. The three auras rose and fell in turn, as if they were all undergoing a transformation. Inside the stone chamber, Suyu sat cross-legged. At this moment, his skin was almost transparent, with his blood vessels clearly visible, and the flowing blood was like magma from underground, possessing the energy to destroy everything. Upon closer inspection, a peculiar color was found in the blood at this moment. Amber color. Beside him was a pile of rare and precious grade 9 origin essence. This is a resource that every martial arts master at the peak of the 7th rank dreams of. If they have the aid of 7th grade source marrow to cultivate and break through to the 8th grade golden body, they will become the strongest among the 8th grade golden bodies. There is a distinction between ordinary grandmasters and celestial soul grandmasters. There are also those with the 8th rank golden body. The immortal golden body is divided into 3 levels: flood dragon level, hidden dragon level, and true dragon level. The potential for the dragon level golden body is the lowest, and small countries like the Black Philippines and those without strong martial arts traditions mainly cultivate this type of golden body. The hidden dragon level is the mainstream golden body in the Dragon Kingdom, and it is the golden body cultivated by most ordinary people who rise to prominence. As for the true dragon level golden body, it requires a massive amount of source essence resources to condense. Generally speaking, even for a true dragon level golden body, the required 9th grade source essence is only a few dozen kilograms. But at this moment, the 9th grade source marrow beside Suyu, whose energy had been exhausted, weighed several dozen kilograms. Even so, most of his bones still haven't been tempered to a golden color. After absorbing all this 9th grade source essence, I must come out of seclusion. Suyu calmly analyzed his condition while cultivating. He used a realm advancement card to advance to the late stage peak of the 7th rank. He originally intended to cultivate a golden body solely through the source marrow, but he did not choose the true dragon level golden body cultivation method. Instead, they chose the immortal glazed gold body casting method. He wanted to forge his foundation to its strongest level, using the 9 forging techniques of the golden body, which allowed him to forge his golden body more than 9 times at the 8th rank. He wants to forge an immortal glass body, and then use the 9 forging method to rebirth 9 times. When one undergoes nirvana 9 times and breaks through to the 9th rank. Even though he was just entering the 9th rank, those 9th rank great perfection cultivators who had already walked out of the origin path were no match for him. Has war broken out yet? After absorbing another 10 caddies of grade 9 origin essence, Suyu pondered. If war breaks out, going to the battlefield now to break through using extreme combat techniques might allow us to fully unleash the power of immortal cells. The immortal glass golden body, besides being made into a golden body. Another characteristic is the ability to forge cells containing immortal substances. If immortal cells are forged, even if he is beaten to a pulp in the future, he can be resurrected as long as the immortal cells exist. This is the most terrifying aspect, and it's also why Suyu chose to cultivate the immortal glazed golden body, which consumes so many resources. Thinking about this, Suyu decisively accelerated the absorption and tempering of his bones, but the entire 100-pound rank 9 origin marrow lost its luster, and his bones were now all gleaming with golden light. Call. Exhaling a breath of turbid air filled with impurities, Suyu opened his eyes and suppressed the surging, violent energy within his body. As he stepped out of the cultivation room, he glanced at the tightly closed stone doors on both sides. Father, third uncle, please come out of the pass quickly. Suyu stood there and murmured to himself, the war has begun, and it's time for the world to witness the 3 saints of the Su family. Buzz. The 2 stone doors seemed to hear his words and suddenly trembled. Seeing their commotion, Suyu smiled. Looks like we're still lacking something. So be it. It's better for me to go out of seclusion and cause some trouble myself, to give them some motivation, otherwise they won't cultivate anymore. Moreover, he had a premonition. As Chu Feng's luck value continues to decrease, new chosen ones are slowly emerging. With his current strength, the new chosen one's family background is probably not simple either. Therefore, The Su family must be well managed. Otherwise, as a villain, I wouldn't feel safe going out. I hope these alien 8th rank cultivators can put pressure on me. Otherwise my cultivation of the immortal glazed golden body will have failed. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu disappeared. This time, he will use his true combat power to fight alone against hundreds of 8th grade golden body realm aliens. Buzz. As he left, a crisp sound of shattering glass rang out from Su Zhanye's training room on the right. In an instant, spiritual rain, brimming with the energy of heaven and earth, suddenly fell all over the planet. Another person has become a saint. Chapter 67 Fong Ting, the headshot specialist. Battlefield on the plains. On the vast plains, firelight and explosions could be seen everywhere. Every time the alien race kills a human soldier, they will devour his blood essence on the spot. The corpse whose blood essence has been absorbed becomes a dried corpse, which can be crushed into dust with a gentle squeeze. The scene was incredibly bloody, yet no one here felt uncomfortable. After seeing so much of this, their hearts became numb. Only by taking advantage of the moment when the alien race was absorbing blood energy could they strike and kill the alien race, thus preventing the alien race from increasing its strength. Bang bang bang. Even without the participation of modern weapons, the bursts of blood and chi that could erupt at any moment, along with the energy of heaven and earth stirred up by 6th grade martial artists and 7th grade grandmasters, were still quite spectacular. On the battlefield, a young man with a crew cut appeared calm, with a hint of roguishness in his brows, but his handsome appearance belied his cautious nature. His strength is not weak. He is at the peak of the late stage of the 6th rank, and there is a hint that he will break through to the 7th rank grandmaster realm. While the soldiers around him were armed, he was unarmed and engaged in close combat with any alien he encountered. The alien races are known for their strangeness and physical strength. He directly engaged the alien race in a physical battle. The fist slammed into the alien's head. Any alien that he targeted would have its head explode like a watermelon after taking such a punch. Red and white things splashed everywhere. Damn it. These damned alien races are really stubborn. Fong Ting smashed another alien race member at the late stage of the 6th rank, shook his hand, and cursed. It hurts quite a bit. Captain, hurry up and grab the knife, or I'm afraid your hand will be ruined before you've even killed a few aliens. That's right, Captain, don't be a hero. When has the captain ever shown off? He runs away when he can't win a fight. Who the hell can catch him? That's right, Captain, go up and kill them. We're graduates of a military academy. We can't afford to lose face like this. We have to wipe out this alien squad. The young faces around him all called out to Fong Ting. These are all students from the 9th City Military Academy. Each of them has practical combat experience and is quite strong. Their performance on the battlefield was also outstanding. Fong Ting clasped his hands together and gently pressed down, making his knuckles crack. You guys lie here and wait for me to rip the head off that 7th rank alien race member and use it as a football. Fong Ting grinned maliciously as he excitedly charged into the alien army. Don't be fooled by his usual respect for Suyu. It's because Suyu beat him into submission back then. If it were somewhere where Suyu wasn't around, he's more arrogant than anyone else. Moreover, he has been on the battlefield several times and has made considerable contributions. He is now a major. Damn it, I'll smash your heads in one punch. Fong Ting was seething with anger. He was happy to see the Su family produce a Saint Realm expert, since the Su family had invested heavily in their military academy, and martial arts techniques could be exchanged for credits at will. It can be said that if the Su family hadn't specially recruited him into the military academy back then, based on his grades, he would only be at most a 3rd rank, or even a 2nd rank, level now. How can one change their fate of being born into poverty? Now that the alien race dares to block his benefactor from becoming a saint, and he has no ability to protect him, how can he not feel frustrated? Since he couldn't defeat the high-level combatants, he took his anger out on the lower-level ones. These alien bastards dare to assassinate City Lord Su Long as he strives to become a saint. I'll beat you to a pulp. Fong Ting, cursing and swearing, charged into the alien army's camp. No one knew how he managed to dodge the alien attacks almost every time. They didn't get hit at all along the way. Even if there were a few alien races at the 7th rank, they couldn't stop him. He quickly rushed deep into the territory guarded by the alien race. There is a 7th rank alien here. It is rather short in stature, and its strength and physical body are both weak. It has the 7th rank realm, but no 7th rank combat power. This is a role similar to a strategist for a different race. The taller the alien race below the 8th rank, the simpler their minds. They also need a person with a developed brain to plan tactics. Only alien races at the 8th rank have fully developed brains. Therefore, such short and weak individuals are centurions of a small squad from the alien race, responsible for commanding the battle. If we kill him, the remaining alien races will fall into chaos. Die. Upon seeing the leader of this alien squad, Fong Ting instantly leaped up, clenched his fist, and slammed it down. Quick! Stop him! The short, alien commander was also greatly alarmed and hurriedly shouted. Upon hearing this, the large alien races around them abandoned their opponents and returned to defend this place, intending to stop Fong Ting. However, Fong Ting ignored it and punched the short alien on the head. Puff! His head exploded, and red and white matter flew everywhere. Without his mental link, the alien races below the 8th rank were completely bewildered, and their previously orderly battle formation was instantly broken up by the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. I'm out of here. After the headshot, Fong Ting didn't linger and quickly slipped away like a greased rag doll. His next target is the commander of another alien squad. Fong Ting's ability to escape is quite unique. Sometimes his body is as slippery as an eel, and when surrounded by people, he can instantly sink into the ground and move forward underground. His ability to launch surprise attacks, which were impossible to defend against, also allowed him to kill several alien squad commanders. Every single alien he killed had its head intact. This is the 7th one. We'll have to go back after killing just one more. Fong Ting, who was lying and hiding underground, said breathlessly. After a brief adjustment, he resurfaced and, after locking onto a squad commander who was unguarded, charged towards him without hesitation. Dodging the obstruction of those alien races and seeing that he was getting close to the other side, Fong Ting clenched his fist. Die, you damned alien race. Boom. Fong Ting's fist was getting closer and closer to the head of the alien squad commander, but the other party did not panic. Instead, she gave him a mocking look. Seeing that mocking smile, Fong Ting had a bad feeling. Damn it, we've fallen for their trap. The moment the feeling of unease arose, before he could even dive into the ground, an astonishing pressure enveloped him. 8th rank. Feeling this oppressive aura, Fong Ting's face turned pale. Holy crap. How could a martial artist below the 7th rank have offended an 8th rank alien race? Blood Eater, you've killed several commanders, so you do have some skill, but that's the end of it. The 8th rank alien stepped forward, its scarlet eyes flashing. It raised its sharp claws and slashed at Fong Ting's throat. If he were struck by the claws, he would be no different from Kuan, whose throat had been slit. It's over, we've been tricked. Fong Ting's eyes showed despair. At the same time, there was also regret for his own foolishness. Damn it, how can he be so confident? Just as Fong Ting was about to close his eyes, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Click! A flash of blade light, and the claws of the 8th rank golden body were cleaved off along with his head. Upon seeing the figure appear before him, Fong Ting exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, young Master Su. Chapter 68 Those who harm my human race shall be killed without mercy. At this moment, Fong Ting was not only shocked, but also overjoyed at surviving a disaster. Young Master Su, when did you arrive? Su did not answer his question immediately, but instead unleashed the Su family's god-slaying blade technique, blood slaughter. With a single stroke, he cleaved all the nearby alien races in two at the waist. We've only just arrived. Alright, this place is too deep. Let's retreat. Su flicked his finger, and a wisp of green light flew into Fong Ting's hand. Yes, I'll be right away. Fong Ting held the green light in his hands, tilted his head back, and swallowed the pill. In an instant, the body's depleted energy and blood were restored to their peak. Feeling the powerful effects of the medicine, Fong Ting's awe of Su deepened even further. After recovering, Fong Ting didn't dawdle and rushed straight out to the outer perimeter. Along the way, when he encountered alien races trying to stop him, he would throw a punch and instantly shatter the heads of each alien race. Seeing his ruthless behavior, Su could only say that he was a truly ruthless person. He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to kill with one blow. That's ruthless enough to fit my role as a villain's underling. He was very satisfied with Fong Ting's performance. There are only two reasons. Willing to follow their own path, decisive and ruthless in action, and also very good at escaping. The second point is his surname is Fong. Su always felt that this guy might be related to the next chosen one. If this is confirmed, wouldn't that be great? If you subdue the chosen one and make him work for you, does he think he'll step on your head and shit on you? Once the war is over, we must properly train these talents. Thinking of this, a sharp glint flashed in Su's eyes. He turned around. He saw hundreds of 8th rank beings fighting each other in mid-air ahead, their golden bodies radiating light, their destructive power almost bursting the sky. The oppressive aura of hundreds of 8th rank warriors fighting each other. Even a peak expert at the late stage of the 9th rank of martial arts would be afraid. However, when Suyu saw the scene of their battle, he felt a strong urge to try it himself. I can't play high-level matches for now, so I'll just have to feast on this bunch of rank 8 players. Suyu's eyes were filled with a frenzied fighting spirit. He possesses the Destruction Body, a legendary physique that is said to allow one to live even in the face of death. His meridians are naturally thicker than those of ordinary people, and his dantian is twice the size of that of martial artists of the same realm. There are also various advanced combat tactics and martial arts techniques. Despite possessing numerous accolades, he has never fully unleashed his combat prowess. This time, he needed to vent his frustrations and test his true combat strength. The best course of action would be to gang up on him and beat him to death, so that he could comprehend the true meaning of the immortal glazed golden body and immortal cells, and thus become a true 8th grade golden body realm cultivator. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly grabbed at the void in front of him. He pulled a strangely shaped long sword, its blade black and white, exuding a strong aura of death, out of thin air. Burial Blade. When it was fully revealed to the world, it gave those who gazed upon its blade the illusion that it possessed the power to bury everything when it struck. Call out. The next second, amidst the astonished and bewildered expressions of the alien race, Suyu's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Midair. Hundreds of 8th rank warriors engaged in a chaotic battle, unleashing their martial arts golden bodies. Each martial arts golden body was at least 9 zhang tall, with the tallest reaching 100 zhang. These are all martial arts golden bodies at the 8th rank. If a 9th rank martial artist were to unleash the martial golden body, the distance would be at least 1,000 meters. Rumble. Within this space, the destructive power exclusive to the 8th rank spread, and both the 8th rank of the Dragon Kingdom and the 8th rank of the alien race showed signs of injury. However, in this chaotic battle among the 8th rank officials, the Dragon Kingdom was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. There are nearly 300 8th rank beings from other races. On the other hand, the Dragon Kingdom only had a little over 180 people. Although most of them were late-stage 8th rank cultivators drawn from various cities, they were still not enough to face 300 8th rank cultivators. Boom. In the air, with a thunderous roar, the golden light of a martial arts golden body suddenly dimmed. At this moment, a golden light suddenly rushed in front of the alien 8th rank soldier who was trying to pursue him, blocking his way, and shouted, "Major General Lee, run!" The martial arts golden body, which was sent flying, disappeared rapidly and eventually became a tall middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was stained red with the blood he coughed up. There was a wound the size of a bowl on his chest that pierced through his body, and his internal organs were clearly visible. Major General Lee was the 5th City Garrison commander who led Suyu to the military camp that day. He completely lost consciousness, his breath was weak, and blood was flowing out of the wounds that pierced his body as if it were free. Below, the 7th rank alien races went berserk and rushed toward Li Shaojiang's falling body as soon as they smelled the golden blood. Blood food. Blood of a venerable realm expert. They're all mine. Seeing this, countless humans were filled with raging anger, and even the 7th grade grandmaster stepped in to stop them. "You beast, get down here. Damn it. I'm your opponent, get down here. Who can spare a hand? Go and save Major General Lee." The roars of anger echoed all around, but were quickly drowned out by the chilling sounds. Nobody has the time to spare. With such a shortage of manpower, it is already extremely difficult to preserve oneself and hold off the enemy, let alone rescue others. Just then, another scream rang out. Looking over, one could see that another mid-stage 8th rank golden body expert had been seriously injured by a sneak attack from the alien race. Call out. His heart was ripped out from behind by a foreign creature with a claw. The destructive power that prevented even the indestructible matter from healing its injuries spread to its wounds. If it weren't for the interference of the destructive power, the 8th grade indestructible matter would certainly have been able to heal these injuries. Now let's see how you can stop my people's advance. The alien, a late-stage 8th rank expert, opened its blood-red maw and swallowed the still beating heart whole. This scene chilled everyone to the bone. We must not be captured. Even if it means death, I will self-destruct. After devouring the heart, the injured late-stage 8th rank alien expert's aura surged once again. Boom. Peak of the late stage of rank 8. Hahadai. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the crimson color on this alien 8th rank being deepened even further. After the surging aura subsided, he sneered, "Let my little brats evolve from these two venerables." As soon as he finished speaking, a sonic boom resounded. His target was Major General Li, who was falling, and another human 8th rank official. He wanted to tear those two 8th grade bodies apart and use the blood rain to nourish the late-stage peak 7th grade members of his clan. As long as they broke through, victory would be theirs. Damn it. Quick, someone detonate their explosives to stop him. If he tears General Li and General Sun's bodies to pieces, we'll be in big trouble. Ahem, I'll go stop him. Some people were about to rush down and self-destruct to stop the attack, but they were stopped by the 8th rank alien. After being stopped, everyone became angry and their attacks became even more ferocious. Go to hell. With no one stopping him, the ferocious smile on the face of this alien 8th rank official deepened, and his pair of blood-red claws, gleaming with a cold light, suddenly stabbed towards Li Xiaojiang's body. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened in horror, and everyone was roaring wildly. Amidst the despairing gazes of everyone, a flash of ordinary white light appeared, and then a shout rang in everyone's ears. Get out of my way. The astonishing turn of events caused everyone to stop their cursing and look ahead, where they saw a white light pass through the body of the alien 8th rank being. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, because they saw wherever the white light passed, a thin, long void rift was carved out of space. The ferocity on the face of the alien 8th rank official froze. Bang! The next second, the alien's 8th rank body was split in two, and his soul was also neatly cut in half. Then, a chilling voice echoed through the space. Those who harm my human race, kill without mercy. Chapter 69, This strike buries heaven and earth. Suyu was dressed in a white robe, and his hair, which hadn't been cut for 2 months, was now somewhat flowing. His appearance was exceptionally handsome, but at this moment, his face was full of coldness. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Behind them, Fong Ting also flew through the air and caught the two falling Major General Li and his companion. 2 green pills flew from Suyu's hand and landed precisely in the mouths of Major General Li and Major General Sun. The moment the Azure Spirit pill entered their mouths, a soft, vibrant green light enveloped them. The destructive power that had been ravaging the meridians within the body was forced out completely. Having done all this, Suyu gripped the burial skyblade, raised his eyes to look at the hundreds of alien 8th rank warriors, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. It looks not bad. You boy, what are you doing here? Get back here right now. At this moment, a startled and angry voice rang out, followed by an old man in a black robe who quickly appeared before Suyu, his face filled with shock and anger. He shouted, "Go back now. This is not a place for you. This is a battlefield." Su Zhenyuan's face was full of anger. He glared at Suyu and said, "Go back." Suyu is the precious seed of the Su family. If something happens here, not to mention his nephew Su Long, his older brothers alone will not let him off the hook. Suyu didn't pay much attention to his angry questioning. The violent aura emanating from his body, belonging to the peak of the 7th rank and between the early stage of the 8th rank, was released instantly, and the strong wind sent the lower alien races below flying backward. Yuri going to break through to the 8th rank? Su Zhenyuan asked in disbelief, his face full of astonishment. Suyu nodded slightly, then said solemnly, "Fifth uncle, my Su family has never been afraid of the battlefield in the past 1,000 years. We weren't afraid before, and we certainly aren't in my generation. Therefore I am afraid I cannot comply." His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable stubbornness. Su Zhenyuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he could only let out a soft sigh. Whatever. After saying that, he returned to the battlefield and fought against a late-stage 8th rank alien and 4 mid-stage 8th rank aliens. Boom. Although Suyu's appearance here surprised many people, but only for a moment, they stopped watching. Compared to Suyu, the enemy in front of them was more troublesome. Suyu unleashed his aura, causing Fong Ting and Major General Li to leave. Only then did he refocus his attention on the battlefield, taking it all in. For him, enemies are not important. The important thing is, where should we begin? A moment later, Suyu's eyes suddenly fixed on a strangely shaped 8th rank alien. That 8th rank cultivator possessed something that other alien races lacked. For example, a big cow horn. And most importantly, he has wings on his back. This is the symbol of the descendants of a foreign holy god. Upon seeing him, Suyu's lips curled up slightly. "It's you. Are you a descendant of the Holy Spirit? Let's see what's so special about him." Uft. The great horned alien tore apart an 8th rank cultivator with a single claw, a disdainful smirk on his lips. These blood delicacies are truly weak. But, as he spoke, he suddenly licked his lips, and a heart was pierced through his claws. He swallowed the heart whole, a look of ecstasy on his face. The taste of this blood food is simply wonderful. It's so rich in blood energy. It's a great tonic for my people. Beside him followed 2 ordinary alien race members at the peak of the 8th rank. Upon hearing this, they respectfully replied, "Master is absolutely right." The great horned alien swallowed a heart, then turned its attention to the battlefield, searching for its next prey. Suddenly, his gaze was fixed on Su Zhanyuan, and he said excitedly, "He has the aura of Su Zhantian on him. I want to eat him." Having said that, the great horned alien charged towards Su Zhanyan decisively, its bloodlust growing ever stronger in its eyes. He had consumed a drop of divine blood when he was a child. That was the blood of the holy god Su Zhantian, which his father had seized for him from the human Su family. Therefore, he was very sensitive to and fond of the Su family's vitality. The giant horned alien came up behind Su Zhanyuan and raised its sharp claws to stab Su Zhanyuan in the back. Die! Su Zhanyuan, who was engaged in a fierce battle with 5 8th rank alien experts, suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and the aura of death was approaching him. Not good. Su Zhanyuan's expression changed drastically. He was about to dodge when he was simultaneously locked onto and surrounded by several 8th rank experts. Haha, this blood food is mine. The great horned alien was extremely excited, and his speed increased even more. The sonic boom pierced the air and exploded in our eardrums. Just when things were at their most critical moment, a terrifying burst of blade energy erupted, severing the giant horned alien's claws at the root. Get out! The unexpected turn of events caused all the surrounding 8th rank alien races to change color in shock, exclaiming in alarm, "Holy Sun! Quickly, protect the Holy Sun!" Unlike humans, the offspring of the alien races hold a higher status than anyone else. Even if you are a true king or have reached the origin, you are not as noble as a Holy Sun. If the Holy Sun perishes here, all of them, the 8th rank cultivators, will die when they return. In an instant, all the nearby 8th rank alien races abandoned their pursuit of the human 8th rank aliens and turned to this side, surrounding the great horned alien race. Ouch! My paws. The great horned alien saw that his claws and finger bones had been severed, and that the mysterious power spreading from them had actually obliterated the immortal substance within his body. Suddenly, he became terrified and roared, "Kill! All of you attack! Kill him! I want him dead!" Upon hearing this, the group of 8th rank alien race members all changed color and then shouted, "Yes!" In an instant, their figures vanished from the spot, and a dozen or so late-stage 8th rank alien powerhouses summoned their golden bodies. Their overwhelming pressure instantly erupted, scattering everyone around them. This moment, even a human expert at the 8th rank changed his expression. This is troublesome. Su Zhanyuan's face paled even more when he saw the 8th rank alien races surrounding him. They were all late-stage 8th rank beings. This is tricky. Although there were more than a dozen alien races gathered here, their situation had not improved. Each person was dealing with at least 2 8th rank alien races and had no time to fight. "You boy, run. Your second uncle is up there," Su Zhanyuan shouted. But Suyu remained unmoved in the face of his shouts. "Fifth uncle, you should go and rest. Leave this to me." Suyu stood proudly in the void, his hands behind his back and a sword in his other hand. Faced with the siege of more than 10 late-stage 8th rank experts, he showed no panic whatsoever, but instead remained unusually calm and composed. Upon hearing this, Su Zhanyuan's expression darkened, and he snapped, "Get out of here. They're late-stage 8th rank cultivators, not here to play house with you. Is this idiot out of his mind? Attack. Kill him." The great horned alien was constantly consuming rare and precious herbs. Seeing that Suyu remained unmoved, he immediately roared. Whoosh. Upon hearing his command, more than a dozen 8th rank venerables instantly sprang into action, each unleashing a spatial suppressing aura as they attacked Suyu. Space trembled, collapsed, and shattered. Without the 9th rank, one cannot shatter space for an extended period. Being able to shatter for even a second is already extremely powerful. Damn it, you're trying to kill me. Su Zhanyuan's face was as ugly as shit, and he cursed and swore, but his aura was surging wildly. There's a vague feeling that it's about to self-destruct. He had to save Suyu. He had no hope of reaching the 9th rank in this life. He was practically a cripple. He could die. But Suyu, he was still young. He couldn't die. Just as Su Zhanyuan was about to rush forward and use his self-destruction to save Suyu. But Suyu stopped them with a single word. "Fifth uncle, you don't understand. This battle is the opportunity for me to advance. They are not enough to pose a threat to me." Su Zhanyuan was about to retort. However, what happened next almost made his eyes pop out. I have a blade that can bury all things, bury heaven and earth, and send off all living beings. Since you have begged me to bury you, then I will grant you this last wish." The space, like a mirror, emitted a crisp sound under the gradually gathering pressure. Click. "This strike will bury heaven and earth. I'll put on an act tomorrow." I sat in front of the computer all day today and still didn't know how to write. I felt that after writing about advanced fighting, it wouldn't be good to go back to this. I can only do some research tonight. Please forgive me, gentlemen. It's not that I'm being perfunctory, but I want to write in my best condition so that you will enjoy reading it, and I will feel comfortable writing it. Chapter 70 Fighting 208th Rank Venerables Alone. Suyu aims to prove the ultimate 8th rank realm. In an instant, endless death energy began to condense, and this invisible death energy swirled around the burial blade. In a short time, it enveloped all the surrounding alien races that were attacking it. The death energy entering their bodies startled these 8th rank alien races, who hurriedly mobilized their energy to suppress the erosion of their internal organs. However, they discovered that all of this was in vain. My own energy has no effect on this death energy, and there is even a faint tendency for it to be assimilated. The organs are decaying, and the blood and chi seem to be frozen. What kind of energy is this, and why is it damaging my organs? Indestructible matter has no effect. Quickly, get out of the black mist, or we won't be able to hold out for much longer. These once imposing 8th rank experts were now in a sorry state in the blink of an eye, and all they wanted to do was escape the black mist. Otherwise, it won't be long before the black mist alone will be enough to erode them and kill them. The deathly aura was still gathering. This scene attracted the attention of all the low-level cultivators, as well as all the 8th rank cultivators. When they saw the eerie black mist gradually solidify, all the powerful figures' eyes suddenly narrowed. Fear. Their fighting spirit was frantically warning them that if they were to come into contact with the black mist, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. Human faction. Su Zhanyuan's aged face wore an incredibly comical expression. He had been worried about Suyu, and had even planned to rush up and self-destruct, even if it meant death, to save Suyu. But reality slapped him in the face. Suyu alone caused more than a dozen late-stage 8th rank alien races to lose their will to fight. He didn't even manage to cut down with his knife. How could this be? What exactly did you boy go through to cultivate such a terrifying martial skill? Su Zhanyuan gasped as he looked at the deathly black mist swirling in front of him. He was quite certain that he had only been away from Suyu for about half a month. How come he can fight at the 8th rank as soon as he arrives at the extraterritorial battlefield? Although he knew that Suyu had killed He Fei, an 8th rank martial artist, Suyu was merely a physical martial artist who had just entered the 8th rank golden body realm. They were completely different from the dozen or so alien races in front of them who were at the late stage of the 8th rank. Under his bewildered gaze, Suyu stood with his sword held horizontally behind him, his body slightly bent, preparing to unleash his power. As the deathly black mist gathered to a certain extent, in an instant, a sharp glint flashed in Suyu's eyes, and death energy swirled around the blade, slowly condensing into a giant black mist dragon in the air. "I will personally escort you to your graves. Bury life." A soft shout rang out, and Suyu gripped the burial blade, his muscles bulging slightly as he unleashed a strike. Roar! At that moment, it was as if a dragon's roar resounded in everyone's ears. Boom! The black mist dragon opened its blood-red maw, its mouth holding a blade of deathly energy. It tore through the air and cleaved through space, biting down on more than a dozen alien 8th rank powerhouses at a speed exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. Boom! A violent explosion resounded, and the black mist dragon burst open on the spot. The all-pervasive black mist, which eroded life force, tore and gnawed at everything with terrifying blade-like force. "Oh, my indestructible matter is disappearing, help. My lord, help. I don't want to die." Ugh! One after another, shrill screams rose and fell, and at the same time, the black mist slowly dissipated, allowing everyone to see the situation inside. To their horror, the golden bodies of those alien 8th rank beings dissipated at an extremely rapid pace, along with their life force. Their bodies disintegrated after they exhausted their last drop of energy. Ultimately, it vanished into nothingness. From the moment they were bitten by the black mist dragon until their deaths, only 2 seconds had passed. At this moment, all the 8th rank experts were terrified. He killed more than a dozen late-stage 8th rank golden body realm experts in just 2 seconds, along with indestructible matter and spiritual power obliterated. Call. As the life force of these alien races faded, the black mist slowly dissipated. Even though the black mist had dissipated, death energy still lingered in that area. Below, several alien races at the 6th level of martial arts walked down into the black mist. They died without even making a sound, amidst the horrified gazes of those around them. Instantly, no one dared to approach the area. In front of Su Yu, the giant horned alien stared blankly at everything, fear gradually appearing in its eyes. Finally, when he saw Su Yu's ambiguous smile, he immediately shouted, "Quickly, all of you come here. Kill him. Kill him right now." The giant horned alien pointed in Su Yu's direction, its voice filled with terror and fear, and screamed. He was looking at himself, and he was smiling at himself. His goal is himself. Call out. As soon as the voice of this descendant of the alien holy god rang out, all the alien races abandoned their attacks and rushed to his side to protect him. At the same time, every rank 8 expert watched Su Yu warily. They were tense, as if afraid that Su Yu would launch another attack like before. Nearly 308th rank alien beings arrived here together. They had a premonition that this predator had to be killed first, otherwise, with him around, the situation might reverse. Seeing this, many of the 8th rank humans also came to Su Yu's side. At this moment, regardless of their strength, their gazes towards Su Yu held a newfound reverence and respect. In a world where martial arts reign supreme, the strong are always revered. Clearly, Su Yu had completely won them over. Half step into the 8th rank, he killed more than 10 late-stage 8th rank alien races with a single strike. Absolutely the aura of a martial saint. Seeing that Su Yu's fighting stance had dissipated, Su Zhanyun flew to his side, his gaze a complex mix of emotions both complex and gratified, and said, "You boy you." He wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. All he knew was, at this moment, the importance of his grandnephew was unparalleled, even if all the 8th rank officials present were to die. They must escort him back safely. As Su Yu unleashed the one-strike death blade technique, he felt his already uncontrollable blood and chi begin to surge again. There is a hint of immortality within the spine. He understood that this was the formation of immortal matter, although it was still very faint, but it was already showing this trend. Even among the billions of cells in its body, one has already produced a faint aura of immortality. Combat is indeed the best shortcut to improving one's strength. Su Yu felt completely refreshed. At this moment, his body felt like a suppressed volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Turning his head to look at Fifth Uncle, Su Yu understood what he meant. But he really doesn't need it. Su Yu smiled slightly, then turned around and said softly to the 8th rank humans who wanted to come forward to help, "Everyone, I alone am enough here. You should go somewhere else." He spoke these words softly, yet they carried an undeniable domineering and absolute tone. All the human bodies suddenly trembled. This young master of the Su family wants to fight 272 8th rank warriors all by himself. How could that be? Even a 9th rank official wouldn't dare to make such boastful remarks, would they? It should be noted that while most of these alien races are at the early stage of the 8th rank, there are also quite a few at the late stage of the 8th rank, and even at the peak. At the 8th rank, the minimum amount of chi in blood is 100,000 calories, and at the peak it is 990,000 calories. With the regenerative ability of indestructible matter and the power of destruction, their combat strength can no longer be calculated by simply measuring their health points. Surrounded by so many 8th rank martial arts masters, even a mid-9th rank martial arts grandmaster might die here. Su Yu, a mere half-step 8th rank, how dare he act like this? Su Zhanyun said anxiously. Don't be reckless, go back right now. He was genuinely anxious. However, Su Yu ignored it and stopped suppressing the terrifying energy within his body that had reached its critical value. Boom. Its imposing aura swept across the entire area, unleashing a terrifying pressure. Let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu's figure rushed out instantly, heading straight for the 272 alien 8th rank beings in front of him. He's going to fight all the 8th rank warriors single-handedly. The ultimate realm of the 8th grade of Tao attainment. Chapter 71 Divine Elephant Suppresses Prison. 1 Roar Shatters Stars. A series of afterimages appeared, their intertwined shadows appearing above the heads of the group of 8th rank alien experts. Su Yu, dressed in a white robe, stood in the air, his feet resting on their heads. He looked down at them, a smile playing on his lips. You come at me all at once. His nonchalant tone left everyone breathless. How arrogant. However, no one dared to say they looked down on the other. That bizarre strike truly made even a peak 8th rank expert secretly tremble with fear. Su Yu is now eager for a great battle that will give him a good, satisfying experience. The energy within me is becoming a bit too much to handle. Fight against 108th grade golden bodies and prove yourself invincible at the 8th grade ultimate realm. The blood flowing through his body was like magma, raging and burning his veins, with scorching heat slowly seeping out from the surface of his skin. Fear. That's the feeling his imposing presence gave to everyone present. Amidst the steady yet powerful heartbeats, they even had a fleeting illusion, as if the person standing before them was not some so-called 8th rank official. Instead, it was a terrifying, heaven-stowing divine elephant. The power within his body was terrifying. Even though he was not at the 8th rank, the overflowing chi and blood alone caused the space to tremble uncontrollably. Kill him. Kill him now. The horned alien, surrounded by other races, looked even more terrified upon seeing this and screamed, "All of you attack. Kill him." He was scared. He usually regarded humans as food, believing that such a lowly race could not possibly be stronger than his own. But Suyu's appearance now is like a slap in the face to him. Even if Suyu didn't deliberately target him, he also felt as if he was being watched. This pricking sensation made him restless. Upon hearing this, the more than 208th rank alien beings hesitated for a moment before decisively rushing into the sky. They did not choose to go it alone. Instead, they swarmed forward, intending to kill Suyu on the spot in the shortest possible time. He's so weird. It was so bizarre that even these races that fed on humans were terrified of it. Go to hell. Dozens of alien beings took the lead in attacking, unleashing their peak 8th grade auras simultaneously, instantly shattering the space around them. Energy surged in the void. The crimson golden body stood in the air, slashing its sharp claws fiercely at Suyu. With so many peak 8th rank experts joining forces, even a 9th rank expert wouldn't dare to easily withstand such an attack. Ha, well done. Suyu's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he laughed heartily. He has not yet reached the 8th rank and does not possess the golden body of martial arts. But he was not afraid of these behemoths at all. He stretched out one hand and pushed the space horizontally. A wave swept around, and the powerful airwave sent all the low-level alien races within a 10-mile radius flying away. Boom. Suyu made a grasping motion in the air, grabbing a blood-red golden body with one hand and squeezing it hard, causing the blood to burst out of the golden body. Instantly, the entire space was bathed in gold. One palm strike could crush an 8th rank cultivator to death. This scene appeared like a dream to the many powerful members of the human race. After crushing a peak 8th rank expert, Suyu did not pause for a moment. That seemingly weak body contained energy that could change the very fabric of heaven and earth. With a teleportation, Suyu landed on the head of another blood-red giant. If you're so ugly, don't come out looking so big and scare people. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu stomped down with a force so great that it could crush a mountain into ruins. Like a ferocious humanoid beast, it vents its brute force at will. Puff! The kick, shrouded in endless death energy, shattered the crimson giant's head. The death energy flowed down, devouring all the indestructible matter contained within the crimson giant's body. Boom! Another rank 8 golden body has fallen. Seeing this, everyone gaped open, so shocked they could practically fit an egg in their mouths. Is this really a battle against an 8th rank official? Why? It would give them the illusion that Suyu wasn't fighting, but rather slaughtering a chicken. He's too strong. Is this the young master of the Su family in this generation? Even more ruthless than Lord Su long back then. A true martial saint seed. If young Master Suyu were to become a saint, he would surely be able to advance to the level of a demigod, just like Director Yi Tao. Every human at the 8th rank has a very high standard. They are all elites who have survived hundreds of battles, large and small, so their vision and strength are beyond doubt. Even from the current situation, they could see that Suyu was extraordinary. Even those below the 8th rank can slaughter peak 8th rank soldiers as easily as killing chickens. Kill. Kill him. What are you useless trash doing standing here? Waiting for him to come up and kill you. Seeing their peak 8th rank cultivator so easily killed, the great horned alien trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, and he roared madly at the 8th rank cultivator beside him. We have to escape. Otherwise I really will die here. He didn't want to die. He still has a bright future ahead of him. 50 years later, when a new saint is born in the clan, he wants to become a saint god. Upon hearing his words, even those 8th rank officials dared not underestimate him and immediately took action. Since the golden body was too large to attack Suyu with more precise and powerful attacks, they would resort to hand-to-hand combat. Even if it costs us our lives, we will pile up Suyu here and kill him. Each of the alien 8th rank beings took out their own weapons, including jade-bone weapons, spears, and war clubs. Boom. Numerous 8th rank alien races attacked simultaneously, their combined assault shattering the space around them. The resulting shockwaves killed lower-ranking alien races and some human soldiers who couldn't escape in time. Crimson lightning raged through the sky, attacking Suyu with an aura of evil and bloodlust. Faced with this combination attack, Suyui remained unfazed, stopped her movements, turned around, and unleashed a punch. Boom. Beneath that almost transparent skin, bones of a pale, glassy color erupted with astonishing energy, instantly shattering the attack upon impact. Before the 8th rank soldiers could react, he unleashed another punch. Boom. Several alien races at the early stage of the 8th rank who were unable to dodge were directly sent into the void by this punch and turned into nothingness. Go. His skull isn't tempered yet. Cut off his head. Just then, a voice rang out, and more than 20 alien races suddenly appeared behind Suyu, smashing their weapons down on Suyu's head. If someone were hit by that, even a 9th rank official would have their head blown off on the spot. The attack, imbued with the power of destruction, evaporated the air wherever it passed, turning it into a vacuum. The sound of sonic booms rang out one after another. Young master, be careful. Upon seeing this, the 8th rank human who was watching from the sidelines couldn't help but shout out. Suyu was naturally aware of the situation behind him. He withdrew his fist, turned around, and saw a gigantic phantom that seemed to shatter the heavens and earth in his eyes. The blood and chi in the body were like mercury, and the surging blood and chi stagnated for a moment. Within the physical body, several particles were pulsating, each seemingly insignificant, yet possessing a power that should not be underestimated. The energy of these particles is gradually released, and a long-accumulated power is brewing to erupt. Suyu's body, which had gradually transformed into a glassy color after the battle, was now shimmering, and his chest was bulging. The next second, a majestic phantom of a divine elephant instantly materialized behind Suyu. The phantom of the divine elephant stood in the void, yet it gave people the feeling that it could shatter this world. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying sound wave came from Suyu's mouth. Roar! Boom! In an instant, the space in front of him was like a mirror image, with spiderweb-like black lines appearing in the space before it completely collapsed. Divine elephant suppressing prison force. One roar shatters the stars. Chapter 72 Invincible. Slaying all 8th rank beings, even a 9th rank alien makes a move. The colossal elephant behind Suyu, thousands of meters tall, raised its head and roared to the sky. Instantly, terrifying sound waves rippled outwards as space shattered. Wherever the sound waves passed, space shattered. The darkness and the void even swallowed up the night. Within a radius of dozens of miles, all living beings felt as if their eardrums were about to burst, experiencing excruciating pain. His mental strength almost collapsed. This is only the power of the outermost edge of the sound wave. The closer to the center of the sound wave, the lesser alien races cannot even last 0.1 seconds before their bodies are shattered by the sound wave. Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew everywhere. The battlefield situation became clear instantly. The divine elephant's roar to the heavens caused tens of thousands of alien races to explode and die. Puff! Those alien powerhouses who wanted to ambush Suyu faced the strongest sonic attack head-on. In an instant, cracks appeared in their bodies, and undying matter surged out wildly, but it was still to no avail. Finally, amidst a series of unwilling howls, more than 20 powerful alien beings at the late stage and peak of the 8th rank were blown to pieces. In an instant, indestructible matter and fragments of corpses filled the air. After the phantom of the divine elephant disappeared, the azure color within Suyu's body became even more intense. It was as if it was about to engulf him entirely. The dormant and accumulated chi and blood energy within the body has reached a critical point and is about to erupt at any moment. Snort. Suyu snorted coldly, then suddenly disappeared from the spot. Cracks appeared in the space wherever it passed. Although it wouldn't shatter, it was still unable to withstand the increasingly abundant blood and chi energy within Suyu's body, and streams of destructive power were born from his dantian. The bones even transformed from gold to a glassy color. Puff! When Suyu appeared, he tore an 8th rank alien warrior in half with his bare hands. Blood rained down, like a scene from purgatory. Hiss! Young Master Suyu's combat power is truly monstrous. He is actually using the battle with the alien race to unleash the destructive power that he continuously generates. Too ferocious. Tearing apart alien races with bare hands, Are these still the same alien races that can turn people into bloodthirsty monsters? Young Master Suyu truly possesses the qualities of a demigod. Many powerful human warriors, finally able to catch their breath, stopped on the ground, raised their heads, and looked up at Suyu, who was displaying his divine power in midair. Everyone's face was filled with awe and wonder. Su Zhanyuan was at a loss for words to describe his feelings at this moment. Seeing Suyu fight 208th rank venerables alone without being at a disadvantage, and even crushing them. As his uncle, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction, but also a touch of melancholy. My foundation is ruined. I have no chance of reaching the 9th rank in this lifetime. On the path of protecting Suyu's success, it seems he will have to step down now. As Suyu's protector, Su Zhanyuan volunteered to be Suyu's protector from the moment Suyu turned 6 years old. Even now, he watched as Suyu's unrequited love led to the wasting of his talent and stagnation in his cultivation, until that day when Suyu asked him to accompany him to the Lin family to sever ties with this mortal past. Suyu's cultivation level has just officially broken through. He went from the mid-stage of the 5th rank in martial arts to the 6th rank overnight. Half a month later, in the Jingwu Heavenly Ranking Challenge, he easily defeated the number 1 on the Heavenly Ranking and entered the Heavenly Soul Grandmaster realm that same day. It's only been a little over a month since then. Suyu had already reached the 8th grade Golden Body realm. I'm getting old. Su Zhanyuan looked at his grandnephew's invincible posture, and tears and relief welled up in his aging eyes. The Su family can still prosper under Suyu's leadership. Carry it forward. In midair, Suyu continued to unleash the energy that was constantly overflowing from his body. He did not use a weapon. Relying entirely on his hands and feet, he could even instill fear in the 8th rank alien races. You just killed my 5th city's garrison commander, Major General Wu. Now you can go and join him. Suyu's right hand, like a steel claw, grabbed a certain 8th rank peak alien expert, his expression cold, as if delivering a judgment, announcing his death. Boom. Under the fearful and pleading gaze of this peak 8th rank expert, Suyu remained expressionless. With a slight exertion, the destructive power containing the force of destruction instantly erupted. Its fanged, blue-faced, ferocious head exploded instantly. The spiritual energy inside was crushed along with it. Some of the late-stage and peak rank experts who were still thinking of rushing forward to ambush Suyu had their spiritual power shattered by Suyu's roar. The soulless 8th rank golden body instantly crashed to the ground. Rumble. Suyu, alone, amidst the revered gazes of countless humans and the fearful gazes of alien races, slaughtered 8th rank golden body experts like a god or a demon. It gives the impression that these 8th rank golden statues are just chickens and dogs waiting to be slaughtered. Each sound signifies the fall of an 8th rank alien warrior. In just a few minutes, more than half of the 272 8th rank experts from the alien race had died. The remaining 8 ranks are all at the early to mid stages, not worth mentioning at all. Perhaps it was the terrifying sight of this god of slaughter that caused even the bloodthirsty and brutal alien monsters, in the eyes of humans, to feel fear and want to flee from Suyu. Run, run. He's not human, he's a monster. Run. The overwhelming combat power caused these already frenzied 8th rank alien races to instinctively want to escape. After the first breakthrough, the alien race's 8th rank combat power instantly collapsed, completely devoid of combat power. At that moment, they had only one thought: to run. Run as far as you can. Now that you're all here, where do you think you're going? Suyu sneered at the sight. His entire body was covered in a sacred, azure color, which, combined with his devilish smile, created an eerie feeling for a moment. Young Master Su is mighty. Young Master Su is invincible. Brothers, charge. Follow the young master's lead and slaughter all these alien races. On the ground, the human warriors were also infected by Su Yu's invincible aura, their blood boiling, and they raised their weapons to hunt down the alien races. The tide of battle was turned in this place. I will leave 10 rank 8 warriors here to oversee the battle. Gentlemen, follow me to the front to assist the garrison of the 9th city. Seeing that the situation had been turned around, Su Zhanyuan did not hesitate and immediately led the remaining 8th rank soldiers to another location to help. Having the young master of the Su family here is enough. Kill. A deafening, chilling sound and intense soared into the sky, startling and delighting the surrounding soldiers, whose morale soared dramatically. 8th rank slaughterhouse. Suyu's internal energy was about to explode. His skin, which was so tough that even a nuclear bomb could not damage it in the slightest, was now showing some signs of cracking. Suyu was very unhappy to sense this change. These alien 8th rank cultivators aren't enough to kill. Tear. The moment the thought arose, Suyu killed the half-step 9th grade alien who was fighting him hand to hand. No one below the 9th rank can withstand his second move. With his bare hands, Suyu managed to kill all 272 8th grade alien experts in just 7 minutes. Puff. After smashing the last 8th grade alien expert with a single punch, Suyu's gaze instantly fell on the great horned alien frantically fleeing in the distance. Upon seeing him, a smile appeared on Suyu's usually indifferent face. Your turn. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed a few times, and he caught up with the great horned alien. Sensing the killing intent coming from behind, the great horned alien turned around and immediately saw Suyu's face. At that moment, he was so frightened that he screamed, "No, don't kill me. My father is holy. Even if you kill me, you won't escape." The great horned alien was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He felt nothing but deep fear when he saw Suyu. One person slaughtered nearly 308th rank venerables from another clan. Even a god of death couldn't compare. Suyu scoffed at this, saying, "So you think your family has a martial saint? Alright, you can die too." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu gathered his blood and chi energy in his hands. The space in his palm collapsed, and an aura that made one's hair stand on end spread out from within. Heaven-shattering palm. The black sphere in Suyu's palm contained all the overflowing blood and chi from his body. This power was more terrifying than even the full force attack of a 9th grade early stage expert. With a single palm strike, the giant horned alien was terrified and screamed, "No." Just as this palm was about to strike the great horned alien, a terrifying wave suddenly emanated from beside the great horned alien, followed by a furious roar of extreme rage. "You insolent brat! How dare you harm my clan's holy son!" Boom. As the explosion rang out, the surrounding space could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. 9th rank. Chapter 73. Thousands of humans respectfully welcome the martial saint's emergence from seclusion. The two energies collided, resulting in an explosion. Taking advantage of the aftershocks, Suyu retreated several hundred meters. After regaining his footing, he gazed into the distance ahead. Beside the great horned alien, a vortex appeared, and a three-eyed alien with purple skin, a tall stature, and a ferocious face emerged. The three-eyed alien appeared, and the space around him began to tremble uncontrollably. It's like throwing a stone into a calm lake, creating ripples. A filthy, foul stench spread from his body. This stench seemed to be a tangible substance, and wherever it swirled, space seemed to be corroded, with cracks constantly appearing in the void. Healed and broken again. Even the air had a disturbing, unsettling smell. A 9th rank expert. Suyu stared intently at the three-eyed alien who had suddenly appeared, then turned his gaze to the horned alien he was protecting behind him. "Looks like you're pretty tough. You won't die from this," Suyu said calmly, a slight smile playing on his lips. As expected, even if this alien was a villain killed by Chu Feng in the original book, it doesn't mean he had no luck. He also had someone come to his rescue. The great horned alien was terrified. He sat down heavily in the void, cold sweat pouring down his face. That was so close. Oomph. This lowly race dares to attempt to kill my holy son. It seems you don't even know the meaning of death. At this moment, the three-eyed alien standing to the side spoke coldly. Just a little bit short. The task the Holy Spirit had entrusted to him to look after the son was about to fail, and if he returned, he would surely face certain death. Those are truly useless. So many people couldn't even protect the Holy Son. He only left for a short while to ambush a 9th rank human, and this happened. He was really one step away from death. At this moment, his chest was filled with anger that he wanted to release. This blood sacrifice before me truly deserves to die. Suyu scoffed at this and said indifferently, "Enough with the nonsense. Since you're in 9th rank, then make your move." A peak early stage of the 9th rank, approaching the mid stage of the 9th rank, an alien powerhouse. This intensity, that's enough for me to fight with all my might. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's body vanished instantly. The overflowing blood energy in the air burst through the space, revealing Suyu's whereabouts. Seeing this, the three-eyed alien looked on with deep disdain. "Do you still want to use this tactic to kill yourself?" Bang! He slashed out with a claw, shouting sharply, "Get out here now!" A sharp claw like wind tore through space, causing a ripple in the void to his side, from which Suyu, whose entire body was covered in azure light, leaped out. Boom! Suyu was not afraid of the opponent's claws at all, and threw a punch directly. Woo woo woo. Fist and claw collided, the terrifying force sending the two flying dozens of meters away. Steadying himself, the three-eyed alien's face turned ugly. He looked at the faint fist marks on his claws, and his hideous face trembled wildly. Court death. He actually suffered a hidden loss at the hands of a half-step venerable realm expert. This is an utter disgrace. He is a true king realm expert. How could he not even kill a martial artist who is not even a venerable? Sizzle. With a single claw, it tore through the void, revealing several cracks, and a terrifying power poured down. Haha, well done. Suyu exhaled a breath of foul air filled with blood and laughed as he went to meet him. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, under the watchful eyes of countless people, Suyu actually managed to force this ninth-grade alien to retreat repeatedly by relying on his crazy and reckless fighting style. Bang! Suyu took a solid hit to the chest with the opponent's claw, and immediately, the crystal light on his body intensified. Crystal heart and bones completed. When the bones in his chest completely transformed into a glassy color, an energy containing indestructible matter was injected into the wound, and in the blink of an eye, Suyu's injuries were completely healed. How is that possible? The three-eyed alien's vertical pupils suddenly contracted, and an expression of disbelief rose within them. I can't even break through his defense. Is he truly at the level of a half-step venerable? Before he could figure it out, he was met with Suyu's even more ferocious and domineering fighting style, with every punch leaving him nowhere to hide. Boom, boom, boom. Sonic booms rang out one after another, space shattered and healed, only to shatter again. Repeating the cycle. Everyone was utterly shocked by what they saw. A half-step 8th-grade Golden Body Realm cultivator was actually able to fight on equal terms with a 9th-grade early-stage alien expert, and even showed signs of suppressing the opponent. The Su family truly lives up to its reputation as a family that has endured for 1,000 years. He's too strong. One generation after another is full of prodigies, and the current young master of the Su family is even more invincible. Stop watching the show and quickly clear out the surrounding alien races. Suyu's suicidal fighting style inspired countless young soldiers, each of them unleashing their potential and learning from Suyu to kill many alien races. Boom. After dozens of rounds of fierce fighting, Chen relied on his chi and blood to fight, which allowed him to fully release the energy accumulated in his body. Injured, recovering. Repeat this operation continuously. Suyu fought with increasing ferocity, and his aura became more and more powerful and terrifying. The 9-rank three-eyed alien became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed, and eventually even developed a sense of fear. He's using me to advance to the venerable level. Upon realizing this possibility, he could no longer suppress the shock in his heart. Several times he tried to break free, but Suyu pulled him back, not giving him a chance to take out his weapon or unleash his battle techniques. Knock, knock, knock. The powerful heartbeat grew increasingly steady, and over the next few tens of minutes, one bone after another in Suyu's body underwent its final transformation. The vitrification of the entire skeleton has reached 90%. Suyu's heartbeat grew louder and louder, and the blood flowing through his veins gradually changed from blood red to amber. The blood of crystal flowed within him like a vast, rushing river, creating countless waves. Boom. At that moment, the world suddenly changed color. Countless black clouds of calamity began to gather above the battlefield. Snap. The sound of tribulation lightning exploded, and Suyu, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, stopped in his tracks. He raised his head and looked at the tribulation clouds gathering energy above him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is it another tribulation? This tribulation cloud is more than 100 times more terrifying than when he was undergoing the Heavenly Soul Grandmaster stage. Ha ha, you lowly blood servants. Let's see how arrogant you are this time. Seeing Suyu stop his attack, the three-eyed alien, whose body was already slightly disheveled, was overjoyed and laughed wildly. When the tribulation lightning strikes, it will be your death day. He was genuinely terrified by Suyu's attack just now. For a moment, he even doubted that he might be worn down to death by Suyu. Unexpectedly, he was about to undergo a tribulation. It seems that fate is on his side. Suyu glanced at him coldly, ignoring his clamor, and instead used his mental power to sense the changes in his bones. Of the 206 bones in his body, only the skull remains. He will then be able to advance to the perfect 8th-grade golden body. Tribulation transcending. Without the slightest hesitation, Suyu accelerated and rushed into the thunderclouds above. Rumble. As Suyu approached, countless bolts of lightning surged within the thunderclouds, as if roaring in anger. As Suyu charged toward the thunderclouds in an attempt to undergo tribulation, a frenzied killing intent flashed in the eyes of the three-eyed alien. This person must die. If he were allowed to grow up successfully, he would pose a great threat to the race. He could be the second human demigod. Humph, today I will make you die under this lightning tribulation. Thinking of this, the three-eyed alien swayed, and then followed behind Suyu, unleashing an attack with all its power. Upon seeing his attack on Suyu, countless human powerhouses below paled in shock. Oh no! Quick, go and stop them. Instantly, countless 8th rank and even 7th rank soldiers broke away from their opponents and rushed forward desperately, trying to block the attack for Suyu. However, the three-eyed alien race completely disregarded them, unleashing their energy and instantly sending these human experts flying. Puff! All the human warriors who rushed forward were struck by the force, spitting blood and crashing to the ground. After dealing with these people, the three-eyed alien turned its attention to Suyu, its eyes sharp, and the terrifying energy of its claws gradually condensed. He wants to kill with one blow. Go to hell. Coffin-splitting claw. The three-eyed alien slammed out a claw, its terrifying power exploding instantly, and endless energy fluctuations leaking out, throwing the battlefield below into chaos. You boy! Just then, a heart-wrenching scream rang out across the sky. Then they saw a black streak of light rushing upwards with all its might. The person who came was Su Zhanyuan, Suyu's fifth uncle. At this moment, Su Zhanyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his blood and qi were burning wildly. He's roaring. Run! Don't undergo the tribulation yet. You'll die if you don't run. Come to your uncle. Your uncle will protect you. Su Zhanyuan roared and screamed, his voice filled with anguish, almost driven to madness. Upon hearing this commotion, a murderous intent appeared in the eyes of the 9th rank, three-eyed alien. Court death. He wouldn't allow anyone to stop him from doing his thing. After unleashing its attack on Suyu, the three-eyed alien instantly charged towards Su Zhanyuan, its claws gleaming with a cold light. If they were to strike Su Zhanyuan, it will be torn to pieces. However, just as the three-eyed alien was about to strike Su Zhanyuan's head, suddenly, the space behind Su Zhanyuan was torn apart, and an aura of imperial power that inspired fear and compelled people to kneel in submission erupted. Just as the three-eyed alien's claws were about to crush Su Zhanyuan's head, a terrifying pressure swept across the entire battlefield. A powerful hand emerged from the torn space and seized the claw that had ripped through it. Immediately afterwards, a calm voice, brimming with fury, boomed in the ears of countless humans. You dared to attack my son during his tribulation, and you even dared to show murderous intent towards my fifth uncle. Speak. How do you want to die, you bug? Boom. In an instant, when the aura of the human emperor was fully unleashed, countless humans unconsciously bowed their heads, and the earth-shaking sound reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. Welcome back, Martial Saint, upon your emergence from seclusion. Dear readers, are you satisfied with today's chapter? I had a lot of fun writing it, hee, but I don't know what you think. Votes, yellow button count. As long as the data is strong enough, our burst of energy will never stop. Fight, 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 fight the heavens. Chapter 74. Do you think that your alien race is bound to win? The aura of imperial power filled the area for thousands of miles, and the might of the Martial Saint swept across the entire battlefield. Without the protection of the Martial Saint's might, the alien army was swept away like by a whirlwind, and swathes of rice lay prostrate on the ground, falling down in droves. Martial artists at the Saint Realm and those below a certain grade are two different concepts. By the time they reach the Martial Saint stage, they already possess the initial ability to travel through the universe. Although they cannot go too far, they are completely beyond the realm of mortals. From the spatial rift behind Su Zhanyuan, a figure in military uniform slowly stepped out. With each step, the space beneath his feet trembled. Saintly Realm. The three-eyed alien race, which had been arrogant and domineering, lost all bloodthirst and killing intent in its eyes after seeing Su Long. Only deep fear. With a scream, the three-eyed alien turned to flee, but Su Long pulled it back. Click! A hand grabbed his head, the voice filled with rage. You have some nerve, interfering in the affairs of the battlefield. Do you perhaps believe that your alien race is destined to win? The three-eyed alien's skull cracked as it was being pinched, causing him excruciating pain. Oh! The screams echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. You attacked my son, and now you want to kill my fifth uncle. Su Long's aura was like a raging dragon churning the sea, directly crushing the alien race's spine. The three-eyed alien was like an ant in his hands, unable to even flutter. Holy God, spare my life. Su Long's eyes were icy cold, and he tightened his grip on the three-eyed alien's head slightly. Bang! In an instant, the aura of the three-eyed alien race vanished completely. A pair of sharp claws hung limply at his sides. Dead. Under the powerful amplification of the martial saint's origin, he didn't even have the qualification to use immortal matter. He was directly crushed to death, along with his spiritual power. Boom. Su Long casually tossed the corpse aside, then looked at the dazed Su Zhanyuan beside him. Fifth uncle, I'm sorry, I've been stabilizing my origin Dao recently and haven't been able to come in time. Su Long looked apologetic, and his heart ached as he looked at the old man. He was protected by Su Zhanyuan since childhood, and continued to protect him after his son was born. It can be said that both father and son grew up under Su Zhanyuan's protection. Now, however, this has almost led the old man into a deadly predicament. Su Zhanyuan didn't think about these things. After the initial shock, he was filled with both astonishment and elation. You've finally become a saint, kid. My Su family finally has 2 saints to hold down the fort. Su Zhanyuan was so excited that he was incoherent, his cloudy and weak eyes filled with relief. They are all children I've watched grow up. They are all fully grown up now. In just a few decades, he surpassed himself and achieved the title of martial saint. Compared to his own safety, he was more eager to see the Su family prosper. Now that this wish has come true, he has no regrets. Su Long smiled and nodded, glancing at Su Yu, who was faintly visible in the tribulation clouds. He said to Su Zhanyuan, Fifth uncle, you go back and rest. Leave father to me. This farcical battle should come to an end. At this point, Su Long's eyes suddenly became deep. Having left the human emperor's origin path, he understood many things, realizing how naive the current war was compared to the final war of annihilation that would follow. This is just sniping to sainthood. But the battles that followed were the real crisis of extinction for our race. If we cannot find a breakthrough, what good will it do to become the human emperor? We still cannot stop the invasion of the alien races. They are consuming the human race. Okay, Su Zhanyuan nodded emphatically. He could ignore what Su Yu said, but at this moment, Su Long's words carried real authority. Because he is the strongest expert of our time. After Su Zhanyuan landed, several 8th-rank human warriors immediately stepped forward to escort him. After calming him down, Su Long ignored the wary and fearful gazes of the alien races behind him. He stood 1,000 meters in the air, looking down at the human army. My soldiers, I'm sorry to have troubled you this time. Su Long's voice was powerful and resounded throughout the battlefield, reaching the ears of every human. At this moment, the remaining millions of human soldiers all wore expressions of intense excitement. Because the Dragon Kingdom has gained another supreme martial saint. Now, let's launch a counterattack and drive these alien races back. Su Long raised his arm, and everyone followed him, raising their weapons and responding with their loudest voices. Counterattack. Kill them. The human army charged forward with unbridled ferocity, as if injected with adrenaline. Seeing this, Su Long didn't want them to die anymore, but in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Those who can survive here, the greater the role they can play in future battles. After watching the army charge out, Su Long glanced at a commander not far away, who immediately understood and came to his side. Greetings, Lord Martial Saint. The newcomer was a late-stage 8th-rank martial artist who respectfully bowed to Su Long. Su Long nodded slightly and asked, what about the other martial saints? Reporting to the martial saint, the alien race has dispatched a large army this time, and the garrison troops of the other cities and the martial saints are all being held back by them and unable to come. The only ones who can spare the time this time are Zhan Tian Martial Saint and Tian Zheng Martial Saint. The commander of the surface army did not hide anything and immediately told Su Long the whole story. Su Long also knew that if a human became a saint, other races would definitely come to stop them. So, the fact that it reached this scale was actually beyond his expectations. It should be noted that in the past, when someone attained the martial saint realm, only 1 or 2 martial saints would come to assassinate him. This time, however, 5 martial saints came at once to assassinate him. He was also somewhat troubled by this. How could I be so special that I could attract 5 alien martial saints, along with a massive alien army of tens of millions, to come here? A war of this scale occurs only once every 10 years. It has only been 3 years since the last time. Has any new martial saint been promoted among the alien races recently? Why are they able to spare 5 of them to assassinate me? Upon hearing this, the commander's eyes shone with even greater respect and fervor. He exclaimed excitedly, back then, you, with your 9th-rank cultivation, slew 20 weak 9th-rank aliens, and even several original 9th-rank beings. In the end, you even cleaved open a chasm with a single strike, suppressing an alien martial saint. They are extremely wary of your ascension to sainthood, which is why the 5 saints came to assassinate you. Since this achievement was publicized, Almost all human powerhouses have regarded Su Long as the second director of the Martial Arts Bureau, Yitao. He has the potential to reach the demigod realm. After listening to the report, Su Long remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was deeply shaken. Just what is the background of Yuer's master, that he could gain the ability to slaughter a 9th-rank cultivator in such a short time? When Su Yu took out so many good things that day, he felt that his son had been accepted as a disciple by a powerful being from beyond the heavens. Otherwise, why would he casually take out so many good things? But that's not all. The real problem is that he now also has the ability to kill 9th-rank officials. It almost made his scalp tingle. A 9th-grade item, not a cabbage. The Dragon Kingdom has only 228 9th-rank officials in total. Although this is less than the 400 known 9th-rank officials of the alien races, the quality of the latter is superior. But in one battle, he annihilated 29th-rank alien races, killing 1/10 of their powerful warriors. No wonder the other side went crazy and tried to assassinate me. Su Long took a deep breath, then raised his hand to tear through space and accurately pinpointed the direction of the battle between the martial saints. Since this kid has flattered me so much, then I can't let him down. Chapter 75 The Tribulation of Becoming a Saint is Mine. Do you have any objections? Boom. A terrifying shockwave of energy erupted from the newly torn spatial rift. The oppressive aura it carried caused the 8th-rank commander beside him to instantly crash to the ground. Fortunately, Su Long absorbed most of the pressure, which prevented the commander from being harmed. He was merely thrown away. Ha ha ha, Su Zhantian, you and Jiang Tianjing think you can stop us? A fool's dream. In the void, 2 figures flew backward, and even the void itself could not withstand the shockwaves from their battle. The 5 ferocious alien martial saints were about to seize the opportunity to attack and injure the 2. But then they saw a figure standing quietly outside the crack not far away. He walked in expressionlessly and arrived in front of Su Zhantian and the other person in a flash. Su Long, you've become a saint. The 5 alien martial saints were filled with disbelief and astonishment when they saw him appear. Where is your martial saint heavenly tribulation? They were utterly baffled as to why Su Long had become a martial saint so quietly. Moreover, its momentum remained so stable. It should be noted that after the 8th rank, each promotion requires undergoing a heavenly tribulation and receiving the baptism of heaven and earth. Overcome it and become strong. If you can't get through it, then you'll die and your spirit will perish. As for the martial saint heavenly tribulation, it was even more terrifying, with almost every bolt of lightning capable of killing a 9th-rank cultivator who had walked out of the origin path. But why didn't they sense the aura of the heavenly tribulation? Su Long glanced at the 5 alien martial saints, said nothing, and turned to transfer his own indestructible matter to the injured Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianjing. With the Emperor's immortal substance, the deep, bone-revealing wounds on their chests gradually healed. His pale complexion also improved. Su Zhantian stood up, looked Su Long up and down, and asked with surprise, "You changed your route?" He was Su Long's father, so naturally he knew him better than anyone else. In the past, Su Long followed the path of a benevolent general, and his combat power did not increase too drastically. But at this moment, the primal aura he sensed from Su Long was not the way of benevolence, but a completely new way. This primal aura made him slightly consider Su Long as the leader. This is about the fundamental principles of humanity? Jiang Tianjing also began to observe from the side, his brows furrowing even more. The imperial way? He asked, somewhat incredulously. Su Long chuckled and nodded, replying, I walk the path of the human emperor, which requires no tribulation. There's no point in hiding this. Of course, this only applies to high-level positions. The path of the human emperor only requires him to develop the human race's power. The higher the recognition of the human race and himself, the stronger his original path will be at all times. Hiss! Jiang Tianjing and Su Zhantian exchanged a glance, and both of them gasped in shock. Step out of the human emperor's path. Wasn't this what Yitao said before? The human race needs someone to become emperor so that they can fight against the alien races. I thought it would be decades, or even centuries, before that was possible. But now Su Long has suddenly switched to the human emperor's path. Seeing the shock and the desire to ask questions in their eyes, Su Long said, Dad, now is not the time to talk about these things. Let's resolve this matter first. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at the 5 restless alien martial saints. Although the current situation is 3 against 5, but he remained completely calm. The alien martial saints who came were all second-stage martial saints, none of them exceeding the 3rd stage. He can handle it. All right. Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianjing suppressed their doubts and continued to assume fighting stances. The advancement of a martial saint is divided into 9 stages, from 1 to 9. The difference between each section is measured in kilometers. Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianjing both became saints 30 years ago, and they are only second-stage martial saints now. The human cultivation method, from the 1st to the 9th grade, allows for rapid advancement as long as one has the resources, comprehension, and the courage to participate in bloody battles for honing one's skills. However, after reaching the martial saint level, one must explore the cultivation principles on their own. So promotions are just too slow. You've only just become a martial saint, yet you dare to participate in the battle? Are you looking for death? The 5 alien martial saints grinned, revealing fangs and fierce glints in their eyes. Su Long ignored it, and a light shone from his storage ring. Then, he held a gun that emitted moonlight and was wrapped in silver light in his hand. Silver Moon Spear. Before he stepped into the realm of the Origin Blade, Su Long was skilled with the spear. He only switched to sword techniques to align with the Su family's inherited position of martial saint. Now he has found his own path. His true fighting prowess lies in using guns. With a single thrust of his spear, Su Long swept across the void. The tip of his spear pointed downwards, and specks of silver light condensed, the power of destruction mixed with the power of origin, showing signs of piercing through the void. Who will come to their death? Holding the Silver Moon Spear, Su Long looked down with disdain. He was the same way back then. Invincible at the 8th rank. Except for the demigod Yi Tao. How dare you? A martial saint from another race with blood-red bone wings on his back was furious at his arrogance. With a flap of its blood-red bone wings, its body shot out at an extremely fast speed. At a speed faster than 100 times the speed of sound, he arrived at a distance of less than 1,000 meters from Su Long in the blink of an eye. Faced with his sudden advance, Su Long's eyes sharpened, and he thrust his Silver Moon Spear forward. Prick! A small hole was punched in the space, and the spear tip pierced into the black hole, emerging from the other side of the alien martial saint's head. Sensing this extremely deadly attack, the imposing martial saint's body instantly sank. The tip of the Silver Moon Spear grazed past his head. The second stage of origin. Having narrowly dodged the attack, the martial saint with blood-red bone wings looked extremely ugly, gritting his teeth as he spat out a few words. At the same time, I was greatly shocked. Is Su Long really only at the initial stage of sainthood? Upon achieving sainthood, one possesses combat power at the second stage of origin. So you managed to dodge it. Su Long sighed with a hint of regret. Having not used a gun for many years, it seems my skills have become a bit rusty. However, you can't dodge this attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Long's figure instantly became a blur as he charged out, the power of his single shot causing the dark matter energy in the void to go berserk. A single shot to gaze at the moon. Boom. In the endless darkness of the void, a crescent moon rose, its dense moonlight power, combined with the enhancement of Su Long's original martial arts, causing this void to become unstable. Not good. The bone-winged martial saint's expression changed drastically, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Both are second-stage martial saints, so why could his attack give him the illusion of death? At this moment, he couldn't care less about anything else. He took out his weapon, unleashed all his energy, and struggled to block the tip of the Silver Moon Spear. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, the power of origin dissipated, and a turbulent current began to surge in the void. Boom! He only lasted half a second before the weapon in the bone-winged martial saint's hand was shattered, and he was sent flying thousands of miles away. After doing all this, Su Long swept his Silver Moon Spear in front of him, smoothing out the chaotic void. Come at me all at once. Su Long's expression was cold and stern. For the first time in many years, this middle-aged man revealed the sharpness and domineering aura that he had long kept hidden. The remaining 4 martial saints stared intently at him. How exactly did you become a saint? Wasn't the tribulation lightning a few days ago caused by you? They stared at Su Long's face, wanting to see what kind of explanation he would give. However, under their gazes, Su Long burst into laughter. Who told you that I triggered the tribulation to become a saint? If it's not you, then who is it? The 4 alien saints looked extremely ugly, with a vague sense of foreboding in their hearts. The next second, a cheerful and exhilarating voice exploded through the void. The tribulation of becoming a saint is mine. Do you have any objections? Chapter 76 Facing the Tribulation Together, 8th Grade Extreme Realm, the 3 saints of the Su family. As soon as he finished speaking, a gaunt old man with white hair and beard boldly stepped into the void. When he appeared, above his head, a massive thundercloud, large enough to cover an area of hundreds of miles, appeared. Within the thunderclouds, lightning and thunderbolts surged. Each one possesses a terrifying power that sends shivers down one's spine. Lightning Tribulation. The tribulation of ascension to sainthood. When they saw him, Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzhong were completely stunned, their mouths agape, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Ah you, how did you become a saint too? Su Zhantian looked at his third brother, his eyes almost filled with shock. The 100-mile-long lightning tribulation above his head, and the dense primal power on his body. This was undoubtedly telling him that Su Zhanya was indeed undergoing a tribulation. Seeing his elder brother's expression, Su Zhanya naturally burst into laughter. I've been fortunate enough to obtain an opportunity. I'll tell you the details when I get back after I've overcome my tribulation. Compared to the disheveled state Su Yu had when he first met him. At this moment, Su Zhanya was full of fighting spirit. His abundant qi and blood were almost reaching the sky. Upon first entering the martial saint realm, which is also known as the first stage of martial saint, one's minimum health and vitality value is 10.01 million calories. With the added boost from the power of origin, it can unleash a combat power of at least 15 million calories. Su Long smiled and said, "Third uncle, please focus on your breakthrough. With me here, no one can stop you from becoming a martial saint." The Su family produced 3 saints within a month. Instantly become invincible. He himself has even walked the path of the human emperor. Now, with the power of faith enhancing his combat strength, he is a second-stage martial saint. Even a third-stage martial saint would not be able to defeat him. He could even block a fourth-stage martial saint. No one can stop the Su family's rise to power. Ha ha ha, good. Su Zhanya laughed heartily, showing no doubt about his words. So, in front of the 5 alien martial saints, he charged headlong into the thunderclouds. In an instant, the entire void was illuminated by the light of the lightning from the tribulation clouds. Rumble. The awe-inspiring power spread out, nearly bursting the temporarily created void space. Seeing Su Long's arrogance, the 5 alien saints opposite him showed ugly expressions. Kill. We must stop humanity from achieving sainthood once again. The bone-winged martial saint, who had just been sent flying by Su Long's spear, had returned. At this moment, he looked slightly disheveled, and his eyes were full of hatred. He, a saint who had been famous for 100 years, was actually knocked away by a junior. If this gets out, it would be an utter disgrace. Good. The 4 saints did not hesitate and immediately agreed in a stern voice. They thought that sending 2 first-stage martial saints and 3 second-stage martial saints to assassinate Su Long was already giving him a great deal of respect. But I still underestimated them. We're now in a bind, but the die is cast. Boom. At this moment, the energy within the void reached a peak, even though it was currently hidden from the outside world. But the terrifying energy still leaked out. On the battlefields outside, all warriors, whether human or alien, were terrified upon sensing this power of the martial saint's origin. Snort. Su Long snorted coldly, gripped his silver moon spear, and took the lead in attacking, single-handedly blocking 2 first-stage martial saints and 1 second-stage martial saint. The remaining 2 saints were also blocked by Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzhong, who followed closely behind. The war of the martial saints broke out. At this moment, Su Long, who had attained sainthood, was like a god, bathed in the aura of the human emperor, and his combat power was extremely fierce. Every spear he wielded could kill a 9th-grade origin Dao cultivator with a single strike. Rumble. The sea of tribulation clouds and thunder was still churning, and the terrifying energy was continuing to accumulate. Beyond the void, Su Yu's tribulation at the 8th-grade extreme realm has also begun. Deep within the almost liquefied sea of lightning, Su Yu sat cross-legged, letting the lightning wash over him. The color of the flesh, resembling glass, gradually intensified. The final skull shone even brighter with golden light the moment the lightning entered its body. He is cultivating. Although the sea of lightning was filled with the destructive aura of thunder, there was also a glimmer of hope within it, and what Su Yu had to do was to capture it. Destruction forges the body, life is restored. When undergoing the tribulation of a 7th-grade heavenly soul grandmaster, the destruction body was only initially formed because it did not absorb enough destructive power. Now, with the support of this vast sea of lightning tribulation, I'm afraid I can reach the minor completion stage. Su Yu endured the pain brought by the lightning, while also diverting his mental energy to capture any signs of life and channel them into his dantian. Life is very useful. He wants to capture as much as possible. His defense was so abnormal that even when lightning struck his body relentlessly, it could not break through his defenses. But In order to activate the emergence of immortal cells, Suyu carefully allowed a wisp of lightning to enter his body. Be stronger when facing stronger opponents. Strengthen yourself. Z. As the electric current passed through them, those cells, which already possessed a faint aura of immortality, frantically resisted this destructive force. But the more times you get hit, the stronger your cells become. Explosion, recovery, the cycle repeats. Buzz. It's unclear how long he's been cleaved, but suddenly, a group of cells in Suyu's heart meridian undergo a sudden mutation. This group of cells has 300 cells, and at this moment, they have all transformed into the color of glass. The rich, immortal scent seeped into my heart through my veins. When the breath of immortality enters the heart, Suyu trembled violently, and at that moment, his remaining skull also transformed into a completely solid, glassy color. Crystal-like bones formed. Instantly, the indestructible substance exclusive to the 8th grade realm was continuously produced from the dantian and spine. Immortal matter is counted in strands. For an 8th grade golden body expert to create indestructible matter, the first step is to expend mental energy and a large amount of blood energy to produce it. For every 1,000 points of mental energy and 10,000 calories of blood energy consumed, one strand can be created. An 8th grade golden body expert has a minimum of 10,000 and a maximum of 100,000 spiritual power, and a minimum of 100,000 and a maximum of 999,999 calories of chi and blood. It takes a day of cultivation for an 8th grade martial artist to barely recover from the loss of 1,000 points of mental energy and 10,000 points of health. A wisp of indestructible matter was enough to regenerate their severed limbs. To condense nearly 1,000 strands of indestructible matter covering the entire body, the loss of vital energy and mental strength would be unimaginable. Therefore, indestructible matter is the most precious. However, the immortal substance that has appeared on Suyu's body now exceeds 300 strands. If it were converted into cultivation spirit stones, it would be enough to exchange for 30 million. This is simply beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Once the golden body was formed, the lightning tribulation gradually weakened, and the violent blood energy within Suyu's body gradually returned to calm. After capturing the last glimmer of life in the thunder, boom, above the sky, the thunderclouds exploded with a deafening roar. On the battlefield, a melodious voice resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Even the 9th rank warriors who were fighting at an altitude of 10,000 meters stopped and looked down. 8th rank golden body condensed. At the same moment, a battle space was temporarily opened in the void. The Martial Saint Tribulation Cloud, which covered an area of 100 miles, exploded simultaneously. The calamity clouds vanished without a trace. A moment later, an immeasurable and violent holy might swept across the battle space. Today, the Su family boasts 3 saints. Chapter 77. The battle concludes perfectly, and Su Yu's ambition is revealed. When he completely survived the tribulation, Su Zhanya's holy might was fully restored. As the tribulation dissipated, the worlds will recognize him, and the 38th martial saint currently existing on Earth appeared. On Earth, spiritual rain, imbued with the energy of heaven and earth, fell from the sky, and everyone who was touched by it experienced a slight improvement in their cultivation. Even ordinary people who cannot cultivate can improve their health by bathing in the spiritual rain. Improve personal physical fitness. This is the benefit of becoming a saint. Of course, this treatment is only given to martial saints recognized by the world's will. My Su family is destined for great prosperity in this generation. Su Zhantian, who was fighting against the alien race, glanced back and his aura surged instantly, his scarred face beaming with excitement. The Su family prospered. Rather than seeing the Su family produce 2 saints in one family, he would prefer to see the family's tradition continue for 1,000 years. Now it's not just the 2 saints. And it's even 3 saints appearing at the same time. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tianjing's eyes flashed with envy, and he couldn't help but sigh at the prosperity of the Su family. Fortunately, the relationship between the Jiang family and the Su family is exceptionally good. Even if the Jiang family loses their holy position, the Su family can still take care of them. Sky-slaying spear. At this moment, Su Long, who was entangled with the 3 alien saints, pierced the shoulder blade of the weaker martial saint with his spear and flicked it forcefully. Click! The arm of this martial saint was instantly severed. At the same time, Su Zhanya also instantly joined the battle, directly taking over the alien martial saint in his hands. He has just entered the martial saint realm and is currently lacking in tempering. The martial saint in front of him, holding a piece of his weapon, is perfect for his sparring partner. Instantly, the sound waves of battle resounded throughout the void, and the space itself became shattered under the attacks of these top-tier combatants. This is a characteristic of battlefields outside the territory. It was developed temporarily and has existed for thousands of years. The space here is no longer as stable as in the normal world. Almost anyone at the 8th rank has the ability to break through space. Those at the 9th rank can even harness the power of space for their own use. As for the martial saint, even the slightest leakage of his aura is enough to cause the space to tremble and become unstable. If he were to unleash his full power, he could easily turn 1,000 miles around into a barren wasteland. If it were placed on Earth, it would be slightly suppressed. A stable planet is not too fragile. Puff. Once the number of martial saints was equal, the 5 martial saints from the alien race lost all their advantage and even fell into a disadvantageous position at one point. The fierce battle lasted for several tens of minutes. Puff. Su Long once again used the amplification of the human emperor's origin path, greatly enhancing his combat power. He pierced the calf of the 2nd stage martial saint with a single spear thrust. Instantly, the entire void was filled with the stench and filth of alien blood. Haha. The 5 alien martial saints were forced back together, and looking at their disheveled appearances, each bearing some injuries, they all had resentment in their eyes. Even so, it added several new injuries to Su Zhantian and Jiang Tianzhen. But it's not something to be happy about either. The sniping attempt failed. Let's retreat. The bone-winged martial saint, his face contorted with rage, cried out unwillingly, retreat. Their arrogance won't last long. Once the clan leader is freed, it will be the day their human race is wiped out. 100 years ago, we received a message from the Holy King from deep space. He was preparing to break through to the shattered star realm. 100 years have passed, and I'm afraid the Holy King will return soon. At that time, Earth will surely become a spoil of war for our race. After discussing it, the bone-winged martial saint revealed his gleaming fangs and snarled, "You're lucky this time. Next time I will annihilate your entire clan. Even Yi Tao can no longer stop us." As soon as he finished speaking, the bone wing behind him, missing half of its flap, tore through the void and shot straight out. Seeing them retreat, Su Long and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. It's not realistic to actually kill them. If we wait a few more months for Su Long to stabilize his condition, keeping 2 of them will definitely not be a problem. Let's go. As they spoke, they tore open the void with their bare hands and then slipped out. The 5th city frontline battlefield. At this moment, the ground was filled with smoke and fire. Although the human race had lost more than 2 million soldiers, the alien race's massive army of tens of millions had been slaughtered, leaving only 5 million survivors. This battled a great victory. After a day and a night of fighting, everyone was exhausted. But they still fought with high spirits. Behind them are hundreds of millions of ordinary people, including their relatives. If they take a step back, their loved ones will die. Therefore, they would rather die than retreat. Everyone fought with their lives on the line. When the 4 martial saints, including Su Long, appeared, the human camp erupted in cheers like a tsunami. Long live the martial saint. Because they had already seen that 2 of the 5 martial saints from the alien race were injured. Top-tier combatants, they won. Once the martial saints emerged, the 9th rank battlefield high above immediately ceased fighting, with the 9th rank warriors from both races returning to their respective camps. In this battle, the casualties among the 9th rank soldiers were not significant. The human race lost 4 people, while the alien race only lost 2. Your subordinate pays respects to the 4 martial saints. After returning to his position, Jiupin first bowed to Su Long and the others before returning to his post. At this moment, the battle ceased. The 2 sides are also in a state of confrontation. However, the human race's morale was clearly extremely high, while the alien races seemed to be showing signs of decline. After all, they have never suffered such a crushing defeat in 1,000 years. Summoning all the alien races back, they retreated to the other side of the land that Su Yu had previously severed. The bone-winged martial saint, who was in the lead, said sinisterly, "Don't think you've won. This time, it was just a mistake. Cherish the little time you have left, for in less than 20 years, it will be the end of your human race. You bastards, retreat." At a single command, the alien army reluctantly withdrew from the battlefield. As they turned around, Su Long, who was standing in midair, suddenly raised his silver moon spear and gathered its power. At the tip of the spear, due to its terrifying power, black and purple energy lightning ripped through the space. The next second, Su Long hurled the silver moon spear. Call out. A piercing sound of air being torn apart echoed across the battlefield. When the bone-winged martial saint turned around, His expression changed drastically. He tried to dodge, but was firmly locked onto by the silver moon spear. Uffed. Finally, one of his bone wings was pierced by the spear, and the bone wing shattered into several pieces. Oh! As a pitiful scream rang out, Su Long stood in front, took a step forward, sheathed his silver moon spear, and said coldly, "Since you have been defeated, then leave your spoils before you go." Even if he couldn't actually kill them here, he still wanted to collect some interest. Su Yu had created a lot of momentum for him, and he couldn't let this kid down, who hoped his father would become a dragon. His domineering words sent a shiver down through the millions of exhausted Chinese soldiers below, their eyes burning with fervor as they looked at his retreating figure. That's so awesome. Is this the newly crowned martial saint of their dragon kingdom? The city lord is mighty. Cheers erupted once again. In contrast, the bone-winged martial saint and the others screamed in agony. "I'll remember you, Su Long." The entire army must retreat immediately. Seeing that their own martial saint was injured and dared not fight back, the lower-level alien races were terrified and fled the place as quickly as possible. Wait until they completely disappeared. Su Long then turned around, looked at the excited faces below, and a bright smile appeared on his indifferent face. "We have won this battle. From now on, the territory within a radius of 3,000 miles belongs to our dragon kingdom." Wow! Instantly, the cheers of millions of people almost drowned out the place. Seeing this scene, Su Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the air not far away, smiled, while his eyes flashed with an eerie light. "It seems my father, the emperor, is about to start building momentum. The Su family is now on the right track, barely enough to last for the next few years, so what's next? It's time for me to take the stage. This restless ambition is about to stir. Next, we'll deal with the chosen one and the female lead. And as everyone has mentioned, the pacing is just right. Continuous high-intensity fighting can be tiring to watch, so let's keep it exciting from here on out to avoid aesthetic fatigue. We'll also address the issue of combat power. Chapter 78, he's been waiting for this day for so long. The Battle of the Sniper Saints has ended. After the great battle ended, the human race began to take stock of the losses. They eventually discovered that more than 2 million soldiers, several 9th-rank grandmasters, and 10 8th-rank golden body experts had died in the battle. The battle was undoubtedly fierce. Of course, this is also due to the fact that the human race lacks sufficient foundation. While the addition of 2 martial saints is cause for celebration, the high mortality rate still leaves one speechless. As for the spoils of war, they are quite substantial. They not only harvested a large amount of resources, but also 10 spirit stone veins and several primeval forests. This contains many high-quality resources waiting to be developed. If used properly, it could significantly boost the strength of the human race. It was 3 days later that the defenses were set up and resource extraction was arranged. Once everything was in place, inside the 5th city, the reception room of the city lord's mansion, the seats of honor were occupied by Su Zhantian, Su Zhanya, and Su Long. The next seats were occupied by Su Zhanshuan and Su Zhanyuan, Su Yu's 4th uncle. There were few people, but they were all from the Su family. At the head of the table, Su Long nodded slightly to Su Yu opposite him and said, Is there something you need that you called us back in such a hurry?" He has just become a martial saint, and he is following the path of the human emperor. Currently, he needs to take the lead in many matters. Su Zhantian was also quite curious about his grandson. Why was he able to achieve the 8th rank at such a young age? It should be noted that Su Long's talent was already the best among the younger generation. If it weren't for Yi Tao, he would have been the leading figure of the previous generation. Even so, Su Long broke through to the 8th rank at the age of 30. Yi Tao broke through to the 8th rank at the age of 29. But Su Yu, at only 22 years old, has already reached the 8th rank and possesses a heavenly soul. This talent isn't just scary, it's downright outrageous. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the elders, Su Yu chuckled softly and then said, "Regarding the strategic plans for our Su family going forward, I have some suggestions that I'd like to discuss with you, Father." Strategic arrangements? Upon hearing this, the elders of the Su family present couldn't help but become curious. "Oh, go ahead." Su Yu smiled, and the storage ring on his finger flashed, revealing 20 pills in his hand. The elixir was emerald green, with a faint, ethereal aura emanating from it. The aroma spread, and everyone's noses twitched slightly, followed by expressions of disbelief. Su Zhantian's body trembled slightly, his scarred old face showing astonishment as he exclaimed, "What kind of pill is this?" This pill actually improved his internal injuries just by smelling its aroma. Compared to the shock of Su Zhantian, Su Zhanshuan, and Su Zhanyuan, Su Zhanya and Su Long on the side were quite calm. They had already tried this elixir. No, or perhaps miracle drug, would be a more accurate description. Suyu wasn't surprised by their reaction and slowly said, Azure Spirit Pill. Anyone below the level of a martial saint, even if they are only on their last breath, can be saved. Above the martial saint realm, injuries are fully healed, and the foundation is restored. Here are 16 pills, to be given to the martial saints who are on friendly terms with the Dragon Kingdom. Grandpa will keep a few for himself in case of emergency. After saying that, Suyu threw the pill in his hand, which landed in Su Zhantian's hand. At the same time, 2 of them fell into the hands of the 4th and 5th uncles. Suyu looked at his 5th uncle, Su Zhanyuan, with a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, 5th uncle, this pill is enough to repair the foundation you damaged back then, as well as the defects in your spiritual power. Among the 5 dragons of the Su family, we cannot leave anyone behind. Su Zhanyuan was the person he had known the longest, and the one who had repeatedly risked his life to save his loved ones. Now that I have plenty of pills, I naturally can't forget him. Looking at the pill in his hand, Su Zhanyuan was momentarily lost in thought. As if remembering something, his sunken eyes slowly reddened, and tears welled up. 5th uncle, when Yuer grows up, he will definitely become a martial saint to protect you for the rest of your life. 5th uncle, Yuer has broken through to the 3rd rank today. I will definitely find a spiritual medicine to repair your foundation and make you a martial saint. 5th uncle, Yuer has fallen for a girl. She's so pretty. Can I get this month's resources and give them to her? 5th uncle, I have a favor to ask of you. Please accompany me to annul the engagement. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye since he protected Suyu. Now, the past events are still vivid in his mind, and the words spoken by the child back then have come true. And they began to protect this old man who had lived a lonely life. Su Zhanyuan wiped away his tears, nodded with a smile, and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. The powerful members of the Su family were also filled with emotion. After distributing the pills, Suyu took out the martial arts scrolls he had prepared in advance and placed them on the table. Suyu looked at his adoptive father and said seriously, Father, now that you have stepped out of the human emperor's origin, there is still much to be done. This is the original Void Blade Technique and Burial Blade Technique, star-level martial arts, used to replace the Su family's god-slaying blade technique. As for the cultivation method, it will remain unchanged for the time being. The other Earth-level and Heaven-level martial arts techniques, treasured by the Su family, are of little use. Father can use this to create momentum and publicly promote them to the human race to gain fame. Next, he will start harvesting the little fat pig chew foam, at which time he will exchange for the martial god cultivation method and some high-level cultivation techniques and martial skills, and the Su family will officially get on the right track. Low-grade items, on the other hand, are exactly what Su Long can use to gain fame. This arrangement will not affect the Su family, but it will also unite the people's hearts and minds, achieving 2 goals at once. Su Zhantian and Su Zhanshuan were confused, not understanding what Starry Sky martial arts were. When Su Zhanyao explained to them that this was a martial skill above the martial god level, the shock on their faces deepened even more. Upon hearing this, Su Long gently tapped the conference table and finally pondered, There's no rush to spread it, but we can first release the high-level Earth-grade cultivation technique so that the entire Dragon Kingdom can practice martial arts. He cultivated the origin Tao of the human emperor, so he naturally knew how beneficial fame and the faith of the human race would be to him. If all of China's billion-plus people recognize his status, then he can become a god of war. Suyu didn't argue. His cheap father would naturally make the arrangements. If all else fails, I'll just put a skin over his and do it for him. He definitely doesn't want to be a good guy. He just wants to find the chosen one and reap the villain's points. Okay, you can go out now. We have a meeting later. Su Long waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, but he asked with an unchanged expression, about Neon and Black Philippines? Su Long glanced at him, then nodded and said, That's right. We also need to start cleaning up Neon and Black Philippines. The fact that Neon and Blackfi have sided with the alien race has thoroughly enraged the human race, and they have decided to send troops to annihilate these 2 rebellious regions. Upon hearing this, Suyu smiled brightly. Let me know when you set off. I still need to hone my skills a lot. He's been waiting for this day for so long to destroy the Neon Black Philippines. For some reason, I feel a bit excited and expectant. After chatting with Su Long and the others for a few more minutes, Suyu left the reception room. Outside the city lord's mansion, a young man with a crew cut sat on the steps. When he saw Suyu come out, he immediately went up to him. Young Master Su, I have completed all the tasks you instructed me to do, and I was just waiting for you to arrive. Suyu glanced at Fong Ting, a smile spreading across his handsome face. This is a promising talent. I'll train him to be my personal bodyguard. It couldn't be more perfect. Lead the way, go see them, and while you're at it, change your cultivation techniques. Chapter 79, Can Chu Feng bear the charge of killing his master? Su Yu's goals are not limited to just a small blue planet. This is only a temporary place. We absolutely cannot stay here for long. Faced with powerful protagonists like those in the heavens who could easily slaughter millions and shatter a galaxy with a single punch, all he could do was constantly strengthen himself. Otherwise, how will we fight them in the future? I think Fong Ting already made things clear to you before you came here. In a deep mountain 500 miles away from the fifth city, 12 young people, including Fong Ting, gathered. They all had similar expressions on their faces. Perseverance and stubbornness. These are all military academy students from impoverished backgrounds. Each of them was a promising candidate selected by the Su family from various regions during the college entrance examination. The original intention was to cultivate him into a military general like Qin Tua. But because of Su Yu, they reunited here. His gaze swept across the faces of these people, and Su Yu said in a calm voice, "From today onwards, you will be my direct bodyguards. If any of you are unwilling, step forward now." As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 people standing in front of him didn't even flinch. The determination in his eyes remained unwavering. "Young Master Su, it was you who approached the military academy's recruitment advisors to recruit us back then. Our achievements today are also thanks to you. If you are willing to lead us, why wouldn't we be?" These people all felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Su Yu. Not to mention that if it weren't for Su Yu back then, they would probably have become mediocre people by now, spending their lives in a daze, getting married, and having children. How could I be like this today, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th or 6th rank, holding the military rank of lieutenant or captain, and being respected by ordinary people? Moreover, on that day on the battlefield, Su Yu single-handedly tore apart nearly 308th rank alien warriors. For such an unparalleled genius to serve as Su Yu's personal guards was a great honor. Perhaps in the near future, Su Yu will also become a martial saint. How could they be unwilling to follow the future martial saint? Su Yu took in their changes and nodded secretly when he saw their unwavering stance. Perhaps their talent isn't so extraordinary, and they might never reach the 9th rank, or even the 8th rank, in their entire lives. But their loyalty is enough to make up for all of that. Alright, since none of you are willing to leave, then I will now teach you new techniques and martial arts. As he spoke, Su Yu produced 11 rubbings of mid-level heaven rank cultivation techniques in his hand. This was originally a heaven-level cultivation technique practiced by the direct descendants of my Su family, along with a heaven-level martial art, the God-slaying blade technique, and 3 other heaven-level martial arts techniques. With a thought, the rubbing of the cultivation technique in his hand flew towards the crowd. When they received the cultivation manual, all 11 youths widened their eyes. Heavenly level, they're all heavenly level. If these heaven-level cultivation techniques were left out, they would be enough to tempt even a 9th grade grandmaster. Yet, Su Yu has bestowed them upon them so easily. For the next 6 months, you will cultivate here. There are 20 million spirit stones and pills you need for your breakthrough. At this point, Su Yu paused for a moment, then continued. After you have cultivated to the mid-stage of the 6th rank, I will teach you new cultivation techniques. A technique for cultivating spiritual power. He wanted to try to cultivate a grandmaster of the heavenly soul realm, so that the foundation of these secret guards would be solid enough, so that they could break through to the realm above Shattered Star in the future. Yes, I will obey your orders, young master. The 11 young men gripped the rubbings of the martial arts manual tightly, their expressions filled with excitement, their gratitude and loyalty evident in their words. Soon, Su Yu sent them deep into the mountains. There is a natural illusion protecting them, preventing them from being discovered by anyone unless a grandmaster intervenes and personally investigates. After they went inside, Su Yu looked at Fong Ting, the roguish young man standing to the side. He waved, signaling Fong Ting to come over. Don't switch your cultivation method for now. First, cultivate your spiritual power. After saying that, Su Yu spent 1,000 villain points to copy the soul forging scripture from his system space, casually tossed it to Fong Ting, and said, "This is the soul forging scripture, which can be used to cultivate spiritual power. Your blood and energy are already full, so suppress them for now. Once you have cultivated your spiritual power to the 7th rank, then break through to the heavenly soul grandmaster level." Fong Ting took the soul forging scripture with a comical and incredulous expression. "Holy crap, you can cultivate mental power too. If this gets out, the whole planet will probably be in an uproar, right?" "Young master, this is too." Fong Ting looked conflicted. But before he could speak, Suyu raised his hand to interrupt him. If you want to follow me, what do you think you can do with your talent? Suyu's words left Fong Ting speechless. It seems so. Suyu's sharply defined face was filled with indifference, yet also with an air of dominance. He calmly said, the conquest is not limited to Blue Star. Focus on your cultivation. Don't forget the Void Blade technique I taught you earlier. Come find me at the City Lord's mansion in a month. After saying that, Suyu stepped into the void and walked away from the primeval forest mountain range. Watching Suyu's departing figure, Fong Ting's eyes gradually brightened, his gaze firm and sincere. He murmured, young master, rest assured, I will definitely follow in your footsteps and become a killing blade in your hands. After saying that, Fong Ting turned around and jumped into the depths of the mountains to begin his cultivation. Suyu walked alone in the air, gazing at the starry sky filled with the Milky Way, a sky free of any light pollution. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the starry heavens. Grow up quickly. The 12 men behind him were his chosen personal guards. He also trained them to be void assassins for future conquests of the heavens. Suyu will make these people grow stronger amidst bloodshed and spread their infamous reputation throughout the heavens. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for indirectly causing great damage to the reputation of the chosen one Chu Feng. You have received the following rewards, plus 40,000 villain points. Martial God Cultivation Method 1. Upon hearing the system notification, Suyu frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. What's the meaning? I haven't been thinking about taking advantage of Little Fatty lately, so why is Little Fatty bringing me income again? Filled with doubt, Suyu pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the reason. When he returned to his residence in the City Lord's mansion, a figure in black robes quietly appeared in front of him. The man in black knelt on one knee and said respectfully, reporting to the young master, Han Shuang, the vice principal of Jingwu, whom you previously instructed me to monitor, has returned to the first city. Furthermore, she suffered considerable injuries and is now only at the 7th rank. Upon returning to the city, she had someone deliberately exaggerate something. According to the investigation by her subordinates, she had a falling out with her disciple, and her injuries were caused by him. After listening to the scout's report, Suyu suddenly understood. So that's where the reward came from. But Suyu's lips curled up slightly as he instructed, go, arrange for someone to suppress this news for now. After 25 days, you can help her spread the word and give it a good publicity campaign. This is a good thing, but it would be more interesting to do it in person when I leave the country. If he were to frame Chu Feng for killing Han Shuang, how would Chu Feng ever recover? Promise. After the 7th rank spy left, Suyu entered the cultivation room. Boom. The door to the cultivation room slammed shut, and a faint, expectant voice echoed from within. It seems we'll be meeting again soon. Chu Feng, I wonder if you can bear the crime of murdering your master? Chapter 80. Vice Principal Han of Jingwu School returns to the city. For the next period of time, nothing major happened. After the alien race failed to assassinate Su Long and Su Zhanya and achieve sainthood, they retreated. Of course, battles between martial saints and small-scale skirmishes still occur from time to time. After all, the alien races are preparing to accept the warriors from Japan and the Philippines, and they don't want to give up the addition of 2 martial saints. Therefore, they frequently harass the martial saints of Blue Star, preventing them from having the opportunity to defend and settle scores. Now, within the 9th city, rumors were also circulating on a small scale. Have you heard? The leader of our New Era Alliance is actually the culprit behind Vice Principal Han's disappearance. No way, don't believe everything you hear. Boss Chu Feng and Vice Principal Han are master and apprentice. How could he harm his own master? That's right. Vice Principal Han is a powerful expert at the late stage of the 8th grade Golden Body Realm. What level is Boss Chu Feng? How could he possibly harm Vice Principal Han Shuang? Don't spread unverified rumors. You'll be in for a world of hurt when Boss Chu Feng comes back from the Beast Forest. The students in 9th City are now free to train. Some people choose to enter the Beast Forest to slay ferocious beasts and gain experience, while others choose to travel and seek opportunities. Of course, everyone will come back for a gathering after a period of time to hand over their gains and exchange them for points in order to reach the graduation level. In places like extraterrestrial battlefields, danger and opportunity abound, making it far better than the monotonous life on Earth. Some students who couldn't afford storage rings were able to afford these luxury items after several treasure hunts and slaying ferocious beasts to obtain and sell beast cores. Therefore, barring any major events, Chu Feng's New Era Alliance is now practically defunct. There was no one specifically managing or compiling the statistics. As for Chu Feng wanting to push Lin Panchi out to manage things, without his reputation to help her, Lin Panchi would never have been able to develop the alliance led by Chu Feng into a considerable force, as depicted in the original novel. Aside from following Chu Feng around and picking up scraps, Lin Panchi is basically not needed in any important scenes. Certainly, Suyu still needs her. After all, she's the female lead. If I kill her, I'll probably get tens of thousands of villain points. In the beast forest outside the Ninth City, Chu Feng beheaded a 7th-grade demon beast with a single sword stroke, extracted the beast core from it, and tossed it to Lin Panchi behind him. The 98th grade 7 beast core. A charming sweet smile appeared on Lin Panchi's pretty face. She took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the blood off the beast core before putting it into her storage ring. After a few more days of training, we can return to the Ninth City to exchange for resources. Lin Panchi came to Chu Feng's side, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at him. Once you get the resources, you can try to break through to the late stage of the 6th rank. Looking at Chu Feng's resolute face, Lin Panchi couldn't help but sigh. This man has truly lived up to too many miracles. In less than a month, he broke through from the peak of the late stage of the 5th rank to the current mid-stage of the 6th rank. Being by his side, I was fortunate enough to break through to the 6th rank of martial arts. This kind of man is a true chosen one of heaven. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's terrifying killing intent slowly subsided. He turned to look at the person in front of him and smiled. No rush. We need to gather more resources, and your strength also needs to be improved. His ambitions extend far beyond breaking through to the late stage of the 6th rank. He was determined to press on and reach the 7th rank of Heavenly Soul in one fell swoop. His mental strength has now reached 4,500 Hz, comparable to the peak of the early stage of an ordinary 7th rank. As long as he can hone and compress his mental energy, he is confident that he can become a Heavenly Soul grandmaster. Only by maintaining his peak performance can he become the strongest in the future. Lin Panchi nodded repeatedly, a warm feeling rising in her heart. Chu Feng truly cares about himself. Even though he himself doesn't have enough resources, he still thinks about taking care of himself. Compared to him, Suyu was practically trampled into the dirt in her heart. Especially after Suyu slapped her that time, Lin Panchi felt only disgust and murderous intent towards him. She wondered if, when Chu Feng reached the pinnacle of his career, he would ruin the entire Su family for her sake. Let's go deeper into the hunt and find some spiritual herbs along the way. Chu Feng naturally noticed her change, but he didn't say anything. The smug smile on his lips quickly disappeared, and he waved his hand and said boldly, "Let's reach the peak together." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Lin Panchi ventured into the depths of the ferocious beast forest, beginning their efforts for a smile from a beauty. Time flies, and 21 days have already passed. Inside the 5th city lord's mansion. In the courtyard where Suyu lived, the door to the cultivation room opened, and he slowly walked out of the cultivation room dressed in a spotless white robe. Stepping out of the cultivation room, Suyu looked at the sun high in the sky, squinted slightly, and muttered to himself, "Cultivation time really flies." Although he had only cultivated for a little over 20 days, Suyu's aura had become incredibly profound, and there was no sign of instability in his foundation. He has officially secured his position at the early stage of the 8th rank. At the same time, the aura of his cultivation technique had also changed, giving off a sense of ease. Compared to a month ago, he now possessed a more sinister charm. He has completed the transformation of the heavenly demon art. Although he hasn't even reached the initial level of this cultivation technique yet, his aura is several levels stronger than the heaven-level cultivation technique he practiced before. His figure flashed by, and Suyu disappeared from the spot. In the past few days, he handed over the soul-forging scripture and the martial god cultivation method, which he had been rewarded by the system before his seclusion, to Su Long. Upon learning that it was a technique aimed directly at becoming a martial god, Su Long immediately transmitted the technique to Su Zhantian and Su Zhanya, the 2 martial saints of the Su family. At the same time, he also returned to Earth and made the heavenly level cultivation technique public. On the last day of the deadline, at night, 12 late-stage 6th rank martial artists suddenly appeared in Suyu's courtyard. The 12 men knelt on one knee before him and respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, young master." Looking at the guards who had already successfully completed their training, Suyu nodded slightly and said, "Let's go back to the first city. We're going to pick someone up." "Yes." After he finished speaking, the courtyard was empty. Inside the first city, in a corner of the city wall. Puff! As a faint cracking sound came from within her body, the woman, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground like a mad woman, suddenly opened her eyes. Her expression was utterly devastated. She frantically grabbed her scalp with one hand and hissed in a low voice, "Damn it! Why did I still fail?" The filthy, disheveled, and mad woman, with red eyes, screamed in agony. "Ah, am I destined to be a useless person for the rest of my life? We're going to be stuck in this damned first city." At this moment, Han Shuang was no longer the noble figure she once was as a peak 8th grade expert. All that remained was a deep resentment. This resentment wasn't directed at the powerful figure who crippled her that day, but rather her good disciple. I'm not reconciled." Han Shuang slammed her fist into the ground, the tremendous tremor echoing throughout the vicinity. Not far away, Su Yu, who was standing in midair, looked at her current disheveled state with amusement. "That's really interesting." Su Yu withdrew his gaze, turned his head slightly, and said to Fong Ting and the others behind him, "Go, pick up Vice Principal Han from Jingwu. Go back to the city." Chapter 81. Han Shuang appears. Chu Feng's fear. "Yes, young master." Fong Ting and the others responded, and then quickly descended. In the corner, Han Shuang sensed the incomplete dantian and damaged meridians in her body, and a sense of sorrow welled up in her heart. Even if her status isn't higher than anyone else's, she's at least among the top tier. If given more time, she will surely break through to the 9th grade grandmaster realm. But now he has become a useless person who cannot cultivate, and can only maintain the early to mid-stage of the 7th rank. How could she, who had once been so arrogant, possibly accept this? Chu Feng, I must have been blind to think you were so loyal and righteous, a promising disciple. The thought that her current predicament was all caused by Chu Feng sent a chill down her spine. If you had chosen to die back then, even if the other party had actually killed you, Han Shuang would not have had the slightest complaint. But Chu Feng didn't. Instead, he chose to die to save him. Every time Han Shuang recalls that day, she feels utterly disgusted. Boom. With a punch, Han Shuang smashed the stone brick floor, her face, covered in grime and blood, contorted with rage. "That beast didn't even have the courage to come back and retrieve my corpse." Han Shuang unleashed her twisted inner rage and overwhelming killing intent. However, whenever she tried to break free, she was blocked by an invisible barrier that wouldn't allow her to take even a single step. This is a defensive magic array in each city, which will imprison those without identity cards to prevent alien races or people with ulterior motives from entering the city and causing trouble. Her arm, which was wearing a storage ring, was severed by Su Yu's blade, so she naturally didn't have time to retrieve her identity card. Unable to prove her identity, she was caught by the patrol officers as soon as she entered the city to inquire about Chu Feng and the exchange competition, and was exiled here. Rumble. Han Shuang kept punching the ground. Just then, a cold shout rang out. Who is causing trouble in the city? Upon hearing the sound, Han Shuang immediately stopped what she was doing and looked up at the alleyway ahead. Then, under her excited and trembling gaze, several figures dressed in military academy uniforms slowly walked out. Upon seeing the familiar face, Han Shuang could no longer hold back and shouted, "It's me. I'm Han Shuang, the vice principal of Jingwu School. You're Fong Ting from the military academy, right? You should have seen me before." In the more than 20 days since she was arrested and brought here, this was the first time she had seen anyone pass by. She couldn't hold back any longer and rushed over, banging and shouting through the barrier. Upon hearing this, Fong Ting and the others arrived. When they saw Han Shuang, they were first taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, "Vice Principal Han, how could it be you? How did you get into this state?" Han Shuang didn't explain much and immediately ordered, "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly get the people from First City who make identity cards over here. I want to get out." She had no patience left. All she wanted was to escape and make Chu Feng pay the price. She couldn't care less about anything else. Moreover, most of those who come from military academies are from poor families, and their cultivation and vision are not on the same level as hers, so it is even less likely that she would give them a friendly look. Fong Ting felt somewhat displeased when he heard her words. "Look at the state of things, and you're still putting on airs?" Of course, he didn't show it, but nodded and replied, "Go and tell the people at the household registration office to bring a card to unblock it." Before long, a chubby young man from the household registration bureau was brought over. After being reprimanded by Han Shuang in an extremely impolite tone, he finally made her identity card. As the breath entered, the barrier that had imprisoned Han Shuang instantly dissipated. Stepping out of the secluded alley, Han Shuang took a deep breath, finally out. At this moment, she could no longer suppress her anger and stepped into the void to leave. Behind him, the chubby young man from the household registration bureau immediately shouted, "Principal Han, Please wait. Within the first city, those who are not of the 9th rank are prohibited from flying. Your registration for entering and leaving the city hasn't been completed yet. Please cooperate with us to get back. However, before he could finish speaking, Han Shuang impatiently shouted, "Get out of the way. As the vice principal of Jingwu, how can I not fly? As for registration, I'll return to 9th city now." After saying that, she quickly flew towards the teleportation point. Seeing this, the chubby boy was completely dumbfounded. What kind of people are these? How did she become the vice principal of Jingwu? Is it really that prestigious school that produced the head of the martial arts administration? Fang Ting comforted the chubby boy for a few words, gave him some reward, and then left. When they returned, Suyu looked in the direction where Han Shuang had disappeared, his smile growing even brighter. He said softly, "Release all the blocked information and evidence, and while you're at it, spread the word on Blue Star." In the distance, a figure hidden in the clouds appeared, bowed to Suyu, and respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." After arranging everything, Suyu stepped through the void and slowly walked towards the teleportation point, a faint voice ringing out, "Back to the 9th city, let's watch the show. This time I will definitely make sure that you, Chu Feng, are convicted of murdering your master. From now on, you can only flee to the beast forest and become a proper little fat pig. Let me use this blunt knife to slowly cut your flesh. Vice Principal Han, in order for my little fat pig to grow up, I'll plead your case, but I'd appreciate it if you could die tomorrow night too." A flash of sharpness appeared in Suyu's eyes. He still has feelings for this blue planet, but as for those who oppose him, well, sorry, they'd better all die. In the 9th city, at Wuhan University's freshman square, this place has long been a treasure trove for trading. After everyone returns from their treasure hunts, they come here to sell or exchange for the resources and goods they want. Wow, so many rank 7 beast cores. This, as expected of boss Chu Feng, he has hunted down so many rank 7 ferocious beasts in just 1 month. And this withered blood vine, it's an important ingredient for refining a 7th grade qi and blood pill. With so many resources and beast cores, I estimate they could sell for 8 million spirit stones, right? Boss Chu Feng truly lives up to his reputation as the leader of our New Era Alliance. His strength far surpasses that of his peers. He and Lin are a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. At a trading corner in the square, many students gathered around, their eyes filled with amazement as they looked at the beast cores and medicinal herbs scattered on the ground. That's incredible. He truly deserves to be called their genius leader who came from humble beginnings. Chu Feng and Lin Panchi wore faint pride on their faces as they faced the praise and comments of the crowd. They've stayed in the beast forest for so long, just to be envied by everyone, haven't they? Hee, everyone, I'm selling these to our New Era Alliance at a low price. They can also exchange them for resources needed in the mid to late stages of the 6th rank. If we hand these over, we can definitely complete all the credits for our graduation assessment. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Lin Panchi, who was standing to the side, added at just the right moment, "Except for people from the New Era Alliance, we won't sell anyone else." As they spoke, they glanced at the disciples of the aristocratic families not far away, and those who had withdrawn from the New Era Alliance. Seeing their smug expressions, the others couldn't help but murmur among themselves. "What's there to brag about? It's just some beast cores. Why are you putting on such a show here?" With Chu Feng's words, some classmates who had resources quickly came up to exchange them. After all, 7th grade beast cores were still very hard to find, especially for assessment points, which were almost entirely based on the number of beast cores and participation in battles. In just over 10 minutes, Chu Feng had exchanged for enough resources. These resources are enough for him to break through to the Heavenly Soul Grandmaster level, and also for Lin Panchi to break through to the mid-stage of the 6th rank. With ample provisions at hand, Chu Feng's spirits lifted, and he said cheerfully, "Everyone, I will break through to the Grandmaster level in half a month. You are all welcome to come and observe. At that time, I will explain my insights on breaking through to the Grandmaster level, as well as issues related to the growth of spiritual power." Upon hearing his words, the entire room erupted in chaos. Holy crap, is this for real? Boss Chu Feng, are you going to break through to the Heavenly Soul Grandmaster level 2? 666. When Boss Chu Feng makes a move, he's at the peak. A Grandmaster of the Heavenly Soul is a rare find, perhaps only once every few decades. Last time Suyu broke through, he didn't gain any insights whatsoever. He's truly pathetic. Yes, Boss Chu Feng, we all support you, and we'll definitely be there. Chu Feng saw that his cheers were still as loud as ever, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to the crowd and said, Thank you all for your trust. I, Chu, will certainly not let you down. Just then, a cold laugh devoid of any emotion rang out. Good, good, good. As expected of my good disciple, Han Shuang. Breaking through to the grandmaster level, hee. What a grand spectacle. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Feng's expression changed drastically. He stared intently in the direction of the sound, and immediately, his body trembled uncontrollably. Disbelief appeared in his eyes, and he exclaimed in shock. Teacher, how could it be you? Suddenly, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 82 Tonight, I'll just have to make you die. My grandfather suddenly fainted yesterday and was hospitalized. No one was home, so I stayed at the hospital all day. I didn't have time to ask for leave, and I'm still not feeling well today. You can skip the first 2 chapters. I feel they're filler, please forgive me. Upon seeing this disheveled woman with blood and grime on her face, Chu Feng felt as if he had seen a ghost, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He really is my good disciple. Han Shuang stared intently at Chu Feng, as if she wanted to devour him alive. That day, you really gave your teacher a big surprise. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, a chill that stung his skin and shot straight to the top of his head. That day he said such outrageous things as telling Han Shuang to die. If the other party is really dead, then that's fine. But now Han Shuang is not only alive, but she is right here, staring at him with eyes like a venomous snake. All of this makes Chu Feng feel completely unfamiliar. Now, the surrounding crowd also realized what was happening, and in an instant, the entire scene erupted in cheers. Wow, this is some juicy gossip. I knew it. The news that came out a month ago might be true. Killing one's master TSK. I never thought that the second-ranked person on the heavenly ranking of Jingwu would have such a vicious mind. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. The farmer and the snake? The people around him chattered and pointed at Chu Feng, who was frozen in place, criticizing his behavior without any politeness. Almost everyone's eyes were filled with contempt. Those who originally belonged to the New Era Alliance were now ashamed. After all, this matter was far too outrageous. Thinking back to how superior they had been just moments before, they felt utterly ashamed and wanted to disappear. Grass. The members of the New Era Alliance cursed inwardly, then silently took a few steps back, as if they wanted to distance themselves from Chu Feng. Teacher, it's not what you think. Seeing the undisguised contempt from everyone, Chu Feng panicked and hurriedly explained. That day, that 9th rank official sent me flying, not giving me a chance to take your body with me. Chu Feng was sweating profusely with anxiety. If he couldn't explain himself clearly this time, he might really become a rat crossing the street. At this moment, his hatred for that 9th rank expert deepened even further. If you had killed my teacher, none of this would have happened. They have to make her look like a ghost, so they can bring her back. Upon hearing this, Han Shuang immediately sneered. Is that so? Then why, in the months since you returned, have you not notified the city's garrison general to search for me, or even reported my disappearance? You want report this to your superiors? Han Shuang's eyes were bloodshot, and her expression was almost manic. She truly hated Chu Feng. If it weren't for him, how could I have become a cripple, and how could I not even have the ability to expand my Dantian Qi and blood? They barely made it back alive from the wild, and what happened? She was also imprisoned by the magic array of the first city for a month, during which her hatred skyrocketed. Moreover, these words completely shut down all of Chu Feng's excuses. Han Shuang turned to look at the crowd of onlookers. Seeing so many familiar faces, she couldn't help but sneer. So, have you heard him say anything about me being missing or dead during this time? The Wuhan University students watching looked at each other, then shook their heads. No, I've hardly heard of anything, not even rumors. That is, only a very small number of people heard about it, but before it could gain traction, the matter simply faded away. Seeing everyone shake their heads, Han Shuang then looked at Chu Feng, the good disciple she had once been so proud of. Do you have anything else to say? After hearing her words, Chu Feng's face had turned deathly pale. He didn't. He had almost forgotten that his teacher had died in the wild. I can only remember one thing. That was because he had been humiliated and forced to kneel by that mysterious 9th rank demonic energy cultivator. He needed to grow up quickly so he could take revenge in the future. Teacher, too. Chu Feng opened his mouth as if to explain. However, Han Shuang coldly replied. What did you say? Speak. She wanted to see what other excuse Chu Feng could come up with. In her heart, Chu Feng had already been sentenced to death. This life, she absolutely has to kill Chu Feng. No matter how strong your talent is, as long as you haven't broken through to the 8th or 9th rank, I can still kill you. Chu Feng's mind raced as he tried to find a plausible excuse. but they had no clue whatsoever. This time, he had absolutely no grounds for argument. Just as everyone was at a stalemate, a light, calm laugh rang out. It's been so long since I've been back, and Ninth City is still as lively as ever. Upon hearing that familiar voice, everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction from which the sound came. Then, Suyu, dressed in a white robe and with a handsome and otherworldly appearance, slowly walked over. The moment they saw him, the disciples from the aristocratic families present were instantly ignited with emotion. Holy crap, it's young Master Su. Young Master Su, you're amazing. You tore apart an 8th rank cultivator with your bare hands on the battlefield. I heard you've already advanced to the 8th rank golden body realm. Is that true? I am ashamed to say that my cultivation level was equal to that of young Master Su back then, but now I am far inferior. The Su family produced 2 martial saints this time, and then young Master Su killed nearly 300 rank 8 venerables and forcefully advanced to the golden body realm. If that's the case, then all I can say is Thai pants are hot. All the disciples from the aristocratic families looked at Su Yu with fervent eyes, their faces filled with awe and worship, and made way for him. Soon, Su Yu arrived at the center of the field. Vice Principal Han, what happened? You've turned into this horrible mess in just over a month. Su Yu stood opposite Han Shuang, looking at her with astonishment. Han Shuang gave a cold laugh. You'll have to ask my good disciple about that. Now, she doesn't even have much killing intent towards Su Yu anymore. In the past, he targeted Su Yu out of respect for Chu Feng, but now, Chu Feng's enemy is his friend. Upon hearing this, Su Yu also looked at Chu Feng with curiosity. Chu Feng, what did you do to your teacher? Looking at Su Yu, whom he regarded as his greatest enemy, Chu Feng's pale face showed a renewed sense of killing intent and hatred. It's none of your business, Chu Feng said coldly, then bowed to Han Shuang and said, Teacher, there are many things that haven't changed here today. I'll explain them to you later. Don't worry, I will find medicine to heal your injuries. I've already found out that the current martial saint possesses a pill that can heal any injury. I will spare no effort to obtain one for you. With that, Chu Feng turned around with a flourish. He reached out to pull Lin Panchi, but grabbed nothing. Cheer. Chu Feng was completely taken aback. Across from him, Lin Panchi's pretty face showed a hint of resistance as she said somewhat reluctantly, Chu Feng, I want to go for a walk. You can go by yourself. After saying that, she turned and left without waiting for Chu Feng to say anything. She didn't even dare to look up at Su Yu. At this moment, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Oh, is this something that can't be completely cleared up? Sure, wait for me, I'll explain. Chu Feng followed Lin Panchi's footsteps and quickly fled from there. Watching the two leave, Han Shuang's eyes were filled with madness as she stared intently at Chu Feng's retreating figure. Snort. Finally, she glanced at Su Yu, snorted coldly, and left. Su Yu didn't mind at all, a smile on his face, as if it had nothing to do with him. After they left, Su Yu announced loudly in the trading market, Gentlemen, the world is becoming difficult, and the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom have been dormant for too long. Therefore, my father, Su Long, has decided to make all of my Su family's Earth-level cultivation techniques, Heaven-level martial arts skills, and all top-tier profound-level techniques available to the Dragon Kingdom free of charge in the near future, so that everyone can learn them. Upon hearing this, the entire trading floor fell silent instantly. After a long while, countless people burst into enthusiastic cheers. Thank you for your generous gift, Martial Saint. Heaven-level martial arts skills, Earth-level cultivation techniques. My goodness, the Su family really cares about ordinary families like us. I'm crying my eyes out. Wah! Everyone was cheering and jumping for joy, not for any other reason than that the Su family was willing to reveal their top-level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. This is something they should respect. Standing in the center of the market, Su Yu looked at their eager and respectful gazes and couldn't help but smile. Blue Star, these humans are all our treasure trove. You are my army that conquers the stars. Thinking of this, Su Yu felt very happy and glanced at the place where Han Shuang disappeared. Vice Principal Han, you understand the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So in order to make our common enemy suffer, tonight I'll have to trouble you to die. Chapter 83. The little fat pig really does understand me. Undoubtedly, Su Yu's announcement that the Su family would release all top-tier Xian-level cultivation techniques and martial arts, as well as a small number of low-resource consumption, high-level D-level cultivation techniques, and Tian-level martial arts, ignited the entire martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom. On Earth, countless ordinary people were even more excited. Due to the limitations of their cultivation methods, these people could only remain at the first or second rank throughout their lives. Those from slightly better off families can cultivate to the third rank. But what's the use of that? The limitations are there. If you want to acquire advanced techniques, you need to exchange them for money, resources, or points. Sometimes, this is the only stage in one's entire life. Now there are advanced cultivation techniques available as a replacement, and they're free to practice. Then their shackles can be broken. Perhaps the Dragon Kingdom could suddenly produce countless mid-level martial artists overnight. The Su family truly lives up to its reputation as a great family, with 3 sages in one family. They deserve it. Yes, you have to admire their magnanimity and spirit. Like director Yi Tao, they are both great talents with the world in their hearts. Go and keep watch. It's said that the Martial Arts Administration is already photocopying martial arts manuals overnight in preparation for their full implementation in China. Damn it. I'm going to the Martial Arts Headquarters Library right now, and I'm not going back tonight. Overnight, the entire Dragon Kingdom was set ablaze. The calm lake water was stirred up with ripples, stimulating people's senses. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom, located on a battlefield outside the region, was even more excited. Because they were on the front lines, they had already obtained those copied martial arts techniques and skills, and everyone was changing their techniques and practicing them. In an instant, the cultivation craze was reignited. At the same time, those geniuses who were limited by their cultivation methods also broke through their cultivation levels one by one after changing their cultivation methods. At this moment, the martial arts fortune of the Dragon Kingdom soared. Along with the way of education and Su Long's way of the human emperor, it also surged wildly. Deep in the battlefield beyond the borders, the elegant middle-aged man in white robes, who was lying in the void reading books, suddenly froze. The power within his body surged wildly, and the primordial Tao was infinitely stretched and widened. Sensing this uncontrollable surge of energy, the refined middle-aged man was utterly astonished. What happened? How could martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom have increased so much overnight? He closed his eyes, savoring the expanding origin Tao, his gaze suddenly becoming blank as he murmured to himself, "The human emperor's Tao is also growing wildly." The methods of education are also evolving. As a means of education, it was created to assist the human emperor and to educate the human race. The stronger the human emperor and the human race become, the stronger he becomes. He, who was originally weakened by expanding his vast source to cover the void, has now recovered a lot. Even the book of the primordial Tao, which covered the void, became more stable. Damn it, Yi Tao, what have you done now? At this moment, the massive blood mist, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, suddenly surged, and a voice filled with rage and confusion emanated from within. Why has your origin become so powerful again? He had originally focused on one aspect, which had diminished many of the characteristics of the Book of Origin. But just now, that corner that had been worn away suddenly became stable. In other words, all his efforts over the past few years have been in vain. Seeing the blood mist emerge, Yi Tao closed the book, stood up, and smiled. Guess. Upon hearing this, blood mist flew into a rage. Die. Rumble. In an instant, violent battle fluctuations erupted from the Book of Origin, which was shrouded in the void. This fluctuation is more than 100 times stronger than that of the martial saint. If they all fall into the outer battlefield will probably be shattered in two. At the same moment, Su Long, who was originally stationed at the front line, was also widening the human emperor's path within his body, with countless powers of faith appearing within it. Dispel the fog ahead and elevate the path of origin by more than 1,000 meters. Buzz. A muffled sound rang out from within his body, and an illusory great Tao appeared behind him. 3,500 meters? Beside him, Jiang Tianzhong, who had absorbed the Azure Spirit Pill and repaired his internal injuries, looked at Su Long with a look of utter disbelief. How did you reach the 3rd level of Martial Saint? Su Long put down the intelligence from the front lines, pinched his brow, adjusted to the surge in strength and mental power, and said helplessly, "The human race's sense of acceptance towards me has increased." In addition to the promotion of the practice, this situation should continue for some time. He could easily guess that Su Yu was responsible for his sudden increase in strength. The hype has gone a bit too far. But that's fine. He wants to sponge off his parents, so I'll grant his wish and become a human emperor to show him. Thinking about the changes in Su Yu during this period, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, his expression filled with undisguised pride. Jiang Tianzhong took a sip of spiritual tea, suppressing his shock, and exclaimed, "It seems you might be able to reach demigod status even faster than Yi Tao." After Yi Tao became a martial saint, he also took a break every 6 months. In less than 6 years, he broke through to the level of demigod. Su Long is now faster than him, breaking through 3 levels in a month. Haha. Yitao has been walking the origin path for many years, and he knows more about things than I do. Su Long was in a very good mood and said, right now, the 5th city is being annexed. We should also expand our reach. There are many resources waiting to be exploited here. Let's prepare to send troops. The madness of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom is spreading to the entire human race. For a time, even those foreign cities began to feel envious. The buzz continues to grow. That night, Chu Feng walked out of the 9th city. He looked back at the giant city that stood on the front line, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Damn Suyu! Chu Feng harbored deep resentment, to the point of being almost obsessed. And that 9th-ranked demonic cultivator, if it weren't for him, I would have already obtained a level Earth, or even a level Heaven cultivation technique. I should be the one supporting the progress of the human race. The Su family. It's all the Su family's fault. They took all my ideas. Otherwise, when he becomes a 9th-rank cultivator in the future, enters the origin path, and promotes and opens up cultivation methods below the heavenly level, he himself could become a saint overnight. Now everything is gone. Suppressing his resentment, Chu Feng paced back and forth outside the city, muttering to himself, my teacher should be able to see my message, right? She should come out, right? Chu Feng wanted to explain things to Han Shuang privately. Coincidentally, he had learned the location of a spiritual herb that could nourish the meridians and dantian this month. I originally intended to use it to break through to the heavenly soul grandmaster level. But for now we can only help Han Shuang recover. I waited for a long time. It wasn't until late at night that a cold, emotionless voice rang out. Good disciple, what else do you want to argue? Chu Feng turned around and saw his aloof master, who was already dressed and made up. He felt a little strange, but he still forcefully suppressed the urge to become a master. After all, it's too outrageous. Chu Feng composed himself, a genuine sincerity appearing on his resolute face, and said earnestly, Teacher, I was indeed wrong that day, but I had my reasons. Also, the reason I called you out tonight is so that you can come with me to fetch a medicinal herb. A high-grade spiritual medicine that can repair damage to your dantian and meridians. Han Shuang gave him a deep look and said indifferently, lead the way. Can her injuries be repaired? She doesn't mind. As long as she recovers her 8th-grade cultivation, she'll kill Chu Feng first. Seeing that she was not as heartless as before, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, Teacher, please come with me. It's not far from here. As he spoke, he flew ahead and led the way. Han Shuang followed behind him. After the two had been gone for a long time, they were in a shadow not far from where they had been. The shadows rippled, and then a figure quietly emerged. Little Fatty really does understand me. Now I don't need to use the mask of the mortal world to deceive that old woman Han Shuang anymore. Suyu looked in the direction they disappeared, feeling extremely gratified. The little fat pig won his heart. Chapter 84 I wanted to let you live, but you chose to die. Deep outside the beast forest, outside a cave. Chu Feng and Han Shuang stood outside, gazing at the darkness inside the cave, and both stopped in their tracks. Teacher, there is a xian flower inside, which can nourish your meridians and dantian, and will be of great benefit to your injuries. Chu Feng pointed to the cave and said seriously, however, there is a level 7 snake-like ferocious beast inside that is comparable to the late stage of the 7th rank, so we need to work together to take it down. Although it cannot compare to the demonic plant, the xian flower is still a good spiritual medicine. This was reserved specifically for him. He originally planned to exchange the resources and then come back to collect them after breaking through to the late stage of the 6th rank. But now I have no choice but to come. She would never let me off easily unless I calmed Han Shuang's anger down a bit. Although he was not afraid of Han Shuang. But rumors and gossip are too terrible, and they will affect his future chance to become a saint. And it's very possible that I won't even be able to enter human cities in the future. If I had known this would be the outcome, I shouldn't have rushed into becoming Han Shuang's disciple. That way, whether she lived or died wouldn't have affected me. Han Shuang's eyes showed suspicion as she asked, You're not lying to me? She couldn't believe a word Chu Feng said. This kid displays a strong sense of pride, but when faced with a life or death situation, he can immediately abandon himself to save himself. Chu Feng sighed and said, No, save them. Perhaps we can still salvage some of our reputation. After all, they still had that mysterious 9th-grade grandmaster as an excuse, so they could at least come up with something. Doing this myself. It's all for the future of humanity. When he received Zhao Lao's martial arts inheritance, he learned just how intense the great war between the alien race and the human race was. Humanity doesn't have many years left. He must break through to the martial saint level within 20 years, and then rely on the power of human faith to advance to the martial god level. Only in this way can we win a glimmer of hope for humanity. He carried the weight of the entire human race on his shoulders. He was also in great pain when he abandoned Han Shuang. Okay, I'll trust you one last time. A strange light flashed in Han Shuang's eyes as she nodded lightly. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately smiled and said brightly, "Teacher, it's good that you trust me. You wait here, and I'll lure that giant snake out. You can take the opportunity to go in and pick the xianyin flower." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Feng rushed into the cave. In no time, a terrifying burst of energy swept through the cave. Hiss! An angry hiss resounded, and then Chu Feng's figure swiftly darted out of the cave, followed by an enormous black snake. Once its body was fully revealed, Han Shuang could finally see just how long the giant snake was. Its body is 100 meters long. The black snake scales on its body looked incredibly alluring under the moonlight. Star sword technique. Starlight flashed, and Chu Feng unleashed a sword beam. The leaked sword energy actually cut down the surrounding trees. Bang! The sword's edge struck the giant serpent's head, instantly scattering sparks everywhere. This attack, powerful enough to shatter mountains, left only a faint mark on it. Hiss! The giant snake winced in pain, its tongue flicking out, its vertical pupils filled with a human-like rage. This ant in front of me dared to hurt me. Seeing that his attack had no effect on the giant snake, Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly launched another attack before flying away into the distance. Seeing this, Han Shuang sneered inwardly. But, that's fine. Han Shuang concealed her presence and quickly disappeared into the cave. Upon entering the cave, a chilling aura swept over us. At the end of the cave, there was a huge space. Inside is a pool of icy, bone-chilling water. In the lake, a flower with a shimmering glow blooms brilliantly. Manhwa. Upon seeing this spiritual flower, Han Shuang's heart stirred. She then floated across the lake and plucked it without any resistance. Now my injured meridians and dantian can finally be repaired, Han Shuang said excitedly. Suddenly, bubbles appeared on the lake. Then a black snake several meters long opened its blood-red mouth and bit her. "Umph, you beast, you're asking for death." Han Shuang snorted coldly, and with a gentle downward slash of her palm, an invisible force of blood and chi was unleashed. Uft! She immediately sliced the black snake in two. Having obtained the xianyin flower, Han Shuang dared not linger. After putting it in a jade box, she quickly left. Boom! Not long after she came out and left. A huge black snake rushed back into the cave almost frantically. When they discovered that their child had been cut in two, the entire stone mountain trembled, and rocks tumbled down. We are about 100 miles away from here. Han Shuang met Chu Feng by a stream somewhere. Chu Feng walked to the stream, looking somewhat disheveled. When he saw the undisguised joy on Han Shuang's face, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Teacher, did you get it?" Han Shuang nodded and said, "Yes." Seeing her nod, Chu Feng smiled and said, "Then please recover first, teacher. I will explain to you after you have recovered." He knew that Han Shuang wouldn't be able to say much to him until she recovered. The wisest choice now is to leave the space to Han Shuang. He himself will break through to the peak of the 6th rank. After all, he also needs to become a heavenly soul grandmaster to lay the foundation for becoming a martial god. Han Shuang didn't say anything. She just looked at him. For a moment, the air fell silent. Ahem, then, teacher, I'll be leaving now. Chu Feng touched his nose, respectfully clasped his hands in a fist salute, and then stepped into the void to leave this place, heading towards the depths of the ferocious beast forest. After he left, Han Shuang couldn't help but sneer. What a pretentious act. However, that's all there is to it. Once he recovers, Chu Feng will not allow him to live no matter what. Do you really think that getting a xianyin flower is enough for you? Impossible. Han Shuang touched the jade box, and then, filled with anticipation, flew towards the direction of the 9th city. It was at this moment that, at the top of the distant trees, Suyu concealed his presence, blending into the space so that no one could detect him. Watching Han Shuang leave, Suyu smiled slightly, flipped his hand, and a human skin mask appeared in his palm. The moment Suyu placed the mortal mask on his face, his appearance and aura instantly changed. I touched my face. Suyu couldn't help but chuckle, saying lightly, "He really does have a delicate face, but he's far from handsome. How come he's so popular with the female lead?" The protagonist's halo is incredibly powerful, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim. In his own eyes, Chu Feng didn't have the protagonist's halo. His appearance could only be described as handsome and refined, but he didn't have many outstanding features. The only thing we can boast about is our willingness to take risks and our ability to create miracles. Meanwhile, there are also villains constantly sending people out to humiliate him and give him experience points. Otherwise, what is Chu Feng? The cultivation technique he practiced was a high-level Xian grade technique that the Su family had given to the Lin family years ago. But that doesn't matter. Anyway, from today onwards, the name of the demonic cultivator Chu Feng will resound throughout the entire outer battlefield. Chu Xiaofeng, a murderer and robber. Su Renhuang, a savior and guide. The figure flashed and disappeared, and the entire beast forest fell silent, with only the roars of wild beasts echoing from time to time. On the outskirts of the beast forest, only a few dozen miles from the ninth city. As Han Shuang watched the city draw ever closer, a surge of security washed over her. She murmured, "We're almost there. Once I recover, it will be time to make Chu Feng pay the price." Just as Han Shuang was about to speed up, suddenly, she sensed a dangerous presence behind her. Not good. Han Shuang's face darkened, and her body suddenly sank 100 meters, barely dodging the intense sense of danger behind her. A sword beam swept past where she had just been, cleaving a small mountain in half. Boom. The mountain collapsed and shattered. Han Shuang glared angrily, turned around and shouted, "Who dares to ambush me here?" As her voice rang out, a familiar yet infuriating aura surged forth from behind her. "Teacher, you really are a troublemaker. I wanted to let you live, but I didn't expect you to be courting death." The words fell. Another fierce and unparalleled sword light flashed. Buzz. Chapter 85. The murder of the master is fully confirmed and erupts. The great philanthropist of the Su family. This sword strike, with its mid-stage 6th rank power, sent chills down Han Shuang's spine. Although she is no longer at the peak of the late 8th rank, she is now a true 7th rank martial arts grandmaster. The golden body and bones always perish, and the indestructible matter is exhausted. But she was, after all, someone who had reached the 8th rank, and her physical body was stronger than that of an ordinary late-stage 7th rank person. However, he was taken aback by Chu Feng's sword strike. "Do you think you can control me just because I'm injured?" Han Shuang shouted sharply, gripping a soft, thin sword and slashing directly at the target. Bang! The sword light erupted, and the surrounding trees were knocked down in large sections by the shockwave. Puff! Han Shuang's body flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist, her eyes filled with confusion and shock. Chu Feng, is it really that strong? Can someone challenge a player who is a whole level above them? Doesn't that mean? Was he holding back when he fought that giant black serpent before? Is it so that I won't become suspicious? Boom. Han Shuang crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a crater tens of meters wide. "Teacher, oh teacher, you are still too weak." Chu Feng stepped through the void, slowly walking towards Han Shuang's head, looking down at her from above. "Too weak." Chu Feng shook his head repeatedly, saying with great disdain, "If your cultivation level weren't higher than mine, would you still want me to become your disciple?" Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Feng swung his sword and unleashed an attack. The sword's edge struck Han Shuang's only remaining arm. Instantly, blood splattered. "Oh!" A piercing scream echoed through the woods, and Han Shuang's face was contorted with agony. The power of heaven and earth. Han Shuang's face was full of disbelief. Martial arts rank 6, prematurely forging the power of heaven and earth. How is that possible? Chu Feng chuckled softly and said quietly, "That's right, I am about to break through to the heavenly soul grandmaster level. If one cannot even condense the power of heaven and earth, how can one achieve a heavenly soul? Teacher, you underestimate me." As he spoke, Chu Feng drifted into the deep pit, placed one foot on Han Shuang's lower abdomen, bent down, pinched Han Shuang's cheek, and after quietly examining her for a while, he clicked his tongue and said, "Hisse. Teacher, you really take good care of yourself. This skin is so elastic, what a pity." Hearing such frivolous words, Han Shuang gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with even stronger hatred. "You'd better let me go now, or I won't hold it against you otherwise." Click. The next second, Chu Feng tightened his grip on her cheek, crushing Han Shuang's lower cheekbone. "Otherwise what?" Chu Feng chuckled wickedly and said calmly, "If you die here tonight, no one will know the truth. Your existence is in my way." Han Shuang also sensed Chu Feng's killing intent, and her eyes immediately showed a look of panic. No, I did it voluntarily that day." Han Shuang shook her head repeatedly, her eyes pleading, and said, "I will explain to the world that I will never let you be implicated." She was scared. Chu Feng was too strong. He can fight opponents of higher levels, and even he himself is no match for him. In this situation, you must not provoke him further. Han Shuang was filled with regret. If her storage ring hadn't been stolen, she would have been confident that even if Chu Feng was capable of fighting an 8th-rank cultivator, she could have severely injured him or even killed him. But now, she has no trump card left to save her life. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng loosened his grip slightly. Sensing all this, Han Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely explain everything and clear your name." However, in response to Han Shuang's words, Chu Feng simply smiled brightly. "Thank you, teacher, but..." Han Shuang had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard his pause, and her heart tightened again. She quickly said, "I can swear an oath to the will of the world, you must." Well, he hadn't finished speaking. Han Shuang then felt a warm liquid spray out from her neck. When Han Shuang saw what it was, she was terrified. "This is my own blood." When she looked up and saw Chu Feng, she only saw a flash of demonic energy in his eyes. "You are a demon, a demonic cultivator." Chu Feng revealed the bright smile befitting a protagonist, his resolute face softened with a touch of tenderness and pity. "Sigh. Teacher, although I really want to forgive you, I don't like having my background investigated. At the same time, I'm more inclined to believe a dead person." Click. Before Han Shuang could explain, Chu Feng unleashed a burst of energy, directly shattering her brain. Along with its remaining spiritual energy, it was shattered. After doing all this, Chu Feng casually discarded the completely dead body and took out a handkerchief from his spatial storage to wipe his hands. "Teacher, may you rest in peace." After throwing down the handkerchief, Chu Feng flew into the air towards the depths of the beast forest. The handkerchief fluttered in the breeze and eventually gently covered Han Shuang's pretty face, which still bore traces of fear. The air still held the lingering spiritual energy of Han Shuang. A moment later, inside the 9th city, Suyu removed the red dust mask, revealing his true appearance and aura. Such clumsy acting and framing techniques would certainly not have succeeded if they were used on someone else. However, his mortal mask can transform into all living beings, even mimicking their soul aura. He can perfectly imitate any person or creature he has ever come into contact with. It's so realistic it's indistinguishable from the real thing. Suyu glanced back at the city gates, a slight smile on his face. Chu Feng, the murderer and arsonist. As for me, the righteous man, the young master of the Su family. A soft laugh echoed through the area, and Suyu's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. For a long time, as the sun rises in the east over the battlefields beyond our borders, and the sky begins to lighten with the first hint of dawn, the ground shook. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a patrol of 100 soldiers trotted over to the spot. When they arrived and saw the corpses in the deep pit on the ground, the squad leader was so frightened that he took several steps back. "Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Vice Principal Han of Jingwu High School has been murdered." The news quickly reached 9th City. In just half a day, news of Han Shuang's assassination spread throughout the city at an alarming rate and quickly reached surrounding cities. Meanwhile, rumors and gossip began to circulate in 9th City. "Have you heard? Vice Principal Han Shuang is dead." "Holy crap. No way, when did this happen?" "This morning, the city patrol army discovered it while passing through the beast forest. I heard that even its brain and mental energy were shattered." "My God, I saw Vice Principal Han leave the city last night." "Huh? I didn't see Chu Feng in the dorm last night either." "Hiss, no way. Chu Feng shouldn't be that stupid as to commit a crime under such a sensitive situation, right?" "It's still unclear, but it's said that the director of the Martial Arts Research Institute has already brought people over to collect Vice Principal Han's remaining spiritual energy in order to reconstruct the events of that time." Rumors were rampant in the city, and the source of the rumors could not be found at all. At the same time, inside the Mental Power Research Institute established in 9th City, an old man's face was extremely ugly, his expression was ashen, and his eyes were almost filled with anger and murderous intent. "Teacher, although I really want to spare you, but I'd rather believe a dead person." Some noisy sounds arose, and the next second, a burst of energy erupted before our eyes, while a stream of crimson blood filled the mental projection screen, and the image ended there. Bang! As the scene ended there, the old man's aura as a 9th-grade grandmaster could no longer be suppressed. "Chu Feng, you damned beast. How dare you do such a heinous thing? Murder your master, heh." The white-haired old man's body trembled incessantly, clearly enraged to the extreme. "I must personally kill this beast who murdered his master." The old man's roar echoed throughout the entire research institute, unleashing a terrifying 9th-grade aura that caused all the staff members to instinctively shrink back. After the matter was investigated, the the Institute of Mental Strength issued a notice immediately. A hefty reward is offered for Chu Feng's safety, dead or alive. If Chu Feng is killed, a 500 milliliters bottle of spirit essence liquid will be obtained, worth 10 million spirit stones. If Chu Feng is captured alive, 3 requests can be made to a 9th-grade grandmaster. The announcement immediately confirmed Chu Feng's guilt of murdering his master. At the same time, another bounty was posted by the young master of the Su family. As for Chu Feng, a fellow student from the same martial arts university, he was also ranked second on our school's heavenly ranking this year, with unlimited potential. However, unfortunately, his character was flawed, and he committed the heinous act of murdering his master. I deeply apologize for this. Therefore, I have decided to personally offer a bounty on Chu Feng, dead or alive. Killing Chu Feng will yield a heaven-level martial arts manual and 5 million spirit stones. Capture Chu Feng alive, and you can choose any one of the Su family's cultivation techniques for a reward of 10 million spirit stones. We also express our sympathy for Director Han Xian's tragic loss of his beloved daughter. In light of Director Han Xian's immense contributions to the enhancement of spiritual power in the Dragon Kingdom, the Su family is willing to invest 100 million spirit stones and a demonic plant for the Research Institute's dissection and study. The release of this news has caused a great stir. All the martial arts experts who didn't need to fight on the front lines rushed into the Beast Forest to begin a thorough search for Chu Feng's whereabouts. As the news spread, Su Yu, who was cultivating in the 9th City Lord's mansion, was also receiving system notifications frantically in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully framed the Chosen One, Chu Feng, for murdering his master. You have received a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for greatly damaging the reputation of the Chosen One, Chu Feng. You have received a reward. Bite! Some fans should have seen my message yesterday, and I also posted pictures to prove it. Sigh. I stayed until my dad came back to take care of my grandpa before I left. I'll try to calm myself down tomorrow, and I hope everyone can forgive me. I've also seen everyone's requests for more chapters and the gifts they've sent. I'll keep track of them and add more chapters. Thank you so much for your support. Chapter 86, Aiding the Enemy? No, exploiting Han Xian for his only value. These 2-3 chapters are foreshadowing plot points. You can skip to chapter 4. That's all for now. The real action begins tomorrow. This is an unstoppable, exhilarating read. Ding! Congratulations on your quest progress. You have changed the original storyline and killed the Chosen One Chu Feng, increasing your progress by 27%. Current progress, 58%. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. Plus 547,000 villain points. Azure Emperor Reincarnation Fist, Heaven Severing Finger, Undying Heavenly Blade, Method of Severing Origin, Blade of Time. Azure Emperor Reincarnation Fist, a stellar-level fist technique, passed down from ancient times. Only the first volume exists, and its power is terrifying. Heaven Severing Finger, a half-step stellar-level finger technique that can sever heaven and earth with a single finger. Undying Heavenly Blade, SSS-class extraordinary weapon, star-class weapon, forged by the human emperor of a medium-sized planet. After the planet shattered, the whereabouts of the Undying Heavenly Blade became unknown. The method of severing the origin, a stellar-level martial skill. When mastered, the origin of a martial saint can be severed and transferred to another person. It can also be used to create an array to imprison a martial saint, forcibly refine their origin, and help the person within the array to cultivate. The art of time. Time is like a knife. A single strike can cut through a century of an enemy's life. A series of system notifications also brought Su Yu out of his cultivation state. Countless pieces of information flashed through his mind, and upon seeing them, Su Yu's face lit up with immense joy. I've been raising Chu Feng for so long, and he's already gotten so much equipment just from a single cut. Su Yu felt gratified. I really admire Chu Feng, this little fat pig. It was definitely the right decision to keep them for the new year. Su Yu glanced at the 3 stellar-level battle tactics he had been rewarded with in the system panel and immediately felt a little relieved. The number of trump cards for survival has increased again. The martial arts skills and techniques rewarded by these systems can be practiced automatically. Therefore, he can also be distracted to learn other technologies. Otherwise, if you really give him so much knowledge, he would never be able to comprehend it without going into seclusion for several years. If one is a jack of all trades and master of none, one's cultivation will make no progress. Open the Properties panel. Host, Su Yu. Cultivation level, early stage of the 8th rank, 3rd stage Golden Body Realm. Chi and blood value, 378,411 calories. Proficiency mastery, 99%. Mental strength, 58,773 Hz. Villain value, 671,500. System shop, click to open. Martial arts and techniques training section. Otherworldly demonic scripture. 9 forging techniques of golden body. Soul forging scripture. Divine elephant suppressing prison force. Azure Emperor reincarnation fist. Time traveling blade technique. Heaven severing finger. Method of severing the origin. Items. Heavenly abyss sword. Azure spirit pill 1. Burial heaven blade. Nourishing spirit pill. Realm upgrade card 1. Undying heaven blade. Talent. Demonic descent. Current mission progress. Change the original plot and kill the chosen one Chu Feng. Current progress. 58%. Main quest. Become the chosen villain who reigns supreme over all the heavens. I still have 1 realm advancement card left. It's time to mobilize resources to replenish my physique. Suyu glanced at his internal body and immediately made a plan. He was only 1 step away from reaching the mid-stage of the 8th rank. Once the golden body is upgraded to the 4th level, an upgrade card can be used to break through to the late stage of the 8th rank in one fell swoop. In this way, he would be within striking distance of reaching the 9th rank. Upon seeing the spirit-nourishing pill in his inventory, Suyu couldn't help but slap his forehead. How foolish. This spirit-nourishing pill could have been given to 5th uncle. If he had entered the 9th rank quickly, I could have severed a martial saint's essence and reconnected it to him next time. Wouldn't that have allowed him to instantly break through to the martial saint realm? Of course, this doesn't prevent anything from happening. On the contrary, the mission progress has reached 58%, and it is only 32% away from being able to kill Chu Feng. Aside from the Shattered Star Realm ruins, there's only the Norse Divine Court left. It will be soon. 2 more months until I break through to the late stage of the 8th rank. Then I'll have my 3rd uncle lead a 1,000,000-strong army to invade Japan. Suyu's thinking was very clear. First, break through to the late stage of the 8th rank, then send troops to conquer Japan and Hefei, and afterwards go to the Norse Divine Court to intercept Chu Feng's only 2 opportunities. In this way, Chu Feng was completely destined to be nothing more than a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. Phew, Suyu exhaled a breath of stale air. After cultivating for so long, it's time to go out and take a walk. Suyu exited the system panel, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and unfathomable. I'm really looking forward to the scene where Chu Feng and Lin Panchi have a falling out. Suyu's smile was somewhat strange. Whoosh. The next second, the afterimage flickered and disappeared, and Suyu walked out of the training room. I just arrived at the courtyard. That's when he met Fong Ting. Young master. Fong Ting approached him, touched his slightly prickly buzz cut, and said, Director Han Xin of the Mental Power Research Institute would like to visit you. Han Xin. Suyu thought for a moment and said calmly, Tell him to come to the city lord's mansion tonight. Fong Ting nodded and replied, Okay, I'll go and inform him right away. After saying that, Fong Ting disappeared from Suyu's villa. Watching him leave, Suyu strolled through the courtyard, sat down on a reclining chair in the pavilion, poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, and took a small sip. Is he Vice Principal Han's father? Of course I have to see him. After all, Director Han Xin was a top researcher who developed the Yuan liquid that could enhance the spiritual power of martial artists. Although he possesses 9th grade combat strength, he is significantly weaker than other individuals of the same realm, besides having exceptional mental strength. In the original book, Han Xin is also one of the trump cards that firmly stands behind the protagonist Chu Feng. And, in the original book, 5th Uncle Su Zhenyuan's mental power was also crushed by him in order to protect himself. Nowadays, if it were his only daughter, he would have crushed her. Now, I should be grateful to myself for both the wanted notice for Chu Feng and the investment in his research institute. That sounds really exciting. But, as Suyu recalled the plot of the original book, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes, and his lips parted slightly. When your spiritual essence is fully mass-produced. Director Han Xin, as a good person, I will personally escort you down to reunite with your daughter. Invest 100 million spirit stones in him, and also an 8th grade demonic plant that can produce life essence. Why would he do such a losing business? Of course, it's all about squeezing the last bit of value out of Han Xin. At this time, the entire 9th city is still caught in the media storm surrounding Chu Feng's murder of his master, unable to extricate itself, given the extremely generous bounty offered this time. Spirit stones, spiritual essence, and heaven-level martial arts techniques. All of this is constantly stimulating people's nerves. With such a huge bounty, even the idle experts from other cities flocked to the 9th city's beast forest. They had only one goal, to kill Chu Feng. Meanwhile, there is another person who is completely afraid to go out. That night, inside the city lord's mansion in the 9th city of the extraterritorial battlefield, Major General Chen Tuo and Han Xian sat in the reception room, neither of them smiling, chatting idly. Their eyes kept glancing out of the reception room. It seems like someone is waiting for someone. Just as the clock struck 8, a gentle breeze swept through the reception room. Both of them looked toward the seat in the main seat at the same time. The main seat, which had been empty, was now occupied by a handsome and refined young man in white robes. Upon seeing the newcomers, even Chen Tuo, the major general guarding the city, and Han Xian, the 9th-ranked director of the Mental Power Research Institute, simultaneously stood up, bowed slightly, and solemnly greeted them. Greetings, young Master Su. The person who arrived was none other than Su Yu. Chapter 87 Enemies are inherently suspicious. Both of you are meritorious contributors to our human race. There's no need for such formalities. I'm just a junior. Su Yu sat in the head seat and waved his hand with a smile. Below, Chen Tuo and Han Xian both wore wry smiles. They also wanted to treat Su Yu as an ordinary junior. But the conditions don't allow it. The Su family produced 3 martial saints, 2 second-stage martial saints, and 1 first-stage martial saint. The family also had many 9th grade and 8th grade experts. They have no power, so how dare they put on airs with the young master of the Su family? Moreover, as high-ranking officials, they had already heard about the details of that battle. Before Su Yu had even reached the 8th rank golden body, he had already slaughtered nearly 300 8th rank alien warriors, including many peak 8th rank alien martial arts experts. In the end, they even defeated a 9th rank alien race member, who fled in terror. If he hadn't been undergoing tribulation, he probably could have worn down even a 9th rank cultivator to death. They have the strength, status, and identity. How dare you disrespect them? Just like now, they are all sitting in the lower positions, while Su Yu is sitting in the highest position, and they all feel that it is reasonable. After saying those polite words, Su Yu looked at Han Xian with a hint of curiosity and asked, Director Han Xian, what brings you here to see me? His question was, of course, a rhetorical one. With his white hair and incredibly aged appearance, Han Xian, though his wrinkled face betrayed his disappointment, still managed to smile as he solemnly said, I have come to pay my respects to the young master to express my gratitude. Young master donated 100 million spirit stones and an 8th grade demon plant to my Spiritual Power Research Institute. This undoubtedly gives the Research Institute a strong impetus and greater confidence to fully realize the mass production of the spiritual essence. For this, Mr. Han made a special trip to express his gratitude. Han Xian's face vaguely resembles Han Shuang's. Looking directly at him, Su Yu smiled gently and said, It's just a small matter. After all, it's for the benefit of humanity. The Su family has some resources, so it's natural to donate them. Besides wanting to extract Han Xian's research results as soon as possible, Su Yu naturally had his own selfish motives. Su Long needs the support of the people most right now. As long as Han Xian's research is successful and he releases it, and then mentions his gratitude to Su Long, wouldn't the faith in the human race increase rapidly? Although an 8th grade demonic plant that can produce life essence is more precious than 100 million spirit stones. In the original book, wasn't it because Chu Feng sent him a half-dead, peak grade 7th ranked demonic plant that Han Xian was able to completely save his almost bankrupt Mental Power Research Institute? Then I'll just give you an 8th grade one. I'll let you study it to your heart's content. You succeeded in just 1 year in the original book, so if I give you better resources, there shouldn't be any problem with you succeeding within 6 months, right? After hearing Su Yu's words, Han Xian was filled with admiration and clasped his hands in a fist and said, The Su family is truly a pillar of our dragon kingdom. Such magnanimity is truly admirable. He only wanted to prove that his research direction was correct, but the other party was thinking about benefiting humanity. This was something he hadn't expected. He always thought that the Su family invested in him in order to seize the technology. Su Yu smiled indifferently. His reputation is too great. He cannot be considered a pillar of the nation. Well, as he spoke, he suddenly sighed deeply, looking slightly annoyed, and said, Director Han Xian, I'm so sorry to have troubled you with Vice Principal Han's matter. It was my fault. If I hadn't rescued Vice Principal Han from the formation in the first city, she wouldn't have come back, and she certainly wouldn't have Sai. Sighs echoed throughout the hall. He seemed to feel regret. Upon hearing this, Han Xian naturally shook his head repeatedly, suppressing his grief, and said, It was my daughter's fate. However, I will not let that beast who murdered his master get away with it so easily. He naturally couldn't blame Suyu for this. After all, who could have predicted what would happen next? If anyone is to blame, it's Chu Feng. Han Xian said in a deep voice. Young master, you have done me a favor by offering a reward for the capture of that beast. If you need me in the future, I will do you a favor even at the cost of my life. As long as you can capture Chu Feng for me, I will give you the research results unconditionally once they are available. This is the only obsession I have in my life. As he finished speaking, a sense of sorrow rose from Han Xian's body. After all, how could he, as a father, feel good about losing his only daughter? Seeing his sorrowful appearance, Suyu also sighed with some distress on the surface, but in his heart, he was sneering as if he knew everything. If it follows the original plot of the book, my Su family's fate was far more tragic than yours, Han Xian's. For 1,000 years, they have guarded the battlefield beyond the realm. Martial saints have died one after another, and countless others below the 9th rank have perished here. In the end, however, I fattened you up in the Blue Star Research Institute, allowing your family to slaughter my Su family. Your cheap old man was completely unaware of what was happening when your daughter's beloved disciple shot him to death on the city wall of the 5th city. My 5th uncle's soul was shattered by you, and he couldn't even be reincarnated after death. Suyu nodded solemnly and said earnestly, I, Su, also want to do my part to help when such a rebellious person appears among our fellow students. If I have any news about Chu Feng, I will definitely inform Director Han as soon as possible. Thank you for your kindness, young master. Han Xian looked at him gratefully. He then stood up, bowed to Suyu, and said, Young master, I will go back and study it first, and try to come up with a solution as soon as possible. I will publish the results directly in the name of the Su family. He made up his mind that if there were no problems, he would completely side with Suyu. After all, the other party had truly treated him very well. Suyu stood up and stepped forward to help the elderly Han Xian to his feet. He patted Han Xian's hand and said, Director Han, you are very righteous. Let me see you off. He was about to see him out when Han Xian stopped him. They waited until Han Xian left. The heaviness and admiration on Suyu's face dissipated, replaced by an expression of indifference towards all living beings. He returned to his seat and sat down. Qin Tua then turned his gaze away from where Han Xian had left and asked, Young master, what is it that you called me back for? He was originally commanding troops on the front lines, but was recalled by Suyu with a single order. Suyu smiled and said, I'd like to put you in charge of the 9th city, investigate where Chu Feng is hiding, and discuss with you the matter of returning to Blue Star to eliminate the traitor. Before Qin Tua, who was looking puzzled, could speak, Suyu used a gentle force to lift the stool that Han Xian had just been sitting on. Underneath the stool, there was a peculiar little object. The miniature array above, set up with spiritual energy, is absorbing barely perceptible spiritual energy to maintain its operation. Upon seeing this, Qin Tuo's expression instantly turned grim. But he quickly realized what was happening and said seriously, Young master, please come with me. I will take you to the core of the 9th city's formation for inspection. That's excellent. We'll do our best to help Director Han. I see. The two voices gradually faded and eventually disappeared. The next moment, Suyu and Qin Tua appeared at the same time in the council hall of the city lord's mansion. The latter raised his hand and waved his hand, unleashing his blood energy and instantly activating an isolation array. Young master, what is that old devil Han Xian planning to do? Chapter 88. Why are you as disgusting as Suyu? He dares to set up eavesdropping devices in the city lord's reception hall. He's courting death. Qin Tuo's face was ashen, looking extremely grim. Bang! The more Qin Tua thought about it, the angrier he became, and he crushed the ceramic teacup on the table. Suyu calmly took a sip of tea and said indifferently, that old ghost was confined to Blue Star because he tried to seize the demonic plant in the extraterrestrial battlefield and killed several rank 8 cultivators. He doesn't trust anyone. He only believes what he hears and sees. Besides, I was threatened by his daughter on Earth, so it's normal for him to suspect me. Qin Tua is a major general personally trained by the Su family. His loyalty to the Su family goes without saying. He is always ready to serve whenever the Su family needs him. Suyu glanced at him and said quietly, didn't he want to stay in the 9th city? Let him guard it. Once he produces his research results and our researchers get their hands on them, then we can let him die. Qin Tua nodded and said, yes. Killing Han Xian would arouse suspicion, but no one would openly suspect the Su family. The Su family has done too many big things recently. Their reputation is really hard to ruin. Moreover, Han Xian had also said that he would announce the research results in the name of the Su family, so it was even less likely that the Su family would kill him. But arrange for someone to leak Chu Feng's whereabouts to him, that he went deep into the beast forest and was eaten by a level 9 beast. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Although it's a far-fetched, easily exposed flaw. But who would take this matter and go against the Su family? They're just being nosy. Su Yu pinched the bridge of his nose and continued. There's one more thing concerning Chu Feng. Go and send the Su family's elite assassins to find Chu Feng. Let them spread the news unintentionally so that he will be on guard. If we get caught so quickly, it will be bad for our plans. Although Chu Feng is the chosen one, his luck has been reduced by 58% by himself. Who knows if he will be that unlucky? What if the plot suddenly turns tragic and he gets captured? Just in case, we still need to prepare for both possibilities. Yes. After Chen Tuo left, Su Yu raised his head, looked in a certain direction, and murmured, "It's time to wrap things up." As orders were issued one after another, there were many more people in the cities, and at the same time, the secret guards trained by the Su family also began to take action. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, in the 9th city. In a room at an inn, Lin Panchi curled up against the bed frame, her hair disheveled and her appearance messy, making her look quite disheveled. At this moment, her eyes were glazed over, and she kept talking. Impossible, impossible. How could Chu Feng have thought of killing Vice Principal Han? It's all a lie. It might just be Su Yu's doing. He must have framed Chu Feng. Chu Feng isn't that stupid. In this scandal of killing her teacher, Lin Panchi inevitably faced criticism and gossip, especially since she and Chu Feng had not officially announced their marriage. But ever since I arrived at the extraterritorial battlefield, I have been inseparable from him. Even though they have no connection, rumors are circulating that they do. Upon learning that Chu Feng had been wanted for murdering his master, she immediately covered her face and fled the dormitory. Even now, she still refuses to believe that Chu Feng would kill his master. In her opinion, Chu Feng wasn't the only one with a conflict with Han Shuang, so he was also involved. Moreover, Chu Feng only has a mid-stage 6th rank cultivation level. How could he possibly have the ability to kill his master? In the entire extraterritorial battlefield, only the Su family possesses such strength. Although she subconsciously shifted all the blame to Su Yu, this time, she actually succeeded. Bang bang bang. Just as she was rambling incoherently, a knock on the door startled her. Instantly, the hairs on her body stood on end. Who is it? Lin Panchi's beautiful face paled slightly as she deliberately lowered her voice and called out in a hoarse voice. "Sheer, it's me." A deep, rough, yet unfamiliar voice rang out. Lin Panchi's phoenix eyes gleamed, and she immediately ran off the bed to open the door. Although she had never heard that voice before, she knew that only her father and Chu Feng would call her Sheer. Open the door. Standing outside was a tall, rugged-looking middle-aged man. Lin Panchi asked hesitantly, "It's me, Chu Feng." The unremarkable-looking man had an extremely rough voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Panchi immediately looked around, then pulled her into the room and closed the door. "Chu Feng, are you crazy? How dare you come back now?" The moment Lin Panchi saw Chu Feng, her heartstrings seemed to snap, and large tears rolled down her cheeks. With a sobbing voice, she cried out, "Do you know that you murdered your master? The entire human race across the extraterrestrial battlefield is hunting you down." She has been living in fear these past few days, afraid that she will be taken away by some stranger. My nerves had been on edge the whole time, but seeing him now finally made me relax. Upon seeing Lin Panchi cry for him, a hint of tenderness flashed in the eyes of the rugged middle-aged man, mixed with a sense of hatred. He removed the medal from his chest, and his appearance began to change. It eventually reverted to its original form. "Shearer, I'm sorry." Chu Feng returned to his original form, pulled Lin Panchi into his arms, and said in a hoarse voice, "I've been framed." That night, I took my teacher to find the Xianyin flower to repair the injuries to his meridians and dantian. After obtaining the flower, I left to break through to the Heavenly Soul Grandmaster level. Boom. As he spoke, the unique aura of a Heavenly Soul Grandmaster erupted, making Lin Panchi somewhat breathless. You really broke through?" Upon seeing this, Lin Panchi stopped crying and asked in shock, "Then how did you escape back?" It's important to know that the checks for people entering and leaving the city are now extremely strict. It's simply impossible for ordinary people to get into the city. Chu Feng said in a deep voice, "After I broke through to the Grandmaster level, I accidentally found the ruins of a 9th rank expert who was good at stealing. Inside, I found this metal that can change one's appearance and even one's aura. Unless one is a martial saint, this matter cannot be investigated. Finally, I killed a 7th rank martial artist who came to hunt me down. I used his identity to enter the city. After briefly recounting his story, Chu Feng said with a sinister and venomous tone, "I did not kill my master at all. This was all framed by Su Yu." As he spoke, Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly, a surge of extreme anger welling up inside him. How frustrating. He spends his days hunting geese, and all along he has been scheming against others. When did I become the target of such schemes? Although I had inappropriate thoughts about the teacher, I've also wondered why the teacher didn't die there. But he never even considered killing his master. I knew you didn't kill your master. After hearing Chu Feng's explanation, Lin Panchi couldn't hold back anymore. She buried her face in Chu Feng's arms and sobbed, breaking down as she said, "Do you know how I've been these past few days?" Her sad and aggrieved expression, combined with her soft voice at that moment. She truly evokes pity in me. Chu Feng loosened his fist, gently patted her delicate body, and comforted her. "It's okay. I will prove myself." Lin Panchi responded emphatically, then broke free from Chu Feng's embrace, looked at him, and asked curiously, "How did you find me?" After all, the news that she was hiding here hadn't leaked out. How did Chu Feng find it? Meeting Lin Panchi's curious gaze, Chu Feng chuckled and said, "I left a trace of my spiritual energy in the reward I gave you for the exchange competition earlier. That's why I was able to find you so precisely." Upon hearing this, Lin Panchi's curiosity vanished instantly, replaced by fear and shock. How can you be as disgusting as Su Yu? They actually use something like this to stalk me?" Chu Feng. Chapter 89. Come back to Blue Star with me, and send troops to conquer Neon. Chu Feng was completely stunned. Looking at Lin Panchi's sudden change of expression, he didn't know what to say for a moment. What would happen to me? Chu Feng was confused and couldn't understand why Lin Panchi was angry. Lin Panchi's eyes grew colder and colder. Finally, she took several steps back, looking at him warily, and said coldly, "Your behavior now gives me the exact same feeling as Su Yu. That's what he did back then, using the pretense of giving me something as a gift, while secretly injecting a trace of his spiritual power into it to track me. I didn't expect you to copy him." Lin Panchi is very sensitive to anything infused with spiritual energy. She couldn't stand Su Yu's attitude back then. "So every time I go back, I have to check if there's anything wrong with the things he gave me. If there is, I take them back and don't want them. If there are no problems, then accept it." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was both amused and exasperated, and said seriously, "Sure. Do you think I'm a scumbag like Su Yu? I'm doing this just to find out your location. I have my own things to do, and I can't be by your side every moment. So, only in this way can I find you immediately. In all this time, when have you ever seen me harass you?" He patiently explained to Lin Panchi. After all, she still chose to believe him despite his tarnished reputation. A woman like that is worth his effort. Upon hearing this, the coldness in Lin Panchi's eyes gradually faded. "Real?" Chu Feng nodded vigorously and said, "I swear." Seeing him raise 4 fingers as if to swear an oath, Lin Panchi finally said, "Okay, I believe you. But what should you do now?" Lin Panchi sat at the table, her phoenix eyes still filled with worry. She was willing to believe Chu Feng. But now no one believes Chu Feng anymore. He is still an enemy of the world. Chu Feng sat down opposite her, and his resolute face was no longer as trustworthy as it had been at the beginning. Even Lin Panchi suspected it was just her imagination. "I just feel like he's become ordinary. In this situation, I cannot prove that I did not kill my master." Chu Feng shook his head and sighed. "Even the teacher's father couldn't find the truth, so I have no way of proving it. My teacher's father is the director of the renowned Mental Strength Research Institute in the Dragon Kingdom, an expert in mental strength. They once developed a method for capturing spiritual energy, which allowed them to read the memories of the person before their death. Even he couldn't find a flaw. What proof do I need? That night a lot of people saw me leave the dormitory. What should we do then?" Lin Panchi panicked upon hearing this and asked anxiously, "Are we just going to have to carry this burden forever? If that's the case, what should I do?" From beginning to end, she never considered becoming independent. She only thinks about relying on Chu Feng for the rest of her life. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng slowly raised his head and said seriously, "Let's leave here and sneak directly into the beast forest. I can take you and conceal your presence, hiding you deep in the forest. Moreover, I know a huge secret." After thinking for a long time, Chu Feng finally decided to confess to Lin Panchi and wanted to take her away to experience life. Lin Panchi paused for a moment, then asked, "What secret?" Under her gaze, Chu Feng slowly uttered a few words. "The secret beyond the god of war." Boom. The news was like a cannonball thrown into a quiet valley, exploding in Lin Panchi's mind. Above the god of war. Lin Panchi swallowed hard, muttering to herself in disbelief. Right. Chu Feng nodded emphatically. This secret was told to me by Elder Zhao. As long as we cultivate and search at the same time, once we get there, as long as I have the power of the 9th rank, I can forcefully open the cave. If I obtain the inheritance at that time, I will be able to stand at the pinnacle of martial saint, or even martial god, and possibly even reach a higher level. The madness in his eyes grew even stronger. I originally planned to break through to the late stage of the 8th rank before going there, but given the current situation, I can only develop in the wild. Chu Feng continued, the north is the territory of the alien race, and the east is the territory of our human race. To the west lies an endless forest of ferocious beasts and a terrifying outer sea, while to the south lies the territory of demonic plants. We slowly approached the territory of the demonic plants from the ferocious beast forest and finally stole some life essence, enough for us to break through to the 8th rank. At that time, we will be able to find this ruin. He had a very clear understanding of the current situation and had also planned out the path he would take in the future. It's unrealistic to expect him to be exonerated for killing his teacher. But what if I become a late-stage 9th rank cultivator or a martial saint? Who would dare to hold me accountable? Then, with invincible power, I will crush the alien races, restore my reputation, step into the path of the human emperor, and become the ultimate martial god. Although this path is very difficult, it can even be described as a life or death situation. But he had no choice. Chu Feng paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Panchi with anticipation and asked, Sheer, are you willing? Under his gaze, Lin Panchi also fell silent. She was struggling internally. Because if they run away with Chu Feng, the Lin family will inevitably be plunged into turmoil. But if I don't fight for it, then who will save the Lin family? Okay, I'm willing. Lin Panchi hesitated for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Let's do as you say and live in the wild from now on. She also longed for an opportunity and wanted to become a female martial arts saint. Following the established path might not lead to success, but by following Chu Feng to find the relics of a powerful figure above the martial god level, she too can soar to great heights. Seeing that she agreed, Chu Feng's smile became even brighter. This is a transformation brooch, which is a pair with the transformation medal. Both can conceal one's aura and change one's appearance. Chu Feng took out a brooch and handed it to Lin Panchi. Let's not delay, let's set off now. Good. After they agreed on their plans, they put on the brooches and medals, and in an instant, their appearances changed dramatically. Chu Feng then continued to transform into that rugged middle-aged man. Lin Panchi transformed into a bloated and obese middle-aged woman who even looked somewhat ugly. I came out of the guest room. The two left the inn openly and honestly, then used spirit stones to purchase many supplies in the market of the 9th city. They then went to apply for leave from the city, citing, hunt down Chu Feng. Soon, the two completed the formalities, and instead of taking advantage of the darkness, they left the city at noon. They went outside the city. Chu Feng held the hand of the obese woman that Lin Panchi had transformed into and said softly, the 10-year promise. When we return here, it will be to make the world acknowledge us. Yes. Lin Panchi nodded repeatedly. Let's go. After they finished speaking, the two stepped through the void and headed deeper into the beast forest. After that departure, news about them completely disappeared. The city wall of the 9th city. Suyu stood tall and straight on the city wall, his white robe swaying in the breeze as he watched the two figures disappear into the distance. Qin Tua and Fong Ting stood quietly behind him. That handsome face, which captivated countless women, wore an extremely radiant smile. The final act has begun. Just then, the space around Suyu rippled, and then a person dressed in a black robe, with only his eyes showing, knelt on one knee on the ground. The man in black robes said respectfully, Greetings, young master. The Patriarch requests your return to the 5th city to discuss war plans. Suyu nodded slightly, put his hands behind his back, looked towards the horizon, and laughed heartily. Come back to Earth with me, and let's launch an attack on Neon. Qin Tua and Fong Ting immediately bowed and responded loudly. Yes, sir. I have 5 chapters to repay in total. I'll repay 2 tomorrow. Also, get ready for a big battle. The character developments that everyone's been waiting for, and the new chosen one will all appear. Please give me gifts and urge me to update more. Chapter 90, Consuming Humanity? No, he will only keep strengthening humanity. The 5th city in the extraterritorial battlefield. In the military camp outside the city, Suyu entered the tent, where 4 9th-rank soldiers, as well as Su Long and Su Zhanya, were already seated. Find a seat yourself. Seeing him, Su Long nodded casually. Suyu didn't mind, and simply pulled out a chair and sat down. Most of the people here are from the Su family's camp. so there's no need to be too polite. Su Long, however, caught Su Yu's eye. The aura of the emperor on my cheap old man is getting stronger and stronger. Su Yu couldn't help but sigh. Once the martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom enter a period of explosive growth, he may be able to reach the half-step martial god level within 2 years. Fourth uncle Su Zhanye's realm has also become much deeper than before. I estimate he'll be close to reaching the second stage of martial saint. It seems that the martial god cultivation method I gave to the Su family before has greatly benefited them. Su Yu thought to himself. Those among the human race who could achieve the status of martial saint in such an oppressive and chaotic world were all geniuses of their time. He is much stronger than ordinary alien martial saints. This has a strong Three Kingdoms flavor. The Three Kingdoms fought for territory and tried to annex each other. Despite the significant depletion of their national strength, other smaller kingdoms were still unable to take advantage of the situation and rule the Central Plains. The reason is that troubled times breed heroes. That's the current situation on Earth. After he sat down, Su Long slowly spoke to Su Yu, saying, "This time, when we return to defend Blue Star, your third uncle will be in charge. The US and Russia will also send troops to assist." This purge of the human rebels was a decision made after discussions among various nations. After all, no one wants a ticking time bomb lurking on Earth. If they aren't eliminated, there's no guarantee that our home won't be attacked. At this moment, Su Zhanya also threw out a stack of data sent from Blue Star. According to the investigation, the martial arts in Japan are controlled by the Kamishiro family. Ordinary people have no power to resist. Under their command are the Miyamoto family, the Kudo family, and the Yukishiro family, collectively known as the Kamishiro Three Families. They control the martial arts of Japan and have now sealed off the entire country, preparing to sacrifice ordinary people to alien races. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Although Japan has not developed much in recent years, its population has exceeded 200 million. How many people are there in the martial arts world? Excluding the ordinary martial artists who are deployed to the battlefields outside the region each year, the total number of martial artists will never exceed 2 million. If all 200 million people were sacrificed, no one can imagine the hellish scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Su Yu sat in his seat, his eyes lowered, listening quietly to Su Zhanye's analysis of the situation. After discussing with the US and Russia, we decided to first cut off the Kamishiro family's 3 generations of families from the outside, and then launch a general offensive. After Uncle Sen finished speaking, Su Yu suddenly interrupted, "No, we can just attack directly. The Divine Guardian clan will naturally return to defend. If we really disperse our forces, it will be at a disadvantage for us." Hearing him say that, everyone turned their attention to him. Despite the presence of rank 9 and martial saints, no one would choose to ignore Su Yu's words. Su Zhanya frowned and said, "But if we do that, we'll suffer heavy losses." The purpose of erasing the Divine Guardian clan was naturally to destroy the Neon's defenses and refining array. If we were to charge headlong into it, it would be possible, but the casualties would be absolutely devastating. Su Yu looked at his third uncle and smiled. "Yes, but I have a way to destroy their formation. We just need to head straight for the Kamishiro family's headquarters. The method of severing the source. Isn't that what it exists for? Break the formation, set up a formation. They are all things I am good at." Moreover, Su Yu's heart burned slightly with excitement. If he could capture that martial saint from the Divine Era family, before he could use his alien abilities to assimilate the martial saint status of Blue Star, he used the method of severing the source to trap it and obliterate its vital energy for the Su family disciples to cultivate. It's probably more effective than living in a pile of spirit stones. After erasing his blood essence, we can also seal his martial saint status, at which point the Su family will be able to add another martial saint. Su Yu knew that it was impossible to eliminate ordinary people. However, the Kamishiro family and the Kamishiro family were completely wiped out. If that's the case, then it really won't take too much time to destroy the Neon's origin magic array. At the head of the table, Su Long nodded, then made up his mind and said, "All right, let's do as Yor says and head straight for the Kamishiro family's headquarters. Remember, never gamble with the lives of our soldiers." Su Long looked at Su Yu with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Even if it takes a long time, it doesn't matter. The only thing is not to use the lives of our soldiers to pay for it." Su Yu looked helpless and said, "Father, please don't worry. I'm not that reckless." He wouldn't risk human lives to make up for it. This is the place he considers a base for talent cultivation. Who has ever seen a villain who is all alone and isolated? Of course, we should cultivate the human race of Earth so that we can conquer the heavens with billions of troops in the future. Suyu wouldn't be foolish enough to deplete the human race's strength. He will only keep strengthening the human race. Anyway, 12 years later, the alien martial god who had been taken away by the human sages broke through the star-shattering realm and returned, bringing with him a group of star pirates as they descended upon Blue Star. That's when the villain's path to conquering the stars truly begins. Everything we're doing now on Earth. All of this was done to make Earth an impenetrable fortress. Su Long nodded. He knew that Suyu would not be so indifferent to the lives of his soldiers, but he still had to give a warning in public. Now that the decision has been made, let's prepare the army and march back to Earth. As his strength has improved, the situation on the outer battlefield has become much easier. It's entirely possible to assign a martial saint to lead a large army to eliminate traitors. Promise. Inside the tent, several 9th rank members of the Su family's camp stood up and clasped their hands in response. Soon, as orders were issued in an orderly manner, the garrison of the 5th city began to get busy. This time, the United States, Russia, and China have each mobilized 700,000 troops to defend Earth. There are 14 9th rank officials and 92 8th rank officials. The 9th rank officials are under the command of your 4th uncle, while the 8th rank officials are under the command and deployment of the Russian official. After these 9th rank officials left the camp, Su Long looked at Suyu and said, "As for you, you will be responsible for destroying the formation and for rescue operations." Although he believed in Suyu's combat abilities, he was also worried that Japan might send someone to assassinate him. You're now at the 8th rank, and your 5th great uncle is also restoring his foundation and preparing to break through to the 9th rank, so we won't arrange for anyone to protect you. Upon hearing this, Suyu chuckled softly and said, "Father, don't worry, there won't be any problems." He was merely clearing out the Japanese Kamishiro family and the Kamishiro III family. Having been familiar with the plot, he already knew what trump cards they had up their sleeves. The ordinary Japanese people hate the Kamishiro family to the core, and so do most of the soldiers. Therefore, this battle will not be very difficult. The key thing to guard against is that primordial array. In the original book, Chu Feng, as the male protagonist, turned the tide of battle by breaking the neon origin array, thus reversing the tide of defeat. Although millions died or were injured in the original book, but those were refined and obliterated by the origin array. He won't be like Chu Feng. Since you're so confident, then go ahead and do it. Su Long waved his hand helplessly. "I can't control this kid. Then I'll be going now, father. Wait for my news." As he spoke, Suyu walked out of the tent under the watchful gaze of someone hiding behind him, a look of satisfaction on his face. As he left the tent, a secret telepathic message from Suyu suddenly entered his ear, causing the smile on Su Long's face to freeze abruptly. We drove through the military camp. When we arrived at the base, it was already packed with soldiers. Seeing this scene, Suyu was also somewhat moved. Immediately following Su Zhanya's signal, Suyu had an idea. He took a step into the air, his voice booming and echoing throughout the entire military base. "All soldiers, follow me back to Earth to defend it and punish the human traitors." Set off. As soon as he finished speaking, the steel torrent composed of countless Dragon Kingdom soldiers began to flow behind him. A chilling aura rose into the sky, dispersing the clouds. "Here you go." Boom. Chapter 91 Yi Qing visits, stacking up the Chosen One buff. The entire army is on its way. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of well-prepared soldiers marched in orderly steps toward the space teleportation point within the base. This place leads directly to a military base outside Kyoto. The vast army, with its boundless blood and energy filling the sky, pierced a hole in the clouds above. At the front of the army, Su Zhanya, as the chief commander of this united front effort, was at the forefront. Behind him followed 5 9th rank grandmasters. These are all high-end combat forces, which also highlights the determination of the Dragon Kingdom, as the #1 martial arts power on Earth, to eliminate traitors. Arrive at the spatial teleportation point. All the teams passed through the vortex in an orderly fashion, and then everything went black for several minutes. Only then did light return to everyone's eyes. By the time they appeared, they had already returned to Earth from the extraterrestrial battlefield. Having already explained the situation, the military base in Kyoto was naturally prepared to welcome them. As soon as they arrived, a special vehicle was waiting to take them to a rest area. Looking at the modern military base, Suyu was somewhat dazed. Having grown accustomed to the primitiveness of the extraterrestrial battlefield, returning to Earth feels quite strange. It wasn't just him. The same was true for those at the 9th and 8th ranks. Soon, a group of high-ranking combat officers arrived at the conference room inside the military base in military jeeps. Once everyone had arrived, the person in charge turned on the virtual projector. Subsequently, the combat representatives of the US and Russia appeared on the projection. The group first bowed slightly to Su Zhanya and said, "Greetings, Martial Saint," before taking their seats. This is etiquette. When you meet the Martial Saint, it is essential to pay your respects. Warrior Saint, our military equipment is ready, and the aircraft carrier is expected to arrive near the Japanese waters in 3 days, the US official reported first. Immediately afterwards, the Russian leader nodded and said, "Our Kuznetsov has also been inspected and is ready to be deployed at any time." When crossing oceans, in the absence of teleportation arrays, using aircraft carriers is the fastest way to transport goods. Each of the 3 kingdoms deployed an army of 700,000, using aircraft carriers and battleships for transport. The number of ships required was unknown. Certainly, because they are all martial artists, they don't need to sleep and can carry more people. If we dispatch a few dozen more large oil tankers, we should be able to transport them there. Su Zhanya was dressed in military uniform with 5 stars on his shoulder insignia, the highest military rank in the Dragon Kingdom. It is also exclusive to the Martial Saint. He nodded to the US and Russia and said, "Our China will depart the day after tomorrow and is expected to arrive at the same time as you." The preparations for destroying the Kamishiro family this time were very thorough. Knowing that the other party had sided with a foreign race, the Kamishiro and Kamishiro families must have some trump cards up their sleeves. They dared not underestimate them. Therefore, the troops were deployed according to the standards of a large-scale battle. Upon hearing this, the Russian and American leaders asked, "Should we launch hydrogen bombs and 3-phase missiles to probe the way?" They prefer to wage war using technology rather than manpower in modern warfare. After all, nuclear peace is inevitable. Su Zhanya immediately objected, saying seriously, "Absolutely not. The ordinary Japanese people are the victims this time. Our target is only the Kamishiro family and the Kamishiro family. We must not harm the innocent. I dare not write too much, I don't want to get banned." "We understand." The representatives from the Russian and American sides exchanged a glance and then nodded in response. If you don't need it, then you don't need it. Anyway, since it was the Dragon Kingdom that led the charge this time, their casualties wouldn't be too high. Su Zhanya will deal with the Martial Saint. They only need to target the 9th rank martial artist from the Shindai family. The Kamishiro family possesses a Martial Saint, and together with the 3 families under its command, the Kamishiro family, there are a total of 12 martial artists who have reached the 9th rank of martial arts. They have 2 more 9th rank soldiers than their opponents, so this battle won't be too difficult. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they are destined to win at the Martial Saints' Edge battle. Su Zhanya and the leaders of the 2 countries were discussing countermeasures. As a military officer with the rank of senior colonel, Su Yu naturally knew better than to leave the meeting room. After all, he wasn't interested in these discussions. He doesn't care how the other side distributes the post-war benefits. He only needs to ensure that his own plans are not disrupted. He wants the body of the Japanese Martial Saint, along with the Martial Saint Dao fruit. Just as he stepped out of the military base, an unexpected figure stood in front of him. Upon seeing him come out, the man quickly walked up to him. "Young Master Su, I'd like to ask you for a favor." Su Yu looked at him, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and asked, "Yi Qing, why are you back? And what do you need my help with?" Standing before him was a young man who looked somewhat scholarly, but also quite robust. He was the director of the Martial Arts Administration and the son of the demigod Yi Tao. He was also one of the few geniuses in the original book who didn't associate with Chu Feng. But Su Yu also felt it was a pity about Yi Qing. Despite his father being a demigod, he didn't achieve anything significant in the end, merely becoming a mediocre 9th rank official. Moreover, Yi Tao's condensed essence is the way of education, which complements the way of the human emperor. Because the alien expert who returned from the Star Sea and reached the Shattered Star realm descended upon Blue Star, his original martial arts were forced to merge into Chu Feng's human emperor Dao, helping him break through to the Shattered Star realm. In the end, this legendary demigod who had spent half his life teaching martial arts to the human race perished. At first, some people still remembered him. However, in the original book, it is described that after killing the alien race's last trump card, Chu Feng left Blue Star and went to the universe to train for 100 years. Later, when Chu Feng returned from the Sea of Stars, all he saw was his own statue. He went to question them, but the answer he received was that he was the only one who killed Shattered Star. Moreover, it was Lin Panchi's family who took it upon themselves to remove the Yi Tao statue. So, after he scolded those in charge, the matter was dropped. How ironic. Yi Qing looked at Su Yu standing in front of him, and for a moment, he was somewhat lost in thought. After all, he felt that all of this was too unreal. It hasn't been that long. Suyu was already a martial arts expert at the 8th rank. But he himself was to return to the martial arts administration to take on some positions, ostensibly to prepare to succeed the director of the martial arts administration. But he knew that this was a form of protection that everyone was giving him. After all, Yi Tao's name was too well known on the battlefield outside the region. If the alien races were to discover that he is the offspring of the demigod Yi Tao, they would likely spare no expense to abduct him. Yi Qing snapped out of his daze and said in a deep voice, "I would like to ask you for a favor. Can I come with you to this battle? I'm still a bit short of the 7th rank. If I don't have a life or death battle, I'm afraid I'll have to wait another year or two. In addition, I have a cousin whose talent is quite unique. He was originally unremarkable, but in the past 2 years, he has also gone from the 3rd rank of martial arts to the late 6th rank. He also wants to come to the battlefield. Is that all right?" Seemingly afraid that Suyu would not agree, Yi Qing added, "Whether I live or die has nothing to do with you, and it won't affect you." Upon hearing this, Suyu gave him a deep look. "My unremarkable younger cousin has gone from the 3rd rank to almost breaking through to the 7th rank in martial arts in just 2 years. They also share the surname Yi. Great, all the buffs are stacked up. It seems Yi Qing's cousin also has the potential to become a chosen one. They understand the principle of rebuilding after destruction. Is that all?" Suyu looked away and smiled. "Okay, I'll take you there. Come here and wait for me the day after tomorrow morning." "Good." Seeing that he agreed, Yi Qing nodded emphatically, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. After exchanging a few words, he turned and left. At the entrance of the military base, Suyu watched Yi Qing's retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips. Let me see what path this chosen one is going to take. Chapter 92. The chosen one appears. Can he become stronger through slaughter? The war against the Japanese Kamishiro family is in full swing. Even on this rare day, Suyu was not idle. After returning to the Su family, he first distributed the martial god cultivation method to the direct descendants, and then left behind several star-level martial arts techniques before departing. News of his actions on foreign battlefields has spread. Everyone in the Su family, young and old, is proud of Suyu. As members of the Su family, they naturally knew some of the rumors. The 2 newly promoted martial saints of the Su family were also related to Suyu. It said that Suyu was the one who gave us this opportunity. For this reason alone, whatever he wants to do, the entire Su family will fully support him. And the Su family's promotion system has always been clear. The Su family possesses cultivation techniques that all members of the Su family can practice. If one can reach the 9th rank, one can become the new main branch of the Su family. Currently, the Su family only has one main branch. That is Su Zhantian's lineage. He is also recognized by everyone in the Su family as the head of the family line. The Su family is currently facing a generational gap. Suyu strolled through the Su family courtyard, watching the people coming and going, and he rubbed his temples. It seems that all the good fortune of the Su family in this generation has been concentrated on him. As a result, the Su family didn't even have a decent descendant. It seems we must capture that martial saint from the Shindai family and use the method of severing the source to refine his essence and blood to improve the physique of the Su family. Suyu shook his head. If they want to build a powerful villainous family that reigns supreme, they still have a long way to go. Fortunately, it's all right. According to the system's description, as long as one kills or subdues the chosen one will gain something in return. One's own family can also receive a certain amount of positive fortune. By slaying or subduing the chosen ones, the Su family might produce a few prodigies. With that in mind, Suyu no longer hesitated. They went straight to the training room to begin their final training session before the great battle. This time, he's aiming to reach the mid-stage of the 8th rank in one fell swoop. During this period, he had cultivated the Golden Body 9 forging technique to the peak of the 3rd stage, and at the same time, his blood and chi had been refined to 399,999. Needless to say, his mental strength was also at its peak, thanks to the help of the soul forging scripture. As soon as he entered the training room, an invisible sense of oppression appeared around him. Some of the Su family disciples who were passing by felt the oppressive aura of this sleeping dragon and cautiously moved away. She was afraid that she might disturb Suyu's cultivation. During his day of cultivation, at the military base in Kyoto and in the surrounding waters, countless battleships and several aircraft carriers slowly appeared and docked at the military pier. Both Russia and the United States have made significant moves. This scene naturally touched a nerve with many people. For a time, news from all over the planet was about their big moves. After all, apart from the 3 kingdoms, no other country knew about the plan to wipe out the Japanese Kamishiro family. Kyoto, the Kyushu Budo headquarters building. A girl with long pink hair and a delicate, elfin face stood up, walked to the French windows, and gazed in the direction of the Su family. The girl, who seemed lively, had lost some of her mischievousness at this moment. Honestly, why did they have to throw me into the martial arts administration? Yi Lianqing rested her chin on her hand, a hint of boredom in her beautiful eyes. Of course, the sigh was only momentary. Yi Lianqing waved her fair and delicate little fist towards the window, her beautiful face full of seriousness. Cultivation, Master said that once I reach the 9th rank, I can go to the outer battlefield to see Dad and brother you. Thinking of this, she was filled with motivation again, but then she let out a long sigh. But after I leave Earth to gain experience when we meet again, I'm afraid brother you will have forgotten me. Buzz. As her mood soared, a terrifying aura belonging to the late stage of the 7th rank of martial arts inadvertently spread out, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear in the glass of the French windows. At the same time, the Yi family, Yi Qing arrived at the side courtyard and saw a young man of similar age cultivating in the pavilion. He called out, "Xiao Chen." The handsome young man with refined features slowly opened his eyes, exiting his cultivation state. Looking at Yi Qing, he smiled and said, "Brother Qing, how did it go? Is young Master Su willing to take us there?" Looking at his cousin, who was 3 years younger than him, had a similar cultivation level, but whose combat power far surpassed his, Yi Qing nodded and said, "I agree. Get ready. It's the morning after tomorrow." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Then you continue your cultivation. I'll go out and make preparations first." After giving the instructions, Yi Qing turned and left the side courtyard. I watched him leave. Sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, Yi Qing suddenly asked in his heart, "Elder Mo, how is my cousin? If Blue Star cannot withstand the alien races in the future, can we take him with us?" A moment later, an aged voice echoed in his mind. "Don't worry, Xiao Chen. Blue Star still has 20 years. If your uncle can break through to the martial god realm, there might still be a chance." "Okay, that's a question that's too far off." The aged voice didn't dwell on the issue, but said earnestly, "When you go to fight this time, remember to completely break free from your constraints. Only in this way can you establish yourself in the Star Sea in the future. Your talent is exceptional. Even among the millions of member states of the Galactic Federation, you could be considered a genius. Only by surviving can we take revenge in the future." An old and weak voice rang out. Yi Chun could only nod with a wry smile. "Okay, 20 years. If I fight desperately for the next 20 years, I might be able to surpass my uncle and join the ranks of martial gods. After all, his innate talent is quite rare. You can become stronger by killing." Suddenly, Yi Chun changed the subject, his expression filled with admiration, and exclaimed, "I wonder what kind of person young Master Su is. I really want to meet him. To be able to kill over 100 8th rank alien race members before even reaching the 8th rank is truly amazing." In a world where martial arts reign supreme, he naturally admires powerful beings. He had heard too many stories about Su Yu, a peerless genius among his peers. On a remote, barbaric, low-level life planet, even the most talented person wouldn't have the potential to reach the dragon level. Don't take it too seriously. You'll be stronger than him in the future. In Yi Chen's mind, Mo Lao's voice, filled with disdain and contempt, rang out. Yi Chen could only shrug at his tone, which sounded like he was looking down on a country bumpkin. "I'm used to it." This old man was just a chatterbox with a sense of superiority, but Yi Chen ignored him and went straight into a meditative state. Time passed little by little. "It's time to leave." Boom. That morning, the training rooms of the Su and Yi families in Kyoto were opened. Several figures paused for a moment, then soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of light and heading straight for the Kyoto military base. 6 o'clock sharp. Outside the gate of the military base, Suyu stood quietly in place, and the next moment, he opened his eyes. 2 figures walked over at the same time. Young Master Su, Yi Qing and Yi Chen greeted him at the same time. Suyu nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Let's go. The army has already gone to the port. Let's hurry over there too." "Okay." Yi Qing nodded. Beside him, Yi Chen curiously observed Suyu. In his mind, Mo Lao's disdainful voice rang out. "Nothing special." Just then, Suyu's body suddenly shot into the sky, so fast that it broke the sound barrier, and a sonic boom exploded on the spot. The surging, ocean-like energy and blood pressure made Yi Qing and Yi Chen extremely alarmed. Beep beep beep. God King seed detected. Data processing in progress. Chapter 93 Arrival. Let the beginning of the war be baptized with blood. God King seed detection complete. Data transmission in progress. Transmission failed. Repairing transmission. Just as Yi Chen was about to set off to follow, he suddenly heard a piercing alarm in his mind, and his expression changed drastically. Old Mo, what's going on? Yi Chen asked gravely. This time, the old man in his mind remained silent for a long time before finally saying, My transmission program has been activated. In my programming, once a seed that surpasses the true dragon level is detected, a signal will be sent to the Galactic Federation immediately. Then, within 50 years, the Federation will arrive and take away the seed that surpasses the true dragon level. If we encounter resistance, the planet could very well be destroyed. He doesn't have a strong sense of self-worth. Mo Lao is merely a system guide, assisting those with talent in their cultivation and leading them to the Galactic Federation. And the one he chose this time was Yi Chen. Shouldn't a lowly, barbaric planet only be able to produce one true dragon-level being? Why is there another being that surpasses the level of a true dragon? Then what should we do? Upon hearing that it would destroy a planet, Yi Chen's expression changed drastically, and he asked urgently, Why didn't you tell me about something this big? He had always regarded Mr. Mo as a mentor. But who would have thought? This self-aware old Mo was still hiding something from him. Old Mo remained silent for a long time before gritting his teeth and saying, It's all right. The program won't be repaired so quickly. It will take at least 100 years to transmit the program out. I'm seriously injured and my energy reserves are already low. Don't worry, 100 years should be enough. As long as this seed of a God King leaves in the future, Blue Star will be fine. He knew he had messed up. This kid, who had finally lowered his guard against him, was very likely to become wary of him again. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression remained extremely unpleasant. A century. Grass. This is forcing yourself to commit slaughter. Killing makes one stronger. By killing opponents, one can plunder their life force or energy, thereby strengthening oneself. Theoretically speaking, he has no bottlenecks. So, in order to salvage the situation, he has no choice but to unleash a frenzied killing spree. After thinking for a long time, Yi Chen took a deep breath and said, Brother Qing, let's follow in young Master Su's footsteps. As they spoke, their bodies soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of light to follow Su Yu. The landscape on the ground kept flashing by. Soon, a small black dot in front of them gradually grew larger, and in the azure sea ahead, there were hundreds of small black dots. The massive crowd made the two of them even more excited. We arrived at the port. The two gradually slowed down and eventually landed on the ground. They stood behind Su Yu, looking up at the fleets standing on the sea ahead, and those enormous aircraft carriers. Both of them were immediately awestruck. Steel behemoth. A true steel behemoth. After thousands of years of accumulation, the human race's craftsmanship is now capable of building enormous aircraft carriers, some as long as 1,000 meters. It was so huge it looked like a monster. On the ship's hull, several black cannon barrels gleamed with a dark, sharp edge. Shocking. On the aircraft carrier, Su Zhanya stood on the deck, looked down at the troops, and shouted, All troops, board the ship. Boom. Everyone climbed the boarding ladder and poured into the aircraft carrier and various warships. After hundreds of thousands of soldiers boarded the ships, with a command issued, all warships started up simultaneously, and under the watchful eyes of countless ordinary people on the shore, these hundreds of warships sailed away from the coast at the same time. They have only one goal. Neon Jindai family. Rumble. The aircraft carrier braved the wind and waves, standing motionless amidst the surging waves. On the deck, Su Zhanya stared intently at Yi Qing and Yi Chen, his eyes burning with fury. You brat, what are you doing bringing these two here? If they get injured in the battle, that bastard Yi Tao won't let it go. He'll extort at least tens of millions of spirit stones from us. Yi Tao, the demigod, has an excellent reputation among ordinary people. But in this family, besides admiration, there was also a feeling of gnashing teeth. After Yi Tao advanced to the martial saint realm, he robbed all the martial saints and first-class families one by one, plundering billions of spirit stones. Then he established the Martial Arts Administration to popularize martial arts techniques. They then extracted several more veins of spirit stone production from them, which provided the massive cultivation resources for the Martial Arts Administration. Otherwise, with the sheer number of people in the Martial Arts Administration, it would be a miracle if they didn't bankrupt Yi Tao, a demigod. Where can one still live comfortably? The other party used the excuse that their offspring were injured in your house to extort money from you before. You didn't give in? Oh, go beat up your 9th-ranking family member. Although they were furious, the martial saints turned a blind eye and gave him everything he wanted. After all, they also knew that Yi Tao's teaching method was to popularize martial arts. As it turns out, their investment was correct. After Yi Tao established the martial arts administration and reissued the scientific examination system, the strength of the human race increased significantly. He also achieved the demigod status in just 6 months. Suyu glanced at his third uncle and said, "So what if you know? They died in a small battle. Do they deserve to be called geniuses? Yi Tao will probably be grateful to us if he finds out that we took his son on this training trip. The chosen one will definitely be grateful to himself. I just don't know what makes this chosen one so special." Su Zhanya's lips twitched slightly as he looked at the 3 young men who were in cahoots, and he was so angry that his white beard almost fluttered. "Go ahead and do whatever you want." After saying that, he turned and left. After his third uncle left, Suyu glanced at the 2 men and said, "You two should also hurry up and cultivate. It will take another 2 days and 1 night before we reach the Neon Sea." Suyu sat down cross-legged first, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. The same applies to Yi Qingtang and his brother. The time for cultivation passed quickly. During this time, the massive carrier strike group slowly sailed across the sea. After more than 30 hours, in the neon-colored waters, they encountered the fleets of the United States and Russia, which had been waiting there. Once everyone had gathered, the massive fleet composed of the 3 nations slowly sailed towards Japan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next day, in the evening, Suyu, who was on the deck, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. A sharp glint flashed in those bright eyes. "Finally, we've arrived in Japan." Suyu looked at the towering buildings ahead, his smile gradually brightening. As the fleet arrived in Japan, countless figures appeared on the decks of all the ships. An invisible killing intent is gathering. This chilling aura was so intense that even the deep-sea beasts that were following far below the fleet were terrified and scattered in all directions. This battle is destined to be a baptism of blood. Now, on the neon-lit shore, the residents, who seemed numb as they walked along the road, appeared to sense something and stopped in their tracks, turning their heads to look towards the sea. As the sun gradually sets, the shadows of the warships are stretched infinitely by the setting sun. As the warships drew closer, the massive steel war fortress came into full view. Looking at this awe-inspiring scene, none of the Japanese people who stopped to watch showed any fear or apprehension. On the contrary, the moment they saw the ship appear, their numb and dull eyes suddenly lit up again. "Great! We can finally be free." Chapter 94, Severing the Origin, the Power of Heaven's Interception. On the aircraft carrier deck, everyone was shocked to see the Japanese people ahead, dressed smartly but with expressions of fear, numbness, and bewilderment on their faces. "Is your chi and blood so weak?" Some 9th-rank cultivators released their spiritual power to carefully sense the situation of the city ahead, and were immediately stunned. Logically speaking, even if this city is full of ordinary people, their blood energy should be very high. But now the huge Hungbing city can't even compare to a county with 500,000 people. Suyu reached out and grabbed forward, then said, "He was sacrificed." Hiss. Upon hearing this, all the 8th and 9th rank officials present gasped in shock. Sacrifice. Japan's population has been steadily increasing over the past millennium. This city must have at least 5 million inhabitants. Now even 500,000 isn't enough. How utterly inhumane is this? Suyu released his grip, and an invisible thread dissipated in the wind. His expression turned indifferent. Millions were sacrificed. Grass. These are all his future labor force. The Kamishiro family head deserves to die. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the aircraft carrier group sailed into the port, countless Japanese people stranded on the coast also noticed these massive steel fleets. People from ordinary countries would probably panic upon seeing so many unfamiliar aircraft carriers entering their territorial waters. But today's neon lights are different. With each kilometer the aircraft carrier group advanced, the excitement on their faces intensified. Boom. Just then, all fleets stopped 1 kilometer from the shore. Ahead, a transparent light curtain enveloped the sea. "Who dares to trespass on my Japanese soil?" A majestic voice boomed. At the same time, the transparent light screen began to gather a bit of pressure, as if it would attack the 3 countries' aircraft carrier fleet in the next second. Original defense formation. Looking at the array fluctuations ahead, which faintly exuded the aura of a martial saint, all the 9th-rank cultivators from various countries showed solemn expressions. Outside the kingdom of a martial saint, there are usually such national defense formations, which is why other countries do not easily attack the martial saint's family. The 4 key points that maintain the original defensive formation are located in the 4 cities of Xiongban, Jingdu, Jingsun, and Dongjiang, and are guarded by the Yukishiro, Miyamoto, and Kudo families, who are the guardian clans. The final key point of the Dongjiang formation was controlled by the Kamishiro family. Commander, how should we break through? At this moment, the leaders from the Russian and American sides flew to the Chinese aircraft carrier, saluted Su Zhanya, and respectfully said, "The original defensive formation has not been broken. If we rush up rashly, we may suffer heavy casualties." They originally thought they would first break through the 3 key points of the Guardian family's formations before attacking Dongjiang. Who knew? Su Zhanya directly ordered them to come to Dongjiang together, thus directly infiltrating the Shindai family stronghold. If we break through the formation, I'm afraid at least several 100,000 people will die. Su Zhanya glanced at Suyu beside him and said in a deep voice, "You boy, are you ready? Don't be reckless. This is a great formation personally set up by the martial saint using his own power. The grand formation that the martial saint used to create, based on the origin and national destiny, and outline the terrain, is not something that ordinary people can break. Even among martial saints, those without the strength of a 5th-level martial saint would not dare to rashly attempt to break through a great formation, since it is a great formation that connects to the fate of the nation. Its power should not be underestimated." Upon hearing this, Suyu smiled and said softly, "Don't worry. Third uncle, I never do anything without being sure of success." Seeing his confidence, Su Zhanya said nothing more. The Yi brothers, Yi Qing and Yi Chun, looked bewildered, staring at Suyu and Su Zhanya's retreating figures, seemingly unable to process what was happening. The implication of these words is, was this fundamental defensive array broken by young Master Su? That's unlikely. This is a grand formation personally set up by the martial saint. It's already incredible that Su Shao can kill hundreds of rank 8 enemies, let alone break through formations. Upon hearing this, the leaders of both Russia and the United States frowned. Are you kidding me? How could the martial saint send a mere youth to break the formation? Are they trying to send them to their deaths? Although they were somewhat resentful, their orders for this battle were still to unconditionally obey the command of the Dragon Kingdom's martial saint. So there's nothing more to say. Ahead, within the territory of the Neon, a streak of light arrived in an instant, standing inside the primordial defense formation. Looking at the hundreds of steel ships before him, this 9th-rank Neon warrior couldn't help but sneer. Humph. Russia, the US, and China, are you 3 bullying Japan because it's weak? How dare you bring so many elite soldiers and ships to run wild on my Japanese territory? Seeing such a large-scale operation, he understood that the major powers of Earth were going to purge those who had betrayed them in Japan. But so what? If we give them just 2 more days, we can sacrifice everyone in Japan. Their Shindai family can then create another martial saint. By forcibly breaking through the spatial teleportation point, the Kamishiro family can go directly to the holy land of the gods and become new humans. Upon seeing the appearance of this short, middle-aged 9th-rank figure, Su Zhanchuan said in a deep voice on the aircraft carrier, "God Dynasty Martial Arts, you dared to betray your country and wantonly slaughter the human race. You should have thought about this day coming. I thought your betrayal was already a sign of your inhumanity, but now you've even turned against your own people." The short, 9th-rank man named Kamishiro Asahi stared sharply at Su Zhanchuan and laughed loudly. "Ha. Su Zhanchuan, the victor is king, and the destruction of Blue Star is only a matter of time. Our Kamishiro family is doing this to preserve the flame of humanity, so why are you doing this?" In the eyes of the God of the Ages, the human race was doomed to perish. He learned a great deal about the secrets of the starry sky during his time on the battlefields beyond the realm. Planets like Earth, being of low rank, are considered slaves in the universe. Even the lowest-ranking space pirates could easily kill Earth's strongest beings. What will they use to fight? Having witnessed the advanced world outside and the harmonious integration of all races, they no longer cared about the distinction between humans and non-humans. Survival is the greatest strength. Further words are useless. Since you dare to come, then let me show you the great array of the God Generation family's national protection. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, the oppressive force of the transparent primordial array gradually increased. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was mercilessly absorbed. An energy powerful enough to evaporate the sea ahead condensed within the origin magic array. Seeing this, the many 9th-rank officials on the aircraft carrier also became solemn. Even Su Zhanya, who had been promoted to Martial Saint, had his brows furrowed. "You boy, aren't you going to make a move?" Su Zhanya couldn't help but shout at Suyu. Upon hearing his third great-uncle's voice, Suyu remained calm and unhurried, stepping onto the void under the watchful eyes of everyone. One person faces the origin of this neon-lit array. Those powerful hands gripped the void as if it were a tangible object. Space was like a piece of paper held in Suyu's hand. With a gentle flip, ripples spread across the space. The method to sever the origin, the power to cut off the heavens. The moment those words were spoken, the world began to change color. Chapter 95, Yi Chen's initial submission? He's quite sensible. The source is severed. Suyu grasped at space, making the space around him as thin as a piece of paper. With a slight shake, he caused the surrounding seawater to surge. Even the earth was trembling. An inexplicable force flowed from his hand, gradually pouring into the void. As Suyu waved his hands, ahead, the grand formation that the martial saint of the divine era had spent 10 years setting up began to fluctuate, and the original primordial pressure that had been gathered was also in a state of collapse. Whoosh! Suyu grabbed the space with both hands and pulled hard. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of disorientation before their eyes, as if they had been turned upside down. Boom! Below the aircraft carrier, the deep blue seawater was also boiling. Boom! The towering buildings of Hungbing City trembled and eventually collapsed one after another. Like an earthquake. Such terrifying power left all the 9th rank cultivators present speechless, staring in horror at Suyu, who was standing in the void gesturing with his hands. What kind of power is this? Could it be that this young master of the Su family has also advanced to the martial saint realm? How old is he? How could he possibly have advanced to the martial saint level? Clearly, the young master of the Su family possesses a method to break the origin array. Suyu ignored the murmurs of the crowd. His expression was calm, but the destructive power and spiritual energy within his body were rapidly disappearing. Bang! The next second, Suyu used his last realm advancement card without hesitation. Late stage of rank 8. At this moment, countless people were shocked. Under these circumstances, the young master of the Su family suddenly jumped from the mid-stage of the 8th rank to the late stage of the 8th rank in martial arts. This completely shattered everyone's understanding of the world. God King. An absolute God King seed. As Yi Chen was squeezed behind the 9th rank, the excited voice of Elder Mo kept echoing in his mind. That's incredibly powerful. This child possesses extraordinary talent. Even within the Galactic Federation, he is a peerless talent, one that is rarely seen even once in millions of years. No, we can't let the message get out, or this God King seed will be destroyed. Oldemo kept talking to himself. Although it was originally designed as a system program to cultivate prodigies for the Galactic Federation, it gradually awakened its own consciousness over the years of wandering. Although it is still within the scope of a system, it can be considered to have developed human thinking. He has been on this planet for too long. Having experienced countless hosts, he has now chosen Yi Chen, and he has long been fond of this planet. But those prodigies he nurtured, after being transported to the Galactic Federation, they all disappeared without a trace. Oldemo also knew that the prodigies he had nurtured either died or were kept as slaves by the federal nobles. He had nurtured each of his prodigies from a young age, so their feelings for him were naturally deep. They all wanted to find a physical body for themselves, implant their data consciousness into it, and become a person. But I'm the one who hurt them. As his sense of self-awareness deepened, he also developed feelings for these prodigies similar to those between a master and apprentice, or father and son. Therefore, he is now very resistant to transmitting information about the prodigies to the Galactic Federation. Hearing Elder Mo muttering to himself, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, Elder Mo, what's wrong? What is a God King seed? This was the first time he had ever seen Old Master Mo so out of control in all the time he had known him. Hearing Yi Chen call his name, Old Mo snapped out of his reverie and solemnly said, Little Chen, you must remember to stay by this man's side. His future achievements will definitely exceed your imagination. The seed of God King, that's a realm that only the first rulers of the Galactic Federation have reached. If the Federation discovers him, your planet will perish. I will be in a state of voluntary sleep for the foreseeable future to prevent the information from being sent out. Of course, I can't control it for long, at most 10 years. Remember this, your talent is a God-level killing intent. The more you kill, the stronger you will become. You can plunder the energy and certain memories of those you kill. Be careful to stay true to yourself and not let killing consume your soul. In the future, you may also have the opportunity to become an existence above the shattered star. I'm going to sleep now, Xiao Chen. 10 years from now, I hope you'll have become a martial god, or even a star shatterer. Drop. As the last sound faded, Oldemo fell into a deep sleep. He will use his own slumber to suppress the information transmission set by the program. Although it won't last for more than a few years, it can buy some time for the God King's seed. After all, he also wanted to see those high and mighty federal nobles reduced to stray dogs. System shut down. As the cold, emotionless notification sound rang out, Yi Chen's heart suddenly felt heavy. Old Mo. Phew. Yi Chen banished the jumbled thoughts from his mind, raised his head, and looked at Su Yu's back. His gaze gradually hardened. Follow young Master Su and become a prodigy. Since that's the case, let's use this bloody battle to lay the foundation for my breakthrough to the 7th rank. After this massacre, I should be able to enter the late 7th rank, or even the 8th rank, right? Yi Chen gradually became more resolute in his convictions. After all, time was running out for Blue Star. Midair, Su Yu, who was searching for the core of the primordial defense array, suddenly opened his eyes. A crisp sound in his mind brought him back to his senses. Ding! Yi Chen, the unformed chosen one, has increased his loyalty to the host by 30%. Current loyalty, 35%, 100%. Note, when the chosen one's loyalty to the host reaches 100%, the host can be subdued. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining loyalty to the chosen one. Rewards, plus 300,000 villain points, realm advancement card 1, heavenly demon supreme bone 1. Boom. Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Su Yu's face showed a hint of astonishment. What the heck? This unborn chosen one has already submitted to me? And this reward? That's a lot. At this moment, Su Yu was in a very good mood, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Yi Chen is very pragmatic. Thump. At this moment, Kamishiro Asahi, who was inside the Origin defense array, felt the shock of the Origin martial Tao within his body, stumbled, and fell directly to the ground from the air. Boom. In an instant, the earth was smashed open by the power surging within him. Cough cough. What kind of sorcery did you use to make my Kamishiro family's primordial array backfire on me? Kamishiro Asahi crawled out of the pit, looking disheveled, his eyes filled with horror as he stared at Su Yu. Glancing at him, Su Yu smiled calmly. So this is the backlash already? Then it seems that your Kamishiro family's origin array is too crude. As he spoke, Su Yu reached out and grabbed a corner of the origin defense array that swayed in the wind like a reed. Sizzle. As a piercing sound rang in everyone's ears, under the horrified gazes of countless people, the primordial array that had been poised to unleash its power suddenly collapsed and spread outwards like a dam bursting. Boom. In an instant, the light curtain covering an area of hundreds of miles gradually dissipated. As the formation dissipated, Su Yu found a dull, black pebble in his hand. All troops land. Slaughter the Kamishiro clan. After the voice fell, countless chilling sounds rose up. Kill. 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 Chapter 96 Chi-Ji, a member of a divine family, ascends to the 9th rank, his divine elephant treading the heavens. Boom. The killing of civilians is prohibited in this battle, so many modern and powerful weapons cannot be used. But it doesn't matter. The combined military strength of the Kamishiro family and the Kamishiro family reached as many as 2 million. Excluding those who harbored deep resentment towards the Kamishiro family, the number of troops loyal to them would definitely not exceed 1 million. This war of warriors is easy to fight, but the prerequisite is that you can win in high-level matches. On the Hungbing coast, warriors and soldiers from the 3 kingdoms landed one after another, but no troops were deployed on this coastline. Only the apathetic ordinary people. It's obvious. The Kamishiro family also understood that this battle was coming, so they withdrew all their troops back to Dongjiang town in advance. Dongjiang River. In the heart of Dongjiang City, amidst towering skyscrapers, a large wooden courtyard stands there, with a strong neon-colored ancient style. Outside the boundaries of this estate, which covers a full 100 acres, it has 1 million troops stationed there. Inside the manor, the armies of China, Russia, and the United States have landed at Hungbing and are expected to arrive at Dongjiang in 20 minutes. A man dressed in ninja attire knelt on one knee and respectfully addressed the elders seated at the head of the table. Senior Asabu is currently retreating. Inside the courtyard, the elderly man on the head seat had a head of white hair and a hunched back. However, the aura emanating from him was enough to make the surrounding air thick and viscous. This is a martial arts master who has reached the great perfection of the 9th grade, and whose origin Tao has stepped 999 meters. The hunched old man opened his eyes, and a cruel, bloodthirsty glint, the same as that of the alien race, flashed in his aged eyes. The blood pools in various places have been almost completely filled. Now, only this last blood offering from the Dongjiang River needs to be added, and then I can defy the heavens and become a saint. An old, hoarse voice rang out, carrying an eerie quality. Upon hearing this, the ninja below's eyes lit up with excitement, and he said, "May the patriarch's ascension to sainthood be successful, and may martial arts flourish. Become a saint." They are the second martial saint of the Kamishiro family. Kamishiro Taraya, the current head of the Kamishiro family, is also a powerful expert of the 9th grade origin Tao and the biological son of the Kamishiro martial saint. Have the three families of Kamishiro arrived? Kamishiro Tani asked. Arrived and currently guarding the outer perimeter of the blood pool. Kamishirogia nodded, then slowly stood up, the thick air around him dissipating. I will first enter the blood pool and throw in the remaining 1,000,000 blood offerings to help me become a saint. As soon as he finished speaking, Kamishirogia's figure disappeared into the courtyard. As the patriarch commands, the ninja lowered his head, not daring to raise it for a long time. Then, orders came from within the Kamishiro family, and immediately, countless warriors sprang into action, each holding a huge iron cage. Those imprisoned inside are, of course, ordinary Japanese citizens. These are their blood food. Aside from the elderly, almost all the common people in Japan were captured by the Kamishiro family and thrown into the blood pool. No help. Please, sirs of the Kamishiro family, my parents are still in the hospital. Please let me go back and take care of them. Lord Kamishiro, I am from the Kobayashi family. You have arrested the wrong person. Pleading for mercy and cursing echoed throughout the space. However, as the cage opened, countless people were thrown out and fell into a 10-kilometer-wide abyss, its blood-red shimmering surface both alluring and eerie from afar. The thick, pungent aura of blood lingered in the air, so dense it seemed to linger. Listening to their insults and pleas for mercy, the martial artists guarding the outer perimeter couldn't help but laugh. These damn blood sacrifices are really naive. To be able to offer their lives for the patriarch's sainthood is the greatest honor of their lives. Yes, when the patriarch becomes a saint, Japan will have 2 saints. At that time, we will not be closing ourselves off to avoid being held accountable, but rather slaughtering the blue star and contributing to the integration of our race into the holy race. This time I captured more than 2,000 people. The patriarch bestowed upon me a wisp of holy blood to merge with, and now I can be considered half a member of the holy race. I really envy you, Yukishiro. These martial artists chatted and laughed while smoking, and above them, iron cages filled with ordinary people were constantly going in and out. Buzz. While they were still chatting about what it would be like after entering the holy race, a piercing, shrill sound echoed through the sky. The next second, a terrifying black blade of light cleaved the earth, and wherever the blade of light passed, space shattered. Clang. When the blade's edge approaches the blood pool, a crimson light screen lit up, directly withstanding the sharpness that cleaved through the void. Click. The light screen rippled, and boundless energy leaked outwards in all directions, shattering the glass of the surrounding high-rise buildings, which then fell in fragments. Rumble. A deafening roar resounded, and then, to the horror of these still shaken warriors of the divine era, countless tall buildings were cleaved in two by a single sword beam. It collapsed, and suddenly everyone was disgusted by the dust that filled the air. This once highly modern city now resembles ruins. Enemy attack. As the night gradually enveloped the sky, figures flew in one after another, and the warriors guarding the blood pool were terrified. Run. As pampered scions of noble families, they had long forgotten what a battlefield was like. Unlike the aristocratic families of the Dragon Kingdom, they are not required to go to the battlefield once they reach adulthood. So when they saw this apocalyptic scene, they were so frightened that they wet their pants and got up in a sorry state, fleeing as fast as they could. Call out. Those who reach the 3rd rank or above in martial arts will possess the ability to fly. The warriors selected by the 3 kingdoms this time are all of the 3rd rank or above, and each of them has the ability to fly. 2 million martial artists, flying through the air, sped towards Dongjiang. The densely packed figures blotted out the sky. Looking up at the sky, they all had expressions of horror in their eyes, as if the end of the world had truly arrived. The instant the tall building was severed, high-ranking martial artists from the Kamishiro, Yukishiro, Miyamoto, and Kudo families also soared into the air. In mid-air, the 9th-ranked member of the Kamishiro family, with a disdainful look in his eyes, shouted, "This is Kamishiro family territory. Those who come here stop. Otherwise kill without mercy." As someone who possesses holy blood, he now feels only a bloodthirsty urge when he looks at the human race. This is like a starving wild animal seeing food. Humans are merely food for the flesh. All the blood and flesh of Japan are now being used as nourishment for their patriarch here. Someone like him, who had received most of the holy blood, was starving because he had no blood to eat. Looking at the armies of the three kingdoms, their eyes were filled with bloodlust and greed. A bunch of lowly blood-eating races dare to run wild in my Kamishiro family. They really don't know the contempt and arrogance in the eyes of this Kamishiro family expert, who had just entered the 9th rank after exchanging holy blood, grew stronger. However, before he could finish speaking, a colossal phantom of a divine elephant, 1,000 meters tall and blotting out the sky, appeared. In an instant, space became distorted and shattered, and a roaring elephant-like sound exploded towards the sky. Bang! The elephant's forelegs are raised high, as if it were treading on the heavens. Boom! The next second, in the horrified eyes of this weak 9th rank cultivator, the divine elephant's forelegs suddenly slammed down on him. The divine elephant treads upon the heavens. Chapter 97, Cultivating His True Body as a Heavenly Demon. The Heaven-Severing Finger. Bang! The heavenly elephant stomped down hard with its forelegs, draining all the energy of heaven and earth and turning it into a tangible form. It directly stomped this weak 9th rank Shindai family member, along with several 8th rank martial artists, into the ground. Click! Cracking sounds came from the ground, and spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions, with dozens of fissures swallowing up the surrounding buildings. Boom! Dust filled the air, and countless neon-colored martial artists were sent flying by the force of the air. Above, Suyu's white shirt fluttered in the strong wind. His handsome and otherworldly appearance revealed not a trace of emotion, only an indifferent expression, like that of a deity, devoid of any pity. It was as if the person he had just trampled on was not a human, but an ant. Looking down slightly at the army rushing towards them from a distance, Suyu coldly shouted, "Kill!" Behind him, the 2 million-strong army moved at the sound, charging towards the Kamishiro family's army with their weapons in hand. Like a locust swarm passing through, a massive number of martial artists, blotting out the sky, rushed down. Boom! Intense flames and boundless blood energy soared into the sky, illuminating the land that was about to be swallowed by darkness. Lower-level warriors joined the battle. 14 martial arts 9th rank grandmasters, 92 8th rank golden body experts, and hundreds of 7th rank grandmasters stood behind Suyu. With the addition of 8th and 9th rank warriors from the Kamishiro and Kamishiro families to the battlefield, the high-ranking warriors of the Three Kingdoms Alliance also came out in full force. Their goal was clear: to slaughter all the warriors from the Kamishiro and Kamishiro families. Insolence! This is our territory. How dare you trespass? You are courting death. At this time, a furious roar soared into the sky, followed by the overwhelming aura of the martial saint, which bent everyone's spine slightly. Immediately afterwards, an old man, aged yet remarkably robust, soared into the sky. His narrow eyes were filled with anger, and at the same time, they contained tyranny and cruelty. His gaze was like a torch, staring straight at Suzhanya. He licked his lips and said coldly, "A mere martial saint dares to come and run wild in my Shindai family. Looks like you guys are tired of living." This person is none other than the martial saint of the Kamishiro family, the Middle Ages of the gods. Second stage martial saint. Facing his beast-like gaze, Suzhanya remained fearless. He took a step forward, shattering the void, and raised his head slightly, saying, "In the Middle Ages of the divine era, you old ghost, so many years have passed, and you've only reached the second stage of martial saint. It seems the alien race has given you quite a few good things." He knew the Middle Ages of the gods. This was a powerful figure from his father's generation, but their relationship was not good. And Suzhanya had always suspected that his father's death was closely related to the Shindai Chuki. "Haha, you little beast from the Su family. It seems your father's death hasn't brought your Su family to its knees. No wonder you're a family of martial saints." Shindai Zhongji stretched his body. Although he looked old, he was very robust. With the slightest movement, the bones crackled and popped like firecrackers. It felt as if there was endless energy swirling within my body. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Suzhanya's eyes, and he shouted in a deep voice, "You became a martial saint, but learned nothing. Instead, you learned 70% of the ugly appearance of the alien races. Heavenly slaughter." As soon as he finished speaking, Suzhanya produced a long sword and raised it to slash angrily at Shindai Zhongji. Click! Space is broken. The sound was like thunder, and countless crimson rays of light swirled in the void, shattering every fragment that tried to heal into dust. This heavenly slaughter strike was more than 100 times more powerful than the one Suyu had unleashed. The fluctuations emanating from Tian 2 were even more powerful than those of the 50 million-ton Zarbamba. The entire neon-lit area felt vibrations of varying intensities. The surrounding seawater churned, and countless ferocious deep-sea beasts burst out of the shallow waters and fled into the distance. Even though Shindai Zhongji was a second-stage martial saint, he felt a sense of pressure when faced with this attack. His brows were almost furrowed together. Skyclaw. Despite the terror, the Middle Ages of the gods remained calm and composed. His hands continued to expand, transforming into a pair of sharp claws that shot directly into the sky, grabbing the heavenly slaughter blade and crushing it mercilessly. Call out. Get in here, you old bastard. I'm going to beat the shit out of you today. Just as he tore through the blade's edge, before the divine era Middle Ages could even lower his guard, a giant golden hand grabbed him and dragged him into the void. The void is closed. Immediately following was an endless surge of energy sealed in the void, as if it would burst the void in the next second. Far away, Suyu watched as his third uncle grabbed Shindai Zhongji and entered the void to fight. He then looked away and glanced at his fourth uncle, Su Zhanshuan, standing to the side. This uncle had the least contact with him. Of course, this does not mean that he and Su Zhanshuan have no feelings for each other. Suyu said softly to Su Zhanshuan, "Fourth uncle, you don't need to stay with me. Go fight. I have things to do." He wants to take down the core of this primordial array. Furthermore, by utilizing the power of heaven's interception, the energy of the entire neon sky was completely reversed. He wants to empty this place out. Looking at his grandnephew, Su Zhanshuan's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Although they hadn't seen each other for so many years, he still couldn't forget what had happened back then. That year, he returned to the Su family home on leave from the battlefield. That is, starting from that year, my grandnephew fell in love with a girl. It was also the first time he had asked himself for help. Fourth uncle, I gave the reward you gave me to the girl I like. Will you be angry with me? It is precisely because of this sentence. Su Zhanshuan didn't say much, but just smiled and patted his head, then gave him a spirit stone from a storage ring. Until the day he left, he learned that the 10 million spirit stones he had given to his grandnephew had been stolen by a third-rate family. In a fit of rage, Su Zhanshuan rushed to the Lin family and forced Lin Hao and Lin Panchi to kneel on the ground for a day and a night before his 9th rank aura dissipated. Although the Lin family did not know his identity, Suyu did. From that day on, Suyu ignored him completely. Now, so many years later, he heard Suyu call his name again. Fourth uncle. Su Zhanshuan sighed and said, "No, your third uncle told me to take good care of you. If anything goes wrong, he'll beat me to death. He has one particularly stubborn trait. Once he's made a promise, it's very difficult for him to change it." Suyu watched him stroke his beard and sigh, pretending to be troubled, and he also seemed to have a headache. "Fourth uncle, you really don't need to come with me. You're too incompetent," Suyu said, his head aching. Upon hearing this, Su Zhanshuan paused in stroking his beard, almost plucking out a few strands of the beard he had painstakingly grown. He glared at him, his face full of displeasure, and said, "What did you say, brat? It seems I have no choice but to teach you a lesson today." As he spoke, a powerful aura of a late-stage 9th rank grandmaster was revealed, and he rushed up to Suyu, ready to give him a good beating. However, before he could even make a move, Suyu grabbed his arm and pulled hard, throwing Su Zhanshuan's body like a cannonball. It crashed heavily into the 9th rank battlefield above. "Fourth uncle, I'm sorry for offending you. I'll come back to apologize another day." After saying that, Suyu vanished from the spot in an instant. Su Zhanshuan, who was thrown into the air at an altitude of 10,000 meters, looked embarrassed, ashamed, and angry, so angry that he wanted to jump up and down. "Damn it, this brat actually dared to throw me away." That's what they said, but Su Zhanshuan was still shocked by Suyu's power. As a late-stage 9th rank cultivator, for a fleeting moment, I actually sensed the aura of death emanating from Suyu. On the other side, after returning from the battlefield, Suyu landed in the Kamishiro family's courtyard, which covered hundreds of acres in the heart of the bustling city of Dongjiang. They sensed that several powerful and terrifying beings were lurking in the courtyard. A smile appeared on Suyu's face. The core of the control array is right here. Once he obtains the array's core, he can transform this primordial array into a refining array capable of draining the energy of the entire neon world. Even a late-stage 9th rank cultivator wouldn't dare to devour such terrifying energy. But Suyu needed it exactly, because he has already cultivated to the minor completion stage of the Sutra of the Free and Unfettered Demon. Therefore, Suyu plans to use the energy of the 1,000-mile heaven and earth as a foundation and the heavenly demon supreme bone as the basis to create the first heavenly demon true body. The next moment, he stood above the divine era mansion, and a terrifying aura suddenly rose up, swirling around him. That aura that made even the heavens submit continued to gather. Below, several mid-stage 9th rank martial artists rushed out, their appearance neither human nor ghostly, quite eerie. Dare to show murderous intent above the Kamishiro family's territory? Several 9th rank beings, who appeared to be half human and half demon, soared into the sky in anger. As they appeared, Suyu's smile gradually turned eerie. A half-step stellar level martial skill, one finger, severing the heavens. Heaven-slaying finger. This is an extra update at midnight, so everyone can rest now and read it tomorrow. Please give me gifts and urge me to update more. Sob. The urge to update is weak today. Oh. Chapter 98. Using the heavenly demon supreme bone as a foundation, he devoured billions of blood energies to become the demon emperor. This single finger strike could pierce a hole even in the heavens. The void exploded. An immense suction force emanated from it, sweeping the surrounding dust into the pitch-black void. This finger, almost tangible, carried a destructive power that made even 8th and 9th rank martial artists tremble with fear as it crushed down upon the divine mansion below. The terrifying energy burst directly shattered the spines of these mid-stage 9th rank members of the Divine Era family. What terrifying pressure! Only one thought was swirling in their minds. Invincible. They can't stop this move. Even if it could be blocked, it would only last a few seconds before being crushed into dust and vanish from the world by a finger. This destructive power carries an aura of annihilation. The immortal substances within their bodies simply couldn't withstand it. Even though he had 4 million calories of chi and blood at the mid-stage of the 9th rank, it was still useless. The energy above is enough to obliterate blood and vital energy, as well as indestructible matter. One finger cleaves the sky. Suyu shouted softly, his body erupting with destructive and annihilating power, his blood energy several times greater than that of an ordinary late-stage 8th rank cultivator. The three energies combined, causing the heaven-slaying finger to fully materialize. This moment, even space itself couldn't stop its trajectory as it fell. Boom. In just a moment, the finger, powerful enough to pierce the heavens, landed squarely on the divine palace. Buzz. A dazzling crimson light shield lit up, enveloping the entire Divine Era mansion. However, it could not stop the erosion of destructive power. Click. After holding out for about 10 seconds, the crimson shield shattered completely, turning into fragments of light that gradually disappeared. Don't want. Seeing that even their own divine clan's protective formation couldn't stop them, these 9th-ranked divine beings within the range of the heaven-slaying finger's attack were horrified and fled frantically. But it didn't work. This attack completely solidified the surrounding void. They can't escape. Puff. Several bursts of blood mist erupted, and those mid-stage 9th-rank cultivators were all reduced to dust under Su Yu's single finger. The divine mansion lost the protective array that guarded its entrance. It too could not withstand the pressure of the heaven-severing finger and exploded violently. When the dust settles, Su Yu, standing in the void, watched all of this with a cold expression. His blood and chi were like mercury, flowing through his meridians and limbs. With a single strike, it shattered the crimson shield that was strong enough to withstand attacks from a 9th-grade powerhouse, and even killed several early and mid-stage 9th-grade powerhouses. He was not surprised by the result. Because of his near-complete mastery of the destruction body, the added power of the immortal glazed golden body and immortal cells, and his extraordinary dantian, his combat strength can no longer be measured by ordinary values. If he were to unleash his full power, even a 9th-grade origin Dao cultivator below 400 meters would likely be unable to kill him. Not to mention these few mid-stage 9th-rank cultivators. Without a combat power of 15 million units of chi and blood, so you wouldn't even consider such an opponent a threat. The power of a half-step stellar-level martial skill is indeed terrifying. Looking down at the giant crater, Suyu couldn't help but think to himself. With the power of destruction, the power of annihilation, the power of immortality, the power of blood and chi, and the power of spirit, he can at most challenge a late-stage 9th-rank martial artist without being defeated. However, once martial arts techniques and skills that surpass those of Earth are used, the combat power is completely different. A level 9 late-stage cultivator has at least 7 million units of chi and blood. Stepping into the origin path, one can start with 10 million units and reach a maximum of 20 million units of combat power. Martial artists who reach this stage are comparable to real human nuclear bombs. Even if the Ivan IV with a yield of 50 megatons were to come, it wouldn't be as good as this. It's fair to say that Suyu is now a walking Ivan the Great. It carried the dust into the shattered void, leaving the divine palace below intact. At the same time, the enormous blood pool beside it was also emitting an eerie crimson glow. The number of blood pools is truly terrifying. Suyu looked down at the pool of blood and couldn't help but feel a little shocked. After all, this is a blood pool containing the blood of nearly 200 million people. This terrifying blood energy is enough to push a second-stage martial saint to the peak of the third stage. And now the Kamishiro family is only using it to create a second martial saint. That's a waste of talent. Looking at the swaying blood pool, Suyu's smile became increasingly eerie, and a glint of demonic purple light flashed in his eyes. Since it's already a fait accompli, why not? Let me manifest this first true form. As he spoke, a dense demonic aura suddenly appeared in Suyu's hand. The demonic light flashed and disappeared, revealing a section of his spine. Heavenly Demon Supreme Bone. Looking at the bone that Yi Chun had submitted to, Suyu gently rubbed it with his palm, chuckled to himself, and said softly, "This spine is probably meant for me to replace, right? However, since we possess a cultivation technique that transcends its grade, such as the Heavenly Demon Scripture of Free Transformation, let's use this piece of the Heavenly Demon Supreme Bone to create his true form." The true form. One characteristic of the Paranarvativus of Ardent Sutra is that it can manifest an incarnation based on something you have seen or know. If this avatar is formed using yourself as the raw material, the resulting avatar will be no different from your true self. Even if the original body dies, it will still be you. Although he is only halfway through the initial stages and cannot condense too many avatars, this one is enough. This one is his second identity. Demon Emperor. Slaughtering the human race is something he can't do himself, but he has no problem with it. If it weren't for wanting to help the Su family become invincible, and also wanting to cultivate Blue Star into his own talent pool, he wouldn't be so merciful. Originally, there were some reservations. When scheming against certain people, one had to deliberately use a worldly mask to change one's identity. But once this incarnation is created, it can be done without fear. However, Suyu also felt it was a bit of a pity. If he possesses extraordinary strength and cultivates the heavenly demon scripture of self-transformation to its fullest potential, then he can now retrieve different versions of himself from the river of time and integrate them into his avatars. People should be content. This is enough for now. Thinking of this, Suyu gripped the heavenly demon supreme bone tightly, looked at the blood pool below, and a fervent glint flashed in his eyes. Come on, let's see who can devour this pool of blood first. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu engraved the transformation method of the heavenly demon scripture into the heavenly demon supreme bone, and at the same time cut out a small portion of his spiritual power and injected it into it. In an instant, the light of the heavenly demon supreme bone shone brightly. At the same time, endless blood and energy surged out from Suyu's body, merging into the heavenly demon supreme bone. A wisp of blood energy gradually dissipated. At the same time, Suyu's soul also formed a slight connection with the spiritual power within the heavenly demon supreme's bones. It's done. Suyu's eyes suddenly opened, and a dazzling light shone brightly. His vital energy was reduced by half, and 10,000 units of his spiritual energy were also cut off and integrated into it. Looking at the increasingly dense demonic energy of the heavenly demon supreme bone, Suyu laughed wildly. This time, I am the biggest winner. Call out. The next second, he threw the piece of spine into the pool of blood. Thump. The moment the heavenly demon supreme bone was thrown into the blood pool, a small vortex gradually formed within it. Absorb it. Once this blood pool has completely absorbed everything, let the world witness the birth of the Demon Emperor. Chapter 99. One civilized person is enough. The rest are all murderous fodder. Once everything was done, Suyu finally turned his gaze away from the blood pool. Now, the entire Dongjiang area has become a battlefield, and those modern high-rise buildings have all become ruins. The entire Dongjiang River echoed with menacing shouts. A low-level martial artist can easily discern the combat skills of elite troops versus ragtag soldiers in a battle. These troops, returning from battlefields beyond the borders, displayed ferocity when facing the 2 million-strong army of the war gods, each possessing extensive combat experience. To put it bluntly, this battle was almost a complete rout. High-end battlefield. The martial arts experts at the 8th rank of the Golden Body Realm were in the air, and their every attack caused the void to tremble. Even though the space around Earth is stable, it cannot withstand such frequent battle fluctuations. Not to mention the 9-rank competition at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Because the warriors of the Kamishiro and the 3 Kamishiro families, all of whom are of the 8th rank or above, have undergone varying degrees of blood transfusion, their fighting style is also quite bizarre. Certainly, Even if they are strange, they are still just martial artists with mixed bloodlines. They are still quite different from true alien races. Suyu observed all of this with deep eyes. He could barely handle over 98th rank officials. More than 10 ninth rank individuals were able to suppress the 9th rank individuals of the Kamishiro family when they fought. The real key still lies with my third great uncle. Heaven Opening Blade. At that moment, a roar caught Suyu's attention. Looking into the distance, one could see Yi Chun wielding an A-grade extraordinary alloy broadsword, chasing after more than a dozen late-stage 6th rank divine era warriors. With a single stroke, he cleaved them in two at the waist. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent, his scarlet eyes even more ferocious than those of a savage beast. Buzz. As the enemy was killed, streams of blood and energy were absorbed into his body. Originally at the peak of the late 6th rank, his cultivation level became even more profound. It faintly suggests that the barrier of the 7th rank has been broken. After killing more than 10 peak 6th rank cultivators, Yi Chun was not satisfied. After absorbing the blood energy, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Standing there watching the battle unfold before him, Yi Chun murmured, "It's still not enough." He's still a ways off from becoming a grandmaster of the heavenly soul realm. A 6th rank martial artist was no longer enough for him. The blood and chi are already saturated. The only way for him to improve now is to kill a 7th ranked enemy, and then absorb the power of heaven and earth to strengthen his own spiritual power. Only in this way can he build a foundation. The heavenly soul grandmaster is the foundation. At least, that's what Master Mo told him back then. Don't blindly strive to become a grandmaster. One must wait until one's spiritual energy is overflowing before attempting to break through to the grandmaster level and condense one's heavenly soul. Only in this way can he obtain the martial god's entrance ticket. Otherwise, even if he can fight beyond his level, it would still be very difficult for him to break through to the martial god realm. This is also why there has only been one martial god on Earth, because spiritual power is too difficult to cultivate. There is no specific method of cultivation. It's a pity that Elder Mo is asleep. Otherwise, if I went with him to the crash site and repaired the machine, he could have retrieved the mental power cultivation method for me. Now I can only explore it slowly on my own. A hint of regret flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. With my current control over my blood and energy and my mental strength, killing some 7th rank cultivators shouldn't be difficult. As long as I kill 3 7th grade grandmasters, I will have enough spiritual power. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's eyes gradually hardened. He gripped his A-grade greatsword tightly and resolutely charged into the 7th grade battlefield. With each drop of blood he drew, the murderous intent emanating from him and the madness in his eyes intensified. You lowly mortals of the Kamishiro family, the one who slaughtered your Kamishiro 7th rank is none other than your Lord Chen. Yi Chun cleaved a 7th rank member of the Miyamoto family in two with a single strike, cleaving him in two before his horrified gaze. Puffed. Blood splattered, turning Yi Chun into a blood-soaked figure. Sensing the blood energy, Yi Chun also grabbed the other party's spiritual power and forcefully stuffed it into his body. The next second, his aura became even more violent. Today, I will avenge the blood feud of my ancestors from 1,000 years ago. Yi Chun wielded a large sword, wielding the heaven-level martial skill of the Yi family, the Heaven Opening Blade, whose power was unstoppable, each strike drawing blood. Kill the embryo. Not far away. Suyu withdrew his gaze from Yi Chun and couldn't help but sigh. A born killer, born to kill. This kind of person is perfect for me. Suyu suddenly found himself liking Yi Chun. Good. It's good that you like to keep killing. Moreover, the other side even invoked the blood feud from 1,000 years ago, so it seems they haven't forgotten what happened 1,000 years ago. This kid's really going to have a wide career path. However, Yi Chun has one flaw. Although it can plunder the life force and spiritual power of the victim's mixed energy still remains in their body. If one cannot control the urge to kill, he might easily become a monster who only knows how to kill. But, with me here, let him kill as he pleases. Compared to Yi Chun, who was a killer, Yi Qing, the son of a demigod, appeared somewhat mediocre. When encountering an enemy, they dare not fight to the death. That kind of personality won't work. Perhaps it was influenced by his father's teachings that led him to believe that people should be more refined and cultured. So you considered this kind of thinking to be complete rubbish. Yi Qing doesn't follow the path of education. With his talent, if he were more decisive in killing, his achievements would never have been like those in the original book, where he was stuck at the 9th rank grandmaster level for life. Fine, it's because your father's path is to assist my cheap old man. Suyu slowly shook his head and said with a smile, let me help you out. From now on, your father will be a civilized man, and you will be a butcher." As he spoke, Suyu flicked his finger. A beam of light shot out from his fingertip and went straight into Yi Qing's body. "This demonic energy is a valuable thing, so don't be ungrateful," Suyu's voice rang out slowly. And in the battle zone at the late 6th rank, after Yi Qing merged into the ball of light, a hint of demonic intent flashed deep in his eyes. "What's wrong with me?" Yi Qing shook his head, then was horrified to find that he actually had an impulse to slaughter these 6th-grade Japanese martial artists in front of him. No. Whoosh. Even as his mind was in a daze, the actions in his hands still replaced his subjective thoughts. With a single, powerful thrust, he pierced the chest of a 6th-rank martial artist in front of him. Uffed. Upon seeing blood, the restlessness deep within him could no longer be suppressed. Yi Qing panicked, screaming in his mind, No. I want to be an educator like my father. I cannot harbor such murderous intent." Although Yi Qing strongly resisted this feeling, after suppressing it for so long, his genius and passion were gradually activated. He was never suited for the path of education. Having suppressed his desire for bloodshed all along, Suyu decided to lend him a hand this time. As for intellectuals, having your father is enough. Everyone else should just become murderers. Only when he unleashed his full power did his true fighting prowess truly shine through. When the sword is drawn, someone will surely die. No one knows how much time has passed, but more than 20 people have died by his sword. The blood gradually activated his bloodthirstiness, leading him from mid-stage rank 6 to peak late-stage rank 6 and early-stage rank 7. The increasingly stronger opponents also completely ignited his competitive spirit, until he was wounded in order to restrain his sharpness and finally killed an ordinary 7th-grade grandmaster with his sword. Yi Qing closed his eyes. After a long time, when he opened them, there was no longer any literary energy left. He possessed only a sharp edge and the vigorous energy that a martial artist should have. "Damn it, I'm not going to be a civilized person anymore. You little devils from the Kamishiro family die." Chapter 101. Man, one sword, like a god, like a demon. The image of civilized people has been completely shattered. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it. Blue Star martial arts don't need civilization, they only need warriors." He really enjoyed the feeling of disciplining his subordinates. It's definitely not okay to be stupid. But you must be brave. If you encounter any problem, nothing can be solved without killing. If you do, it means you haven't killed enough or been ruthless enough. Only in this way can we prevent future troubles. If you want to stir up a storm in the Star Sea, how can you do it without killing these? But they're all his subordinates. Future killer. This murderous intent began on Earth and will continue until it spreads to every corner of the heavens. Prove your path through killing. During this time, he also observed the situation of Fong Ting and the other 11 guards. It's obvious. Having cultivated advanced techniques and martial arts, Fong Ting is now no weaker than top-tier geniuses, and even has a style of fighting across levels with Chu Feng that is very similar. It seems that I can also try to cultivate a chosen one. Suyu was very satisfied with his teaching results. In his view, the reason why the protagonist is the chosen one is not only due to the favor of the world's destiny, but also because of various long-lost martial arts skills. In small towns where Xian-level techniques and martial arts are considered top-tier, the protagonist can produce high-level Xian-level techniques, or even D-level ones. How could it not be a crushing victory? With each new map, the skills and techniques improve to a higher level. As long as you're willing to risk your life and have good luck, you'll eventually succeed. Glug glug. Below, in a 10-kilometer-wide abyss of blood, the overflowing blood was constantly bubbling. It looked as if it were boiling. The deepest part of the blood pool. A hunched and short figure sat cross-legged in the center, his eyes closed, his blood being absorbed and filled into the illusory, great Tao behind him. The Great Way of Origin. This is the sole mark of a 9th-rank grandmaster in martial arts. After stepping onto the path of origin, the great Tao manifests, the origin blesses, and combat power increases. And this seemingly narrow road, now filled with blood, was transformed from a chaotic path into a crimson road ahead, its mist dispelled. The illusory image of the avenue stretched for 990 meters. In other words, if he walks just 10 more meters forward, this hunched and short old man will instantly become a saint. Only, this is the path of blood, which the will of the Blue Star world will not recognize. So this is a rebellious martial saint. Thump. The throbbing of the hunched old man's heart echoed in the pool of blood. The next second, he opened his eyes, his scarlet pupils flashing. What is consuming the energy of the blood pool? This blood pool, created with the blood of 200 million people, is just the right amount of help to corrupt the very essence of martial arts on Earth. If only a portion is missing, that would be fine. But right now, the energy in the blood pool is dropping rapidly every second. If this continues, the blood pool's energy will probably be completely plundered and devoured before he even breaks through to sainthood. Buzz. Shinjia parted the blood mist, his eyes flashing with a bright light. At this moment, he gazed into the distance. In the blood ahead, a wisp of demonic energy was recklessly devouring the blood essence, its ravenous consumption even more terrifying than when it was cultivating. What is that? Upon seeing this, Kamishiro Taraya was instantly enraged. He raised his hand and unleashed a burst of energy that tore through space and struck the ball of demonic energy. Bang! However, his attack, which was enough to kill a mid-stage 9th rank expert on the spot, only managed to knock the demonic energy away. It cannot affect the other party's absorption of chi and blood. Damn it! How dare you block my path to sainthood? Kamishirojia roared in fury. The next second, his body disappeared. Then, space was torn open, and they arrived near the cluster of demonic energy. Boom! Kamishirojia's left hand suddenly transformed into a sharp claw, carrying an aura of annihilation, and fiercely grasped the ball of demonic energy. However, the demonic energy ball seemed to have its own consciousness, unleashing an extremely dense burst of demonic energy to resist the claw attack. Snort. As the demonic energy backfired and invaded his body, Kamishirojia let out a muffled groan, and the rage and killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. Damn it! Let's see who can suck it faster. Kamishirojia was clearly furious. He knew he couldn't use his full strength in the blood pool, otherwise it would be completely destroyed. Therefore, he had no choice but to give up. He immediately sat down cross-legged and stopped thinking too much, deciding to absorb the nutrients first. Anyway, there are only 10 meters left. Regardless of whether my mind is affected by resentment or what, I'll focus on becoming a saint first. Glug glug. At this moment, two enormous suction forces continuously absorbed the energy from the blood pool. The blood, which was originally thick and had a foul odor, had become thinner, and its intense crimson color had gradually faded. The two are competing and vying for dominance. Let's see who can inhale more. Suyu did not see this scene. The dense blood energy prevented his spiritual power from diving too deep. But he could sense that the avatar that was so closely connected to him was getting stronger. Moreover, this trend is accelerating. Thinking of this, Suyu also lost interest in watching the show. His eyes suddenly became deep. He glanced at the battle and finally fixed his gaze on the divine era mansion. There are still 2 hours left. Suyu raised his hand, and a flash of light appeared, revealing a strange blade that was shrouded in a dense aura of death, yet also carried a sense of life. The Undying Heavenly Blade. SSS-level extraordinary weapons, also known as star-level weapons. This was forged by the human emperor of a medium-sized life-bearing planet. This emperor's strength once reached the shattered star realm. This knife carries the life and death energy of this planet. Its power is self-evident. Then we should gather all the array cores and drain all the energy of heaven and earth from the neon territory. Suyu held a knife in one hand and put the other behind his back. A man with a sword, his white robe fluttering wildly in the wind, his face, sharp and handsome like a banished immortal, was smiling, yet also held a hint of sharp ruthlessness. Let's celebrate the birth of the demon emperor's incarnation with the energy of the neon sky. Call out. The next moment, Suyu's body turned into a blur, and after a long time, the blur slowly dissipated. At this time, deep within the divine mansion, which lies beneath the earth, 3 martial arts grandmasters at the peak of the late stage of the 9th rank sit cross-legged in 3 directions, jointly guarding the mansion. The oppressive aura emanating from them carried the scent of blood and chi, but the strange blood aura of the alien race was even stronger. The surrounding space distorted, and the air became stagnant and viscous. This is a sign that the path to enlightenment has been opened. It could also be said that these 3 martial arts grandmasters, who were at the peak of the late stage of the 9th rank, were half-step into the origin of the 9th rank. The 3 men exuded a terrifying aura, like 3 enormous mountains, anchoring the area. With them there, and in coordination with the formation set up by the Divine Era Martial Saint, the Divine Era Mansion will never suffer any changes or damage. How hateful! We can't even personally capture some of this abundant blood and vital energy to taste. These 3 individuals are the heads of the 3 families of the Kamishiro family, Miyamoto, Kudo, and Yukishiro. The 3 of them felt the overwhelming aura of blood and energy outside, and couldn't help but lick their lips with their scarlet tongues, their faces full of regret. Let's hold the fort for now. Once the patriarch breaks through to Martial Saint, we'll be free to move around. At that time, we can decide how much blood food we want to eat. I've been craving the blood food from the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. Ha, not bad. I must catch a 9th grade blood delicacy from the Dragon Kingdom later and taste it. Hee hee. While indulging in wild fantasies, the three guarded the blood pool and the divine mansion. At that very moment, a calm voice boomed from the top of the sky. First move, slice through the void. Buzz. Chapter 101 This slash, time itself. A reverse slash against a peak 9th rank grandmaster. The melodious sound of sword energy slicing through space rang in the ears of the three. Immediately afterwards, a sense of threat that made their hair stand on end spread throughout their bodies. The three of them looked up. A figure in white stood above them and slashed a blade in their direction that dimmed the heavens and stars. This strike. Even the surrounding stars seemed to dim slightly, as if they might fall at any moment. Endless void power pressed down. This force could cut even 100,000-ton super warships in two, without affecting the attack of the sword energy in the slightest. Attack together. The head of the Yukishiro family, Yukishiro Kyomo, felt a chill run down his spine and roared, "Give it your all. Don't let your guard down. This strike is enough to sever the very essence." Upon hearing his words, the three of them naturally dared not slack off, and each took out their weapons, unleashing their strongest attacks to counter him. Gods beware. Miyamoto's 2-sword slash. Ninja 1-sword style. The three's all-out attack also shattered space, with the three-colored blade light directly clashing with this blade energy, carrying the power of the void. Bang! After holding out for a few seconds, the three figures crashed heavily to the ground like shooting stars. Boom! Debris flew everywhere, and dust blotted out the sky. Above, dressed in white, Tsuyu stepped through the void, holding the undying heavenly blade, and slowly descended to within 50 meters of the divine era mansion. Tsuyu smiled meaningfully and said, "Is this your ninja martial arts? They're rather vulnerable. The combination of chi and blood with ninjutsu can accomplish some of the actions of an assassin. However, its attack power is rather weak. So what if they are 3-peak late-stage 9th rank cultivators?" Even before he reached the 8th rank, he could chase after a 9th rank alien with his bare hands, let alone these 3 mixed blood bastards. The 3 of them were already at their limit to withstand one of his blows. "Baka, who are you to dare insult the Japanese ninja martial arts?" Amidst the ruins, Yukishiro Yun was the first to rush out. He was no longer the carefree man he had been before. Instead, he looked utterly disheveled. In his extreme anger, he also knew that the person before him was not someone he could defeat alone. Therefore, he activated the alien bloodline immediately. His eyes gradually changed from normal to vertical pupils, cold and inhuman. The same applies to the heads of the Miyamoto and Kudo families. They either bulged out all over with muscles, or their aura became effeminate and unpredictable. But they all have one thing in common. Some of them have lost their humanity and have fallen into a state where they only know how to kill. It's obvious. Their mixed bloodline is that of a low-level alien race. The blood energy that was originally normal is now somewhat infected with the spiritual power of human warriors. Tsuyu smiled without saying a word, raised the undying heavenly blade, and an aura of life and death spread out. The green landscape that had been preserved around him was now gradually decaying under the shroud of the aura of life and death, and the leaves turned yellow and fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. Click. This aura of life and death is something even martial artists cannot resist. The power within my body is draining away rapidly. Yukishiro Wan, Miyamoto Takeo, and Kudo Saichi all changed their expressions drastically, and their bloodlust was weakened by the aura of life and death, because they felt their life force draining away. Moreover, they were fleeing at an extremely fast speed. What kind of evil magic is this? My life force is slipping away. Quickly interrupt him. Don't let him finish charging up, or we'll all die. Yukishiro quickly scanned the surrounding neon warriors and saw that the weaker warriors were all lying on the ground, and their skin was aging rapidly. In just a short time, many 2nd and 3rd rank martial artists died. Their spiritual power was also obliterated. The surrounding trees withered and died, eventually crumbling into a pile of dead branches. The 3 of them went berserk, recklessly burning their internal energy and blood, trying to unleash their strongest attack to stop Tsuyu. They are all martial arts grandmasters at the peak of the late stage of the 9th rank. If they were to fight by burning their blood and chi, They could even put up a fight against a 9th rank origin cultivator who had stepped out of the origin path by 400 meters. However, Suyu's lips curled up as he watched their actions. This strike can sever time, sever all things, sever lifespan, and even sever the time of great achievement. It can even sever a 10,000-year gap in time itself. Although I am only a beginner and my strength is still weak, it is enough to kill you all. The veins on Suyu's hands bulged as he frantically poured boundless blood and destructive power into the undying heavenly blade, causing an indescribable power to condense. The surrounding space did not shatter due to the terrifying energy. Instead, it remained intact. Not even a breeze stirred. But its power has indeed made countless living beings feel suffocated and terrified. The warriors fighting all around stopped and instinctively moved away from the area. Even those in the 8th and 9th rank battlefields in the air sensed the terror here. Everyone tacitly stopped fighting and stared in horror at the undying heavenly blade in Suyu's hand. A person's time is limited. The lifespan of a peak late-stage 9th rank cultivator is 500 years. Therefore, this strike will sever your 300 years of life. Once the power had been fully accumulated, all fluctuations within a radius of dozens of miles ceased, and even a gentle breeze would slow down when it entered the area. Suyu paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "This sword is called Years, the Knife of Time." Buzz. This time, there was no earth-shattering commotion. Instead, the calm was terrifying, and countless souls trembled with fear. He felt a deep-seated fear of that strike. The blade's energy sliced through the air. It did not cause the slightest ripple, but rather struck down in an extremely mysterious way. Under the spread of its aura, the surrounding neon warriors fell one after another. Their skin withered and eventually turned into bare bones. No. Seeing such a calm and peaceful strike, the 3 grandmasters at the peak of the late stage of the 9th rank were as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide open, and they roared in unwillingness. Buzz. The next second, an extremely mysterious power of time erupted completely. From the 3 of them, bursts of vibrant life force were emanated from their bodies. As life was cut off, their skin and hair are also aging rapidly, with countless age spots appearing on their hands and faces, and their hair turning gray from the roots. Chi and blood are rapidly declining. Boom. As the power of time fully erupted upon the 3, these 3 upright and vigorous 9th rank experts instantly became frail and old men. The body's vital energy is reduced to less than 1/10. Not the cough, what kind of power is this? The 3 of them were filled with confusion and fear. The fear of aging. In response to their questions, Suyu smiled calmly and said, "The blade of time cuts through time. It cuts through the years. All right, you should all die now." After saying that, Suyu slashed down again, this time with a power so great that even space itself could not be broken. But for the 3 of them, it was fatal. Boom. As the sword energy erupted, the 3 bodies exploded instantly, turning into dust that scattered throughout the Kamishiro mansion. With a single stroke of time, even the peak of the 9th rank is annihilated. After doing all this, Suyu took a slight breath, and at the same time, a strand of white hair appeared at the end of his hair. But it's worth it. Suyu clenched his fist at the spot where the 3 people had died, and 3 blood-red pebbles appeared in his palm. Looking at the 3 pebbles, Suyu's smile gradually brightened. He looked at the pool of blood not far away, his eyes filled with fanaticism. Suyu raised his hand and waved it, and a black pebble appeared. Once all 4 stones were gathered, Suyu charged straight toward the origin formation set up by the divine martial saint. Looking at the massive array before him, radiating the essence of the universe and the destiny of the Neon Nation, Suyu burst into hearty laughter. "Come, let me use the energy of the entire world of Japan to lay this unparalleled foundation for your birth." Boom. Sever the source, cut off the sky, and sever the sea. Please urge me to update more, and give me gifts. Let's have some fun. Chapter 102, Reversing the Origin Array and Transforming Demonic Energy. These chapters were a bit rushed, but to avoid viewer fatigue, we'll end them as soon as possible and get back to the plot, giving the vivid characters a chance to shine. We hope you'll continue to enjoy them. If you're feeling tired, you can skip to chapter 105. The numbers are plummeting. Suyu touched the complex primordial array.